Deep in the gloomy mountains, where eternal darkness reigned supreme, stood an old castle whose stone walls remembered hundreds of cold winters and scorching summers. In the huge castle, only one window glowed, behind which the shadow of a loyal advisor flitted, his heart torn by thoughts of the famine threatening their lands. Deep in thought about the fate of his people, the tormented advisor did not notice a bright beam of strange light piercing the night darkness outside the window. Rushing to the window, he saw a terrible sight. The city he loved so much was ablaze, and the air was filled with the cries of battle and the clang of weapons. Among the attackers, the advisor recognized the emperor's soldiers by their black and gold flags, and a bitter realization struck him. The cruel ruler had begun his revenge. The advisor had always harbored a deep dislike for the emperor, but even he could not have imagined that the ruler would resort to such a treacherous attack on his own subjects. Bright flashes of magic lit up the night sky as the emperor's mages attacked the castle, while the duke stood silently on the tower, as if accepting his fate. The duke knew that the fiery magic would soon reach him, and all he could do was wait for the burning ball to sever the thread of his life in this cold world. The fatal blow struck both of them, the duke and his loyal advisor, whose last cry was drowned out by the crash of the ancient castle's collapsing walls. Thus fell the beautiful land of Bran, which many considered to be just a small dot on the map of a vast empire. But for its inhabitants, it was their entire world. The nightmare was interrupted by a sudden awakening. The young man, once the duke's most loyal servant, woke up with a scream of horror on his lips. Fate had played a strange joke on him. Instead of a well-deserved rest, he had been given a new life in the body of his master, 20 years before that fateful night. The entire day after his astonishing rebirth in the body of Duke Aaron flew by in an instant, leaving behind only a fog in his head and trembling hands. The new owner of the body could neither eat, nor drink, nor even speak. His mind was too shaken by this incredible twist of fate. He spent the second day in anger, cursing the cruel emperor, whose hands were stained with the blood of the innocent inhabitants of beautiful Brana. On the third day, his dark thoughts receded, replaced by a firm resolve. Since fate had given him a second chance, he would use it to save everyone. His thirst for knowledge drove him forward. He searched old books for any mention of Duke Bran, hoping to find the key to saving his people. For several days, he did not tear himself away from the books until persistent hunger reminded him of simple human needs. Bitter thoughts tormented his soul. In his past life, he had helped the hungry, while the real Duke thought only of his whims and pleasures. His younger sister Cheryl found him eating a simple breakfast and scolded her brother for his strange behavior, reminding him of her attempts to get through to him. His quick wit helped him find a simple explanation. He said he wanted to share the bread so it would be easier to eat, and this calmed his agitated sister. When Cheryl's agitation subsided, he gently asked if she was free today, as he really needed the support of a loved one. Soon the brother and sister met with a tall warrior whose armor glinted dimly in the morning sun. Knight Rommel couldn't hide his surprise. For the first time in a long time, the Duke himself had decided to speak with him. Honesty had always been important to Aaron, so he told the knight directly about the Emperor's plans to attack their lands. Cheryl froze in horror. She couldn't believe that their uncle would break the sacred oath he had made to their father on his deathbed. Aaron knew more. The Emperor feared their claim to the throne, and loyal men had already informed him of his plans to break the ancient oath. Now their only hope for salvation was to use the ancient power of the dragon to protect their people from destruction. His sister tried to stop him, for he had sworn never to reveal his gift, to keep it secret until his dying breath. But time demanded decisive action. They had to prepare for battle against the Emperor's army, gather their forces, and strengthen their defenses. Cheryl took her magic staff in her hands and ancient words of a spell poured from her lips, opening a path through space. The knight froze in amazement. He had no idea that his rulers possessed such powerful magic, capable of changing the laws of the world. With a sly smile, the girl confessed that she had hidden her abilities for many years so that their enemies would not learn of their true power. The magic of the portal transported them to a snowy land where white flakes slowly swirled in the air, covering the ground with a soft blanket. At the foot of a high cliff, Cheryl prepared for a new spell, though her hands trembled slightly from the long break in her magical training. With a wave of her staff, she created a bright flame that lit up the dark sky, like a second sun rising over the snowy plains. Fireballs multiplied in the air, forming a perfect circle, like a crown of flame above the snow-covered peaks. Rommel immediately understood. Before him was the legendary Inferno Ring, ancient magic that the world had not seen in many years. The power of the fiery ring under Cheryl's control cut off the top of the distant mountain as cleanly as a sharp knife cutting through butter. The knight stood with his mouth open, and the girl frowned. She knew that her seventh circle magic was too weak for the coming battle. Cheryl explained to the astonished warrior that the seventh circle of magic was very little compared to the power of the Imperial mages. Aaron looked at his sister in surprise. The diary had mentioned the fifth circle of magic, but standing before him was a true archmage. Cheryl's eyes shone with confidence. She knew that her brother's power far exceeded her own magic. Aaron drew his sword, thanking fate for spending the previous day studying the old diary of his predecessor. The pages of the diary revealed many secrets about the dragon's blessing, an ancient power that lay dormant in the blood of their family. This gift had made Cheryl a fifth circle mage, and the Duke himself a great warrior whose name was known throughout the Empire. A tremendous power lay dormant within his new body. The former butler could feel it, but he did not know how to awaken this ancient gift. He decided to start with the basics. He took a book on sword fighting and began to learn again. For the skills of a true duke were not yet within his reach. Suddenly, the sword in his hands glowed with a bright blue light, responding to the call of the blood flowing through his new veins. Ancient words came to mind. Piercing wind. And the blow of his sword cut a huge mountain in half, revealing the power of his awakened gift. The debris of the mountain fell down with a deafening roar, and the hero tried to look confident, hoping that no one had noticed his awkward mistake in the blow. In fact, he had aimed at a completely different mountain, but his companions, struck by the unprecedented force of the blow, did not even notice this small oversight. The next morning, an ancient dragon flew over the lands of the duchy, its wings casting huge shadows on the fields and forests below. The mighty reptile immediately felt the familiar warmth of his blessing, which he had left with the people of this land many years ago. Wanting to test his hunch, the wise dragon turned into a small hawk and flew down to the ground, searching with his keen eyes for traces of his magic. Close to the ground, he dispelled the spell of transformation, taking the form of a tall man in light-colored clothes embroidered with gold thread. Carefully examining the walls of the old palace, he sensed that somewhere nearby lived people with his ancient power, whom he had blessed many years ago. After a few days in his new body, the former servant found the Duke's old diary, hidden among dusty books in a far corner of the library. The pages of the diary revealed a secret that Duke Aaron had kept his entire life, trusting it to no one, not even his closest confidants. The story began many years ago, when Aaron's uncle, Jaren, with the help of an influential lord, seized the throne from the old emperor, who had been weakened by years of rule. After their father's death, the young heirs had to flee from the new authorities, saving their lives from brutal assassins. They were saved by the only condition their father managed to set before his death, as if foreseeing the future misfortunes of his children. The children swore never to claim the imperial throne, and in return, their father negotiated for Aaron the title of Duke of the distant land of Bran. This land was considered cursed, a barren wasteland with a half-ruined fortress where even weeds did not grow and dangerous monsters often appeared. But for children who had possessed the power of a dragon and the gift of a grandmaster since birth, even such an inhospitable land could become a real home. Over time, they managed to establish a life in these lands, although Aaron decided to hide his abilities forever, remaining faithful to his father's oath. Upon learning the truth, the former butler could not believe that an ancient oath was more important to the Duke than the lives of the common people who had entrusted their fates to him. One ordinary day in Bran's lands, disaster struck. A little boy seriously injured his arm while playing, and his cries echoed throughout the neighborhood. As if by magic, a young healer appeared nearby, her hands glowing with a warm golden light, quickly soothing the pain and healing the wound. Saying goodbye to the boy, the kind girl asked him to be more careful when playing, because next time she might not be there to help. This kind healer was Cecilia, a young saint of the Order of Vivian, whose heart always sought to help those in need. Suddenly, Cecilia's attention was drawn to the loud voice of a herald, summoning the people to listen to an important speech by the Duke. The Duke's appearance caused a murmur of discontent among the crowd. People considered him a weak ruler and did not want to waste their time on empty words. A quiet whisper passed through the crowd. Someone had noticed that the Duke had changed greatly in recent times, as if he had become a completely different person. Many agreed, remembering how the Duke had recently found and punished dishonest knights who had long oppressed the common people. Standing before the hostile crowd, the hero understood their feelings. The people were tired of hunger and the excessive taxes collected by the former Duke. Summoning all his courage, he announced the alarming news. Intelligence had reported a growing army of orcs ready to attack their lands. The crowd responded with bitter laughter. They had heard such threats many times before, but the former Duke had never tried to protect his people. Seeing the people's distrust, the Duke passionately called on them to unite against their common enemy, so that together they could rid themselves of their eternal fear of the orcs. His fiery words silenced the crowd. The people looked in amazement at their ruler, in whom an unprecedented determination had awakened. Gathering his courage, the Duke announced a new approach to defending the land. They would no longer hide behind walls, but would go into battle themselves. Aaron firmly stated that he was tired of watching his people suffer from orc raids, while the monsters lived in wealth stolen from the people. The words that the monsters lived richer than them struck a chord with every inhabitant, awakening long-forgotten pride in their hearts. Seeing the fire in the people's eyes, the Duke called on them to unite to defeat the orcs and finally build a decent life for their families. Not far from where he spoke stood the very dragon in human form, watching his blessed heir closely. Later, a dispute broke out in the castle between the Duke and the treasurer. The ruler urgently needed money for armor for his warriors. Their loud argument was interrupted by a knock on the door, and both angrily shouted at the uninvited guest to go away, not wanting to interrupt their important conversation. It turned out that Knight Rammel had arrived with important news. A messenger had arrived from Duke Rainon with a special message. A stately man named Kynos appeared at the door, handed over the letter, and said that he had come at the personal request of Duke Rainon. The hero pretended to be surprised, although he immediately recognized Kynos. In his previous life, this man had become famous as a great military strategist. Quickly breaking the seal, the Duke began to read the message, in which his old friend offered help in difficult times. The letter spoke of the 3 difficult years Aaron had spent in Bran's lands, constantly fighting for the survival of his people. Rainon had sent them a talented strategist and some gold, hoping that Kynos would help strengthen Bran's lands until their next meeting. Suddenly, the Duke remembered the promised gold, and the greedy treasurer immediately demanded to see the letter, forgetting their recent argument. Kynos said with a slight smile that Duke Rainon had sent 50,000 gold coins to support his allies in their time of need. The treasurer's face darkened, but he was not surprised by the modest sum. He knew that Duke Rainon's lands were also going through difficult times. The hero sternly ordered him not to grumble. The money would be enough to equip the soldiers and clean the dirty city streets. Seeing the treasurer's confusion, Aaron explained that it was pointless to keep gold when disease threatened their greatest treasure, their people. He wisely noted that the loss of inhabitants would lead to the decline of the entire duchy, as there would be no one left to defend the walls or work the fields. The dragon, watching this, understood the flaws in the young ruler's plan, but was pleased by his concern for the people, a rare quality among the nobility. The treasurer, looking displeased, allowed the Duke to spend the money as he saw fit, clearly disagreeing with such extravagance. Leaving the room, the old man slammed the door loudly, showing his attitude toward the new ruler's decisions. The Duke merely smiled. The arrival of the experienced strategist Kynos saved him from long hours of studying military treatises. Despite his friend's recommendation, Aaron was in no hurry to make Kynos his chief strategist, fearing that the people would be dissatisfied with such a quick appointment. He suggested that the strategist prove his abilities in a campaign against the orcs in order to earn the trust not only of the ruler, but also of the common people. Kynos agreed to help, although he was seething with pride inside. How dare a mere mortal doubt his military talent? Watching the young Duke, the strategist understood that if the campaign was successful, they would have 3 interesting years of working together ahead of them. Aaron immediately told him about his plans to develop the dungeons after the victory over the orcs, which surprised and even frightened the experienced strategist. After a week of intense preparation, they assembled a strong army of well-trained knights ready to fight for their land. After a long study of the battle plan, the Duke made sure that every warrior knew his task and gave the order to march. This day was to go down in history. The people would finally repel the evil orcs and reclaim the riches stolen by the monsters. The army, inspired by the shouts and blessings of the townspeople, proudly set off to meet their destiny. After a long journey, the army stopped at the edge of the dark forest, where their formidable enemy lurked among the ancient trees. In the heart of the forest hid Kuruk, the leader of the orc tribe, who had turned an old fortress into an impregnable lair for his warriors. It was this cruel chieftain who had been ravaging their trade routes for years, condemning the people to starvation, and now Aaron was determined to put an end to his evil deeds. Suddenly, Rommel arrived with alarming news. Scouts had spotted 5 groups of kobold archers hiding in the forest. Realizing that they couldn't defeat the cunning archers without magic, Aaron called on his sister for help, whose spells could turn the tide of battle. Cheryl quickly ran into the forest clutching a magic staff in her hands and began to cast a 3rd-level fireball spell. Although the spell was considered weak, in her hands it gained the power of the 5th circle, revealing the true strength of the young sorceress. A fireball flew toward the enemies, and the last thing the kobolds saw was a huge flame that engulfed them without a trace. Instead of joy, Aaron was filled with horror. He had asked his sister not to use powerful magic so as not to attract the attention of the Imperial spies. Cheryl only snorted in response to her brother's reproaches, not understanding his alarm. After all, she had used a simple 3rd circle spell. The young duke bitterly regretted his decision to take his sister on the campaign. He had thought she would only use simple combat spells. Kynos reassured the ruler, explaining that the emperor would find out about their power anyway. But as long as the soldiers remained silent, they had time to prepare. Calmed by the strategist's words, Aaron asked if he had found a suitable place for the decisive battle with the orc army. The day before the campaign, they gathered to discuss the battle plan, and Kynos explained his idea. It would be best to destroy the enemy before the open battle began. The strategist suggested luring the enemies into a trap, using the advantages of the terrain to save the lives of his warriors. The choice of location for the battle was particularly important. They were about to face 2,000 orcs, relying only on skillful calculation and cunning. Their squad numbered only 500 fighters, so even victory in open combat would result in huge losses among their people. The wise strategist suggested using 100 horsemen as bait to lure the orcs out of their hiding places in the forest. Their fast horses gave them the advantage, allowing them to lure the enemy straight into a prepared ambush. According to the plan, the archers were to destroy at least half of the enemy army before the orcs realized their mistake. The remaining orcs were to be driven into open ground, where armored knights would surround them. After listening carefully to the plan, Aaron agreed. There was no better solution for their small army. Suddenly, a breathless knight ran up to the duke and reported that the enemies had already begun to move toward their detachment. The orcs' quick reaction surprised everyone. It seemed they had skilled scouts who had immediately noticed the humans approaching the forest. Seeing the unusual organization of the enemies, Kynos suggested that after the victory, the surviving orcs be made slaves to work in the dungeons. The idea seemed interesting to the duke, but he doubted that the proud orcs would agree to serve humans even after their defeat. He had heard before that such creatures only obeyed dragons, whose ancient magic could bend their will. Kynos hastened to explain that orcs recognized the authority of anyone who surpassed them in strength, be it a dragon or a mighty warrior. The duke decided to postpone the conversation. Saving the lives of his people was more important than thinking about future gains. It was time to act. Aaron ordered his sister to take 200 warriors and hide in the forest, while the knights prepared to surround the enemy. After giving his final instructions, he asked Kynos to watch the battle from the hill and save his life for future battles. After all preparations were complete, the duke took his sword, gathered his loyal warriors, and led them to meet their fate. At that moment, a scout ran to the orc chief with news that human troops were approaching their territory. Kuruk flew into a rage upon learning that the pathetic humans dared to attack after so many years of cowardly hiding behind their fortified walls. The chieftain was confident of victory. Once the humans entered the Black Forest, they would be easy prey for his warriors. The orcs had another trick up their sleeve. The chief ordered them to release their most terrifying weapon, one that the humans did not expect to encounter in battle. The heavy gates creaked open, releasing a terrifying creature, a huge minotaur with curved horns and powerful muscles. Gathering his entire army, including the fearsome minotaur, the orc chieftain led them toward the humans, anticipating an easy victory over their insolent enemies. An invisible guardian hovered in the heavens. An ancient dragon in the guise of a bird watched the battle begin, knowing that the time had come for Aaron to show his true strength. At the duke's signal, the warriors lined up for battle, 100 brave hearts under his command against 2,000 ferocious orcs of Kuruk. Blessed with dragon power, the Duke easily struck down his enemies, his sword flashing like lightning amid the raging sea of battle. But alarm crept into his heart when he saw his warriors drowning in an endless stream of enemies, like grains of sand in the surf. In the heat of battle, the Duke did not notice the approach of a huge minotaur, and only his animal instincts helped him dodge the deadly blow. The deafening roar of the monster caused the warriors to cover their ears with their hands, trying to escape the sound that could rupture their eardrums. As soon as the echo of the roar faded in the forest, the Duke raised his sword and called on his soldiers to continue the fight, promising to stay by their side until the last drop of blood. Throwing himself at the orcs with his sword, Aaron remembered Kaino's wise words that living enemies could become useful allies. Changing tactics, he began to stun his opponents with the hilt of his sword and hide them in the thick undergrowth, planning to return for them later. Seeing an endless stream of enemies emerging from the gloomy depths of the Black Forest, the Duke realized that it was time for a tactical retreat. The horsemen began to retreat, trampling their enemies under their hooves, followed by the enraged Minotaur, shaking the ground as it charged after them. The Duke ordered his men to retreat to higher ground, deciding to delay the monster himself and buy time for a maneuver. Turning his horse in one swift movement, he rushed toward the Minotaur, managing to save his warrior from certain death at the last moment. The loyal knights, defying the order to retreat, remained by their lord's side, watching his desperate bravery with awe. The disobedience of his warriors saddened the Duke, but fate turned their mistake into good fortune. Strong hands were needed to bind the defeated Minotaur. The Duke calmly explained to the surprised knight Arthur his decision to spare the monster's life. Such strength would still serve their purposes. In the midst of their work with the captive Minotaur, new orcs appeared, but Cheryl met them with a wall of magical flames. The knights had to dodge the crazed orcs, who fled in fear from the fiery wrath of the young sorceress. Many enemies fell in battle, but Kuruk and his loyal warriors continued the pursuit, burning with a desire to avenge their fallen comrades. Just as the orcs were celebrating their imminent victory, the knights' steel ring closed around them, cutting off all routes of retreat. The knights parted, forming a living corridor through which their leader made his way to the surrounded orcs for negotiations. With the dignity of a ruler, Aaron offered Kuroko an honorable way out, to decide the outcome of the battle in a duel between the leaders, granting the loser his life. Distrust was evident in the orc's yellow eyes, but he understood that one order from the Duke and his warriors would become food for the crows. The Duke reinforced his words with a warrior's oath, demanding the same promise from the orc chieftain to seal their agreement. The leader hesitated, but the hopelessness of the situation forced him to agree, taking the man's word that he would spare the lives of his warriors. The battlefield was surrounded by shields, and the orc immediately rushed into the attack, swinging a fearsome mace with iron spikes. Aaron stood motionless until the last moment, like a statue, and then easily dodged the blow, sending the orc chieftain into a frenzy of rage. With each dodge of the new attacks, the Duke felt the ancient power of the dragon flowing through his veins, making his movements light and precise. After another graceful dodge by the Duke, the enraged cocker burst into a torrent of foul language, calling his opponent a cowardly rag. The insult wounded the Duke's pride. He thrust his sword into the ground and challenged the orc to a fair fight with his bare hands. Rommel looked anxiously at his unarmed master, considering his decision rash, but Aaron was determined to teach the orc a lesson in strength. Appreciating his opponent's noble gesture, Kuruk threw down his mace. His muscular arms seemed sufficient weaponry against the frail human. Rommel's heart sank with fear. No matter how strong his master was, fighting an orc without weapons seemed like pure madness. Everyone knew about the natural strength of orcs raised in endless battles. Even their claws were sharper than steel, and the Duke stood before his enemy without any protection. When the orc aimed his terrifying claws at the Duke's face, the latter noticed with surprise how slowly his opponent's hand moved, easily dodging the attack. Testing the limits of his newfound power, Aaron decided to take the orc's next blow without trying to defend himself. The result astonished him. The orc's powerful blow, capable of piercing armor, felt like a mere push against his blessed body. Seeing their master dodge the blows, the loyal knights began to worry not only for his life, but also for their own fate in the event of defeat. The first successful blow caused jubilation among the orcs. They were already imagining how they would turn the arrogant humans into their slaves. Aaron calmly asked his enemies to temper their enthusiasm, after which his body seemed to dissolve into the air, reappearing next to the stunned orc. Appearing above his enemy, the Duke announced that fate had turned against the orcs. Now they would have to serve humans. A light blow knocked the chieftain back several steps, and when he got up, he accused the man of witchcraft. Such power could not belong to a mortal. In response, Aaron continued his attack, demonstrating the true power of his gift until the proud orc begged for mercy. After his victory, the Duke led the bound chieftain to the orc fortress, where the fate of the entire tribe would be decided. In the captured fortress, he announced his will. The orcs would be spared, but they would have to work for the good of Bran's lands. Showing mercy, he allowed them to hunt in the forests and promised to share food for good work, but warned that the slightest disobedience would be punished by death. The orcs' distrustful glances expressed their doubts about the man's words, as they were used to seeing only enemies in humans. Irritated by their doubts, Aaron pointed to the beaten chieftain, promising the same fate to anyone who dared to challenge his authority. Finally realizing the seriousness of the situation, the orcs bowed their heads, acknowledging the power of the unusually strong man. The Duke decided to secure his victory by taking all the orcs' supplies. This would help him fulfill the promise he had made to Bran's starving people. Late at night, the victorious detachment returned to the fortress, leading wagons loaded with the captured food supplies. When the joyful cries of the welcoming crowd died down, Aaron instructed his loyal Rommel to take care of the captured orcs. With Cheryl's magic, they opened a portal to the Frostlands, where they took the defeated monsters for their final lesson. Here Aaron showed the orcs the full power of his gift, and they finally understood that they were standing before a man blessed by the dragon himself. The stunned orcs fell to their knees, swearing eternal loyalty to the Duke, whose strength surpassed even their most terrifying legends. The Duke ordered them to raise their heads and remember the lesson. The mountain, split by his power, would serve as a reminder of the punishment for their betrayal. The next morning, Kuruk made a sacred oath to the Duke that his people would keep the secret of the ruler's power and suppress any attempt at rebellion. Aaron sternly reminded the chieftain of his threat to exterminate their entire clan for disobedience, and the orc hastily withdrew, struck by the determination in the man's eyes. His place was taken by an inspired Kanos, who did not hide his admiration for how skillfully the Duke had subdued the wild orcs. The Duke explained that the orcs had mistaken him for a dragon, which greatly simplified the task. Now their submission was based on sacred fear. The advisor's face darkened. He reminded everyone of the well-known vindictiveness of dragons toward those who dare to claim their greatness for themselves. Aaron reassured Kanos, explaining that he had never called himself a dragon. The orcs had come to that conclusion themselves after seeing his power. The tension left the advisor, and he laughed, imagining how frightened the orcs must have been when they mistook a human for an ancient, powerful creature. The butler kept his thoughts to himself. Although he knew that his strength was indeed comparable to that of a dragon, it was best to keep that secret. Instead of long conversations, he asked Kanos to prepare for a meeting where he would have to tell everyone about the orcs' new status. Left alone, Aaron thought bitterly about the former Duke, who with such power could have protected his people from any trouble. The oath he had sworn to his father had bound the former Duke's hands, but even that did not justify his complete inaction in the face of his people's suffering. The new master of the body swore to himself that he would surpass his predecessor and prepare for the final battle, on which the lives of all the inhabitants of Bran depended. A council of war gathered in the main hall of the castle, where the Duke enthusiastically recounted the victory, particularly praising Kano's brilliant strategy. The wise advisor thanked him for the praise, but emphasized that it was the unyielding will of their lord that had led the army to such a glorious victory. The silence in the hall was broken by the indignant cry of Cheryl, a young sorceress who jumped up from her seat, unable to accept that her fiery power had not been given the praise it deserved. A stern frown appeared on the Duke's face, and he sharply reminded his sister that their goal was not to destroy their enemies, but to acquire valuable workers for future prosperity. When the passions had subsided, the Duke moved on to important news. Their holdings had grown fivefold, and now they needed to wisely dispose of the new lands. His next words stunned the assembled company. He proposed creating an underground labyrinth, and this strange idea seemed completely insane to everyone. Max, a former secret agent and now the manager, couldn't believe his ears. The Duke wanted to turn the underground caves into a lure for adventure seekers. Instead of explaining, Aaron turned to Kanos, asking if he was ready with a detailed plan to present to the council. Despite being busy with recent events, the wise advisor had already prepared all the necessary documents. From the folds of his clothes, Kanos pulled out a large scroll, which, when unrolled, took up almost the entire table, astonishing everyone with its size. A detailed diagram of the future underground complex was spread out on the parchment, and everyone present leaned over the table, studying every line of the drawing. After examining the plan, the Duke praised Kaino's work, but pointed out the absence of an important element, a system for attracting adventurers. Even more important was to think through a way to conclude special agreements with the heroes when they found themselves in a hopeless situation inside the dungeon. Max jumped up in righteous anger, reminding the Duke of his noble origins and the possible damage to their family's honor. Aaron merely shrugged, reminding him that even the most ancient lineage would not save one from starvation in difficult times. The tense silence was broken by Kaino's loud laughter, who, with feigned remorse, admitted that he had not thought of such cunning plans. The experienced advisor appreciated his master's ability to think outside the box and promised to add elements of subtle manipulation to the plan. Leaving the council chamber, Max felt a heavy weight on his heart. Such risky ventures could lead their small duchy to swift ruin. Early the next morning, the Duke decided to personally check the progress of the city streets cleanup, not trusting the reports of others. What he saw clearly did not please him. He immediately began questioning the treasurer about measures to maintain cleanliness in the city. The old treasurer assured him with a bitter smile that all efforts were being made to prepare for winter, since they were now safe from starvation. Aaron abruptly cut him off, reminding him of the abundant supplies of food and gold that made such fears empty excuses. The treasurer's eyes showed indignation. He considered his master a madman who had forgotten the cost of the equipment for the recent campaign. The old man proudly pointed to the already cleaned areas of the city, considering additional spending on cleaning to be a waste of money. His words enraged the Duke, who began to explain that clean streets were not for beauty, but for protection against deadly diseases. The young ruler proposed a simple solution: pay the workers with food taken from the orcs to maintain order in the city. Walking through the streets, Aaron thought anxiously about the dwindling food supplies and dirty streets, trying to find a way to solve both problems at once. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a guard's report informing Rommel of a healer who was once again treating people without permission from the authorities. Rommel instantly recognized who it was. It was the very same nun from the Order of Vivian who had continued to help the sick townspeople. A disturbing prophecy came to the Duke's mind. Soon, the Order of Paris would destroy the community of these kind healers. The knight loudly demanded that the nuns show him permission to use sacred magic within their lands. The young novices looked down in embarrassment. They did not have the necessary papers and were preparing to leave the place of their service. A crowd of townspeople burst into pleas for help, begging the healers to stay for the sake of their sick children. The people bitterly reproached the guards for the lack of a city hospital where the poor could receive help. Seeing the growing anger of the crowd, kind Cecilia tried to calm the people, promising to return with permission as soon as possible. Suddenly, the authoritative voice of the Duke rang out. He allowed the nuns to continue their noble work. To everyone's surprise, he expressed sincere gratitude for their care of his subjects and lifted all restrictions on their activities. The guards stood frozen in amazement, while the common people burst into joyful cries, thanking the merciful ruler. The abbess stared intently at the young Duke's face, trying to understand the sincerity of his unexpected decision. Her words of gratitude embarrassed Aaron, and he hastily suggested a private conversation while the other nuns continued their treatment. In his heart, the Duke was triumphant. Now he had a free infirmary, and he planned to use the healers to their fullest potential. In the castle's ceremonial hall, something unexpected happened. An excited Cecilia forgot all propriety and rushed to embrace the surprised Duke. Aaron, confused, tried to remind the girl of the strict rules of her order, which forbade such close contact with men. But joy overshadowed all rules. Through tears of happiness, the healer thanked him for his decision to build a new temple. The Duke saw nothing unusual in this, but his calm was disturbed by the alarmed treasurer with his objections. The old man began to argue passionately that the construction of the temple would empty their coffers, leaving the duchy without means of subsistence. The young ruler was aware of the difficulties, but hoped to use secret reserves kept for special occasions. The wise treasurer reminded him of the sacred nature of this money. It had been left by the emperor for times of extreme need. But Aaron believed that such a moment had come, and the old man had to resign himself to the will of his unusual master. While Cecilia expressed her gratitude for the help with genuine enthusiasm, The Duke carefully considered the terms he intended to offer the nuns. At the center of his thoughts was the question of creating a divine elixir within the walls of the future sanctuary, for he hoped to enlist Cecilia's support in developing the lands entrusted to him. With sincere zeal, the novice assured Aaron of her willingness to produce as much of the sacred liquid as he needed for his purposes, unwittingly contributing to the realization of his plans. A few days later, barely able to contain his excitement at the importance of his discovery, Kainos rushed to the Duke to share the unexpected news. The source of his concern was the discovery by the orcs of a mysterious underground complex located near their powerful defensive fortifications. According to the orc leader's report, the ancient structure, buried deep underground, was completely abandoned, and all mention of its owners had been lost in time. In the opinion of the experienced Kainos, over the years, these mysterious catacombs have become a refuge for various dangerous creatures that have flooded the underground corridors. The advisor expressed concern about how difficult it might be to attract adventurers to such a remote place and asked if the Duke was willing to undertake the investigation. After carefully analyzing the situation, Aaron came to the conclusion that the sudden appearance of high-level dungeons would only cause mistrust and suspicion among the local residents. A sudden thought about the healing abilities of the young nun gave the Duke a brilliant idea for attracting potential explorers to the dungeon. The astute ruler decided to spread rumors among the population about a legendary elixir of immortality hidden in the ancient catacombs, capable of granting eternal life. Kainos looked at his master with undisguised surprise, doubting that anyone would believe in the existence of such a treasure in abandoned underground passages. However, the Duke, confident in the infallibility of his plan, suggested that his advisor personally verify the effectiveness of his cunning scheme. Upon reaching the newly built temple, where nuns tirelessly cared for the suffering, the mighty dragon froze in amazement at the divine radiance emanating from them. Watching Cecilia's graceful movements, he clearly saw the divine energy flowing from her body, wondering how such an amazing creature had ended up in their lands. Noticing the approaching visitors, the young nun rushed toward the Duke with unconcealed joy, while the puzzled dragon could not understand the blindness of those around him to her divine aura. Gathering his thoughts and casting aside his doubts, Aaron asked Cecilia with sincere interest about the current state of affairs and her successes in her new endeavor. The joyful novice hurried to report on the successful completion of the magnificent temple and her complete control over all the community's current affairs. The Duke cautiously inquired about the possibility of creating holy water, to which he received not only a confident agreement, but also an offer to immediately demonstrate its amazing abilities. Approaching the majestic statue of the goddess Vivian, the young novice offered a sincere prayer for the gift of divine power to perform the long-awaited miracle. A huge vat of ordinary water suddenly glowed with a bright golden light, and the shocked Kainos realized the incredible power of the girl who had inherited divine blood. At the dragon's suggestion, it was decided to test the miraculous properties of the water on the most seriously ill person present, so that the effect would be as clear as possible to everyone. The old man, exhausted by his ailments, reluctantly agreed to the experiment, although deep down he doubted the healing properties of the seemingly ordinary water. However, as soon as he took the first sip of the sacred liquid, his body was instantly filled with unprecedented energy, and the excruciating pain in his joints completely subsided. Looking at his transformed reflection, the astonished old man could not believe his eyes. His body seemed to have rejuvenated by 5 years, surpassing the effects of all known medicines. Delighted by the sincere praise and gratitude, Cecilia approached the Duke again, who, hiding his excitement, was already making further plans. A daring plan formed in his mind: to fill the dungeon with holy water and spread rumors about a source of eternal life, for which it was necessary to keep the unusually gifted novice close at hand. When all the details of the plan had finally fallen into place, the Duke immediately summoned Kainos to discuss important organizational matters. Aaron was interested in the complexity of spreading plausible rumors among the population about the existence of an elixir of immortality in the recently discovered catacombs. The experienced dragon confirmed the uniqueness of such powerful holy water, noting that even the observed rejuvenating effect was guaranteed to cause unprecedented excitement. Encouraged by the advisor's support, Aaron realized with satisfaction that the main preparations for the implementation of his plan were almost complete. Just as the Duke was about to set off to explore the dungeon himself, he was stopped by an excited Cecilia, who wanted to introduce him to a special guest. The novice nun intended to introduce him to the renowned captain of the Holy Knights of Aviona, whose appearance in their lands seemed like an incredible stroke of luck. The Duke was somewhat embarrassed to admit his complete ignorance of the legendary Order of Holy Knights. This renowned order had earned its fame thanks to its unmatched defensive skills. Its members, filled with divine power, formed an impenetrable formation. Due to the tragic events that befell the order, only one captain remained alive, a powerful warrior whose arrival was expected at any moment. Just as Aaron was about to ask Cecilia more about the mysterious captain, the silence was broken by an authoritative female voice that echoed throughout the area. Before them stood the legendary leader of the Holy Knights, who immediately demanded that the red-haired young man stay away from their holy maiden. Bianca explained her unexpected appearance as being solely due to their holy maiden's desire to build a new temple in these lands, worthy of the great goddess Vivian. However, the warlike maiden expressed extreme indignation at the choice of such a miserable place, with barren soil, worthless inhabitants, and a completely unworthy ruler. Alarmed by Lady Bianca's harsh words directed at her respected lord, Cecilia made a desperate attempt to smooth over the tension. The Duke, on the contrary, was not in the least offended by the insults. He merely inquired on what basis she had formed such categorical judgments about the weakness of the local inhabitants. The haughty warrior declared her willingness to obey only the strongest, bitterly admitting that she had never met a worthy ruler in her entire life. In response, the Duke proposed an immediate fair fight in which the loser would have to endure 3 crushing blows from the winner. Bianca glanced contemptuously at the frail figure of the young man, considering him too insignificant an opponent, but readily accepted the challenge. The opponents took their positions in an improvised circle formed by the Duke's loyal knights, who were ready to witness the outcome of the duel. Arthur, watching the preparations, thought gloomily about the recklessness of the planned battle with its obvious outcome, sincerely worrying about his master. His comrade tried to cheer him up by reminding him of his master's memorable victory over a mighty orc without weapons, but Arthur continued to worry. Unable to prevent the inevitable clash, the loyal knights could only hold their breath and hope for a favorable outcome. Before the fight began, the Duke carefully scanned the ground for a suitable weapon and picked up an inconspicuous dry branch, causing the spectators to look on in bewilderment. Bianca was enraged that a commoner dared to oppose a holy knight armed with nothing but a branch. Deciding to demonstrate the full power of her position, the warrior passionately called upon the goddess Vivian, begging her to grant her the strength to crush her insolent opponent. Aaron watched his opponent with genuine bewilderment, wondering why she was delaying her attack, as if she were inexplicably afraid of a simple stick. The enraged holy warrior finally made up her mind and rushed forward to attack the unperturbed Duke, intending to end the fight with a single blow. The Duke, masterfully controlling the situation, used a simple branch to create a powerful spell of cutting wind, which Bianca tried to block with her shield. However, the crushing power of the magical blow was so great that the sacred shield was instantly covered with a web of cracks, and the girl herself trembled with fear. Realizing that one blow was enough to teach the arrogant Bianca a lesson, the Duke decided to finish what he had started, following the terms of the duel. He continued to methodically attack his opponent with the enchanted branch until her once impenetrable shield shattered into tiny fragments, scattering across the battlefield. Bianca's obvious defeat reminded everyone present of the terms of the duel, and the Duke, without hesitation, struck the defeated warrior 3 times on the thighs. After carrying out the deserved punishment, he strictly forbade her from uttering any more insulting words on his land, asserting his authority. The Duke expected to see bitter tears of humiliation, but to his amazement, such treatment seemed to suit the wayward warrior very well. Noticing the unusual state of her faithful friend, the embarrassed Cecilia hurried to her, explaining to the Duke her passionate fondness for romantic novels. While the nuns led the embarrassed girl away, the Duke ordered his men to gather warriors to clear the dungeon. Assessing the assembled troops, the Duke realized with alarm that they were extremely outnumbered, as the diversion of his main forces to guard the borders left him with only 100 warriors at his disposal. The perceptive Kainos explained the situation. According to the established laws of military service, every 10th inhabitant of their population of 5,000 was subject to conscription. Forming a truly impressive army required a significant increase in population, But even natural growth was hampered by an acute shortage of food. After carefully considering the situation, Aaron decided to focus his efforts on improving living conditions to attract new settlers and ensure their well-being. The loyal advisor solemnly promised to do everything in his power to remedy the dire situation in the lands and help bring his lord's grand plans to fruition. The Duke gratefully accepted Kaino's promise, but his thoughts turned involuntarily to the growing stream of refugees flooding the estates of the Earls of Grey and Amon. Putting aside his troubling thoughts for the moment, he resolutely called upon the assembled warriors to march toward the mysterious underground lair in search of ancient treasures. Upon arrival, the knights were met by Kurok, accompanied by his orcs, who bowed respectfully before their master, expressing their deep respect. When asked about the events in the dungeon, the confused leader reluctantly admitted that things had taken a very unfavorable turn, threatening their safety. Descending to the second level of the catacombs, Kurok bitterly pointed to the bodies of his fallen comrades, lying lifeless on the cold stone floor. The leader explained that during a routine inspection of the lower level, his warriors had suddenly begun to exhibit signs of inexplicable and strange behavior. Cheryl, who was part of the expedition, instantly sensed the sinister aura of the place, which sent a supernatural chill through her body. Later, it became clear that the cause of the freezing cold was mysterious magical vibrations that sucked the life force out of the orcs and turned them into mindless puppets. In an attempt to protect the rest of the squad, Kurok made the difficult decision to personally stop his possessed brothers who had turned against humans. With one crushing blow, he struck down his kin. But as soon as they lost consciousness, an ominous darkness poured out of their lifeless bodies, forming a giant ghost. The brave Kurok immediately rushed to stop the terrifying entity, but its true target was Aaron, who barely managed to fend off the sudden attack. With every passing moment, the number of shadows rapidly increased, and soon they surrounded everyone in the gloomy dungeon in a tight circle. Cheryl fought desperately against the otherworldly creatures, fully aware that if she did not defeat these ghosts now, they would haunt her in her nightmares. While Aaron skillfully defended the girl with his enchanted sword, she concentrated on summoning the purifying power of fiery magic to destroy the sinister spirits. After the first wave of ghosts was successfully destroyed, Rommel and the leader continued to fight unsuccessfully against the shadows, which were invulnerable to ordinary weapons. Hiding behind a massive boulder, the advisor shouted to his comrades that only magic could harm the ghosts, and hand-to-hand combat was useless. Instantly assessing the gravity of the situation, Cheryl began to weave a complex spell once again, seeking to help her brave allies in their unequal battle. Her powerful magic enveloped the warriors' weapons in sacred flames, granting them the ability to effectively strike their incorporeal enemies in the brutal fight. Finally, after a fierce battle, most of the shadows fell, but the surviving ghosts suddenly merged together, forming a giant spirit that attempted to escape. The quick-witted Duke managed to deliver a crushing blow to the monster before it could slip through the ancient walls of the underground labyrinth. Carefully emerging from his hiding place, the perceptive Kainos suggested that the ghost's appearance was no accident and that they were probably guarding some ancient secret. At this tense moment, the attentive Cheryl discovered a mysterious ancient tome and urged her brother to carefully study its contents. This amazing book, which told of the legacy of the ancients, revealed a secret. In the distant past, a magnificent temple of a mysterious monastic order had stood here. The girl enthusiastically explained to her brother the essential difference between magicians, who draw their power from outside sources, and monks, who are able to summon energy of a completely different, spiritual nature. The hero skillfully portrayed extreme amazement, although in reality he was well aware of these practices thanks to his knowledge of the future, marveling only at their existence a decade ago. After carefully studying ancient records, Cheryl explained the fundamental difference. While magicians use an innate reservoir of mana, spiritual practices allow one to develop and transform an internal source of power. Handing the mysterious tome to Kainos, the intrigued Duke asked his advisor to share his knowledge of this mysterious art of mana control. After carefully studying several pages of the ancient manuscript, the wise dragon confirmed Cheryl's words that spiritual practices open the way to magic even for ordinary people. A promising idea instantly popped into Aaron's mind. If he taught his soldiers this art, even their small squad could become incredibly effective. However, the perceptive Kainos urged his master to exercise caution and temporarily refrain from implementing such a risky plan. The advisor pointed to the surroundings. The entire dungeon was stained with blood and bore traces of countless brutal battles of the past. The dragons suggested that either the training of this force was unbearably cruel, or the energy itself was so dangerous that it led the ancient monks to mutual destruction. Realizing the seriousness of the warnings, the prudent Aaron decided to postpone the experiments until the ancient manuscripts had been fully studied and the consequences thoroughly analyzed. After extensive research, the hero and his companions finally reached the third level of the mysterious underground labyrinth. After defeating the local monsters, they discovered a massive chest filled with gold, and Aaron wisely decided to divide the treasure equally between himself and future seekers. The enterprising Kainos asked his master to allow him to dispose of the second half of the treasure, arguing that the dungeon was too simple. The experienced advisor understood perfectly well how difficult it was to create truly dangerous trials for seasoned adventurers in the current conditions. The far-sighted dragon planned to use the gold to significantly improve the dungeon, already having several promising ideas in mind. After some time skillfully disposing of the accumulated treasures, the cunning Kainos turned a simple dungeon into a veritable labyrinth of puzzles and traps. Not satisfied with the obstacles he had created, the powerful dragon decided to summon an entire army of the living dead to these ancient walls with his dark magic. Upon completion of the complex ritual, ghostly skeletons, sinister spirits, and other creatures of darkness began to emerge from the frozen ground. The next stage of his work was to improve the holy water with a special spell designed to enhance its miraculous properties. After carefully examining the resulting elixir, Kainos was convinced that the potion could prolong the life of mortals for a whole year, which was ideal for their plan. The last task facing the dragon was to find enough greedy adventurers willing to risk everything for untold riches. It took some time for the rumors to reach the right ears, and the first groups of brave adventurers began to arrive in the reviving city. By the time the first adventurers showed up, the city had changed a lot, clearly showing that the local authorities had been busy getting ready for the influx of visitors. The city guards were decked out in brand new armor, obviously purchased with funds obtained from the mysterious underground. The travelers' attention was particularly drawn to a recently renovated tavern, which had undoubtedly been furnished especially for the arriving adventurers. A shrewd adventuress quickly realized that the local duke was counting on travelers to spend generously on food and drink at the new establishment. Seeing nothing wrong with such spending, the group of adventurers enthusiastically headed inside the hospitable tavern. Upon crossing the threshold, a seasoned adventurer was surprised to recognize an old acquaintance who had not only built a beautiful tavern, but also set up a hotel. The owner of the establishment willingly shared that the construction had been financed by the local authorities, but he had no doubt that it would quickly pay for itself thanks to the influx of treasure hunters. Wishing to take advantage of his old friend's knowledge, the experienced adventurer decided to ask Gerald about all the known details of the mysterious dungeon. The talkative innkeeper told him about the rumors surrounding the legendary elixir of life, emphasizing that the first to find it usually got the richest spoils. Satisfied with the information he had received, the traveler thanked Gerald for his valuable information and asked him to prepare dinner and lodging for the group. During this time, the curious Aaron spent his free hours studying ancient techniques for developing spiritual power. Despite persistent training, he had not yet been able to fully unlock the potential of the dragon's blessing and was aware of the risks of ancient practices, but he was determined to gain his own spiritual power. After prolonged meditation and extreme concentration, the Duke began to feel clear progress, sensing his inner strength awakening and growing stronger. The sudden appearance of a caring nun interrupted his focused exercises, causing him to startle with surprise. The kind-hearted girl explained that having learned of his diligent training, she had decided to express her gratitude by preparing a light meal for the Duke. Noticing an approaching knight with an obviously urgent message, the tactful nun hurried to take her leave, not wanting to interfere with important matters. As it turned out, the excited knight had come to deliver the joyful news of the arrival of the first adventurers, which delighted the Duke, who was eagerly awaiting the arrival of his new subjects. Upon reaching the entrance to the dungeon, the adventurers discovered that access was not free. A sign stated that 10 gold coins were required. A wealthy adventuress paid the required amount without hesitation, receiving in return official permission to explore the mysterious catacombs. The companion following her was stopped by vigilant guards due to the lack of the initial payment required to enter the dungeon. The initial assumption that a single payment of 10 gold coins would cover the entire group proved to be incorrect. Each adventurer had to pay the specified amount, which caused a wave of indignation. A resourceful guard quoted the Duke's wise words that 10 gold coins could always be earned, while the legendary elixir could run out at any moment. After weighing all the pros and cons, the leader of the group decided that 10 gold coins was a small price to pay for the chance to gain eternal life, and generously paid the entrance fee for all his companions. At the next merchant's stall, the travelers discovered a special holy water, which the enterprising seller offered for a gold coin per bottle. The persistent merchant convinced the travelers that his merchandise was essential for fighting the underground creatures, even though the group already had a supply of holy water. The shrewd businessman instantly recognized that their supplies came from the church in Paris, explaining to the inexperienced adventurers the superiority of Vivian holy water. Realizing the potential danger of unjustified savings, the prudent leader decided to purchase additional bottles of reinforced holy water. No sooner had they completed one transaction than the travelers were offered the opportunity to examine magical equipment, and despite their growing irritation at the endless expenses, they agreed. Near the entrance, the travelers noticed a remarkable sign announcing the cost of emergency evacuation: 100 gold pieces per person. A local sorcerer demonstrated a special magical artifact designed to save the lives of adventurers for a set fee. A notable condition was that no advance payment was required. The gold was only due if the artifact was actually used to save someone's life. A rational adventurer made the wise decision to take the artifact, hoping to recoup all his expenses many times over if he found the source of eternal life. The first steps of the brave explorers into the depths of the dungeon were closely watched by a shrewd advisor and a young duke. Quickly assessing the situation, the ruler realized that the trials were not difficult enough for experienced adventurers, and instructed the orc leader to increase the intensity of the adventure. Upon reaching the second level of the dungeon, the confident adventurers successfully dealt with the ghosts and monsters that inhabited it. Despite gradually exhausting their strength, the skillful use of the holy water they had acquired allowed the travelers to quickly restore their fighting ability. Having made it to the third level, the group encountered a new threat: rapidly attacking ghostly creatures of unknown origin. Relying on their previous experience, the adventurers immediately used the holy water against the rushing ghosts, confident in its effectiveness. The sudden discovery shocked the group. Behind the ghostly mass were skillfully disguised orcs, immune to the effects of holy water. The tragic death of one of their comrades revealed the bitter truth to the commander. They were facing hybrid creatures, vulnerable only to conventional weapons. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, the adventurers fled, and the orcs, abandoning their masquerade, discarded their elaborate costumes. Escaping pursuit, the group found themselves in a sinister labyrinth where even more dangerous creatures of the underground world could be lurking. Assessing the serious condition of their wounded comrade, the commander made the difficult decision to leave him in a relatively safe place while he was unconscious. Moving forward, the exhausted adventurers were taken by surprise by treacherous traps, which they barely managed to avoid. The loud mechanism of the traps served as a signal for a group of orcs, who immediately resumed their pursuit of the hapless treasure hunters. The exhausting escape drained the strength of some members of the group, but the selfless commander did not abandon her demoralized comrades, helping them to their feet. Reaching another turn, the exhausted adventurers resorted to ice magic to create a temporary barrier between themselves and their pursuers. Barely catching their breath, the group was subjected to a surprise attack by hidden skeleton archers, who rained a deadly hail of arrows down upon them. The resourceful mage of the group swiftly dispelled the bone archers with a powerful spell of continuous light. However, during the spell, she accidentally activated a clever trap. The ceiling began to lower, and water gushed from the walls, carrying the hapless seekers straight to the orcs. When they came to, after the unfortunate incident, the surviving members of the group were astonished to find themselves at the coveted source of eternal life. The fleeting joy of achieving their goal was quickly replaced by horror. Before them stood the fearsome guardian of the spring, a mighty minotaur. Realizing the inevitability of defeat, the desperate adventurer activated the life-saving evacuation artifact, sparing no expense to save his life. Despite the Minotaur's overwhelming power, the timely intervention of valiant knights saved the last survivor, putting the monster to flight. The noble defenders supported the shaken adventurer, comforting him with the news of the successful discovery of the legendary source. With renewed spirit, the adventurer filled a large bottle with water glowing with blue light, then hurried to leave the sinister dungeon. In a remote corner of the dungeon, the loyal Kura comforted the distraught Minotaur, who had been forced to take the knight's blows in order to preserve their heroic image. Once they reached the surface, the exhausted travelers noticed 3 nuns leisurely strolling near the entrance to the dungeon. The pious virgins offered the wounded adventurers healing in exchange for signing a special contract. The terms of the contract set the fee at 300 gold pieces for each person's treatment, guaranteeing survival but removing responsibility for any side effects. A special clause stipulated a monthly increase of 50% of the debt in case of delay, and failure to pay meant 10 years of slavery to Duke Aaron. Realizing the impossibility of paying the required amount, the man hesitated, but the insistent nuns hurried him, pointing to the fading lives of his companions. Seeing no other way out, the unfortunate adventurer signed the fateful contract with tears in his eyes, condemning himself to many years of servitude. The satisfied Duke accepted an impressive chest of gold coins from his advisor, rejoicing not only in his wealth, but also in the acquisition of useful slaves. The success of the venture depended entirely on the advisor's trust in the Duke's decisions, for which the ruler felt sincere gratitude. The wise old man looked with amazement at the chest overflowing with gold, recognizing the unexpected wisdom of his once frivolous master. Having assessed the profitability of the enterprise, the far-sighted Duke decided to monopolize the underground passages and began exploring new territories. Thanks to the impressive income from this risky business, the Duke significantly improved the standard of living of the people in his lands. The remaining funds were used to build a city of adventurers, which after winter construction work was proudly named Atun. Looking down from a hill at his new creation, the Duke acknowledged the success of the construction, but keenly felt the lack of population. His agonizing thoughts about attracting new residents came to no avail, for even settling orcs in the city would cause panic among the people. An unexpected message delivered by a carrier pigeon brought joyful news of the discovery of a rich gold vein on the border between the estates of the Counts of Grey and Aemon. Further exploration of the find threatened to provoke a serious territorial conflict between the neighboring lands. However, this prospect did not frighten the enterprising ruler. He saw the situation as an excellent opportunity to attract new subjects. Upon hearing of these plans, the alarmed Rommel considered his master a madman, ready to unleash a territorial war. The unperturbed Aaron explained his position. The gold-bearing lands had always belonged to him, and he had no intention of accepting anyone else's claims. The experienced Rommel tried to reason with his master, reminding him of the long-standing division of these territories between the 2 counties. The determined Duke was firmly resolved to restore historical justice, seeing the current situation as an ideal opportunity. The alarmed advisor pointed to the 5-fold numerical superiority of the combined armies of the counties, predicting inevitable defeat. For Aaron, this was a matter of honor. Once loyal vassals of the Duke had gradually broken away, ignoring his legitimate authority. The perceptive Cheryl shared the desire to defend honor, but feared attracting unwanted attention from the Imperial court. The confident Duke reassured his comrades, emphasizing the legitimacy of his claims and the Emperor's likely satisfaction with his possible defeat. Unexpectedly, the resolute old man Cain intervened in the discussion, imperiously ordering the troops to be prepared to punish the insolent usurpers. Surprised, Aaron quickly understood the true reason for Cain's fervor. The old advisor was eager to get his hands on the rich gold mines to replenish the treasury. In the midst of the discussion, the agitated knight Arthur arrived with an alarming report from intelligence about the concentration of troops of Counts Grey and a man near the gold vein. Realizing the inevitability of a clash, the resolute Duke ordered Rommel to immediately gather the knightly order for the upcoming battle. At the same time, a fierce dispute broke out near the gold-bearing lands between the counts, who were unable to divide the rich find in the disputed territory. The tense atmosphere was heightened by the appearance of Duke Bran, who was approaching their camp accompanied by an impressive retinue. The powerful Duke immediately demanded that his lawful possessions be returned, citing imperial laws on the rights to unexplored lands. The indignant counts protested vehemently, reminding him of their long ownership of these lands and the unprecedented nature of such interference. Confident in his right, the Duke reminded his rebellious vassals of their duty to obey the Emperor's laws and ordered his troops to prepare for battle. The timely appearance of the wise Kanos brought a constructive proposal to resolve the dispute in the traditional way, through a fair war. The diplomatic advisor reminded them that the counts themselves had been preparing for military confrontation and therefore should not object to such a solution. Aaron proposed that they join forces, and in return, the Duke would mobilize 1,000 men to fight against their 2,000 troops, and if Aaron won, they would give him their counties. The counts, realizing that this was a tempting offer and obviously an unfavorable battle, asked the Duke to give them a few minutes to consider the situation. After intense deliberation, the counts came to a disappointing conclusion. According to Imperial law, the land did indeed belong to the Duke, and appealing to the Emperor would only confirm their wrongdoing. One of the counts proposed a radical solution to eliminate the troublesome Duke and divide all the proceeds from the military campaign and the gold mines between themselves. The tempting prospect of seizing not only the gold mines but also the silver deposits seemed to both rulers to be an excellent opportunity to enrich themselves. An advisor who had been closely observing the secret negotiations doubted that the counts would agree, given their long hesitation before the military conflict. However, the shrewd Duke was absolutely certain of their agreement, knowing the insatiable greed of these rulers and spreading rumors about the incredible size of the gold deposit. It later transpired that this tempting rumor had been deliberately spread by the cunning Aaron to provoke the counts into military action. The Duke confessed to his stunned advisor that the real goal was the territory of the counties, and the mythical gold mine was merely a legal pretext for declaring war. A month before this plan was devised, intelligence reports indicated that there were no disagreements between the counties, which meant that an artificial pretext had to be created. The hero recalled that in his previous life, the earls had shown similar caution, avoiding military action, which prompted him to create a convincing pretext for conflict. A carefully thought-out decree ordered the spread of rumors about the discovery of a huge gold vein in the border territories of the counties of Grey and Amon. After lengthy discussions, the counts accepted the Duke's terms, while putting forward two demands of their own for the upcoming battle. They insisted on choosing the battlefield, leaving the date to the Duke, and demanded complete independence for the territories from the duchy in the event of their victory. An important condition was that the signed agreement had to be sent to the Emperor for approval to give the future changes legal force. Noticing Aaron's momentary confusion at the mention of the Emperor, the smug counts thought they had put the Duke in a bad spot. After a moment's thought, the Duke unexpectedly agreed to the terms, setting the date for battle in a month's time and sealing the agreement with his signature. The triumphant counts were confident of their victory over the short-sighted Duke, considering his signature on the treaty equivalent to a voluntary transfer of land. After the signing ceremony, the advisor expressed concern that, despite the events going according to the Duke's plans, the soldiers' lack of preparation could cause serious problems. The situation was complicated by the limited size of the army, which numbered only 500 men, and the need to act with extreme caution so as not to attract the Emperor's attention. Realizing that the orcs could not be used in the upcoming battle, the far-sighted Duke instructed Kainos to hire professional warriors. An additional complication was the need to hide the absence of the gold mine from the vigilant treasurer to prevent him from interfering with the military plans. Remembering the despair of the ruined Cain, the Duke believed in Kainos' sincerity and was confident in his ability to deal with any problems that might arise if Cheryl successfully completed her task. As they approached the castle, the detachment witnessed an unpleasant scene. Guards were roughly chasing away a wounded elf girl who was desperately begging for an audience with the Duke. The exhausted girl begged to be allowed to meet with the ruler of these lands to discuss an extremely important matter. When Aaron appeared with his knights, the elf immediately fell to her knees, introducing herself as Kayla, heir to the leader of the forest people, and begged for help. The Duke expressed his bewilderment at the audacity of her request, remembering the brutal attacks of her tribe on the peaceful inhabitants of his lands. He remembered well the northern lands of Bran, where proud forest elves lived near the dragon's nest, always seeking isolation from other races. Their settlement was a separate world with a unique ecosystem, but their overly aggressive methods of self-defense prevented peaceful coexistence with humans. Through her tears, Keisha told of the siege of their village by an invincible horde of undead, offering a vow of eternal friendship between elves and humans in exchange for help. The strategically minded Aaron instantly recognized the opportunity to form a profitable alliance, that would allow him to establish control over the elves and destroy the undead. The calculating elf further offered to hand over the accumulated reserves of human gold as payment for their help. The Duke made a counter-demand that the elven lands be incorporated into the Duchy of Bran, forcing the indecisive Kaisha to make a fateful choice. The weight of responsibility for the future of her entire people clearly weighed heavily on the young elf, causing her agonizing doubts. When the Duke demonstratively turned to leave, the desperate Kaisha hastily agreed to all the terms, which was entirely in line with Aaron's plans. At the General Assembly, the elf revealed the horrific details of the Death Knight's attack, which struck terror even into the hearts of seasoned warriors. According to her, in addition to the usual undead, the army was commanded by a powerful Death Knight, leading thousands of skeletons and bloodthirsty ghouls. Analyzing the situation, Aaron concluded that such an attack could have been organized either by a demon or a powerful necromancer, requiring immediate action. The Duke immediately ordered the full mobilization of the army within 3 hours, instructing Rommel to raise the knightly order and summon the priestesses led by Bianca. He himself, accompanied by Kanos, set off for the orc outpost, realizing the critical importance of time in rescuing potential subjects. In the northern part of the Dark Forest, an elf druid was using her last ounce of strength to maintain a protective spell, holding back hordes of skeletons with the power of the earth and plants. The remaining defenders of the village fought desperately, using bows and arrows and ice magic against the endless waves of undead. Although such tactics might have been effective against ordinary skeletons, the powerful Death Knight easily dispelled the elven spells. Despite the efforts of the elf, who used natural magic, the endless stream of skeletons did not diminish, constantly replenished by new warriors. Realizing the necessity of using fire magic, which was forbidden to elves, the leader of the settlement bitterly begged nature for forgiveness for the forced violation of ancient laws. Even as the flames destroyed the skeletons, the Death Knight sent new waves of ghouls capable of passing through walls and continuing the attack. At the critical moment, when defeat seemed inevitable, a sudden magical rain fell on the undead army, destroying their bodies. Stunned, the Death Knight saw a majestic dragon in the sky, which became the source of unexpected salvation. It turned out that the dragons were equipped with a special holy water spraying system developed by the nuns to instantly destroy any undead. The Duke, commanding the knights, advanced along the cleared path toward the village walls to ensure the protection of the elves. Enraged by his defeat, the Knight of Death began a new ritual, summoning the fallen undead to rise and continue the battle. The risen ghouls rushed toward Bianca's holy knights, threatening to break through their defenses. The defenders managed to reach the walls of the elven village and form a shield wall, offering prayers to the goddess for strength. A golden glow and a holy aura, strengthened by their prayers, created an impenetrable barrier that repelled any attempt by the undead to approach. Rommel, armed with a consecrated blade and holy water, in a decisive battle first cut off the Death Knight's arm and then beheaded his powerful opponent. Demoralized by the death of their leader, the undead retreated in fear, but Rommel, seizing the moment, ordered the knights to launch a decisive attack. The observant Duke, noting the successful halt of the undead advance, sensed that the real battle was yet to come. The advisor revealed the truth. The defeated Knight of Death was only a pawn, and for final victory, it was necessary to find and destroy the true enemy, a necromancer or a demon. Soon Cecilia, who had been searching for the main enemy, reported that she had discovered his location in the far reaches of the Dark Forest. Among the mountain peaks, a bright purple glow of demonic energy was clearly visible, indicating the presence of a powerful creature. At the top of the mountain sat a she-devil, annoyed by the quick defeat of her knight and the need to personally command the army of the undead. Finding herself in a hopeless situation, she began to recite an ancient death spell, seeking to gain its destructive power. At the critical moment, when the deadly spell was almost complete, the swift Aaron managed to deliver a precise blow, knocking the deviless unconscious. When she came to, the demoness felt the cold blade of the Duke's sword at her throat, ready to punish her for her audacious attack on his subjects. Underestimating her opponent, the demoness launched a desperate attack, unaware that the Duke, endowed with divine and dragon power, would easily neutralize her blow. Moving in close, Aaron inflicted a serious wound on her, but spared her life, offering her a choice between death and loyal service. Stunned, the deviless pressed her hand to her wounded heart and watched in amazement as her magical energy rapidly drained away from a single sword blow. Realizing the power of her enemy, she placed a magical seal of allegiance on his blade, solemnly swearing to serve him faithfully. After completing the oath ritual, Elena immediately recalled her army of undead, granting long-awaited salvation to the tormented elves. At the end of the battle, the Duke approached his knights on horseback, accompanied by a mysterious stranger. Explaining the situation to his advisor, he skillfully lied about the devil's escape, confidently declaring her future harmlessness. The perceptive Cecilia immediately noticed her master's strange companion, and although there was no demonic aura, waves of dark power emanated from the girl. The pious nun was determined to cleanse the unknown woman's defiled soul of vice and evil. However, the Duke resolutely stood up for Elena, promising to provide Cecilia with a full explanation later and asking her to trust his decision. Half an hour earlier, after concluding a magical contract, Aaron had pulled his sword from the demoness's chest, allowing her wounds to heal. His unexpected order to take the undead away rather than destroy her confused Elena, but the Duke had a logical explanation. He shared his plans to use the undead army as a labor force for his future endeavors. The freed elves came out to greet their savior, expressing their sincere gratitude for his timely help in the unequal battle. The Duke discreetly reminded them of their contractual obligations, and the Elven leader confirmed her willingness to fulfill her part of the agreement. Presenting an official document declaring the elves as his subjects, the Duke caused obvious shock among the Elven rulers. Kaisha hastened to explain to her mother the necessity of signing the treaty, which had become the only way to obtain the help of the humans. Recognizing that there was no other option, the Elven leader knelt before Aaron and swore allegiance on behalf of her entire people. Thanks to this victory, the Duke gained 1,500 new subjects from among the surviving elves for his developing city. Upon arriving at their destination, the elves were struck by the unfamiliar emptiness of their surroundings. Aaron explained that the City of Adventurers was just beginning its existence and needed workers, while guaranteeing the elves autonomy and the opportunity to manage their own affairs. The elves were concerned about the meager food supplies which were likely to run out in a few days, especially considering the presence of children. The Duke offered an ambiguous deal, agreeing to provide 1,000 elves with a month's worth of food. The Elven leader was concerned about the fate of the remaining 500 of her people, who were left without food supplies. The Duke revealed his plan for these warriors, demanding that they be sent to his castle for special assignments. The puzzled elf tried to figure out the true motives of the ruler, whose offer seemed strangely advantageous for both sides. With a mysterious smile, the Duke simply asked her to fulfill the terms of the agreement without further explanation. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace, the carefree ruler was enjoying a game of chess with the invited champion of the lands. The Emperor suspected that his opponent was deliberately holding back his skills, allowing him to win. The unexpected appearance of an advisor with a reminder of an important meeting of vassals interrupted the exciting game. The monarch was clearly displeased at having to interrupt his pleasant pastime for official duties. It turned out that the urgent matter concerned a request from the counties of Grey and Ammon for approval of a territorial war. At first, the Emperor reacted to the situation with his usual calm, knowing about the frequent disputes between the earls. However, the situation took an unexpected turn. The counts were planning to unite against Duke Aaron. The news of the planned uprising against his nephew caused the Emperor sincere surprise and required immediate investigation. The ruler was puzzled as to how Aaron had managed to anger the local counts so much, as if deliberately bringing trouble upon himself. At an emergency meeting, the Emperor and his vassals began discussing the alarming rumors of a brewing conflict. After exchanging meaningful glances with Duke Gran, the Emperor received the expected confirmation of the legitimacy of Aaron's claim to the gold vein. However, Duke Ryan, Aaron's loyal friend, opposed this, predicting catastrophic consequences for his comrades' lands. Gran reminded everyone of the immutability of imperial law and the right of the strongest, hinting at the contradiction between Ryan's position and the established order. Ryan, torn by inner conflict, recalled the oath he had given to the former emperor to protect his heirs. The emperor, understanding Ryan's feelings, nevertheless decided in favor of upholding imperial law. Having approved the territorial war, he ordered the necessary documents to be prepared for official registration. After the meeting, the emperor privately summoned Gran and ironically inquired about his ability to read minds. The reason for this interest was the surprising coincidence between the duke's thoughts and the emperor's own thoughts during the discussion of the conflict. The monarch noted the impressive insight of his newly appointed advisor, whose judgments perfectly matched his own. The ruler expressed sincere satisfaction at having such a perceptive, like-minded person in his entourage. The flattered Duke modestly remarked that he was simply following the logic of the law, anticipating the Emperor's actions. The Emperor asked Gran for his opinion on the likely outcome of the upcoming military conflict. The Duke confidently predicted Aaron's defeat, based on the obvious numerical superiority of the combined forces of the counties. However, the Emperor was troubled by a vague uneasiness over his nephew's inexplicable confidence in a clearly losing situation. Gran hastened to reassure the monarch, informing him of his order to his vassal to immediately demand payment of an old debt from Count Grey. The confident advisor guaranteed the support of 30 experienced mercenary mages, promising to uphold the law and maintain complete secrecy throughout the operation. The Emperor's thoughts were so accurately read that he was finally convinced of Gran's psychic abilities. The Emperor's sinister laughter accompanied his thoughts about using magicians against his own nephew. Meanwhile, Cheryl, in the Imperial capital, indulged in shopping, buying exquisite jewelry and dresses. After finishing her main purchases, the girl decided to prolong the pleasure of spending money, which helped her cope with the accumulated tension. Intuitively sensing that she was being followed, Cheryl decided to carry out her brother's instructions and put an end to her entertainment. Heading into the dark alleys, she deliberately created the illusion of easy prey for her pursuers. The cunning gangsters had no idea that they had fallen into a cleverly set trap where the girl could use her magic unhindered. An excessively powerful spell attracted the attention not only of her targets, but also of random passers-by on the main street. Unperturbed, Cheryl grabbed the wounded leader and demanded information about the location of the underground casino. Shocked by the display of power, the criminals hurriedly led the powerful sorceress to an inconspicuous old castle. Behind the unassuming facade lay a lavishly decorated underground casino hall. A quick look around the room showed that the local crowd was placing exceptionally large bets, even by capital city standards. Of particular interest was an information board covering the main event, the war in the lands of Bran, which was taking bets on the victory of the Duke or the alliance of counts. The appearance of the casino owner, a representative of an elite group involved in monetizing Imperial events, was accompanied by general excitement. The owner's solemn speech was interrupted by an ill-mannered visitor, demanding that bets be taken faster and insulting the dwarf. The manager immediately ordered the guards to remove the rude man and forbid him further access to the establishment. After restoring order, the host gallantly explained his actions as concern for the precious time of the noble audience. The casino regulars enthusiastically welcomed Lumpy, expressing their sincere approval of his actions. The announcement of the start of betting on the outcome of the war sparked a flurry of offers, ranging from 100 to 100,000 gold coins. All eyes were drawn to a mysterious girl who bet 3 million on the victory of Duke Aaron. Concerned, Lumpy reminded everyone of the rules of immediate payment, doubting the stranger's ability to pay. Unperturbed, Cheryl elegantly parried, hinting at the obvious wealth of a visitor to such an elite establishment. The contract presented by one of the 3 largest trading groups in the Empire instantly dispelled all doubts on the owner's part. Having concluded the deal, the girl teleported home, where her worried older brother was waiting for her. Concerned about the importance of the mission, Aaron eagerly asked about the results of the bet. Satisfied, Cheryl confirmed the successful completion of the plan and asked about the conversation with Cain regarding the pledge of land to the trading group. The Duke admitted that he had not yet discussed this delicate matter, being busy settling his new subjects. A sly smile accompanied his remark that it would be easier to ask Cain for forgiveness than for his prior permission. The news of the absence of a gold vein and the pledge of land plunged Cain into a state of horror. Upon learning of the 3 million gold coin pledge, the gray-haired advisor burst into tears, remembering the promise he had made to the former emperor, which had proved impossible to fulfill due to the actions of his young lord. The young duke's attempts to explain the existence of a carefully thought-out plan were met with Cain's categorical refusal to even listen to his reckless master. The gray-haired advisor was absolutely certain that the only plan of his reckless ward was to die ingloriously in debt on a tiny piece of land. Realizing the impossibility of constructive dialogue under the current circumstances, Aaron insisted that Cain accompany him personally to demonstrate all aspects of the strategy in detail. Through a magical portal created by Cheryl, the Duke impressively demonstrated his incredible power, destroying a massive mountain with a single blow to convince the old advisor of the inevitability of victory. The only condition Aaron put forward in exchange for demonstrating his supernatural abilities was unconditional trust in his future strategic decisions. Shocked by the display of power, the old man immediately offered to turn to the Moria group for the necessary financing through the banking system. A few days later, the ambitious head of the Moria group arrived in the duchy and, surveying the estates, already imagined these lands as his future property. Despite his aristocratic origins, the current owner of the Moria Trade Association has been guided by the infamous principle of blood money in all his business dealings. The impressive fortune of the Moria family was built up over many generations through skillful management of land projects and strategic trade exchanges. 30 years ago, Aaron's fateful decree prohibiting the free sale of land led to the collapse of the once powerful Duchy of Moria. Demonstrating incredible resilience, the head of the family established a thriving illegal lending business in the capital, catering primarily to small entrepreneurs. Sinister rumors circulated among the people that the appearance of Moria money was invariably accompanied by bloodshed, as the head of the family did not shy away from radical methods of increasing his capital. Thanks to its ruthless business strategy, the Moria Trading Group managed to become one of the 3 largest financial organizations on the continent, demonstrating impressive growth and influence. Moria's assistant astutely noted that the inability to directly acquire land was offset by the Duke's inevitable insolvency, which would allow them to obtain territory in exchange for debts. Moria, anticipating sweet revenge, intended to teach the foolish son of his sworn enemy a harsh lesson in financial literacy, vividly demonstrating the sinister reputation of the bloody coin. The creditors were surprised by Aaron's sincere joy, who greeted the guests with exaggerated cordiality and inquired about the details of their journey. The experienced businessman kept the conversation light, eloquently discussing his willingness to go to the ends of the earth to provide financial assistance to clients in need. The perceptive hero instantly recognized in his interlocutor a man who passionately desired the fall of the duchy, but the current circumstances left no choice but to cooperate. The anxious Cain was present at the important meeting and took it upon himself to briefly outline to those gathered the reasons that had prompted his master to organize this meeting. The self-assured Moria initially believed that the meeting had been called to review the terms of a 3 million gold coin loan intended for risky bets in an underground casino. An unexpected turn of events came when the Duke announced that the purpose of his visit was entirely different. He intended to obtain an additional loan of 2 million gold coins. The experienced financier categorically opposed such a deal, fearing the loss of influential clients due to the direct involvement of the merchant guild in military conflicts between the nobility. The far-sighted Duke hastened to allay his fears, emphasizing that the funds were not intended for hiring additional troops and that only his army would take part in the battle. Aaron explained the need for the loan by his desire to invest in the development of the territories in advance, counting on a manifold increase in profits after the inevitable victory. Carefully analyzing the situation, Moria understood that he was in a win-win situation. If the Duke was defeated, all the lands would inevitably fall under the control of the Merchant Guild. The financier was particularly intrigued by the young Duke's inexplicable confidence in a favorable outcome, as if all circumstances were under his complete control. After much deliberation, Moria agreed to provide an additional 2 million on condition that the funds were used for the development of the territories as documented. Outraged, Cain strongly opposed taking out a new loan, rightly fearing that defeat in the war would leave the treasury completely empty without a single coin. Observing the emotional discussion between the Duke and his advisor, the shrewd Moria realized that there might not be a better opportunity to finally plunge his enemy into debt. The cunning financier proposed an interest-free loan, ostentatiously expressing his confidence in victory to the Duke in order to make the fateful decision as easy as possible. The obvious lie had a single purpose: to remove any remaining doubts about the advisability of the loan, and both sides, understanding the true motives, accepted the proposed terms. Later, Moria confessed to his assistant that only a madman would bet on the Duke's victory, and that his generous offer was merely intended to strengthen their relationship of trust. The assistant sincerely admired Moria's lightning-fast reaction, considering it a brilliant confirmation of his outstanding intellectual abilities and business acumen. Casting a last glance at the majestic castle, Moria smiled maliciously, imagining how the Duke naively counted him among his trusted allies. Watching unnoticed from the window, the Duke and Kane were impressed by each other's acting skills. Having managed to flawlessly play out their planned performance in front of an experienced financier. Moria's exceptional generosity in offering an interest-free loan made a strong impression on the Duke, who considered it the best possible outcome of the difficult negotiations. The highly experienced Kane explained that his behavior was not a game. Years of observation had taught him to accurately predict the actions of people like Moria, who were ready to resort to any trick for their own gain. With the decisive battle only 20 days away, the tireless Rommel devoted all his time to intensively preparing the Elven warriors for the upcoming battle. Arriving at the training ground, Aaron was alarmed to discover that the real situation was much worse than expected. Even their natural gifts were not helping the elves master the necessary skills. The prospect of the elf troops being swiftly destroyed by the enemy cavalry before the archers could even fire their first shot was cause for grave concern. In search of reasons for the unsatisfactory training, the Duke even began to doubt Kane's integrity regarding the timely provision of the promised food supplies to the elves. Insulted by the suspicions, the old treasurer immediately entered into a fierce argument, indignantly proving his innocence in the combat training problems. The timely intervention of the level-headed Kanos prevented further escalation of the conflict, pointing out the real problem: the insufficient range of the Elven weapons. Careful measurements showed that the maximum range of the available bows did not exceed 100 meters, while the actual combat distance was at least 200. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Aaron was deeply troubled. The upcoming battle in open terrain required urgent changes to the army's weaponry in the remaining 20 days. Additional complications were created by the close attention of the entire empire to the upcoming battle, which ruled out the possibility of the Duke using his supernatural abilities. A perceptive advisor recommended that the Duke refrain from personal participation in the battle, emphasizing the need to prepare Lady Cheryl to control the numerous variables of battle. Competent management of combat factors would allow for a fair clash between armies of equal strength, numbering 1,000 warriors on each side. Kynos emphasized the critical importance of eliminating uncertainty regarding the range of fire, considering this factor an unacceptable variable capable of deciding the outcome of the entire battle. The creation of improved bows required not only rare materials of exceptional quality, but also the services of experienced armorers capable of meeting extremely tight deadlines. The Duke's agonizing thoughts about the impossibility of securing the necessary resources and craftsmen to produce the weapons in the remaining 3 weeks were interrupted by the confident voice of his advisor. The resolute Kanos guaranteed to provide everything necessary, including a talented weaponsmith and rare materials, requesting only 3 days to complete the task. The warning about the unusual nature of the blacksmith, whose inhuman essence only emphasized his exceptional skill, made the Duke seriously consider the offer. When night fell, the mighty Kanos assumed his true dragon form and flew to the northern lands of Bran, where an ancient dragon's nest was located. The appearance of the noble dragon caused immediate excitement among the little gnomes living in the nest, who hurried to greet their long-awaited master. A helpful dwarf immediately presented the ordered crystal, but a careful inspection revealed unacceptable poor workmanship, causing the dragon's obvious displeasure. A harsh reprimand for not paying enough attention to the time it takes to make perfect crystals made the unlucky craftsman tremble with fear. The frightened craftsman begged for mercy, prostrating himself before the angry ruler, who coldly rejected the poor quality items as unworthy of his attention. Putting aside his examination of the crystals, the dragon demanded the immediate appearance of the chief blacksmith, forbidding him to hide behind his fellow craftsmen. From the crowd of gnomes, the tiny Keshi timidly stepped forward, and the mighty dragon immediately ordered her to take a seat on his broad back. After a 10-hour flight, they reached the mysterious labyrinth of the Minotaur, where, according to the dragon's calculations, the materials needed to fulfill the Duke's order were located. Upon encountering the first Minotaurs, Kanos swiftly incinerated them with his dragon's breath, then ordered Keshi to begin gathering the valuable materials. Exactly 3 days later, a triumphant Kynos arrived at the castle, presenting the unique resources he had obtained with such difficulty for the production of weapons. The Duke looked at the impressive horns with undisguised surprise, not understanding their purpose in the production of weapons so necessary for the elves. The patient dragon explained the advantages of using horns to create elastic bows with increased range, noting their only drawback: their vulnerability to moisture. Carefully examining the unusual horns, the perceptive Duke expressed reasonable doubts that they belonged to ordinary bulls, which were not characteristic of the local fauna. Embarrassed, the dragon hastily offered a flimsy explanation that he had acquired the horns from a traveling merchant who was supposedly trying to get rid of his unusual merchandise. Continuing to examine the suspiciously large horns, the Duke suddenly shifted his attention to the silent dwarf girl, a legendary blacksmith recommended by Kanos. The resolute Keishi finally left her place and unceremoniously asked if the mere mortal was prepared to repay her for her help with loyal service. The warlike dwarf expressed sincere indignation at the audacity of a man who dared to speak so arrogantly to the powerful Lord Kanos. After a serious educational conversation, the embarrassed Kainos once again introduced the young craftswoman to the Duke, offering sincere apologies for the dwarf's lack of familiarity with human etiquette. The imperturbable Duke took the situation with philosophical calm, acknowledging that Kesha's non-human origins were irrelevant as long as she demonstrated her unmatched skill. As a sign of respect for the art of the dwarf master, Aaron knelt on one knee, solemnly swearing allegiance on behalf of the Duke of these lands and asking for her invaluable help in return. With the decisive battle less than 2 weeks away, production of the new weapons began under the strict supervision of the demanding Keshi in a specially equipped forge. The perfectionism of the dwarf master, combined with the growing fatigue of the human workers, inevitably led to regular conflicts in the process of creating perfect bows. Aaron's wise explanatory talks helped to streamline the production process when each worker realized the importance of their contribution to the achievement of the common great goal. Despite initial disagreements and numerous technical difficulties, coordinated work allowed for efficient production to be established in record time. 3 days before the start of hostilities, a worried advisor was walking across the future battlefield, thinking about how hard it would be to win without the help of the Lord and Lady. An unexpected fall into the mud gave the resourceful dragon a brilliant idea that could radically change the outcome of the upcoming battle in their favor. Encouraged by his sudden inspiration, Kanos hurried to the palace to find Keishi, who was exhausted from endless work and could barely stand on her feet. The half-asleep girl incoherently begged for mercy, which only increased the dragon's irritation, demanding that she immediately gather her equipment and follow him on urgent business. With the long-awaited day of battle at hand, the powerful counts lined up their impressive armies in battle formation, preparing for the decisive battle for power and wealth. In their luxurious command tents, the self-assured counts discussed their bets on their own victory with undisguised pleasure, anticipating not only the seizure of land, but also substantial profits. Their bets amounted to 500,000 gold pieces each, although they wanted to risk more, but fear of borrowing from the notorious Mariah kept them from excessive recklessness. The ambitious counts looked forward to how, after their inevitable victory, even influential financiers like Moria would fawn over the owners of the legendary gold mine. The count's growing anxiety was caused by the absence of the Duke and his army at the appointed time, which they presumptuously interpreted as a sign that he realized the hopelessness of his situation. The unexpected appearance of Aaron at the head of an army, reinforced with impressive siege towers, forced the self-confident counts to change their initial opinion of their enemy. In the center of the field, the Emperor's official representative appeared, responsible for announcing the latest orders and ensuring compliance with the rules of the upcoming battle. Representatives of the opposing sides solemnly made their way to the center of the field for the official announcement of the terms of the impending territorial conflict. When they met, the haughty counts could not resist mocking the Duke's wooden towers, contemptuously calling them useless junk cluttering the battlefield. The Duke calmly responded to the count's insult with a witty remark that it was surprising to see such attentiveness in a man who could barely see over his own bulk. According to the rules of the tournament, if the Duke won, he would receive all the lands in the gold mine of the counts, and if he was defeated, he would have to surrender his territories to his enemies. After all participants confirmed the rules of battle, the marshal sent each warrior to their designated position to prepare for the decisive battle for the lands. Before leaving, the wise Aaron advised the counts to watch their heads carefully during the battle, leaving them to ponder the meaning of these mysterious words. The great battle began with the launch of a magical glowing ball, which flew high into the sky and burst into bright sparks over the field where the warriors had gathered. 1,000 of Aaron's loyal soldiers entered into an unequal battle against the Count's 2,000 troops, beginning a historic battle for power over the rich lands. Upon learning of the presence of an Imperial spy among the judges of the battle, the Duke ordered Rommel to strictly follow the plan without hoping for help from his friends. The archers obeyed their commander's order and fired a first test shot from their old bows, which, as expected, did no harm to the enemy positions. The counts openly laughed at the apparent foolishness of the Duke, who had decided to oppose their huge army with such small forces and weak weapons. Confident of victory, the Count promised each of his knights an additional reward of 5,000 gold coins for a quick victory in the upcoming battle. Encouraged by the promise of a rich reward, the Count's soldiers immediately threw down their heavy shields and prepared for a swift attack on the enemy positions. Waiting for the right moment, the experienced Rommel ordered his archers to get new, specially prepared bows for the main attack. After the first volley from the new weapons, the enemies realized they had fallen into a trap. But their stubborn commander continued to demand that his soldiers maintain their battle formation. The time had come to use the siege towers, and the knights on them activated complex mechanisms for a decisive attack on the enemy positions. At the most crucial moment of the battle, a huge metal net fell on the attacking horsemen, which was impossible to tear apart with bare hands or cut with swords. While the trapped horsemen tried to escape from the net, Rommel led his archers into convenient positions for accurate shooting at the helpless enemies. Watching the enemy soldiers die, the wise Rommel sadly noted that his opponents had not heeded the Duke's advice to keep their heads in battle. After the terrible defeat, a loud quarrel broke out between the counts, during which one of them demanded an explanation as to who had given the order to drop their protective shields. The counts were forced to send infantry to help the trapped horsemen, who were under constant fire from enemy archers. Quickly assessing the situation, the brave Rommel jumped onto his horse and ordered the knights to destroy the approaching reinforcements before they reached the towers. The experienced Count had anticipated this turn of events and immediately ordered his archers to concentrate all their forces on destroying the enemy cavalry. The brave Bianca led the warriors into battle, calling on divine blessings to protect her squad in the decisive battle against the superior enemy forces. A bright sacred light enveloped all the horsemen, creating an invisible shield that completely protected them from enemy arrows during the swift attack. From a safe distance, Aaron and his advisor watched with satisfaction as the carefully planned battle strategy was successfully carried out. The frightened counts gave the order to immediately attack with infantry from both flanks, directing a huge army against the cavalry protected by divine light. Rommel quickly divided his forces into two groups. One group of knights followed him into battle, while the other remained behind to destroy the remaining enemies. The well-trained horsemen on their armored horses completely routed the enemy infantry without losing a single warrior from their ranks. In desperation, the counts turned to their last trump card, a squad of mercenary wizards begging them to change the tide of battle at any cost. The powerful mages simultaneously raised their magic staffs to the sky and began to recite complex spells to create deadly magical attacks. The sudden magical attack took the cavalry by surprise, and even the experienced Rommel barely managed to defend himself against a powerful spell aimed directly at him. The commander's order to retreat was too late. The cavalry was surrounded by enemy infantry, ready to completely destroy the enemy. Seeing the dangerous position of his best commander, Rommel, the Duke immediately sent the infantry to help the elite warriors surrounded in the center of the battle. Quickly assessing the situation, Aaron ordered Kainos to deal with the enemy mages, while he himself went to rescue his loyal commander from the dangerous trap. A concerned advisor expressed doubts about the wisdom of the Duke's personal involvement in the battle because of the spy, but for Aaron, saving Rommel was more important. After the Duke's departure, the clever Kainos ordered the archers to prepare the preset catapults for a powerful attack on the enemy positions. A barrage of projectiles from the catapults destroyed hundreds of enemy soldiers, but the mages successfully stopped the flying stones, destroying them with powerful spells. The self-confident Count believed that the Duke would no longer be able to devise effective ways to attack his strong, magical defenses on the battlefield. Wanting to consolidate his advantage, the powerful Count ordered the mages to focus on destroying the enemy catapults to ensure a free magical attack. The mages tried to warn the Count that they needed time to prepare such a powerful spell, but he insisted on immediate execution. The observant Kainos noted with contempt the greed of the Counts, who, even with twice as many soldiers, still hired expensive mages to ensure victory. The situation turned out to be much more complicated than the wise dragon had anticipated, especially after the Duke's unexpected decision to participate in the dangerous battle himself. The advisor's experienced eye noticed something strange about the Duke's appearance, which emanated pure magical power without the usual warmth of life. The clever dragon immediately understood the deception. He saw a perfect illusion created by the talented Lady Cheryl, so good that even he did not immediately notice the substitution. The real Aaron, dressed as a simple soldier, quickly moved toward the center of the battle, surprising the observant Kanos with his courage. Despite the great distance, which made recognition almost impossible, the cautious hero nevertheless put on the helmet he had found before rushing to the commander's aid. After another volley from the catapults, the clever Kanos noticed that the enemy mages were not only deflecting the flying projectiles, but also preparing a counterattack against the siege engines. Finding himself in a difficult position, the resourceful dragon ordered his archers to shoot from the furthest distance, while preparing a cunning magical plan. When the catapults launched the stones, Kanos secretly used magic to accelerate their flight, but an attentive Imperial spy noticed the use of magic. The enemy mages desperately tried to stop the stones flying toward the counts, but their combined strength proved too weak against the power of the ancient dragon. The projectiles, reinforced by dragon magic, not only avoided destruction, but also became faster, defeating the entire group of mercenary wizards with a single powerful blow. The shocked counts finally realized that their enemy also had strong magical support, which he had skillfully concealed until the most crucial moment of the battle. Realizing the danger, the count ordered the archers to cease long-range combat and engage in close combat, while the mages were instructed to focus entirely on destroying the catapults. The alarmed mages tried to explain to their master that they could not carry out the order immediately, as they needed rest and time to prepare a powerful spell. The desperate count harshly reminded the doubting mages of the great reward they would lose if they failed to complete their task. Under threat of losing their reward, the mages joined forces, creating water shields around the flying projectiles and trying to lure them away from the battlefield. The clever Kanos looked down on his enemies' weak attempts to counter his plan, fully confident in the superiority of his tactics over their simple tricks. At the command of the powerful dragon, the archers began to use fire arrows, further enhanced by his flight magic to achieve the best result. The number of attacking arrows was too great for the enemy mages, causing many deadly projectiles to break through their water shields. Seeking to defeat the enemy once and for all, the clever dragon used a complex spell to alter the gravitational pull of the flying projectiles. The deadly arrows suddenly changed direction to vertical and fell on the enemy mages like a rain of fire, completing the destruction of the Count's army. Watching from afar as the vaunted enemy mages were defeated, Aaron was overjoyed at the successful execution of his military plan. Choosing the right moment for decisive action, the Duke quickly moved to the center of the battle, intending to personally defeat the enemy's top commanders. Rommel's position became increasingly dangerous under constant attacks from enemy infantry, using long spears to break through the defensive line. Despite the difficult situation, the brave commander continued to hold his position, firmly believing that the promised help would arrive in time. After another victory over the attacking enemy, the determined Rommel called on the knights to fight to the end, gaining valuable time for the approaching reinforcements. A group of well-trained knights took up the best fighting positions, creating the most effective defense against the superior enemy forces. Seeing the dangerous position of the cavalry captain, the attentive Bianca divided the army. Some of the horsemen remained to finish off the enemies, while the holy knights followed her. Covered by large shields, the invincible holy knights confidently fought their way through the enemy ranks, striving to help the surrounded cavalry commander. The enemy quickly reacted to the appearance of the elite squad, forming a wall of spears capable of, if not stopping the knights protected by God's power, then at least killing their horses. Quickly noticing the advantage of the enemy's dense formation, the clever Bianca used a bright divine light that blinded her opponents and prevented them from acting. While the blinded enemies were trying to recover, the inspired Bianca led her holy knights in a decisive attack without serious resistance. Satisfied with Bianca's success, the attentive Aaron quietly approached the enemy infantry commander, who continued to give orders to his soldiers. Waiting for the right moment, the Duke killed the important enemy with one swift blow, doing it so skillfully that no one around him suspected a thing. The dying commander recognized the Duke himself as the killer, but his life was fading too quickly, and he did not have time to warn his comrades of the danger. After successfully assassinating his first target, The tireless Aaron plunged back into the thick of battle to deprive the remaining enemy troops of their commanders. The Duke's actions led to the deaths of 2 more infantry commanders, causing great confusion and fear among the soldiers left without leadership. To intensify the panic in the enemy ranks, the resourceful Aaron loudly proclaimed the death of the commanders and ordered a retreat, imitating the voice of an enemy officer. The sudden intervention of the commander of the archers, who urged the frightened soldiers to continue fighting no matter what, could have ruined the Duke's entire plan. Realizing the need to eliminate the commander who had been missed, the determined Aaron prepared to repeat his deadly move with a new victim. The unexpected resistance of 3 vigilant infantrymen who managed to protect their commander from the Duke's blow greatly complicated the task. The commander's satisfied smile showed his confidence in capturing the traitor, who had underestimated the vigilance of the commander's personal guard. Aaron's calm smile foreshadowed a quick end. After quickly defeating the 3 defenders, the Duke moved relentlessly toward the doomed commander. The tension reached its peak when Aaron turned around and saw 3 spears flying toward Rommel's head, realizing that he would not be able to save his friend in time. Bianca appeared just in time with the Holy Knights and instantly surrounded the captain and the remaining cavalry in a defensive formation, saving the life of the loyal commander. The experienced knights quickly took advantage of the death of the enemy commanders, attacking the confused enemy and his trapped reinforcements. A final powerful attack, supported by catapult fire and continuous volleys from archers, completed the rout of the enemy, who had lost their fighting spirit. The great battle ended in a complete victory for Duke Aaron over the overconfident alliance of counts, demonstrating the superiority of clever strategy over a large army. After the victory, the satisfied Duke approached the Count and asked why he had not heeded his advice to protect his head during the battle. The enraged Count tried to attack the Duke with his sword, believing that he had used magic dishonestly to win the battle. The Duke's knights quickly stopped the Count, after which Aaron himself decided to execute him for attempting to discredit an honest victory in battle. Just as the Duke raised his sword to strike, an observer from the Emperor intervened, begging him not to kill the important governor of the Imperial lands. The young Duke demanded that he be released, explaining that insulting a member of the ruling family was tantamount to insulting the Emperor himself. The Count fell to his knees, begged for forgiveness, and admitted his wrongdoing, after which the Duke agreed to spare his life. Both defeated counts knelt before the Duke and acknowledged that from now on their cities would become part of his domain. Aaron announced the beginning of the annexation of the lands in the evening and warned that he would strip the counts of all their titles if they attempted to use the citizens. The next day at noon, the entire military commission gathered to discuss the important results of the war. The elder spoke first and presented a document on military rates and payments for victory in battle. According to the agreement, the castle of Stavok Yarvan owed 3 million gold coins, and there was another debt of 2 million gold coins. Since the odds of victory had increased about tenfold, they received almost 50 million gold coins from this war. Happy Cain began to make plans for the future, realizing the possibility of paying off his debts and becoming rich, but the Duke asked him to wait before spending the money. The treasurer clearly disapproved of the young lord's intention to empty the treasury again, but the young man was confident that he was doing the right thing. He reminded the senior advisor that the main goal of their military campaign was to obtain additional manpower. They had conquered 2 territories with 4 cities, adding another city after clearing the Black Forest of orcs, doubling the size of Bran's lands. The Duke explained the need to use the money to strengthen the new territories, planning to gradually expand his holdings further. The young ruler was determined not to become a failure from the northern lands, having big plans for the future. His sister did not understand her brother's intentions, believing that they only wanted to show their strength to defend themselves against possible attacks by the Emperor. Aaron explained that after the war, the Emperor would closely monitor their every move, as would all the feudal lords under his command. If they simply hid their abilities, the Emperor would destroy them before they could gather enough strength. Therefore, the hero decided to demonstrate his loyalty to the Emperor and carry out his wishes until they became strong enough. At the same time, the Duke intended to keep all the profits for himself, not allowing the ruling power to reap any real benefits from his actions. His thoughts were interrupted by a message announcing the arrival of the head of the Moria Trade Guild, so the Duke ended the meeting, leaving only the treasurer behind. Upon entering the room, Moria immediately demanded that the Duke pay 5 million gold coins in accordance with the signed agreement. The treasurer explained that there were no such funds in the treasury, noting that they did not even have enough money for essential goods at the moment. Moria was indignant, reminding the Duke of Aaron's obligation to pay 5 million gold coins under the terms of the contract. After carefully reviewing the contract, the treasurer pointed to the clause where Moria himself had written in payment without interest for an indefinite period. The treasurer was furious at the merchant's attempt to deceive their master in such a cunning and dishonorable manner. The advisor asked the Duke to punish the merchant on behalf of the empire, as would be done in the capital in the case of such deception of a high-ranking person. Agreeing with the advisor, the Duke put his sword to the merchant's neck and warned him that he would die for trying to cheat a nobleman. Sticking his sword into the table in front of the frightened Moria, Aaron offered him a chance to save himself if he fulfilled certain conditions. The Duke demanded that Moria swear on his sword to serve the lands of Bran faithfully and devote himself entirely to their development. A few days later, on the western continent, Prince Philip, heir to the empire, was in an enemy fortress on the border. Upon receiving news of Duke Bran's victory, the prince quickly defeated the enemy knights who had attacked him in a short battle. After raising his flag over the fortress, the prince decided to return home, interested in the important changes taking place in his native empire. Sometime later, Philip returned to the empire for an important meeting with his father, the emperor, to discuss the events. The emperor was displeased with his son's return, having learned of the victory of the only distant relative of the imperial family. He did not understand how his son could abandon the task of conquering the western continent for news about the affairs of a distant relative. The emperor felt that the young Duke Aaron had too much influence over his heir, Philip. Philip smiled and explained his slight interest, but mentally decided to defend the throne he was to inherit in the future. At his desk, Duke Aaron carefully checked and signed a large number of important documents and papers. The observing advisor marveled at the skill of the young master, who, like an experienced manager, quickly dealt with hundreds of documents. The advisor did not know the young lord's past, but even though he had not done such work for a long time, he easily handled the papers in his new body. Suddenly, an agitated Rommel rushed into the room without knocking, arriving with an important urgent message for his master. It turned out that while they were unaware of the situation, large-scale popular uprisings had begun on the lands of the Earls of Grey and Amana. The Duke understood that it was unlikely that the citizens would rise up on their own, and was certain that the counts themselves were involved in these events. He realized his mistake in giving these people a second chance and decided to teach the earls a real lesson for their treacherous actions. Sometime later, while dining peacefully in his castle, Count Aman was annoyed by the arrival of an urgent messenger with important news. The news could not be delayed. It had just become known that the Duke had declared war on the Count's lands. The Duke's courtiers could not understand the reasons for declaring a new war or the ultimate goal their master was pursuing. The Duke explained his desire to punish the Counts for treason, as Count Aman had led the protest by disguising his soldiers as ordinary citizens. He also pointed out that the Count had broken his oath, for which he must surrender his lands due to his new defeat. Rommel tried to explain the difference between the previous battle with limited troops and the current situation with the Count's double advantage. The Duke understood the folly of his decision and deliberately sought to achieve this effect, knowing that the Emperor would also consider their actions reckless. Cheryl was stunned to learn that the Emperor had granted the Duke permission to annex the Count's lands to his own. This was not surprising, as the Emperor had immediately given his consent, believing the Duke to be intoxicated by his sole victory in the previous battle. Aaron's only support came from a strategist who admired his ability to see so far ahead in his plans. The strategist promised to quickly develop a plan of action, but was surprised by the Duke's decision to do without complex strategic maneuvers. The Duke reminded him of Kainos' preoccupation with the new lands and suggested that he rest, planning to wage a night war without the Emperor's observation. According to the plan, the troops under the Duke's command marched to the lands of Count Aman and arrived at his fortress only after nightfall. Waiting for them on the walls was the self-confident Count, who considered the Duke a fool for not having any siege weapons or a military plan. The Count believed that with such a small force, the Duke would be unable to breach the strong walls, so he simply needed to hold out for a while until victory was assured. The Duke dismounted his horse and the Count laughed, thinking that his enemy was so blinded by greed that he had decided to attack an innocent ruler. Aaron reminded him of the Count's crimes and the evidence of his use of soldiers to incite rebellion, but offered him one last chance to surrender and open the gates. The Count was alarmed to learn that his plans had been revealed, but remained calm, confident of victory due to the strong defenses of the fortress. He refused to surrender and mockingly suggested that the Duke try to break through the walls, knowing that such a task was impossible for a small army. Enraged by the Count's arrogance, the Duke promised to punish him with death for all his crimes against the people. At the Duke's signal, the enraged Cheryl took her magic staff and began to cast a powerful battle spell. Her magic created many fireballs that rained down like a blazing storm on the Count's well-fortified fortress. The prudent Count had prepared for magical attacks. All the fireballs shattered against an invisible protective barrier around the fortress. The satisfied Count laughed at the futile attempts to break through the shield created by the best mages from the famous Ivory Tower. He mockingly remarked on the weakness of the magic used, which would not even be able to break through a normal protective barrier on the walls. Enraged by the mockery, Cheryl struck the ground with her staff and began to cast a new spell, summoning not fire but water. The water streams hit the walls and eroded the soil, but could not reach the castle itself behind the protective barrier. The Count continued to laugh at the weak magic and joked that the enemies must just be thirsty, since they were using so little water. Ignoring the mockery, Cheryl finished the spell and ordered huge earthworms to emerge from the eroded soil. The powerful worms easily broke through the ground and began to destroy the castle walls, forcing the frightened Count to order everyone to go down. The Count barely managed to jump out of the way of the collapsing wall at the last moment, avoiding falling with the crumbling stones. After the wall fell, the Duke ordered his knights to attack and capture Count Aman before he could escape. As soon as the army rushed into the attack, the Count ordered his archers to open fire to stop the advancing knights. Rommel rode behind and saw his soldiers fall from their horses under a hail of enemy arrows, unable to control their mounts. He tried to save those he could reach, realizing that it was impossible to stop the attack when part of the cavalry had already broken through to the castle. The Count ordered the archers to shoot, but noticed a young warrior who was so frightened he could not even insert his arrow properly. Enraged, he began to beat the frightened archer, demanding that he continue shooting at the attacking knights. Seeing their comrade being beaten, the other archers stopped shooting and looked fearfully at their enraged Count. In a rage, he threatened to kill them with his own hands if they did not continue shooting, and the frightened archers resumed their attack. The Duke, realizing that these soldiers would soon become his men, did not want to allow Aman to treat his future subjects so cruelly. When he decided to join the battle himself, he was stopped by Cheryl with an important reminder about the payment for her help. She reminded her brother of the need to pay for her participation in this battle, according to the agreement. According to the agreement, she had promised only one rain of fire, but the use of earthworms cost an additional 100,000 gold coins. The Duke was surprised by his sister's audacity, since she herself had decided to use the worms after being angered by the Count's insolent words. Seeing the enemy's new attack, he realized that now was not the time to argue about money and that he had to act quickly. Agreeing to pay his sister 100,000 gold coins, the Duke rushed into the thick of the battle outside the fortress walls. Seeing the Duke approaching, the Count ordered his archers to aim at him, knowing that the death of the commander would stop the entire attack. As he approached the walls, the Duke realized that he had to capture the Count quickly to minimize losses on both sides. With one powerful leap, he found himself on top of the fortress wall, and the force of his landing split the stone masonry beneath his feet. The frightened Count threw two archers at the Duke and tried to hide behind them as he fled. The Duke did not waste time on the young warriors, easily knocking them off their feet and laying them on the ground without serious injury. During this time, the Count reached his archers and ordered them to step aside to clear the way for his escape. Those soldiers who hesitated to obey the order were mercilessly attacked by the Count with his sword and thrown from the wall, without pity for his own men. The cruelty of the ruler, hiding behind the backs of his subjects and killing his own soldiers, finally enraged the young Duke. The frightened Count paid no heed to anything around him and simply ran, trying to save his life from pursuit. He realized too late the power of the Duke. Now the ruler was chasing him with eyes flashing with mana, ready to punish the traitor. The Duke offered the Count to surrender, promising to spare the lives of his family and soldiers in the event of voluntary capitulation. Realizing that death was inevitable no matter what, the desperate Count tried to escape his pursuers. As he fled, the Count unexpectedly stumbled upon his own infantrymen, armed with long battle spears. He ordered the soldiers to attack the Duke, but they turned their spears on the Count himself, demanding that he surrender to save their lives. Seeing the rebellion of his own soldiers, the Count realized the hopelessness of his situation and began to beg the Duke for mercy. He swore eternal loyalty and promised to become the Duke's devoted vassal in exchange for his life. Instead of responding to his pleas, the Duke struck the traitor's head off with a single blow of his sword, ending his reign. The Duke explained to everyone that he had no need for vassals who did not listen to the voice of their people and did not care about their subjects. After the execution, he climbed onto the fortress wall and announced to his knights the death of Count Aemon and their complete victory. Having won the victory, Aaron annexed all of the Count's lands except for a small fortress, and Count Grey himself surrendered half of his possessions. Thus, Aaron restored the Duchy of Bran and began planning the conquest of new lands to strengthen himself before the upcoming battle with the Emperor. The Emperor was dissatisfied with Aaron's new victory, for Duke Gran had assured him that 2 victories with such a small army were impossible. Duke Gran explained that this time Aaron had been helped by a mysterious sorceress with considerable magical power. Although she was as strong as several magicians combined, the rebellion of a single duke could not seriously threaten the entire empire. Gran explained that the main danger lay not in the Duke's influence, but in his unknown true plans. He was concerned about Aaron's unclear goals and his future intentions after his victories. The restoration of the Duchy of Bran seemed inevitable, but the question remained as to Aaron's loyalty to the empire or his possible rebellion. The Emperor remembered Aaron's oath to focus on his lands and warned him of the consequences of breaking his word. Gran did not know how to proceed after the restoration of the duchy, as the empire would have no legal grounds to interfere with Aaron. The Emperor remembered an old decree granting vassals the right to wage war, which was still in force in the empire. This law had been enacted when Durin came to power, when he needed the support of noble families. It was this ancient law that severely limited the emperor's options in the current difficult situation. At that moment, Philip spoke up, asking his father to allow him to help resolve the difficult situation. He suggested visiting the Duchy of Bran in person to learn Aaron's intentions and assess the situation in his lands. The emperor ordered his son to go to the duchy under the pretext of congratulating him on his victory over the counts. Philip readily accepted the assignment, wanting to see for himself how Aaron had grown and changed over the past years. At that time, the inhabitants of the duchy were reading a new decree issued by their ruler about important changes. The people rejoiced at the reduction of the tax rate from 60 to 30% after the victory in the war. Upon learning that the rumors about the wealth after the victory were true, the grateful inhabitants began to praise their wise ruler. The Duke was pleased with the support of the people, but he had to leave to deal with urgent and important state affairs. The accompanying strategist noted the success of the Duke's policy in strengthening his power among the common people. The Duke considered this policy the best way to govern a large territory, although he was concerned about the state of the treasury. He was also interested in the progress of an important project and the opening date of the second underground structure. The advisor reported on the successful reconstruction of the tower and the placement of the Dark Knights on the top floor, thanks to Elena. Pleased with Elena's good behavior, the Duke asked how the advisor had learned of her demonic nature. The strategist explained his ability to uncover all the secrets of the project and the presence of an assistant who could work with demons. The conversation was interrupted by a breathless Cheryl, who had rushed in with important news about the arrival of distinguished guests. She excitedly reported that Prince Philip was visiting with a delegation to congratulate Aaron on his victory. The Duke tried to remember Philip, realizing from Cheryl's reaction that she had met him in the past, which was unknown to the butler. Cheryl reminded her brother of their cousin Philip, who had defeated little Aaron many years ago. The butler realized that the heir to the throne himself would be coming, but Cheryl warned him not to mention it publicly. Alarmed, Kanos understood the true purpose of the prince's visit, not congratulations, but a desire to control the Duke. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the Duke understood the danger of any mistake during the meeting with the prince for the future of the duchy. Looking around, he searched for a way to show the land in decline so that the prince would leave quickly without suspecting the growing power. Seeing workers with planks outside the city walls, the Duke devised a cunning plan for meeting the important guest. 2 days later, Philip arrived at the Duchy of Bran and was surprised by the extraordinary height of the fortress walls surrounding the city. The knight explained that the lands of Bran had long suffered from monster attacks, so the locals chose defense as their main strategy. Philip decided that Aaron was spending his money wisely because despite his great wealth after victory, he was behaving like a wise ruler. Approaching the walls, the knights raised a flag, announcing the arrival of the pride of the empire, Crown Prince Philip. After the gates were opened, the prince was met by an army lined up in formation, with the duke and his sister kneeling in the center. Aaron did not have time to look up before the prince silently appeared right in front of him, demonstrating his extraordinary speed. It was clear that the prince possessed great strength and was unpredictable, and he himself noted Aaron's unwavering gaze. Philip extended his hand in greeting and complimented the grown-up beauty Cheryl, noting her changes. The girl responded to the compliment with displeasure, for which the angry duke scolded her for disrespecting the heir to the throne. Philip smiled at the amusing scene and asked them to drop the formalities, suggesting they talk as they had in the old days. Before Aaron could agree, cries for mercy rang out from afar, interrupting their conversation. On the wall, they saw the duke's knight, who was harshly berating the workers, demanding that they work harder to save their lives. Rommel struck Arthur hard in the chest, knocking him off the wall, after which the others began to work twice as hard. Continuing to shout, Rommel demanded that everyone work hard while it was still light, promising to punish the lazy ones in the name of the goddess. Rommel turned to the angry duke, who scolded him for his unworthy behavior on the day of the crown prince's visit. The frightened commander quickly descended and fell to his knees, begging the duke for forgiveness for his grave offense. The duke began to beat the kneeling man, punishing him for his closeness to the prince and for spoiling the mood of the distinguished guest. Suddenly, St. Cecilia stopped him, surprised by the duke's cruel treatment of the apostle on a sacred mission. The duke immediately fell to his knees, begging the saint for forgiveness for his unworthy behavior. Philip noticed Vivian's monastic habit and smiled, noting the unexpected influence of the cult on the duke. The prince was amazed that simple nuns dared to humiliate the duke himself, the ruler of these lands. The knight explained the death of imperial citizens in a religious war with the Holy Order due to heresy. According to rumors, the people were killed by the hands of the Nevera, enemies of the empire who accused them of heresy against the true faith. Philip understood the negative influence of religion on the empire and saw how Aaron was destroying himself by submitting to the cult. He calmed down, realizing the futility of such a ruler, whose subjects were doomed to destruction because of his stupidity. The duke approached and apologized for the behavior of the townspeople, who were usually calm but had been agitated by the visit of the crown prince. Bowing again, he asked forgiveness for the disgusting spectacle caused by his inability to govern. Philip awkwardly stopped the apologies, noting that such situations were common in a territory ruled by a single person. He suggested they go to the castle to discuss recent events in the duke's life. The duke explained, somewhat embarrassed, that he needed to pray for his lands, as was the duty of a ruler. The complex situation required careful time management due to a lack of manpower for all the tasks at hand. He suggested that Cheryl accompany Philip to the castle, promising to join them after the prayer was finished. The duke bowed to the prince and assured him of his prompt return after the important religious ceremony. Philip watched the events unfold with confusion, trying to understand the strange occurrences in these lands. In the evening, everyone gathered at the table, waiting for the duke to appear and begin the festive meal. The knight asked Cheryl impatiently about the duke's return, noting the long wait for the crown prince. The girl angrily demanded an explanation as to why this question was asked of her and not someone else. Cheryl ordered the knight to find the duke himself and bring him to the table for the important meeting. Philip, watching calmly, turned to the knight and offered him a choice between death and a sincere apology. The prince explained that insulting Lady Cheryl was equivalent to insulting the crown of the empire itself. Frightened by Philip's stern gaze, the knight fell to his knees, begging for forgiveness and promising to end his life. Cheryl waved her hand and ordered the knight to check that the duke had finished his prayer. Left alone, Cheryl noticed Philip's suppressed laughter and asked him about the meaning of the words about insulting the crown. Philip looked calmly at the girl, noting the consistency of her character and reactions. The excited knight called the lady to come and see the important events in the town square. She saw a crowd of townspeople and assumed that the prayer was over, but the knight asked her to look more closely. Cheryl noticed the residents armed with pitchforks, demanding the departure of the cruel heretic lord from Bran. The duke who had arrived apologized to Philip for his delay, promising to take good care of his guest. Philip inquired about the duke's control of the situation, noting the growing noise outside the castle. The duke turned to his sister for an explanation of the events he had missed in the city. The girl calmly explained that it was a regular gathering of the crowd, cursing and chasing them away. Aaron was outraged by the appearance of the insect-like townspeople and suggested punishing them severely. He asked Cheryl to organize the execution of all the protesters, suggesting burial or burning of the dangerous bodies. Cheryl happily set off to carry out the order, but stopped to ask an important question. With an evil smile, she asked permission to personally kill one of the protesting townspeople. The Duke unexpectedly allowed his sister to act as she wished, asking only that she avoid trivial methods of killing. Philip, who was watching, was shocked by the transformation of his acquaintance into a cruel tyrant and monster. He noted the changes after 2 battles, her joining a brutal cult, and her transformation into a mad killer. As the execution began, a knight hurriedly approached Prince Philip with an important message. He cautiously warned of the Duke's intention to destroy all the inhabitants of the city. Unwilling to witness what was happening, the prince announced his departure, while the alarmed Aaron tried to stop him. The Duke did not understand the reason for the discontent. Poor food or insufficient care for the guest? The departing prince assured him that he had enjoyed his stay. Understanding that the Duke was busy with important matters, Philip smiled as he left the city with his escort, seeing no threat to the empire from the incompetent, self-destructive ruler. Watching the prince's departure, Aaron smiled with satisfaction at the successful execution of his cunning plan. After the guests had left, the Duke came to evaluate the acting skills of his loyal subjects. Approaching Arthur, he announced the arrival of the corrupt lord, according to a prearranged script. Arthur, following the rehearsal, portrayed the last resistance of the corrupt lord with a stick. Showing the bag of money, the Duke praised the actors for their excellent work in the successful performance. 2 days after the exhausting journey, Philip returned to his father with an important report. He reported that he had a good understanding of the situation, seeing the Duke's rapid self-destruction. Philip described the exploitation of the people by the cult of Vienna and the brutal murder of protesters by the Duke. Particularly disturbing was the enjoyment of cruelty, not only by Aaron, but also by Lady Cheryl. The Emperor acknowledged the tragedy of the innocent deaths, but noted the benefits of Aaron's insane actions. The Crown Prince noticed the emergence of his father's ingenious plan and eagerly awaited its revelation. Meanwhile, the Duke continued his fencing training to improve his combat skills. Recalling his meeting with Philip, he recognized the immense power hidden behind the prince's sinister smile. He pondered the incredible power and level of development achieved by the young heir. The Duke focused on his training, channeling his energy into his sword with enhanced dragon power. Instantly destroying a row of targets, he remained dissatisfied with his lack of control over his strikes. He had not yet fully mastered the control of the dragon's blessing he had received to achieve maximum strength. The situation was improved by his raw physical strength, developed through the meditations of ancient monks. The Duke understood the need for further development to overthrow the Emperor, hiding his growing strength. 2 armies were training on the castle grounds, the elves under Arthur's command and the humans under Rommel's leadership. Rommel ordered his warriors to form a battle, turtle, with their shields tightly closed, while the elf commander Arthur ordered the archers to begin firing at this defensive formation. After the elves had used up all their arrows, they engaged in close combat with swords, while Rommel, protected by a wall of shields, patiently waited for the perfect moment to launch a powerful counterattack. At the moment when the attacking elves were directly above the formation, Rommel gave the order to raise their spears, and the attackers, unable to stop in time, ran into the sharp points themselves. After successfully defending his position, Rommel managed to strike Arthur himself with his spear, knocking the elf commander to the ground during his attack on the formation. With a smile, Rommel extended his hand to his defeated comrade, praising his good tactics with the jump, but noting the superiority of his defensive strategy in this training battle. The Duke approached and praised both teams for their remarkable progress in training, noting the growing skill of both humans and elves in performing complex combat maneuvers. Examining the spears used in the training, the Duke was surprised to notice that their tips were covered with something resembling blood, and inquired about the origin of this idea. It turned out that this was the brainchild of the wise Kynos, who considered it important to accustom new warriors to the sight of blood before their first real battle on the battlefield. While discussing further training plans, an urgent messenger arrived with alarming news that the sacred state of Paris had declared a general mobilization. With a sad smile, the Duke remarked that he would miss Paris if they really decided to start a war they were bound to lose against a powerful empire. The situation turned out to be much more serious than initially thought. The troops of the Holy State of Paris were not moving toward the borders of the empire, but were heading straight for the duchy's lands. Administrator Max reported a serious numerical superiority of the enemy. 20,000 enemies, including the elite knights of Paris, were advancing against their 10,000 warriors. The Duke tried to understand the reasons for the sudden declaration of war and wondered why the Emperor was not intervening in the situation when a foreign army was invading the Empire's territory. Max explained that the Holy State intended to destroy the cult of Vivian on their lands, and the Empire was not intervening because of diplomatic ties with the state of Paris. After carefully considering the situation, the perceptive Kanos came to the conclusion that the Holy State was acting on secret orders from the Empire itself against the Duchy. The timing of the attack was too perfect, especially considering the recent visit of the Crown Prince, which indicated a carefully planned operation against them. The Duke bitterly realized that he had brought trouble upon himself by trying to deceive the Crown Prince during his visit, without considering the possible serious consequences of his cunning plan. Trembling with fear, Cecilia suggested taking her followers away so that the Duke would not risk his life trying to protect them from the powerful Holy State. Looking at the frightened nun, the Duke pondered a difficult choice, whether to send the cult members to safety or leave them in his lands. It quickly became clear that the cult's departure was impossible. A significant portion of the income came from the sale of holy water from the Church of Vivian, and the strength of the Crusaders was necessary for defense. With a warm smile, Aaron reassured the agitated nun, explaining that he alone was to blame for what had happened, and asked her not to mention the departure of the cult's followers again. Hearing the Duke's words of support, Cecilia accepted his decision to defend their faith from the attack of the Holy State with great joy and gratitude. Putting on his traveling cloak, the Duke ordered Kanos to follow him so that they could find out the true position of the Empire in the religious war that was beginning with Paris. In his study, the Duke sat down at his desk and asked Kanos to establish a magical connection with the Imperial Palace for an important conversation with Prince Philip. The advisor began to recite a complex spell, activating the magic orb for communication, and soon magical signals pierced the walls and reached the distant Imperial Palace. Once the connection was established, the Duke demanded an explanation from the prince as to how he could allow the Holy State to declare war on Bran, an integral part of the Empire. Philip declared the Emperor's disagreement with the decision, but explained that it was impossible to oppose the will of the feudal lords who had sided with the Church of the Holy State. Aaron begged the Empire to provide military support, explaining that without the help of the Imperial troops, his duchy was doomed to complete destruction by the superior forces of the enemy. Reminding Philip of his royal blood, the young Duke asked for help, appealing to their shared past and long-standing friendship. Philip replied coldly that he did not understand talk of death, since all that was needed for salvation was to renounce the Church of Vivian, and then abruptly severed the magical connection. After the conversation ended, Philip contemptuously rubbed his forehead, ashamed of his previous thoughts that he had considered such an insignificant person a worthy rival. When the connection was broken, Aaron quickly calmed down and looked around the room carefully, as if checking to see if anyone was eavesdropping on their conversation with the advisor. The experienced Kanos, analyzing the prince's words, understood the true position of the Empire, a feigned denial of involvement despite their obvious participation in the attack on Paris. Aaron laughed maliciously, realizing the Empire's plan to use the sacred state to eliminate him, unaware that they were dealing with a dangerous and cunning enemy. In the heat of anger, the Duke let slip his knowledge of Pope St. Paris' weak spot, which could become a decisive trump card in the upcoming confrontation with the Church. Noticing his advisor's surprise, the Duke asked him not to worry about the slip of the tongue, calling it a secret trump card that he had saved for the most critical moment. Changing the subject, Aaron asked Kanos to urgently find a talented artist to create a special drawing in response to the Holy State's declaration of war. Sometime later, a message arrived in the Holy State of Paris, with a mysterious drawing commissioned by the Duke specifically to respond to the military challenge. The Archbishop of the Holy State considered the Duke insane for daring to use an official declaration of war for an inappropriate and insolent provocation of the Church. The Archbishop's assistant suggested that the Duke's mind had been clouded by heretics and that he was now incapable of making rational and balanced decisions. The Archbishop decided to immediately report to His Holiness on the need to continue the Holy Crusade to purify the lands of madmen without waiting for a request from the Empire. Upon receiving the report, the Pope of the Holy State of Peru immediately ordered all orders to march to destroy the heretical Duchy of Bran. The Holy Army consisted of 500 elite knights of the Crusader Order and 2,000 warriors from other orders, a fifth of the entire military power of Paris. After carefully devising a defense strategy, Kainos arrived at the War Council to discuss a detailed plan for confronting the superior forces of the enemy. The advisor reminded those gathered of the enemy's serious numerical superiority, 20,000 against their 10,000 warriors at best, even with a full mobilization. Kainos emphasized the defensive nature of the upcoming war, pointing out the importance of preparing a strong army and sufficient supplies to stop the enemy at the border. Presenting a detailed plan to counter the huge enemy army, the strategist revealed his idea of using tactics of chaos and fear on the battlefield. A key element of the plan was the divine magic bombs of the Vivian religion, which had destroyed the Parisians during the ancient crusades against heretics. Those present at the council objected that divine magic bombs were considered forbidden weapons, and all methods of creating them had long been lost to the church. Kainos explained that this was precisely why he had invited Sister Cecilia to the council, as she could help them solve this complex and delicate problem. The nun looked away in embarrassment, confirming the loss of the ancient instructions. But Kainos clarified that he did not need documentation, but something completely different. The strategist wanted Cecilia to organize a demonstration of the divine power of the Church of Vivian to strengthen the fighting spirit of the defenders of the duchy. Cecilia explained Kainos' mistake. The divine magic bomb could only neutralize the power of the Church of Paris without causing physical harm to people. Upon hearing this, Aaron doubted the effectiveness of a non-lethal weapon and demanded an explanation from his strategist about the advisability of its use. Kainos reassured the Duke, hinting at the existence of a way to turn the harmless bombs into deadly weapons against the enemy army during battle. The cunning strategist had a detailed plan of action ready, and Cheryl was to be the executor of his plan, to whom he handed a mysterious magic scroll. Unfolding and reading the scroll, the girl was amazed by the incredible ingenuity and audacity of the plan devised by the advisor for their protection. 5 days later, Elven scouts took up observation positions in the trees of the Black Forest, tracking the movements of the approaching enemy army. Upon discovering the enemy, the Elven observers immediately set off with an important report on the number and location of the advancing enemy units. Analyzing the intelligence data, Kainos noted that the enemy was moving 2 days faster than expected, which indicated that the enemy soldiers were severely fatigued. The strategist understood that due to the impatience of their commander, the enemy troops would not retreat despite their fatigue, striving at all costs to carry out the orders they had received. Aaron woke up his sister, who was sleeping in a field tent, to make sure that all the weapons had been hidden according to plan. Cheryl, who was annoyed, replied irritably that she had done everything several days ago, suffering from lack of sleep and hunger, and demanded to be left alone. Scouts from the Sacred Army of Paris reported to the Archbishop that there were no ambushes along the route, fully in line with the command's preliminary expectations. The Archbishop decided that the Duke still had some sense left, since he understood the futility of resisting the great army of the Holy State of Paris. Satisfied with the lack of resistance, the Archbishop ordered the knights to prepare for the complete cleansing of the heretical lands before nightfall. Watching the enemy's actions from a hill, Aaron understood the Archbishop's provocative tactics, aimed at forcing him into a rash murder. After ordering his troops to take up their pre-prepared positions, the Duke watched as armed warriors emerged from camouflage tents. The Archbishop, who led the Holy Army, was already dreaming of the glory of victory, imagining his future promotion to cardinal and even to the papacy. Suddenly, the earth shook, and before the Archbishop could give the order to hold their positions, he saw a familiar purple glow in the air. Recognizing with horror the divine magic bombs that could not be defended against, the Archbishop realized the seriousness of the threat to his army. Admiring the beautiful but deadly spectacle, Aaron realized that the decisive moment had come to implement his carefully crafted military plan. A few days earlier, Kainos had explained to the shocked Cheryl that the instructions he had received contained instructions for creating special magical mines for defense. Unlike divine magic bombs, these magic mines were specifically designed to inflict lethal damage on enemy troops. The strategist's plan combined the terrifying effect of divine bombs, reminding the enemy of past wars, with the unexpected explosive power of magic mines. A surviving soldier attempted to reach the Archbishop with a report on the change in the divine bombs, which had become deadly to humans. A magical trap that unexpectedly went off under the soldier's feet, brought him a quick but painful death, interrupting his attempt to warn the commander of the danger. Memories of the divine magic bombs that had only neutralized divine power in the past, but had never killed people, came flooding back to the archbishop. Realizing that the enemy had created a new deadly weapon, the archbishop understood that the enemy sought to sow chaos in the ranks of his army in order to completely destroy the troops. The archbishop ordered the surviving soldiers to maintain their formation and continue the attack, unaware of the appearance of Duke Aaron directly behind him. The Duke introduced himself loudly and announced the beginning of a holy vendetta in the name of the goddess Vivian against the invaders who had invaded his lands. In a rage, the archbishop raised his sacred scepter, intending to bring down upon the insolent Duke all the divine power of the great protector of Paris. After a feint, the archbishop struck a real blow at the moment when the Duke seemed unprepared for defense, hoping to catch his opponent off guard. Deftly dodging the blow, the Duke glared at the smiling face of the archbishop, who continued to laugh despite the death of his own soldiers. Aaron decided to see how long the arrogant smile would remain on the archbishop's face after what he had in store for the haughty clergyman. In a loud voice, the Duke ordered his knights to attack the enemy occultists, urging them to glorify the name of the goddess Vivian in this sacred battle. Hearing the accusation of occultism, the offended archbishop was outraged, considering the followers of the Church of Vivian in the Duke's lands to be true heretics. Jumping onto his horse, the enraged archbishop rushed into battle, ignoring the warnings of his knights that they should retreat from a losing situation. In his anger, he struck the subordinate who had suggested retreat and ordered everyone to maintain their battle formation, showing no mercy to the heretics who had slandered the Holy Lord Paris. Taking off his helmet, the loyal knight promised to lead the Crusader order into the final battle to the end if the archbishop ordered the destruction of the enemy at any cost. The knight warned of the imminent death of all participants in the campaign in the event of defeat, and begged the archbishop to give the order to retreat for the sake of saving the soldiers. Realizing the critical nature of the situation, the archbishop ordered a retreat and commanded that divine shields be created to protect the remnants of his army. Rommel, at the head of the army, demanded to pursue the retreating occultists, but the Duke managed to block his horse's path, stopping the attack. The Duke explained that the order to attack was a ruse to drive out the enemy army, and that pursuit would result in losses from their own magical minds. Aaron announced his intention to pursue the enemy alone, planning to bypass the forest and cut off the enemy army's retreat into their territory. Watching the departing cavalry, the Duke apologized to the knight for the deception with the mines, most of which had already been detonated in previous battles. The Duke decided to act alone, not wanting to show his soldiers what he intended to do with the remnants of the enemy army. Looking at the charred bodies of his enemies, Aaron acknowledged the brilliant success of Kano's strategy, which perfectly embodied the concept of chaos and fear on the battlefield. To enhance the effect, the Duke decided to supplement the plan with his mental abilities and the powerful blessing of an ancient dragon. The piercing wind attack he created was so powerful that it cut through and swept away the bodies of all the enemy warriors in its path. The Duke noted the imperfection of the strike, but acknowledged the improvement in his control over the dragon's blessing, thanks to the use of mental power. Confident in his abilities, Aaron continued to pursue the remaining enemy troops, seeking to complete their total annihilation. Carefully observing Aaron's actions, Kainos proudly acknowledged the significant growth in strength and skill of the young Duke. The advisor recalled Aaron's first display of power when he sliced through the iceberg and his realization that long training was necessary to control it. Only through persistent training could the Duke hope to completely subdue the enormous power of the dragon's blessing within himself. Battles with monsters and territorial wars helped the Duke develop control over his power, gradually taming the might of the dragon's blessing. The encounter with the prince made Aaron realize that simply expanding his territory was not enough to successfully oppose the Imperial power. Seeking to increase his power, the Duke began to master new aspects of strength and significantly accelerated his spiritual training program. Today's battle showed the first small but noticeable results of the Duke's long training in controlling his growing power. The Duke was supported by his younger sister Cheryl, who continuously attacked the enemy with powerful fireballs from the sky. The experienced archbishop successfully dodged the deadly fiery attacks raining down from the sky. The enemy did not expect to encounter a mage of such power, capable of sustaining a continuous rain of fire to destroy his troops. The Duke's knights arrived in time to join the attack, seeking to increase the enemy's losses in this decisive battle. One of the enemy knights created a protective barrier, blocking the path of the pursuers, and asked the archbishop to quickly lead the remnants of the army away. After the protective barrier fell, the army continued to pursue the enemy, who was trying to escape the dangerous canyon. The duke suddenly appeared and stopped his warriors, ordering them to cease further pursuit of the retreating enemy. Outside the canyon, they could lose their authority, so the duke decided to end the pursuit at that point. Initially hoping to catch up with the enemy at that distance, the duke was forced to acknowledge the interference of the protective power of the god Paris. Aaron was amazed by the ability of a single knight to stop their attack with a divine barrier that reflected Cheryl's magic and all the sword strikes. The duke tried to break through the barrier with the energy of his sword, but as expected, even this power proved powerless against the divine protection. The next attempt using pure physical strength also failed. The metal of the sword simply bounced off the barrier. To everyone's amazement, a simple blow with his hand completely destroyed the divine protection, proving unexpectedly effective against the barrier. After the defense fell, the duke ordered his men to capture the enemies, but one of the warriors, preferring death to captivity, plunged a dagger into his heart. The duke managed to stop the suicide, suggesting that he not rush into a decision and hinting at a long future together as a prisoner. As a result of the battle, Archbishop Abel lost 10,000 soldiers to magical mines, losing half of his formidable army. The archbishop led the remaining demoralized soldiers to the border castle of Blanche for regrouping and recovery. Aaron, without losing a single soldier, led 5,000 warriors across the border, beginning his march on the capital of the Holy State. At that moment, the Pope received an urgent report from the archbishop about the results of his military mission against the heretical duchy. Shocked by the defeat, the Pope's aides explained that the Duke had used a previously unknown, deadly magical weapon. The Pope noted the absence of Vivian's divine magic bombs this time, considering all other details of the battle insignificant. Confident in the invincibility of divine protection, the Pope ordered another 50,000 soldiers to be sent against the Duke, considering all weapons except magic bombs to be powerless. Fort Blanche, one of the two border castles of the Holy State on the border with the Empire, was directly adjacent to the territory of the Duchy of Bran. In peacetime, this strategic fort served as an important stronghold for spreading religious teachings among neighboring lands. During wartime, the fort became a key outpost and strategic base for the Holy State's army to advance into the eastern territories. The military leaders planned to repel Aaron's troops besieging the fort and send 50,000 reinforcements to completely clear the duchy's territory. The battle claimed the life of Lucas, commander of the Holy Knights, while the cowardly archbishop thought only of his own salvation within the walls of Fort Blanche. The archbishop took the news from the Pope about the formation of a new army as a divine sign and swore before the statue of Paris to avenge himself and the fallen Lucas. With only 5 days left before the arrival of numerous reinforcements from the Holy State, time was running out. Upon learning of the advance of enemy troops, Aaron began to prepare for decisive action to capture the strategically important fort. The Duke employed every possible method of assault, trying to capture Fort Blanche before the enemy reinforcements arrived, but time was rapidly slipping through his fingers. Despite constant attacks with arrows and various siege weapons, the powerful divine barrier of the church remained completely impenetrable to any attempts. The Duke did not understand why conventional assault methods were ineffective, nor why even his enhanced sword aura failed against this unusual defensive system. The experienced Kanos was not surprised by such protection, expecting similar strength from the trusted servant of the god of protection, known for his legendary skill with the sword, Paris. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the Duke watched as arrows bounced helplessly off the barrier, and the rare attacks that broke through were instantly intercepted by the defenders. In search of a solution, Aaron turned to Kanos for information on the possibility of using a divine magic bomb against the impenetrable defense. It turned out that Cecilia did not possess the secret of creating bombs, and their production required too much time, which was not available before the arrival of the enemy forces. Cheryl was resting after the exhausting creation of magic mines in the previous battle, and it would take several days of rest to recover the mana she had spent. The situation was becoming critical. Without the ability to use divine bombs or Cheryl's magic, they saw no way to overcome the impenetrable defenses of the fort. Kynos advised waiting for Lady Cheryl to recover her strength, considering it the only reasonable solution in the current difficult situation. The advisor expressed hope that, once restored, Cheryl's magical power would be able to overcome even the legendary defenses of the hands of the god Paris himself. 4 days before the arrival of enemy reinforcements, the Duke was forced to rely on his sister's help and continue the exhausting wait. Not wanting to remain idle, the Duke continued his futile attacks on the impregnable fort, knowing the futility of such actions against a divine barrier. At the next military council, Kainos admitted that Paris' strength was much greater than their initial calculations had suggested. The strategist understood that it was impossible to simply wait for Cheryl to recover, as time was running out for the mission to be successful. Even if Cheryl miraculously recovered her strength, there was no guarantee that her magic would be powerful enough against such a perfect defense. The prudent advisor developed a backup plan, marking 2 key points on the map that were critical to the implementation of the new military strategy. While the siege of the fort continued, the enemy army could either attack directly with all its forces or bypass Fort Blanche to strike at Bran's territory. The huge number of enemy troops created serious problems with the distribution of supplies, making retreat impossible due to the threat to the rear. The enemy probably hoped to defeat the Duke's army by using its numerical superiority and the full power of its combined forces. The Duke understood the need for a quick retreat into the forest to prepare for the defense of Bran Castle if the capture of Fort Blanche proved impossible. The thought of the castle becoming the main objective of the war filled the Duke with horror, as it would render all his previous military achievements meaningless. Serious damage from such a turn of events could prove irreparable, depriving the duchy of the opportunity to recover after a devastating war. The Duke was tormented by doubts about his ambitions to overthrow the emperor, when even the defense of his own subjects proved to be an impossible task. The sudden realization of his similarity to the former helpless Duke, unable to protect his people, forced Aaron to reconsider his actions. In anger at himself, the Duke reproached himself for his arrogance after a few victories, remembering his true position as a simple steward, unprepared for such haste. Seeing the Duke's despair, Kainos tried to calm him down, explaining that a temporary retreat in siege did not mean final defeat in the war. The advisor assured Aaron and Cheryl of their ability to stop the enemy, acknowledging the inevitability of some losses of land and casualties among the population. The mention of casualties among his subjects enraged the Duke, who grabbed the strategist and demanded that he repeat what he had said about the necessity of sacrifices. After the frightened advisor remained silent, Aaron explained that the loss of subjects would devalue all their previous efforts and achievements in this war. Kainos was perplexed as to how the Duke could hope to avoid casualties in war, attributing such unrealistic expectations to intense emotional stress. Rommel tried to calm his angry friend, urging him to save his strength and direct his righteous anger against the true enemy, the Holy State. With a smile, the commander reminded him of the 3 days they had to make a decision, asking the Duke not to give in to unnecessary anxiety in a difficult situation. Realizing his outburst, Aaron let the strategist go and sincerely apologized for his unworthy behavior, acknowledging the excessiveness of his excitement. The Duke promised not to repeat such outbursts, and Kainos accepted the apology, acknowledging his own fault in failing to devise a more effective plan. The strategist assured the Duke of his intention to make every effort to find a way to capture the impregnable castle of Blanche before the enemy arrived. Their serious conversation was interrupted by Cheryl, who demanded 200,000 gold pieces. Noticing the gloomy faces of those gathered and their obvious helplessness without her help, the girl asked her brother about attempts to use energy bursts, but he explained the futility of attacking the powerful protective barrier with the sword's aura. Cheryl irritably suggested that the sword's aura was not strong enough to destroy the barrier, reproaching her brother for losing his former power and inability to cope. She scolded the Duke for recklessly starting a war without confidence in the protection of his soldiers, reminding him of his responsibility for victory after making the decision. After the girl left, the puzzled Rommel inquired about the meaning of her demand for 200,000 gold coins for the upcoming work. With a mysterious smile, Cheryl explained that the sum was her price for destroying all the magical barriers protecting the enemy fort. The Duke acknowledged his sister's right, realizing the necessity of achieving victory by any means available in the critical situation that had arisen. Approaching the barrier, Cheryl understood the need to use a rare magical attribute to destroy such a powerful defense system. Using such unusual magic required significantly more mana, and the girl doubted her current abilities after her recent exhaustion. Deciding that only the complete destruction of the castle would solve the problem, Cheryl began to accumulate mana, creating a small water spirit at the end of her glowing staff. Her attempt to increase the size of the water spirit ended in failure due to the instability of her mana, forcing the girl to admit that she needed more rest. Cheryl felt awkward about being unable to fulfill her promise after her boastful statement to her brother and the other military leaders. The girl sharply ordered the approaching Duke to prepare the soldiers while she destroyed the enemy fortifications to the ground. Accustomed to his sister's quick temper, Aaron agreed to her demands and sent Rommel to prepare the troops for the upcoming battle. Attentive guards at the fort noticed a lone figure slowly approaching the field of the recent battle and immediately went to report this to the Archbishop. Immersed in prayer, the Archbishop asked the guard to calm down and tell him more about what was happening near the fort walls without interrupting his important work. The agitated guard tried to describe the stranger, who was about 30 paces from the fort and was wearing clothes unlike those of the people of the Holy State. The Archbishop quickly rose from his seat and ordered the holy warriors to begin prayers for protection, realizing the seriousness of the situation. The young sorceress, still unsure of her abilities, decided to use magic and created a powerful wave resembling a tidal wave. Despite the young sorceress's exhaustion, her magic proved powerful enough, but it was unable to break through the protective barrier, causing the Archbishop to breathe a sigh of relief. The Archbishop calmly watched the events unfold, believing in the invincibility of his barrier and thinking that no force in the world could destroy it. The young sorceress realized that her attack was not over yet, so she ordered her special creatures, the mudworms, to begin their next assault. The mudworms began to destroy the protective barriers one after another, causing growing concern among the holy knights and the Archbishop himself. Confident in his powers, the Archbishop raised the sacred scepter high above his head and summoned a powerful weapon, the Iron Hammer of Paris. The Iron Hammer did not appear immediately, but when it finally materialized, it completely destroyed all of the girl's magic, leaving no trace of her spells. The girl froze in horror, realizing that her most powerful spell had been defeated, and did not know how to tell her brother about her failure in completing the important mission. Aaron saw his sister's defeat and immediately rushed into battle, activating his special ability, Piercing Wind, and directing it straight at the enemy's protective barrier. Aaron's first attack missed its target, and the Archbishop realized his luck, for such powerful energy from the sword could have destroyed everyone behind the barrier. The brave hero continued his attacks, sometimes successfully cutting through the barrier, which immediately repaired itself, and sometimes completely missing his target. After a series of relentless attacks, the hero's strength was completely exhausted, and he fell to his knees in despair, feeling utterly powerless against the enemy's impenetrable defense. The Archbishop gloated, unable to comprehend how a mere mortal could think he was capable of overcoming the divine magic created by the highest powers. The wise dragon watched the battle from afar and realized that his blessing was not strong enough to overcome the enemy's divine protection. The ancient dragon realized that he must break ancient taboos and enter forbidden territory to help his master in this difficult battle. History remembered a time when humans and dragons lived in close friendship, which attracted the attention of the gods, who closely watched the actions of their creations. The gods came to the conclusion that dragons had too much influence on human lives, so they decided to impose strict restrictions on their interaction. The gods established a system of punishment. First, a warning was issued, followed by divine punishment for the dragons, and all these rules were called forbidden territory. When night fell, the dragon secluded himself in his room and began to send his enemy the most terrifying nightmare imaginable. The nightmarish vision showed Abel his friend Lucas, who was brutally beaten, covered in blood, and desperately begging for help and salvation. When he awoke, the Archbishop was haunted by terrible memories of the dream in which his dead friend had begged for salvation, and this greatly troubled him. The Archbishop began to pray fervently, asking God to either rest Lucas's soul in peace or give him the strength to save his friend if he was still alive. The observant dragon decided to change tactics. Since it was impossible to defeat the holy warriors by external force, he would begin to destroy them from within through fear and doubt. An unexpected weakness overcame the dragon. It was the beginning of divine punishment for violating ancient prohibitions against interfering in human affairs. The Archbishop spent the evening watching the Duke's army and thinking about Lucas's fate, noticing how the siege tower with the knights was moving towards Bran's lands. The Duke separated from the main forces and headed for the fortress walls to deliver a message to the Archbishop via carrier pigeon, after which he returned to his army. The letter contained the Duke's promise to retreat for now, but returned later with new forces to completely destroy the enemy. The Duke added a threat to punish the captured occultists in their custody to prove the seriousness of his intentions. The Duke's words aroused the Archbishop's intense anger, although he did not fully understand the meaning of the threat concerning the captive occultist. Horror gripped the Archbishop when he saw his friend Lucas tied to a huge boulder in a catapult, ready to be fired. The knights raised their axes to cut the catapult's ropes, and despite the Archbishop's pleas, they carried out their commander's terrible threat. The dragon took extraordinary pleasure in watching the human body fly through the air and was ready to relive the moment over and over again. The special nature of the dragon allowed him to experience such feelings only in human form, and no divine punishment could make him give it up. The dragon decided to help the people, but in return he wanted to derive real pleasure from their actions, which could bring him complete delight. The events shifted back a few hours to the morning when the strategist gathered everyone to announce his carefully thought-out plan of action. The strategist explained the importance of following each point of the plan precisely and emphasized that due to the lack of time, no objections would be accepted. A huge stone with a man tied to it flew toward its target, signaling the start of the next phase of the carefully thought-out plan. According to the plan, Cheryl was to secretly summon the fire spirits at the moment the catapult was used, hiding them from the enemy's view. Cheryl waited for the right moment and hid the small fire spirit so that the enemy would not notice it, after which they flew together toward the fort's wall. The Archbishop watched in horror as his friend approached, realizing that a direct hit from the stone would inevitably lead to Lucas's death, just like in his nightmare. The Archbishop ordered his warriors to immediately stop their prayers and lower the divine barrier, hoping to save Lucas once he was behind their walls. After the barrier fell, Cheryl's flames and spirit grew many times larger, becoming much more dangerous and destructive to the enemy. The fiery attack inflicted enormous damage on the Archbishop's army, continuing to mercilessly destroy everything in its path with a series of successive blows. It was Aaron's turn to fulfill his part of the plan, to break through into enemy territory without hesitation after the first successful attack. Aaron discarded his heavy armor to increase his speed and maneuverability, then directed his horse straight toward the walls of the enemy castle. The Archbishop finally realized that he had fallen victim to a cunning plan and ordered his soldiers to pray for Para's help in defending the walls from the attack. Thanks to Kano's perfect plan, Cheryl's magic proved unstoppable and continued to attack until it finally destroyed the fortress wall. The Archbishop tried to calm his soldiers, convincing them that even a destroyed wall was nothing to fear as long as they were protected by the powerful hands of Paris. The Duke slipped through the ruined gate unnoticed and loudly announced his intention to take the Archbishop's head, catching everyone off guard. The Archbishop responded mockingly to the threat of an unarmed man and immediately ordered additional forces to be called in for protection. Following the Archbishop's orders, the warriors divided into groups to reinforce the castle walls and expel the insolent heretic who dared to use the name of God. The Duke, wasting no time, swiftly attacked the nearest enemy soldier, demonstrating his determination and combat skills. Standing to defend the breach, the Duke declared that he would not allow anyone to approach the wall, the destruction of which had required considerable effort. Armed troops and commanders, dressed in light armor for the upcoming battle, managed to join their leader at the critical moment. The battle began with the Duke's order to do everything possible to capture the castle and drive the enemy out of the occupied territory. Rommel, aware of the shortage of weapons, ordered his soldiers to engage in battle and capture the enemy's weapons to successfully defend the castle. Rommel had an unexpected idea. He handed Arthur 2 shields and threw his comrade high into the air, directing him straight at the enemy knights. Arthur successfully knocked down several knights who lost consciousness from the blow, and when the remaining enemies went on the offensive, he took up a defensive position in time. Seeing his broken shields, Arthur thought that Commander Rommel was simply mocking him, condemning him to such an undignified death in an unequal battle. Rommel quickly came to his aid and knocked down one enemy, while Bianca dealt with the second, striking him in the head with her sharp spear. Arthur, captivated by the courage of his savior, rushed toward her, while Rommel noticed a new dangerous attack approaching. A huge hammer came crashing down on the warriors, and Rommel barely managed to save his friend from certain death by pushing him away at the last moment. The enraged Duke decided to deal with the Archbishop himself to make his army's task easier in this difficult battle. The Duke was preparing to jump onto a high wall, but a sudden premonition of danger made him dodge the invisible threat at the last moment. The Holy Army surrounded the young warrior, pressing him against the wall and cutting off all routes of retreat or advance. Aaron attacked his enemies with the help of the dragon's blessing, but Abel did not stand idly by and began to summon his sacred power for a counterattack. The Duke had to show exceptional agility, simultaneously defending himself from aerial attacks and dodging the blows of his ground-based enemies. Using his skills and quick thinking, the hero waited for the right moment and managed to climb the wall where his main enemy had been all along. The Archbishop's servants created a powerful protective barrier, managing to stop the hero's swift attack just in time. The hero's attempt to break through the barrier using his mental powers was unsuccessful, and his weapon broke after the failed attack. Archbishop Abel, looking at the confused hero, solemnly declared that he would pay for such audacity with his own life. The threat of retribution extended to all of the hero's subordinates, and this truly frightened him, as he understood that he lacked the trump cards needed to win without regaining his strength. According to the strategist's plan, the main goal was to capture Blanche Castle before the enemy reinforcements arrived and strengthen their defensive positions there. The success of the plan depended on the quick elimination of the enemy leader, but in practice this task proved to be much more difficult than even the experienced hero had anticipated. The duchy, who had an unexpected idea, shouted to Rommel, who was fighting below, to throw him any weapon he could find. Receiving the mace, the hero filled it with sufficient mental power and resolutely headed for Paris' magical hand. The powerful attack not only destroyed the magical hand, but also demolished the section of the wall where the holy knights who had created it were standing. As he approached his enemy, the hero mused that although humans cannot defeat divine power, it was interesting to wonder whether this rule applied to those who wielded it. The Duke was particularly outraged that the Archbishop equated himself with God, even though he had only borrowed his power, which seemed like a real insult. The Archbishop had to retreat for a new attack, but the hero was too quick and, dodging the blows, fiercely rushed at his opponent. The arriving helpers joined forces to attack the hero, and some of them even managed to achieve some success. After several missed blows, the hero noticed an interesting pattern. Neither could he break through the energy barrier, nor could Parry's hands overcome his mental powers. Directing his attack at the ground, the Duke realized that he could easily deal with his opponent's minor attacks, successfully deflecting and stopping every blow. Suddenly, the hero noticed that the Archbishop had marked him with a special symbol, and when he looked up, he saw a huge magical attack approaching. His legs, bound by magic, prevented him from dodging the blow, so the only possible way out was to try to destroy the approaching attack. The subjects watching the battle from below believed in the strength of their Duke, but they understood that even he could not match the power of the divine attack. All that remained for the loyal subjects was to silently watch as their Duke attempted to resist what seemed like an inevitable fate. Despite the slim chances of victory, the hero was unable to destroy the attack, but managed to redirect it back at the enemy using the same magical logic. The hero immediately attacked the stunned Archbishop, declaring that his god had definitely betrayed him, since the invincible Abel had been defeated. The Archbishop was overcome with uncontrollable terror and screamed in fear of the man whose incredible power he could not comprehend. Preparing to strike again, the hero explained that he was a man who had risen from the dead, and unlike Abel, had never claimed to be invincible. Following Kano's plan, the Duke successfully defeated Abel, the chief defender of Blanche Castle, in the decisive battle. Despite the limited time, the hero managed to establish a reliable line of defense before the arrival of reinforcements from the Holy Empire. In the evening, everyone gathered around a lavishly laid table to celebrate the significant victory and discuss further strategic plans. The Duke asked Kano's uncertainly whether they should remain in the captured Blanche Castle while the enemy mobilized part of its huge army. The wise dragon explained the necessity of remaining in the castle, as the enemy would try by any means to distract them from this strategic position. The dragon shared a plan that could prevent the enemy's actions, but warned of serious natural risks associated with its implementation. The plan was to intercept the enemy troops by placing troops at strategically important points in advance, before the enemy army could be divided. Rommel, aware of the enemy's fivefold numerical superiority, considered the interception tactic to be the only reasonable solution in the current situation. Aaron understood the need to act quickly while he and his sister were in the captured castle, but he doubted the possibility of successfully completing the task. Kano's unexpectedly suggested excluding the hero from the plan, claiming that this would bring them much closer to victory in the war. Kainos confidently promised to end all military operations in just 1 week, even without the main hero's participation in the operation. That evening in his room, Eren pondered the dubious nature of the plan, but decided to trust Kainos' unerring intuition, as he had done before. The tired young man was about to rest and recharge his batteries when an unexpected knock on the door interrupted his plans for relaxation. Rommel had warned in advance about the possible presence of remnants of the Holy Army in the castle and asked the Duke to exercise extreme caution. Eren quickly calmed down, reasoning that enemy soldiers would have attacked without warning, so he calmly allowed the late guest to enter. The late guest turned out to be a young nun who had come to see the Duke despite the late hour and her simple attire. The embarrassed girl apologized for her late visit and informed him of an important request, but the hero awkwardly suggested postponing the conversation until morning. Sitting down on the edge of the bed, the nun explained the urgency of her visit, saying that she had received a summons from Lord Vivian himself. The hero looked at the girl intently, pondering the meaning of her words, and Cecilia explained that the Lord was summoning them both. The Duke was confused, wondering if Vivian really existed and why he had suddenly turned to them. Cecilia explained that Vivian's order had originated in the ancient ruins on the mountain ridge behind Blanche Castle in these sacred lands. The capture of the castle by the order of Perez had prevented Cecilia from approaching the sacred ruins, despite Lord Vivian's constant calls. Thanks to the Duke's victory, a long-awaited chance to reach the sacred ruins had appeared, for which the girl expressed her sincere gratitude. The Duke reminded her of the unfinished military mission, but Cecilia hugged him and asked if he would really refuse the divine request. Not wanting to upset the girl, the Duke promised to visit the chosen place after the war if Blanche Castle remained under their control. Cecilia, touched by the Duke's promise to fulfill her request, decided that now it was her turn to return the favor. As she was leaving, the girl asked if the gentleman knew the true nature of Lord Vivian, showing sincere interest in his knowledge. Seeing the confusion in the man's eyes, the embarrassed girl explained that Lord Vivian was the one and only god of love. Deep into the night, a sudden and frightening commotion broke out among the soldiers in the military camp of the Sacred States Reinforcements. Archbishop Landa, commander of the Holy States Reinforcements, slept peacefully in his bed, unaware of the impending danger. Loud cries of fire woke the archbishop. Frightened horses were running around in panic, and helpless soldiers were dying in the fiery trap. Quickly dressing, the archbishop demanded a report and learned that the fire had started near important food carts. Cheryl sent her powerful fire spirit, who mercilessly burned everything in his destructive path. Seeing the fire spirit, the terrified people mistook it for a demon and tried to extinguish it with water, but the enraged spirit turned its fury against them. Archbishop Landa realized with horror that all the food supplies had been completely destroyed, understanding the catastrophic consequences for the army. Under cover of night, a well-trained army of holy warriors and the Duke's soldiers, led by Rommel, launched a decisive attack. The warriors clearly divided the combat tasks among themselves and methodically destroyed the enemy, acting as a single well-oiled machine. The archbishop watched the chaos unfold and could not believe the audacity of Duke Eren, who dared to treat the servants of the god Perez in such a manner. The experienced Kainos watched the battle, knowing that even the most well-thought-out counterattack strategy was useless without reliable and loyal warriors. Deprived of food, the enemy would inevitably begin to lose strength, and now they needed to hold out for just 1 week to have a real chance of victory. An attentive observer could see that both the wise Kainos and the experienced archbishop had made one important strategic mistake. The dragon believed that destroying the enemy's food supplies would significantly slow down their offensive. No one foresaw that this blow to the supplies would only fan the flames of faith in the enemy, giving them unexpected strength to resist. Inspired by their faith, the warriors were able to overcome hunger and continue the battle to fulfill the sacred will of their deity, Paris. The opposing orders clashed with Eren's troops much earlier than planned, disrupting the original battle plan. Archbishop Landa's strategy, based on numerical superiority, proved ineffective in the situation that had developed. Unexpected news shook the command. Avant Castle had been captured, and all supply routes to Perea's holy warriors were completely cut off. The archbishop was confused, not understanding how the enemy could have captured new territory when all their forces were in Blanche Castle. It turned out that the Duke had successfully led a secret operation to capture the new city even before the arrival of the main reinforcements from the Holy State. The brilliant strategist Kainos divided his military forces into two specialized units with different combat missions. The first unit was tasked with delaying enemy reinforcements, while the second was assigned the critical mission of capturing Event Castle and its strategic supplies. Despite successfully destroying the enemy's supplies, the intercepting unit was unable to completely stop the enemy's advance toward its intended target. The bloody battles resulted in huge losses among the soldiers, significantly weakening the combat potential of both sides. The exhausted interception unit, despite heavy losses, still managed to stop the further advance of the warriors of the Sacred State. The Special Operations Unit under Aaron's command crossed the mountain range and successfully captured the strategically important castle of Event. Archbishop Landa, finding himself in a desperate situation, decided to continue the attack on Blanche Castle and urgently requested additional resources. The far-sighted Kainos had anticipated this turn of events and successfully prevented the enemy from receiving help. Seeing the suffering of his soldiers dying of hunger, the Archbishop made the difficult decision to surrender to the enemy in exchange for food. Duke Bran hurried to the Emperor with important news, unaware of his true intentions in the current situation. When servants tried to prevent the meeting, the Duke reported that Aaron had captured two strategically important castles, Blancha and Aventa. The enraged Emperor could not believe that his powerful army of Pares had failed to defeat a relatively weak enemy. The experienced ruler sensed that the news he had received was not limited to information about the military defeats of his army. The Emperor's premonition proved correct. The Pope officially appealed to him to intervene in the protracted conflict. Duke Bran explained that the Pope, unwilling to surrender to heretics, was asking the Emperor to use his power to end the bloody war. The Emperor flew into a rage, remembering his agreement with the Pope to neutralize Duke Aaron, which had ended in a humiliating defeat. Upon hearing the news of the Emperor's intervention, the enraged Aaron realized that all his carefully laid plans were in jeopardy. The wise Kainos considered this turn of events favorable, realizing that it was impossible to continue the war due to the enormous losses. Although Kainos considered the situation a defeat, he understood the danger of conflict with the Emperor and suggested taking advantage of the upcoming negotiations. A week later, important rulers gathered in the spacious conference hall of Event Castle for complex peace negotiations. The Pope understood the Duke's anger, as the Emperor's intervention in a war that was almost won could have provoked a similar reaction from any commander. The Pope considered the Emperor's help in allowing the war to begin a better solution than losing the pride of the order through a humiliating surrender. The Holy Father solemnly announced Lord Paris' mercy toward the hero, asserting that it was the deity who had ordered the end of the military confrontation. The Pope confidently declared that continuing the purification of the lands would inevitably lead to their final victory over the enemy. The Duke watched the Pope with derision, who, realizing the impossibility of continuing the struggle, tried to maintain the appearance of a victor. The Duke ironically asked his advisor if he had ever met such a boastful fool on the battlefield. The archbishops were horrified by the Duke's insolent treatment of the Pope of the Holy See, whom they revered as much as the king of an entire nation. The hero mockingly remarked that the archbishop, who had recently surrendered for food, had plucked up his courage and explained to the Pope his ignorance of the real state of affairs. The Duke pointed out the hypocrisy of talk of mercy, reminding them that it was they, not Paris, who had shown mercy to the starving heretics. The Duke imperiously ordered an end to empty talk and demanded that the Pope listen carefully to his demands if he wanted his captive soldiers back. The Pope remained surprisingly calm and even smiled, convinced of the truth of the rumors about the young Duke's warlike character. The Duke made a bold demand that the capital of the Holy State of Regal be handed over to them, to which the Pope rebuked him for excessive self-confidence. Enraged, Aaron ordered that all prisoners be sent to forced labor or sold at a slave market in case of disobedience. The tense negotiations were interrupted by the arrival of the Emperor and his entourage, whose faces clearly showed their dissatisfaction with what was happening. Emperor Jiran, restraining his hostility, noted how his nephew had matured since their last important meeting. The Duke and his loyal subjects immediately bowed deeply, paying the Emperor the honors due to him. The Emperor ordered the Duke to raise his head, and at that moment an armed knight rushed toward him, but only destroyed the table. The Emperor explained his reluctance to sit at tables on grounds of security and the need for a complete view of what was happening around him. The Duke tried to flatter the Emperor, noting the similarity of their thinking on matters of security and observation of the surrounding environment. After completing all the necessary preparations, The negotiators gathered together to discuss important state matters. The emperor looked at Lord Paris' representative with obvious displeasure and demanded an explanation for the loud argument he had heard on his way to the hall. The Pope briefly outlined the essence of the conflict, informing the emperor of the Duke's demand that the capital of the Holy State be handed over as military compensation. The Duke objected, clarifying that he had merely criticized the Pope for violating his own rules regarding marriage and having children. Noticing the reaction of those present, the Duke realized that the time was right to begin serious negotiations on the compensation he deserved. Observing the Pope, the Duke foresaw the spread of compromising rumors that would force him to leave his high office. The Duke planned that Archbishop Landa, who had been deliberately left alive, would become the next Pope, carefully preparing the ground for change. The Emperor closely watched Lord Paris' representative, noticing his obvious fear of the exposure of some carefully hidden secret. Realizing the disadvantage of his current position, the Emperor sought to minimize possible losses from the upcoming negotiations. The Emperor suggested postponing the delicate topic and focusing on discussing the compensation the Duke wanted. The Duke spoke as a representative of the Empire, declaring the harm caused by a religion controlled by a manipulator who was spreading his influence among the citizens. The Duke proposed moving the Order of Pares to the western part of the continent to reduce their influence on the Empire's population. The outraged Pope jumped up from his seat, demanding an explanation from the Duke regarding his excessive demands. The Emperor called on the Pope to calm down and pointed out to the Duke that his demands were excessive in the current situation. The Duke was aware of the scale of his demands but hoped for the Emperor's support in defending the imperial honor. The Emperor, understanding the Duke's desire to protect his country, demanded that the Pope confirm or refute the accusations that had been made. The Pope, agitated, rose from his seat and began to deny all the accusations, citing the incompatibility of family life with his position. The Duke, with a sly smile, asked the Pope how he would react if his granddaughter were found and enslaved. The Pope firmly rejected the possibility of searching for a non-existent person and turning her into a slave, trying to keep his secret. Confident in his knowledge, the Duke ordered Rommel to send men to search for the Pope's granddaughter in the winter Villa Alpes. Rommel reported that the operation to find the girl was almost complete, awaiting only the final order to proceed. The visibly nervous Pope demanded that the search be stopped, to which the Duke ironically reminded him that he had no descendants. The Emperor tried to smooth things over, suggesting that the Duke might have made a mistake, considering the Pope's service to the Church. The Pope hastily agreed with the Emperor's suggestion, continuing to insist that there were no family ties. The Duke slyly inquired about the possibility of turning the found girl into a slave, continuing to pressure the nervous Pope. The Pope finally admitted the existence of a family, justifying himself with mistakes made in the past before taking holy orders. Thanks to the Emperor's intervention, the final negotiations satisfied only part of Aaron's initial demands. The parties signed a 2-year truce, conditional on the release of prisoners and Aaron's promise not to spread compromising rumors. Aaron received the castle of Blanche, the territory of the Order of Vivian, and compensation of 5,000 gold coins, officially recognizing him as the victor. Watching the prisoners leave, Kainos rejoiced at the end of the war, but he was tormented by an unresolved question for his master. Kainos wondered how the Duke had learned of the Pope's granddaughter's existence and when he had managed to organize her search. Aaron admitted his own interest in the matter, suggesting that it could be another of Rommel's tricks. The hero asked Kainos to personally ask the knight for details of his ingenious plan to clarify the situation. Upon returning to the sacred land, the Pope immediately set off for the port city of Alpes to meet his granddaughter. Upon meeting his granddaughter, the worried Pope questioned her about possible threats and suspicious contacts. Upon learning that there had been no contact with his granddaughter, the Pope realized that the Duke had deceived him and vowed that Lord Paris would punish the deceiver. Aaron, unaware of the Pope's anger, prepared for his journey with Cecilia to the promised sacred place. Cecilia confidently stated that she did not need an escort for a simple climb up the mountains. Cecilia instructed Lady Bianca to find Vivian's oppressed followers in the castle to restore their church. An unexpected addition to the journey was Kainos, invited by Lord Vivian himself, which Cecilia kept secret. By evening, the travelers reached an ancient temple separated from the outside world by a deep precipice in the snow-covered mountains. The Duke noted that it was impossible to cross the cliff without wings, and that strong winds made it difficult to build a crossing. Cecilia explained the special nature of access to the temple, which was inaccessible even to flying creatures, and required a different approach. Cecilia knelt down and began to pray to the Lord, asking him to open the way to the sacred temple. A mystical road appeared above the cliff, and Cecilia, overjoyed, invited her companions to follow her. Inside the spacious temple, the Duke noticed a strange emptiness and abandonment. Despite the impressive size of the building, an unexpected discovery was the presence of a little girl praying on her knees by the sacred water. Cecilia respectfully greeted Lord Vivian, apologizing for the long absence of contact between them. The girl took off her cloak and reproached Cecilia for her excessive slowness, hinting at her long wait. The little goddess agreed to forgive Cecilia for the delay, considering the important people she had brought with her. The Duke looked at the approaching child goddess with surprise, amazed at the absence of her usual magical aura. Kanos knelt before Lord Vivian, asking him to explain the reason for their gathering in the temple. Lord Vivian rebuked Kanos for his impatience, which was uncharacteristic of a dragon, insisting on his right to choose the time for revelations. The goddess approached the Duke, asked him to close his eyes, and then they instantly disappeared from the temple without a trace. Finding themselves on the mountain in front of the temple, the girl calmed the frightened Duke and asked him what he thought had caused the summons. Vivian began a philosophical discourse on the cyclical nature of life, comparing it to a stone lying nearby on the mountain. The goddess demonstratively dropped the huge stone, which destroyed the temple in half, presumably killing the people inside. The Duke was horrified at the thought of Kanos and Cecilia possibly dying under the rubble of the ruined temple. The angry Duke lashed out at Vivian for her divine games with human lives. The young goddess calmly pointed to the huge rock that now stood at the very top of the mountain, and with this simple gesture, she made it clear to the Duke that the ancient temple was intact and that their lives were in no danger. This heavy stone on the top of the mountain was a special sign for the steward Gale. The goddess had used it as a symbol of the new life she had given to the man, transporting his soul through time and space. The confused man finally realized the whole truth about his miraculous rescue and understood why he had begun his new life in the body of the Duke, for which he was sincerely grateful to the wise Vivian. The little goddess patiently explained to her confused guests that his appearance in a new body was not accidental, for every person has a special destiny, and she asked him to live this life to the fullest. The frightened and confused man could not calm down because he wanted to immediately find out the true reason for his appearance here and understand where the real owner of this body was now. The wise goddess advised the traveler to continue on his life's journey without fear or doubt, promising that one day he would surely meet the real Duke, although he would be completely different. When the time allotted for conversation came to an end, the goddess used her divine power and directed the Duke toward the cliff, noticing his last attentive glance before he fell. When he awoke from his deep slumber, the Duke was surprised to find himself not within the walls of the ancient temple, but outside, where an alarmed nun was trying to revive him with her caring actions. After waking up, the Duke looked around in confusion, trying to understand where he was, because he clearly remembered the moment of his fall, but now they were right in front of the entrance to the Majestic temple. The agitated Duke began to ask about the mysterious goddess, but the attentive Cecilia gently explained that they were not yet destined to meet her, because the time for that meeting had not yet come. The man was absolutely certain that they had indeed entered the ancient temple and met an amazing girl there who looked exactly like the beautiful Cecilia. Trying to tell those around him about his unusual experiences, the hero was met with Cecilia's firm conviction that they had remained outside the temple the whole time and that he had simply lost consciousness. Calm, Cecilia suggested that everything they had seen might have been just a vision, and since the great lord did not wish to see them yet, they had better return home and try to come to the temple another time. Climbing onto his trusty horse, the alarmed Kanos could not understand why the others had no memory of the amazing events that had taken place within the walls of the ancient temple. Enraged, Vivian began to severely reprimand the insolent dragon for his unauthorized interference in the affairs of mere mortals, and decided to devise a just punishment for his misdeed. Using her divine power, she restricted the dragon's magical power in his chest, significantly weakening his abilities and forbidding him to use any magic in human form. The goddess warned her servant that any attempt to break the ban would bring him such suffering that he would prefer a quick and easy death. The mighty Kanos was deeply upset that his simple desire to have some fun in the land of humans had led to such serious consequences, and now his life was in danger. Looking at the pensive Duke, the dragon acknowledged that all his adventures had been worth it. for thanks to his bold actions, he had gained many incredible experiences. In the majestic capital, life went on as usual, and the ordinary townspeople had long since ceased to pay attention to the poor beggars who begged for alms every day on the noisy streets. The unexpected appearance of Duke Renan's luxurious carriage attracted the attention of curious townspeople, disrupting the usual flow of everyday life in the bustling capital. The satisfied Duke, comfortably seated in his carriage, rejoiced at Aaron's victory over the Holy State, but he was troubled by the Emperor's close attention to their actions. A sudden stop caused the carriage to sway violently, forcing the alarmed Duke to leave his comfortable seat to find out the reason for the unexpected delay. Standing in front of the luxurious carriage was an unfamiliar man who confidently declared to the surprised travelers that he was none other than Duke Aaron himself, returned from oblivion. The mysterious stranger stood very seriously and confidently, silently waiting for the moment when the real Duke would deign to listen to his amazing story. Despite his obvious doubts, the Duke decided to listen to the strange man, although he found it difficult to believe in the possibility of resurrection after being killed by the Emperor 20 years ago. Realizing the improbability of his story, Aaron deliberately set out in search of Renan, a distant relative of the crown and a loyal servant of the former emperor, hoping to find understanding. Having lost his former appearance, the Duke chose Renan as his only confidant, realizing that anyone else would immediately notice his striking difference from the former Duke. The angry coachman rudely pushed the impostor out of the expensive carriage, outraged that a commoner dared to lie to a nobleman for so long. Despite the strange man's insistent assurances that his words were true, Renan could not believe such an incredible story and ordered his men to continue on their way. With a heavy heart, Aaron acknowledged that his fears were justified, realizing that no one would believe his amazing story when he himself had difficulty accepting the changes that had happened to him. Deep in his heart, he was determined not to let the tragic events of his past life, which still weighed heavily on his conscience, repeat themselves. Renouncing the long-held promise he had made to his father, the determined hero resolved to strike first against the treacherous emperor to prevent future misfortune. Despite the absence of the dragon's blessing, powerful RCGA technology, and any material resources, he was determined to find a way to regain his former strength. At this time, the energetic leader of the Crusaders, Bianca, was seriously concerned about a number of urgent problems that required immediate solutions. In order to successfully expand the territory's influence, Blanche needed to urgently increase the size of her army, but much to the commander's dismay, there were no volunteers willing to join the ranks. Bianca felt a special responsibility to lord herself for raising an army, as she had voluntarily taken on this important task and made a solemn promise. After carefully studying the terms of service, she suddenly realized the reason for the failure. The proposed payment of 2 gold coins was simply ridiculously low for military service. Such a modest salary was barely enough for a simple sack of flour, let alone to feed an entire family during a long month of service. Enraged, Bianca smashed the shameful plaque indicating her pay in a fit of anger, greatly embarrassing the modest Cecilia and further charming the enamored Arthur. Observant Aaron, noticing the problem, calmly approached the strategist to find out the cause of the concern, since the payment was supposed to remain the same. The attentive Kanos cautiously pointed out to the hero some suspicious people who were strangely loitering in a narrow dark alley nearby. Glancing cautiously in the indicated direction, the hero immediately realized that these mysterious individuals were indeed arousing serious suspicion with their unusual behavior. The experienced strategist confidently explained that these people were Imperial spies sent by the ruler to keep a close watch after their recent victory. The perceptive hero quickly realized that the reduced payment was a clever diversionary tactic designed to deceive the enemy spies. He was worried about the possibility of recruiting troops in such difficult conditions, but Kanos explained that despite the official ban, they needed to gather 10,000 warriors. A hidden city had been discovered in the recently captured territory, where Vivian's loyal followers, fleeing persecution by the Pope, were hiding, and Rommel was already recruiting them for 10 gold pieces. The Duke approved this sensible decision for organizing the defense, but observing the alarmed Kanos, he clearly understood that this was far from the only problem. The wise advisor began to explain that they had already achieved significant success by capturing the important castle of Blanche and the surrounding lands to expand their influence. After carefully assessing the current situation, He concluded that, despite the high costs, their main goal should be to create a powerful army of 50,000 soldiers. The stunned Duke could hardly imagine how such a huge army of 50,000 well-trained soldiers could be assembled. The experienced Kanos insisted that the goal was correct, explaining that without a strong army, their vast territories would remain defenseless and lose all influence. The advisor warned of the danger of the holy nation's influence, reminded them of their lack of economic and military power, and suggested focusing on earning money to hire soldiers. The weary hero, realizing the magnitude of the task ahead, asked everyone to take a day off before returning to the castle to resolve important financial matters. At that time, Moria was traveling through the Duke's lands with a young companion who was carefully examining the traces of recent heavy battles in the area. The talkative Moria told his companion about the ruthless nature of the local Duke, adding that the visible destruction was only a small part of his capabilities. The curious girl asked with interest about the length of the Duke's reign and the truth of the rumors about his cruel methods of ruling the conquered lands. Moria was surprised that even on the distant western continent, where his companion had come from, people knew so much about Duke Bran. Soon the young traveler appeared before the powerful ruler of the north, who was clearly puzzled by such an unusual approach to his person. The courteous girl told of the legendary glory of the Duke, who had conquered many enemies and subjugated the lands of the powerful holy nation, earning the proud title of ruler of the north. Tired of long speeches, Aaron decisively interrupted his talkative guest, insisting that she get to the main purpose of her unexpected visit. When the girl ignored his request, the irritated Duke drew his sharp sword, annoyed that people constantly needed the threat of weapons to understand simple requests. The experienced Moria noted with satisfaction the success of his strategy, for it was he who had advised the Duke to use the formidable rumors about himself to gain an advantage in the negotiations. The frightened girl finally introduced herself as a princess from the distant kingdom of Samad, who had come to the powerful Duke with an important business proposal. Everyone was familiar with this rich island kingdom, conveniently located between the bustling central and western continents. Despite its small population, the kingdom was famous for its influential trading groups, which controlled all important commodity flows between the continents. It was no coincidence that the young princess headed the most powerful royal trade association, which controlled the most important trade routes. The pensive Aaron bitterly realized that the beautiful kingdom of Samad was doomed to disappear in 10 years during the brutal conquest of the western continent. After listening attentively to the agitated princess, the Duke calmly suggested that she continue her story about the purpose of her important visit. The determined Luvia presented her proposal to build a large warehouse on the Duke's land for goods arriving from the western continent. The surprised Duke did not understand the need for a new warehouse, as merchants already had enough storage facilities throughout the empire. The wise princess explained that the former owners of the castle from the Holy Empire had refused to allow them to build, considering them dangerous heretics. The perceptive Aaron quickly understood the true purpose of the visit: to obtain permission from the new rulers to build a warehouse on the lands of Blanche Castle. The cunning Luvia emphasized the mutual benefits of such a proposal, promising the Duke a significant increase in tax revenues from trade flows through his lands. Indifferent to the proposal, the Duke rose from his seat and ordered his loyal strategist to escort the uninvited guests out, to which Kainos respectfully agreed. Persistent Luvia, realizing that she was losing a valuable partner, resolutely resorted to her last trump card in the difficult negotiations. She offered a lucrative 15% of profits in exchange for a 20% tax on goods and complete control over the distribution of the miraculous holy water. The interested Duke listened carefully to the unusual proposal, trying to understand the true meaning of the request for control over the holy water. The cunning Luvia decided to start her explanation from afar, asking the Duke if he remembered a brave adventurer named Gerald. The pensive Aaron could not remember this man until the attentive strategist reminded him of the first traveler he had met in the ancient temple of Atun. Excited, Luvia recounted how she had searched all continents for a miraculous cure for her sick father until holy water healed him. It turned out that the precious water had been created by special order of the Order of Vivian, and the princess had obtained this secret information from the talkative Moria. Frightened, Moria immediately realized his unforgivable mistake when he met the Duke's stern gaze, for information about the holy water was to remain a closely guarded secret. The suspicious Duke inquired about Luvia's true intentions, suspecting her desire to resell the holy water on the wealthy central continent. The clever Luvia acknowledged the wisdom of the Duke's decision to conceal the value of the holy water in order to preserve the fragile peace with the powerful emperor. She revealed her plan to control the distribution of water on the western continent in order to help the emperor's enemies and quietly weaken his power. The calculating Aaron understood the financial benefits of the proposal, but saw no reason to give up control over such an important product, preferring direct cooperation. The wise Duke realized that selling holy water to the central continent would bring more profit, but risked it falling into the hands of the Imperial army. Carefully observing Luvia, he appreciated her brilliant trading skills and her amazing ability to accurately determine the desires of buyers. With a heavy heart, he thought about the sad fate of this beautiful country, which was destined to turn into lifeless ruins. The determined Duke was firmly resolved to change the future and prevent the disappearance of an entire country, as had happened in his past life. After much deliberation, he allowed the princess to dispose of the holy water, but warned that the deal would be immediately terminated if any shipments were discovered on the central continent. Surprised, Kanos did not expect such a decision, but the confident Duke ordered all the necessary documents to be prepared by the end of the day. Grateful, Luvia performed the traditional court gesture of her country, expressing her sincere hope for a long and fruitful cooperation. The polite Duke tried to repeat the unfamiliar gesture out of respect for tradition, although he doubted the correctness of his performance. The smiling princess explained the deep meaning of this gesture in her culture, a symbol of openness and honesty of intent. After the guest left, the alarmed Kanos expressed his concern about the hastiness of the decision to entrust the princess with control over the precious holy water. Despite the strategist's reasonable fears, the Duke understood the need to find the means to maintain an army of 50,000 on the territory of Bran. Confident in his choice, the Duke knew that Kanos would not understand his decision, which was based on his life experience. It was time to pay attention to the ever-busy guest, who had surely traveled a long way, not only to meet the princess. The mysterious Moria decided to present the Duke with an amazing new product known as the mysterious black gold. Taking out a small bag, he poured black pepper onto his palm and invited the Duke to appreciate the unusual aroma of the mysterious spice. The unfamiliar smell made the Duke sneeze, and he couldn't understand why this simple spice was called precious black gold. The experienced merchant smiled and explained that such a reaction was quite normal for a first encounter, but that the true value of the spice could only be appreciated in cooked dishes. The perceptive Duke and Kanos quickly figured out Moria's real plan: to find the source of the valuable black gold on the mysterious Black Continent. The amazing Black Continent remained a mysterious land known only from ancient books, although the valuable spice was usually brought from the eastern continent. The observant Moria noticed Kaino's awareness of rumors about a month-long sea voyage from the central to the eastern continent. However, there was a serious obstacle: huge sea monsters that prevented ships from reaching the shores of the distant eastern continent. These dangerous waters belonged to the powerful sea dragon Leviathan, who guarded his domain from any uninvited guests. The enterprising Moria acquired valuable samples on the black market of the Kingdom of Rumion, found in the wreckage of a mysterious ship off the distant shores. The precious spices were stored in a strange box of unknown origin, leading them to conclude that the ship had probably come from the mysterious Black Continent. The determined hero entrusted his loyal Kanos with gathering all possible information about this mysterious place, using any available sources. The loyal strategist promised to make every effort to gather valuable information, although he understood that this would take a considerable amount of time. Late at night in his chambers, the pensive Kanos sent an urgent letter to Kesh, asking him to find any information about the mysterious Black Continent. Watching the dragon bird fly away, he thought bitterly about his lost ability to use magic to travel on his own. Desperate, Kanos turned to the powerful Lord Vivian with a request to allow him a brief return to his homeland. A falling star clearly signaled the stubborn goddess's refusal, forcing Kanos to accept her unyielding decision. 2 months after the completion of the warehouse, the attentive Aaron met with the treasurer to summarize important results. The alarmed Duke watched with concern the strange behavior of the old man, who, hunched over, did not take his eyes off the important documents. The excited treasurer confessed to the Duke that the profits from the sale of holy water had exceeded all his expectations, bringing millions of gold coins into the treasury, more money than he had ever seen in his entire life. The Duke looked at the treasurer in surprise and asked why this money caused him such excitement, since after military victories, they received no less from the captured spoils. The experienced treasurer explained the important difference. A steady monthly income was much more useful than a one-time military spoils because it allowed for proper planning of all expenses for the land. The Duke tried to calm the agitated treasurer and asked about his plans for using the money, reminding him of the important need to assemble a large army. The elderly treasurer was very angry that the Duke did not understand how much gold was needed to maintain order throughout the lands and pay for important work. The treasurer could not understand the Duke's desire to raise a new army when he already had 10,000 soldiers, and warned that a large army would take all the money needed for the lands. The Duke did not argue with the old treasurer and decided to return to his castle to calmly consider what he had heard and find the right solution for their lands. On the way to the castle, the Duke noticed how well the treasurer had managed the money. The road had been repaired, and new buildings and well-tended fields had appeared along it. The Duke nevertheless asked his companion whether it was really true that their treasury could not support an army of 50,000 soldiers to defend all their lands from enemies. The wise advisor sadly confirmed that such a large army would now ruin their lands and lead to major problems with paying salaries and purchasing supplies. The Duke was greatly distressed, realizing that the treasurer was telling the truth about the difficult financial situation and was not exaggerating the problems for his own benefit or out of caution. Unexpectedly, the clever advisor added that although the task was very difficult, he had never said it was completely impossible to raise a large army to defend the lands. The advisor suggested creating an army that would be subordinate to the territory of Bran, but located on another continent, where maintaining troops would be much cheaper. The Duke listened carefully to this idea and realized that creating a dependent state on another continent could indeed solve their problem with a large army. After calculating all the costs of maintaining the army, it became clear that moving the army to another continent would save a lot of money from the treasury. However, in order to create a new state, it was first necessary to reach the unexplored Black Continent, and the Duke doubted whether it was worth risking for an unknown benefit. In an old book, the Duke read the story of a traveler whom everyone considered insane for his decision to go to the distant and mysterious Black Continent. After 10 years of absence, even his wife and children declared the traveler insane because of his amazing stories about the riches and wonders of the Black Continent. Despite the ridicule and disbelief of everyone around him, the traveler continued to tell the truth and recorded his discoveries for future explorers of distant lands. In his notes, he described unseen treasures, rare spices, and precious stones that he had never encountered before on the familiar central continent. The traveler noted the complete absence of magicians on the Black Continent and wrote that even a small army of 10,000 warriors from the central continent could easily conquer these rich lands. In his diary, he revealed an important secret about the round shape of the world, refuting old tales of a flat earth with a cliff at the edge, and warned of a large sea monster. After studying the old book for a long time, the Duke decided that even a dangerous sea monster and other difficulties would not stop him from taking advantage of such a rare opportunity. The Duke had a clear plan of action in his head that needed to be carried out immediately, so he immediately began preparing for his important journey. First, the Duke wanted to verify the merchant Moria's words about the unusual properties of black gold and its amazing effect on the taste of ordinary food. The Duke hesitated for a long time before trying the unfamiliar seasoning, but his bad feeling did not stop him from wanting to learn the truth about the mysterious spice. After cautiously trying the new spice, the Duke was amazed at how much the familiar taste of food had changed. It became much tastier and more aromatic than ordinary food. Then the Duke realized that selling unusual spices from the Black Continent would bring them enormous wealth and make their lands even richer and more influential. Calling his loyal servant Kanos to him, the Duke asked him directly what would be needed for a successful journey to the distant Black Continent. Delighted, Kanos immediately began to talk about the need to capture a port in the kingdom of Rumion on the eastern continent in order to organize a sea voyage. Since they had no compelling reason to attack Rumion, the Duke decided to deliver an important speech to the people in a few weeks. The people feared bad news about an attack by monsters from the Black Forest or the appearance of new enemies. But the Duke was going to tell them something completely different. In his speech, the Duke announced that he had received alarming news about the insulting treatment of their followers by the kingdom of Rumion in the east. This news angered the church-loving residents, but Kanos explained the need for compelling reasons for war and the gathering of additional defense troops. Continuing his speech with tears in his eyes, The Duke told the people about the cruel treatment of their brothers and sisters who were being held in slavery in the neighboring kingdom. The Duke announced his intention to negotiate with the rulers of Rumion for the return of his fellow countrymen to their families. Now they had to assemble a strong army and wait for the right moment to regroup their troops in order to create a worthy cause for the start of military operations. After the Duke's impassioned speech, Kainos noted that it had made a strong impression on the people. Although the ruler himself doubted the sufficiency of his words, a dissatisfied treasurer appeared in the crowd, who immediately understood that the recent lull in affairs was a harbinger of new large expenditures for military needs. The Duke quickly led the indignant treasurer away from the crowd, promising to explain everything later, and ordered preparations to begin for new armor for the soldiers. The treasurer was shocked by the need for new military expenditures, recalling the recently purchased armor for 10,000 of the Duke's warriors. Instead of giving a long explanation, Aaron gave the treasurer a taste of the meat with the mysterious spices, and he immediately sensed an amazing new flavor. The Duke understood from the treasurer's reaction that he had never tasted such spices before, and explained that it was precisely for them that they must capture Rumian. The old treasurer immediately changed his mind, imagining the huge profits from the sale of the unusual spices, and agreed to support his master's plan. Before leaving, the treasurer asked the Duke and Kainos for the exact number of suits of armor that needed to be ordered for the new military campaign. The Duke's next target was the small kingdom of Rumion, located on the eastern edge of the central continent under the rule of the Empire. The Duke noted that the lands of the kingdom of Rumion were significantly smaller than their territory of Bran in terms of size and population. Rumors spread across the continent about the incredible wealth of Rumion, where even dogs wore gold collars thanks to its developed trade. An important message arrived in the rich and peaceful kingdom, which greatly surprised the king with the unexpected visit of representatives of the empire. The king was informed of the arrival of Duke Aaron, who, although a vassal of the empire, had no direct connection to the royal court. The king knew of the Duke's fame for defeating the armies of the Holy Nation and did not understand the reason for his personal visit to their peaceful kingdom. The advisors told him about the Duke's demand to return his subjects, which greatly alarmed the king with the question of possible prisoners from the empire. It became known that the Duke was interested in the fate of the followers of their faith, who were listed as criminals in the kingdom. The king was frightened, realizing that the Duke was talking about the followers whom they had sent into slavery for violating the laws of the kingdom. The Duke's demand was simple: return all prisoners of their faith to their homeland without any conditions or delay. The king urgently convened a council in the main hall, where his advisors were already heatedly discussing the powerful Duke's unexpected demand. Some advisors wanted to keep the slaves and get new ones during the war, but most understood that any refusal would lead to conflict with the empire. Upon his arrival, Duke Aaron immediately noticed the kingdom's wealth from the lavishly decorated gates and walls of the royal palace. The observant Kainos noted that the palace's beautiful walls served more for decoration than for protection, as they had no protective spells. The Duke was annoyed by the king's slowness in receiving him, for as a representative of the empire, he expected a more respectful and prompt reception. Armed soldiers of the kingdom of Rumion instantly surrounded Aaron in a tight circle as soon as the gates swung open before the travelers on this sunny day. The commander-in-chief of the cavalry loudly ordered his soldiers to line up in even rows and stand at attention before the important guests of the kingdom. Aaron carefully examined the soldiers gathered around him and came to the conclusion that the local ruler was too wary of the ambassadors arriving at the gates. The commander rode up to the travelers on his warhorse and asked the young man to confirm that he was indeed the Duke of the Bran Empire named Aaron and to show his seal. Confused, Aaron had no idea what seal the commander was talking about, so the soldier patiently explained that a real duke never travels without this symbol. The soldiers watched in amazement as the strangers dared to enter the kingdom of Rumion without proof of identity and claimed to be the Duke of the Bran Empire. The knight loudly ordered the guards to seize the impostors, but suddenly the Duke's authoritative voice made all the soldiers stop and freeze in place. The real Duke could not understand the reason for the demand for the seal or the knight's strange confidence that someone was trying to impersonate the ruler of the lands of Bran. The smiling commander shared some surprising news. The real Duke Aaron had already passed through the kingdom's gates before these travelers showed up. The guards took Aaron and Kainos to the dungeon, despite the young man's loud assurances that he was indeed the legitimate Duke of the Bran Empire. The prison guard mockingly advised the prisoner to stop making noise, and accept that he would soon become an ordinary slave in the kingdom of Rumion. At an important council, the king expressed his gratitude to Duke Aaron for his help in capturing the impostors, who had dared to assume his glorious name and title. The distinguished guest politely thanked the ruler for his support and assured him of his loyalty to the empire and his readiness to serve it. A man named Rex told the king about the important role played by his clever strategist, who had done serious work to identify and capture the treacherous impostors. The modest false Kanos explained to those gathered that the arrest of the impostors had been an easy task, as they did not even have the Duke's seal with them. The satisfied king noted the extraordinary intelligence and modesty of his guests, admitting that he immediately felt a special atmosphere when communicating with such important people. Rex expressed interest in the future fate of the captured impostors and asked the king what punishment awaited these audacious lawbreakers. The ruler explained that due to a shortage of labor in the kingdom, all criminals were sent to hard labor, and this fate awaited the captured impostors. Rex disagreed with such a lenient punishment for such a serious crime and suggested considering a more severe punishment for the impostors. The Duke explained to the king his position that people who had endangered the safety of the entire kingdom deserved only the death penalty. After carefully calculating the days remaining in his stay in the kingdom, the Duke determined that he would spend about a week in this land. The honored guest asked the king to carry out the execution before his departure, as he wished to be present at the execution of the impostors. The concerned ruler explained that the death penalty was rarely used in his kingdom due to frequent unrest among the population following such harsh punishments. The king, noticing the determination of his important guest, agreed to grant his wish for a public execution of the criminals. The ruler put forward a counter-condition that the request for the return of Vivian's followers be withdrawn, promising to immediately comply with the Duke's request upon receiving his consent. A large crowd gathered in the main square of the kingdom a few days later to witness an event rare in these lands. The renowned merchant Moria appeared among the honored guests and respectfully greeted the ruler of the kingdom of Rumion with a low bow. The joyful king warmly welcomed his old friend and began to ask him about his current business affairs and successes in developing his business. Moria told him about his new currency exchange office in the kingdom and expressed his sincere gratitude to the ruler for his support in this endeavor. The king smiled and asked the merchant to raise his head, noting his irreplaceable role in currency exchange for all the kingdom's inhabitants. The ruler highly praised Moria's managerial skills and invited him to continue the conversation later, after which the merchant headed back to his place. The experienced merchant's attention was drawn to an unfamiliar man dressed as Duke Aaron, whose face seemed completely unrecognizable to Moria. A herald loudly announced the beginning of the execution, and guards led the condemned criminals, accused of treason, into the square. An official read out a list of crimes, including attempts to deceive the government and intentions to destroy the good relations between the kingdom and the empire. King Nicholas II, supreme ruler of the kingdom of Rumion, pronounced the final sentence of death for the captured criminals. The guards removed the masks from the faces of the condemned and gave them the opportunity to say their last words before the assembled crowd. Aaron loudly announced to all present his true status as a titled nobleman of the empire and the rightful owner of the territory of Bran. The merchant Moria, looking closely at the face of the condemned man, became very agitated, instantly recognizing him as the real Duke Aaron. The alarmed king, noticing Moria's reaction, began to question the merchant about the reasons for his agitation and the truthfulness of the condemned man's words. Frightened, Moria demanded an explanation from the king as to why the true Duke Aaron had been sentenced to death. The ruler realized his mistake and began to doubt the identity of the man who had been standing next to him all this time as an honored guest. Turning to where Duke Aaron had been standing, the king was horrified to discover that the impostor had already managed to slip away unnoticed during the commotion. The false duke calmly walked away from the walls of the kingdom of Rumion, removing the fake seal and leaving behind a commotion among the confused courtiers. The advisors split into two groups during the discussion of what had happened. Some justified the king, while others blamed him for being too trusting of the impostor. Some of the advisors insisted that a thorough investigation could have prevented this unpleasant incident with the false duke. The frightened king trembled with fear, realizing the horror of his actions, imprisoning the true Duke Aaron. The ruler understood that simply releasing the prisoners would not end the matter, and that this mistake could lead to war between the kingdom and the empire. A knock on the door interrupted the king's anxious thoughts, and the herald announced the arrival of the real Duke Aaron, causing everyone present to freeze. The ruler realized the need to protect the royal family from interruption and preserve the throne for future generations. The old king decided to use the only way to protect his kingdom from a possible war caused by the misunderstanding. The king prepared to beg forgiveness on his knees, but the duke beat him to it, kneeling first and respectfully asking for an audience. The confused ruler tried to lift the duke from his knees, insisting that only he should ask for forgiveness for his unforgivable mistake. The duke remained kneeling and, with a warm smile, thanked the king for his kindness toward him despite the misunderstanding. The king, moved by the duke's words, said he'd take any anger the duke had and praised his kindness, which proved all the legends were true. The calm duke explained that there was no reason for anger, emphasizing the importance of fulfilling his mission while preserving peace. The guest reminded them of his intention to return Vivian's followers and other residents of Bran, mentioning the message he had sent earlier about this. The indignant advisors expressed their disagreement with the duke's demand to take away the followers of the Order of Vivian and other subjects of the kingdom. Aaron reminded those present of the long-standing religious war between the orders of Vivian and Perrin, which had taken place several decades earlier. The advisors confirmed that the conflict began after the exiled followers of Vivian took refuge in their kingdom from the Order of Frez. The Duke pointed out the injustice of turning refugees into slaves instead of granting them full citizenship of the kingdom. The Duke decided to get straight to the point, as everyone present remembered the events of the past well and did not need further explanation. The confident Duke reminded those gathered of an important document found in the Order's archives, which everyone present, including the king, knew about. The ancient document guaranteed all exiled followers of the Order of Vivian the status of full citizens of the Kingdom of Rumian without any restrictions. The important document, signed personally by King Nicholas, contained a special provision on the right of followers to return to the lands where they would be welcomed with open arms. The Duke emphasized that the only territory open to the followers of the Order of Vivian was the lands of Bran under his control. Outraged, the advisors rejected the old document as a basis, pointing to the families of Vivian's followers who had been granted civil rights in the kingdom. Tired of fruitless arguments, Duke Aaron interrupted his advisors and addressed the king directly, asking for his final decision. The confused ruler asked the Duke to restate all the circumstances of the case so that he could better understand the situation. The Duke looked intently at the king, expecting an offer of monetary compensation, although he was interested in a completely different solution to the problem. Aaron firmly stated his final decision and his unwillingness to waste time while his people were enslaved in a foreign land. The frightened king asked for a week to think it over, explaining that the situation was complicated for everyone in the kingdom, including himself. Finding himself in a hopeless situation, Nicholas II sent an urgent request to the Empire asking them to stop Duke Aaron's actions. News of the Duke's intention to free 10,000 slaves quickly spread throughout the kingdom, causing great unrest among the population. Enraged slave owners rebelled against the crown, refusing to recognize the Duke's rights to the people they considered their lawful property. In a fit of unbridled rage, the cruel masters began to beat even the children of Vivian's followers, accusing them of all the unrest. The timely arrival of Duke Aaron stopped the violent actions of Rumian's citizens, who had clearly exceeded their rights against defenseless people. Climbing onto a platform in front of the crowd, the Duke addressed the kingdom's residents, giving them the opportunity to voice their grievances directly. The Duke solemnly announced to the followers of the Order that they would soon be freed from slavery and that he intended to remove their heavy shackles forever. Hidden in the crowd, the imposter Rex chose a convenient moment and suddenly threw a heavy stone directly at the head of the speaking Duke. Unprepared for the attack, the Duke lost consciousness, which the enraged crowd immediately took advantage of, intending to kill the helpless ruler. The loyal Kanos made incredible efforts to protect the unconscious Duke from the angry mob and take him to safety. Pretending to be unconscious, the Duke allowed the crowd to beat him, then calmly asked Kanos what they should do next. Rex, who appeared unexpectedly, advised them to temporarily hide in a secluded place and create the appearance of their own death to calm the situation. An important message from the Kingdom of Rumion arrived at the Imperial Palace, demanding the Emperor's immediate attention to the situation. The perplexed Emperor did not understand the reasons for the kingdom's appeal, since all mandatory payments had been delivered to the treasury on time. Bowing deeply, the envoy conveyed his king's request to stop Duke Aaron's destructive actions against the kingdom. The angry emperor expressed his outrage at the audacity of the kingdom, which had recently attempted to execute a noble imperial nobleman. Trembling with fear, the ambassador tried to explain the misunderstanding, assuring the emperor that the duke was now being treated with due respect. The emperor did not understand the logic of ignoring past crimes simply because the duke was now being treated properly. The ruler of the empire openly expressed his doubts about the wisdom of the king's demands, noting the complete lack of sound logic in such requests. The frightened advisor shouted loudly for help, reminding everyone that the kingdom belonged to the empire and had suffered from the duke's actions. The emperor proposed to decide the fate of the kingdom by tossing a coin. Tails meant help from the empire, and heads left the decision to the kingdom itself. The stunned ambassador could not believe the emperor's desire to entrust such an important state decision to the flip of a coin. The stern ruler silenced the ambassador, explaining that he was giving the kingdom, which had been deprived of common sense, a chance to resolve a meaningless problem. The emperor handed the coin to the ambassador to toss himself, reminding him of the importance of the moment, which would decide the fate of an entire country with a single movement. Later, the ruler gathered his closest advisor, Duke Bran, and Prince Philip for a serious discussion of all the events that had taken place. The skeptical Gran expressed doubt about the emperor's seriousness in making important decisions based on the flip of a coin. The emperor revealed his plan, explaining that the result of the toss was irrelevant, as he had no intention of interfering in the affairs of the kingdom. The ruler explained to the perplexed duke that despite the lack of warm relations, Aaron remained a full-fledged nobleman of the empire. The wise emperor emphasized that interfering in the actions of the aristocracy would only weaken the empire's influence and damage its international reputation. Duke Gran recalled the empire's past involvement in the war against the Holy Nation, failing to understand the differences between those events and the current situation. The emperor explained the danger of the disappearance of the sacred state, as many followers of the Order of Paris could blame Aaron for everything. The ruler noted the fairness of Aaron's demands, who politely asked for his people to be returned after they were tried without a proper trial. The emperor expressed his unwillingness to stop the duke, who had no plans to create an army from the freed people, but was simply defending their rights. Duke Gran admiringly noted the wisdom of the natural-born ruler, who was able to use even minor events to strengthen his power. The cheerful emperor admitted that he had devised the coin trick solely for entertainment, enjoying the amusing reaction of the frightened ambassador. An urgent report informed the emperor of an attack on Duke Aaron in an alley in the kingdom of Rumion and his subsequent mysterious disappearance. The shocked king could not believe that his subjects had attacked the duke and that he had disappeared, realizing the scale of the impending disaster. The ruler tried to make sense of the series of tragic events, including the attempted execution and mysterious disappearance of the noble Duke Aaron. The confused king looked intently at the faces of his advisors, trying to understand who could have dealt such a terrible blow to the prosperity of his kingdom. A sudden thought occurred to the king about the possible involvement of Duke Aaron himself in organizing all the events that had taken place in the kingdom. The ruler realized how perfect the plan would be if the duke had indeed orchestrated everything to justify a future attack on the kingdom. The intense emotion overwhelmed the elderly king's health, causing him to suddenly collapse onto the stone floor of the throne room. The frightened son of the king immediately rushed to his fallen father, trying to provide him with the necessary assistance at this critical moment. The young heir tearfully begged his father not to abandon them at such a difficult time for the kingdom, which required wise leadership. The dying king gathered his last strength and ordered his son to protect their possessions at all costs and not to allow the loss of their slaves. The aristocrats present bowed their heads in mourning for the deceased king, realizing that his death would create additional problems. Duke Aaron remained calm in his secret hideout, safely hidden from the prying eyes of the kingdom's inhabitants. Tired of inaction, the Duke asked Rex about the possibility of leaving his tedious hiding place and returning to active duty. Rex reminded the Duke of the danger of new attacks and advised him to remain in a safe place to maintain his advantage in the current situation. The curious Aaron asked Rex about his possible return to Bran Castle, assuming he wanted to meet Rommel and the other residents. The weary Rex complained about the many difficult tasks assigned to him by Kynos, including gathering information and stirring up conflict, as well as his excessive interference. Aaron sincerely apologized to Rex for assigning him such a difficult task, explaining that there were no other reliable people to do it. The experienced Rex acknowledged that he was ideally suited for the task, but asked that he be spared meaningless assignments and that his work be given more appreciation. Understanding Aaron promised to change his attitude toward Rex's work in the near future and asked for a little patience to complete the current mission. Excited, Canis suddenly burst in with important news about his conversation with Cheryl regarding her upcoming assignment. The upset young man reported that the girl had agreed to come, but that she was unable to complete the task, which caused him great concern. The young horsewoman rode at the head of her army, constantly thinking about the frightening task she had received from her older brother. The insecure girl could not convincingly portray the deep grief of a sister who had lost the closest person in her life. The frightened new king of Rumion demanded immediate explanations from his subordinates about the prolonged search for the missing duke. The powerful ruler gave strict orders to find the duke as soon as possible, regardless of his condition, dead or alive. The exhausted commander reported that the maximum number of search parties had been dispatched, but complained of serious interference from angry townspeople. The enraged king expressed his indignation at the stupidity of the townspeople, who were hindering the search for a man whose disappearance they themselves were responsible for. The loyal knight explained to the king the reason for the popular unrest, which was linked to the rapid spread of rumors about the liberation of all slaves in the kingdom. The confused advisors turned to the young prince for guidance, assuming that the situation would be quickly resolved once the duke was found. The worried advisors insisted on an urgent decision on the issue of freeing the slaves, pointing out that it would be impossible to compensate for the loss of labor. The noisy discussion among the advisors gradually came to an agreement to make a final decision after hearing all opinions. The hot-tempered heir abruptly interrupted the advisor, reminding him of his new status as king and demanding that he stop addressing him as prince. A breathless messenger brought alarming news of the emperor's refusal to intervene in the affairs of the kingdom of Rumion, depriving them of any hope of outside help. The alarmed advisor immediately reported even more frightening news about the duke's planned attack on the kingdom. The worried emperor urgently summoned Grana and Prince Philip to discuss the information they had received about the impending attack. The perceptive duke suggested that Duke Aaron had carefully planned a series of events to seize the kingdom of Rumion. The pensive emperor realized the seriousness of the situation if Aaron's intentions to seize the kingdom by force were confirmed. The experienced Grand suggested that the empire intervene to protect the kingdom of Rumion, comparing it to a hen laying golden eggs. The wise ruler expressed doubts about the correctness of his decision, fearing that he would appear weak and uncertain. The perceptive Prince Philip supported the idea of an attack, pointing out the benefits of expanding the empire's lands through Duke Aaron's territory. The advisors figuratively compared the increase in profits to getting more golden eggs from the imperial goose. Resourceful courtiers suggested using the situation to increase tax revenues and put more financial pressure on the duke. The resolute emperor approved the proposal and ordered the prince to prepare the central army to patrol the kingdom's borders. The perplexed ruler pondered Duke Aaron's next moves and the possibility that he might follow a similar plan. The weakened king lay in his luxurious chambers under the watchful eye of a caring young woman, waiting for him to awaken. The beautiful deviless Elena gently informed the awakened king of his loss of consciousness in the throne room. The surprised ruler gratefully accepted the girl's offer to rest as long as necessary to fully recover his strength. The embarrassed king overcame the magical influence of the girl's words and tried to stand up, worried about the fate of the kingdom without his leadership. The responsible ruler remembered the many urgent matters that required his immediate attention and resolution. The persistent Elena gently stopped the king from getting up and asked him to listen to her best proposal for solving the problems. The attentive duke watched from his hiding place as the common people of the kingdom rose up in rebellion against his plans. The angry townspeople sought to kill the duke, fearing the loss of their familiar way of life after the slaves were freed. Disappointed, Aaron realized the selfishness of the empire's inhabitants, who thought only of their own well-being even in a critical situation. The duke's hopes rested on Elena's ability to influence the prince, understanding the difficulty of the emperor accepting his control over the kingdom. The unexpected appearance of Rex, who threw a bag in the duke's face, interrupted his deep thoughts about the situation. Encouraged, Rex announced that the time was right for Aaron, who had grown weary, to emerge from his long hiding place. Alarmed, Rommel urged Cheryl, who had arrived at the palace walls, to feign sincere tears before the guards. Confident in her brother's abilities, Cheryl could not imagine his death, knowing his incredible ability to overcome any obstacle. The responsible Rommel took the distraught Cheryl aside to prepare for an important part of their joint mission. Unhappy, Cheryl would have preferred to practice her usual magic instead of engaging in complicated pretense and portraying unimaginable grief. The determined girl introduced herself to the guards and demanded that they return her brother, but her speech failed to make the desired impression. Angry Cheryl felt genuine hatred toward her brother for forcing her to humiliate herself in front of strangers. The upset girl began to cry out of hurt and confusion, wondering why she was constantly being forced to perform such tasks. Enraged, Cheryl ordered the soldiers through her tears to bring her brother back, threatening them with cruel punishment if they refused. The concerned king immediately ordered the captive slaves to be brought out to meet the crying girl. Attentive Cheryl did not see her brother among the first group of slaves led out of the open gates. The powerful ruler announced that the slaves would be handed over as requested and demanded that the petitioners leave immediately. The cruel king threatened to execute the remaining slaves if they disobeyed his order to leave the territory immediately. The cunning Elena cast a spell on the king, instilling in him thoughts of the duke's concern for Vivian's followers and the need to stop the executions. The doubting prince, even under the spell, was worried about Aaron's reaction and the aristocrats' dissatisfaction with his decision. The persuasive Elena reminded the king of his absolute power over all the inhabitants of the kingdom, including the aristocracy and slaves. Inspired, the king remembered his high position and unlimited possibilities, agreeing to follow Helena's advice. The kind girl embraced the ruler and asked him to show the strength of character of a true lord of the kingdom. The confident king publicly declared his indifference to the fate of Duke Aaron and ordered Cheryl to stop crying and leave the kingdom. The young ruler watched the girl's emotional reaction closely and rejoiced at the successful negotiations, but Cheryl's magical blow unexpectedly destroyed part of the gate and wounded many soldiers. The straightforward and determined girl regretted wasting time on empty talk and tears when she could have immediately set about the important task and achieved the desired result. The angry king loudly ordered the immediate execution of all heretics according to the old law. But before his death, the first condemned man managed to shout important words to all those gathered. The frightened man declared himself Duke Aaron and demanded that his execution be stopped immediately to avoid serious consequences for the entire kingdom. The guards quickly removed the bag from the prisoner's head and saw the tear-stained face of the real duke, who angrily asked the king why he had tried to execute him again. The surprised king looked confusedly at what was happening and could not understand the strange appearance of the noble duke among simple slaves at such an inopportune moment. The experienced knights understood the seriousness of the situation and knew that the death of the duke would inevitably lead to a long and bloody war with all its consequences. Egulius almost gave the order to release the duke, but suddenly remembered the important instructions of the wise Helena and decided to firmly defend his position before the others. The confident king considered the duke his property, with no right to give orders to the ruler, and understood the inevitability of a war that threatened the destruction of all the inhabitants of the kingdom. His father's magically distorted words suddenly came back to the king, reminding him of the need to free all the slaves to protect the kingdom from the impending danger. The man wanted to free all the slaves immediately and send them away with the duke to protect his homeland, but precious time had been irretrievably lost. The loud clatter of hooves announced the approach of the local residents, who quickly surrounded the duke with their strong ropes and successfully knocked him to the ground. Cheryl and Egulius, who were closely watching what was happening, instantly gave the same order to all troops to immediately protect the defeated duke from the angry crowd. Egulius quickly dispatched military units to intercept the approaching residents, realizing the serious threat of revenge from the powerful empire in the event of the death of the important duke. The attentive king ordered that the only bridge be guarded especially carefully after the main gate had been destroyed by Cheryl's powerful magic, leaving the castle virtually defenseless. The duke's well-armed army moved quickly toward the destroyed gates under Rommel's precise command, preparing for an important rescue operation for their ruler. Rommel confidently continued the advance even under a hail of burning cans filled with an explosive mixture, throwing his enemies into the cold river water without hesitation. The advancing troops were forced to retreat before the unexpected defensive barriers that reliably blocked the path of Duke Aaron's war horses. The attentive king constantly urged his warriors to remain on high alert while defending the castle until they found the missing duke among the numerous prisoners. The powerful Cheryl wasted no time and diligently cast a new powerful spell capable of making another large hole in the strong castle walls. The king quickly ordered all troops to descend immediately, realizing that the old walls would not be able to withstand the destructive force of Cheryl's magical attacks for long. The ruined walls buried many people under the rubble, so the confused king raised the white flag of surrender, acknowledging the final defeat of his army. The completely destroyed wall beneath the king's feet suddenly collapsed along with him, despite his attempt to surrender, sending the ruler straight into the raging fiery chaos. The dying king managed to grab the leg of a passing knight before his last breath to pass on an important order to all the remaining court nobles. The frightened knight quickly ran away after receiving the king's order to find Duke Aaron and free all the slaves, seeing the terrible state of his ruler. The king, who had lost a lot of blood, saw the shadow of his late father, who had come to accompany his son on his final journey amid the ruins of the once magnificent castle. Surveying the destruction, Duke Aaron understood the success of the conquest of the kingdom, but the unexpected death of the king was completely unexpected in his original military plans. The pensive duke compared himself to a cruel emperor, realizing the danger of becoming a similarly ruthless ruler if he achieved his goals through constant murder. The wise advisor Kynos explained to the duke that there was no reason to feel pity for defeated enemies, reminding him of the importance of making difficult decisions as a true ruler. The common people would willingly become citizens of a powerful empire, preferring new rule to life under an inexperienced prince with the old ways of the past. The duke listened carefully to his advisor's strange conclusions, but Kynos urged him not to dwell on the reasons, but to focus on more important matters. The experienced advisor strongly recommended that the duke concentrate on the results achieved so that the sad events of the day would not cloud his mind with doubts. Kynos reminded the duke of the importance of continuing the work he had begun. Otherwise, all the sacrifices and bloodshed would be in vain, without any meaningful result. Deep in thought, the duke understood perfectly well that his advisor was right and tried to force himself to continue with his plan to capture the enemy kingdom. The prudent Kynos led the changed duke away before the arrival of the Imperial troops, planning to capture the nobles under the pretext of searching for the missing Aaron. The departing hero additionally asked his loyal Kynos to fulfill one important personal request, which could seriously affect the outcome of future military events. The advancing troops gradually moved deeper into the kingdom of Rumion until they were suddenly halted before a bridge by the cautious Rommel. Impatient, Cheryl loudly protested the inexplicable halt of the troops, as they had to continue their active search for her missing brother and the escaped local aristocrats. The girl quickly understood the reason for the army's halt when she saw a huge cage with many locked people desperately begging for help from passing soldiers. The approaching Rommel received a warning shot from the bridge defenders, showing the seriousness of their intentions to hold the prisoners by any means necessary. Local aristocrats loudly warned the enemy that all slaves on the bridge and in the castle cellars would be killed immediately if enemy troops attempted to advance. The captives loudly begged Rommel to halt the advance and try to save at least their children, who were being held hostage by the ruthless aristocrats. The experienced commander Rommel agreed to listen carefully to the enemy's demands, understanding the hopelessness of the situation with numerous hostages. The confident aristocrats demanded the complete withdrawal of enemy troops from the kingdom's territory and that the disappearance of Duke Aaron, which was in no way connected to the conflict, be forgotten. An enraged Cheryl understood the possibility of quickly rescuing the unfortunate prisoners from their iron cage with the help of her enormous magical abilities. The confident sorceress doubted the enemy's ability to quickly kill 3,000 slaves before the army broke through the defenders of the bridge to the walls of the besieged castle. Determined, Cheryl began to cast a powerful spell, preparing to rescue as many prisoners as possible, despite the inevitable losses among the hostages. Kynos suddenly appeared and stopped the sorceress before she could cast her spell, asking her to immediately withdraw her troops, despite the rescue plan already in place. The experienced strategist explained to the dissatisfied Cheryl that the main goal of the army's presence was to subjugate the kingdom of Rumion, so unnecessary problems were completely unnecessary at this time. The surprised girl could not understand the strategist's decision until he informed her of the Duke's direct order to retreat without unnecessary bloodshed. The angry sister loudly protested the strange behavior of the Duke, who had forced her to participate in a military spectacle and then abruptly changed the rules of the game. Thoughtful Kynos recalled an important conversation with the Duke about the clear unwillingness of the people of Rumion to recognize a new leader after the military invasion by a foreign army. The far-sighted Duke was reluctant to use military force against his future subjects, remembering the sad experience of the past conflict with the aggressive Holy Nation. The attentive Aaron emphasized the special importance of Bran Castle to his loyal followers, wanting to make the local residents part of the growing duchy. The wise Duke recognized the legitimate right of the inhabitants of Rumion to own their native land. Understanding the wrongfulness of seizing foreign territory by force, initially wanting to resolve the issue by force, the Duke suddenly realized the need to pacify the local residents before an important campaign to the distant Black Continent. The understanding Kainos promised to help the Duke and to take care of his wayward sister, whose difficult character was causing unnecessary problems for the army. In the evening, the angry residents demanded that the enemy army withdraw from their native lands, wanting to return to their peaceful former lives and retain their lawful property. The troops assembled by Duke Bran suddenly parted, allowing the ruler himself to pass, carrying a large stone for an important conversation with the people. Placing the stone on the ground and climbing onto it, the Duke loudly declared himself to be the invader Aaron and expressed his readiness for a serious conversation with the residents of Rumion. Confident, the Duke loudly announced to the people that he had complete control over the military forces of the territory of Bran and openly admitted that he had invaded to free the loyal followers of the Order of Vivian. Outraged locals demanded the immediate departure of the self-proclaimed invader instead of meaningless public speeches before the discontented people. The determined Duke interrupted the angry cries of the crowd with a loud announcement that he was willing to pay each slave owner a significant sum of 300 gold coins. The attentive ruler clarified the terms of his generous offer to redeem Vivian's followers and asked the owners of the slaves he needed to come forward. An uncertain man slowly raised his trembling hand and cautiously brought forward a small slave boy, watching the rich Duke's reaction closely. The determined Duke immediately threw a heavy bag containing 300 gold coins to the first owner and kindly beckoned the frightened boy closer to him. The Duke's loud voice announced to the gathered crowd that the freed child belonged to the territory of Bran and offered the other owners a generous reward. A multitude of greedy hands immediately reached out to the Duke in the hope of receiving the promised gold for selling their own slaves without giving much thought to the consequences. The attentive Duke took a particular interest in the prisoners in the large cage, whom the local aristocrats threatened to kill immediately if anyone attempted to free them. The cunning ruler explained to the people that it was impossible to control someone else's property and completely shifted the blame for what was happening onto the greedy nobles inside the palace. The clever Duke suggested that the people decide for themselves who the real invader was, the generous ruler who rewarded the people with gold for their help and cooperation. The outraged residents began to loudly discuss the behavior of the local aristocrats, who had hidden the stolen property of ordinary people behind the impenetrable walls of the palace. The angry crowd quickly shifted their anger from the foreign Duke to their own rulers, who had betrayed the trust of the common people for personal gain. The Duke's generous offer to redeem the slaves and the despicable theft by the local nobility led to a complete change in the mood of the citizens in favor of the far-sighted invader. The outraged residents immediately headed for the palace walls with loud demands to return the stolen property and explain the reasons for the betrayal. The frightened aristocrats watched anxiously from behind the high palace walls as the people's discontent grew, unsure of how to resolve the complex situation. The alarmed nobles discussed disturbing rumors about the Duke's generous payments for each slave and understood why the residents had sided with the wealthy invader. The confused authorities realized that they needed to maintain the image of the Duke as an enemy of the people in order to preserve their own influence over the commoners of the kingdom. Attentive advisors understood the inevitability of popular anger if the slaves were kept by force and the impossibility of winning the war without the support of their own people. Curious nobles asked an experienced advisor to share his thoughts, noticing his pensive expression during an important discussion of the situation. The confident advisor had indeed devised a cunning plan of action to save the situation and was about to share his important thoughts with the others. The far-sighted strategist managed to send a trusted spy through a secret underground passage to the nobles' supporters outside the besieged castle to gather important information. An attentive scout reported the approach of powerful Imperial forces ready to unofficially support the local nobility despite their public refusal to intervene. A cunning advisor suggested preparing a lucrative offer for the Empire, significantly exceeding the initial conditions for receiving serious military assistance. The weary knight Arthur, who had successfully played the role of Kainos in a complex performance, slept peacefully in the comfortable bed of his spacious palace bedroom. Pleasant dreams filled the mind of the resting warrior as his body basked in the soft pillows of the luxurious bed in the beautiful room. The pensive Arthur dreamed of staying in this wonderful place with his beloved girl, but he was ashamed of his own weakness in front of his strong lover. The knight woke up and looked closely at Kainos' wig and decided to develop his mental abilities instead of physical strength to achieve his goals. The ambitious warrior dreamed of earning more money as a clever strategist without having to constantly risk his life in dangerous military battles. Concerned, Kainos called an important meeting to discuss further strategy, doubting the wisdom of spending huge sums of money to ransom each slave. The taciturn Aaron quickly handed over the right to explain the situation to the experienced Rex, who was able to convey important information more clearly to everyone present. The attentive Rex shared the results of his investigation into the distribution of profits from the sale of slaves between the common people and the aristocracy, discussing the necessary amount. Cheryl, who was worried, was more concerned about the fate of the 8,000 captive slaves inside the castle than about the amount of gold coins spent on their ransom. The wise Aaron explained the need to convince the locals to give up their slaves, knowing how important it was to avoid a bloody battle. The tense military leaders were aware of the lack of time for negotiations with the aristocracy due to the approach of the formidable Imperial army to the borders of the kingdom. An agitated Rommel informed the command that the funds for ransoming the slaves were running out and asked for further instructions from his master. Rommel's face lit up at the sight of his long-lost brother Rex, causing the warrior to rush toward his loved one with open arms. The cold Rex slowly rose from his seat and indifferently walked past the excited Rommel, harshly reminding him of the absence of family ties between them. The angry man slammed the heavy door behind him, leaving the confused knight standing in the middle of the room in complete bewilderment. Attentive Kainos heard a soft knock on the window and noticed a carrier pigeon delivering an important message for the command of Bran Castle. The strategist's pale face contorted with horror as he read the frightening letter containing the worst news in recent memory. The worried Duke approached to find out the reason for his advisor's agitation, but was only asked to leave the room again for a short while. A satisfied knight Arthur informed the Duke of the successful tracking down of the desired military commander, earning an approving glance from his master. Armed guards brought into the room a bound man who had been sent earlier to an important meeting with the Emperor himself for negotiations. The stubborn prisoner refused to speak until the Duke used force, after which he immediately confessed all the details of his important secret mission. The frightened envoy told of the secret connection between the local aristocrats and the outside world to obtain military support from the powerful emperor. The surprised prisoner did not understand the stubbornness of the nobles, who continued to resist despite the extremely unfavorable conditions of a popular uprising against the local authorities. The impatient Duke considered the possibility of physically eliminating the aristocrats, but he understood that there was not enough time before the arrival of the formidable Imperial troops. The determined ruler ordered troops to be gathered for a complete blockade of the castle, preventing any attempts by the enemy to leave the besieged fortress unnoticed. The cunning Duke offered the enemy a tempting proposal to pay a huge sum of 300 million gold coins for a peaceful resolution of the conflict. The perceptive Cheryl tried to explain to her brother the unreality of such payments, but suddenly realized the true purpose of the clever Duke's cunning plan. Aaron was pleased with his sister's growing understanding, but she categorically refused to participate in another performance in front of the local residents. The caring brother reassured his sister with a promise of minimal involvement, limiting her role to simply announcing the terms of the truce before the unrest began. The observant Arthur saw an excellent opportunity to demonstrate his strategic skills in the dispute between the young lords and offered his help in resolving the problem. The resourceful knight volunteered to accompany Lady Cheryl on her difficult mission, earning the approval of the Duke, who was pleased with the turn of events. Excited, Kainos quickly rode to Bran Castle after receiving an alarming notification of an unexpected enemy invasion of his secret hideout. The alarmed strategist hurried to personally verify the information received from Kesh about a serious threat to the security of an important strategic point. The frightened dragon suffered from the inability to use his magical powers, which had been sealed by a powerful goddess at the most inopportune moment. Desperate, Kainos decided to test the painful consequences of using sealed magic in the critical situation of defending his hideout. The cautious dragon rushed into the dark forest, planning to use a simple transformation into his true form instead of complex spells to reduce the pain. The bold attempt to use ancient magic bathed the advisor's body in a bright golden light of dragon power, but the sealed abilities immediately responded with serious consequences. Excruciating pain, reminiscent of a powerful lightning strike, rapidly spread throughout the unfortunate advisor's body, causing him to suffer from the forbidden magic. Determined Cheryl arrived in the morning for important negotiations, accompanied by her loyal knight Arthur, surprised by the unexpectedly large number of guards surrounding the ambassador. The satisfied sorceress approved of her enemy's serious attitude toward the meeting, knowing that any number of ordinary warriors would be useless against her powerful magic. The cunning girl secretly created two small invisible spirits who secretly followed her, remaining completely unnoticed by ordinary people. The frightened aristocrats were horrified by the conditions the girl had set, realizing that it would be completely impossible to gather such a huge sum of money before sunset. The outraged nobles called the demand for an annual budget of 300 million gold coins an outright threat, considering the Duke's conditions to be complete madness. Patient Cheryl listened attentively to all the cries and insults, pitying the ignorant aristocrats who were completely unaware of the seriousness of their situation. The angry sorceress restrained her desire to immediately teach all her offenders a lesson, remembering the important rules of conduct during official diplomatic negotiations. The attentive Arthur suddenly intervened in the tense conversation, demanding the immediate return of all the slaves being held instead of a monetary payment. The observant knight listened carefully to the responses of his interlocutors, gradually becoming convinced that greed prevailed over common sense among the local nobility. The resolute warrior offered the nobles a choice between releasing the captive residents and accurately assessing the value of their own lives in the current situation. Most of the frightened aristocrats preferred to accept the Duke's demands for a huge sum of money rather than risk waiting for the arrival of Imperial troops. The nobles who agreed asked for additional time to collect the necessary sum, hoping to fully satisfy the persistent Duke's financial demands. The more determined aristocrats chose to escape through secret tunnels, fearing a possible reduction in their social status by a special decision of the local council. The attentive Rex carefully watched all the movements of the fugitives, hiding in the thick shadows of the unlit corridors of the old castle. The loyal scout immediately reported important information to Duke Aaron about the mass movement of nobles into underground tunnels beneath the castle. Confident Rommel reported the successful search of all the local aristocrats' property within the royal walls, as ordered. The satisfied Duke announced to his sister that decisive action was about to begin, causing the girl to express her clear dissatisfaction with the unexpected changes to the planned course of action. The royal castle of Rumion was plunged into complete chaos due to loud arguments between confused aristocrats accusing each other of the current situation. Surprised guards watched the rare gathering of all the local nobility, remembering similar meetings only when important decisions were made by the late king. Experienced knights understood the complete futility of prolonged disputes among aristocrats who were unable to make important decisions in a critical situation. Patrolling warriors suddenly discovered a small fire spirit that had been successfully hiding all this time in the old walls of the ancient castle. The smiling Duke Aaron suddenly appeared in the corridor when the cunning spirit began to spew bright flames, quickly starting a fierce fire. Distracted by arguments over money, the aristocrats missed an important warning from their loyal knights about the unexpected invasion of dangerous enemies into the castle. A powerful explosion destroyed the sturdy doors, allowing the young sorceress Cheryl to enter the spacious room with her determined brother. The frightened aristocrats froze in terror at the sight of the unexpectedly appearing Duke, unable to comprehend how he had managed to enter the well-guarded castle. The smiling Duke reminded those gathered of the importance of paying 300 million gold coins before the next sunrise. The cunning aristocrats pointed to the darkness outside the windows as proof that there was still plenty of time before dawn, asking the Duke to wait until morning. The satisfied Duke apologized for his premature appearance with a feigned smile, preparing for the next stage of his carefully thought-out plan. The attentive Cheryl understood her brother's secret signal and immediately began to create a large water ball, directing powerful magic directly at the window. The artificial darkness was the result of the joint efforts of Cheryl's fire and earth spirits, which completely covered all the palace windows with magic. The perceptive Duke looked around at the confused crowd and announced that the real sunrise was about to begin, demanding an immediate response. The enraged aristocrats rushed at the young duke, who merely smiled and raised his fist to strike, announcing the end of the important negotiations. When Kanos awoke in the morning, he found himself in the form of a dragon and realized how much precious time had been lost on the dangerous transformation. The satisfied dragon finally returned to his true form and immediately took flight, heading for his native nest to resolve important issues. An attempt to speed up his flight with magic caused a new wave of unbearable pain, forcing the dragon to crash to the ground, but the stubborn Kanos rose again. The arriving dragon was horrified to discover numerous wounded dwarves, their mangled bodies scattered throughout the territory of their native nest. The tearful Keshi fell to her knees before her master, begging him to explain the reason for his long absence at such a difficult time. The stern dragon ignored the girl's questions, demanding to know immediately who was responsible for the terrible crime against his loyal subjects. The sobbing girl told her master about the brutal attack by the northern giants on the defenseless nest during his absence. The shocked dragon ordered his loyal Keshi to gather accurate information about the amount of stolen treasure, not noticing the state of his servant. A careful look at the hysterical dwarf made the dragon realize his mistake and awkwardly ask about the fate of her family. Grieving, Kanos acknowledged the fatal mistake of his long absence, realizing that regular signs of his presence would have deterred the insolent invaders. The sympathetic dragon offered the inconsolable girl his help in avenging her dead family, acknowledging the impossibility of bringing the dead back to life. The distraught Keishi looked intently at the mighty dragon and confessed her intense desire to avenge the cruel murderers of her family. The determined dragon activated his magical powers to search for traces of the giants, accepting the girl's sincere desire to punish the criminals. The traces they found pointed in the direction of Duke Aaron's lands, where the mighty dragon decided to set off immediately with his companion. Surprised, Keshi expected her master to first check the safety of the remaining treasures in the ransacked nest before setting off in pursuit. Indifferent to the loss of riches, the dragon calmed the agitated girl and swiftly soared into the sky, preparing for a long pursuit. The skilled duke was completely satisfied with the results of the difficult negotiations with the local aristocrats, having achieved all his goals. A fortunate turn of events allowed Aaron to seize control of the state without bloodshed, gathering all the nobles in one place. The attentive duke received an important letter from the emperor himself, containing unexpected news about the fate of the captured kingdom. The powerful ruler congratulated the duke on his military successes and expressed his full support for his decisions regarding the future of the kingdom of Rumian. The strict emperor demanded the timely payment of a significant tribute from the conquered kingdom, along with an additional tax on the acquisition of territory. The harsh conditions stipulated that the kingdom would come under the complete control of the empire if the duke refused to accept the demands within 2 weeks. The disheartened duke realized the excessive nature of the emperor's demands for huge sums as a tax on the acquisition and annual tribute. His well-thought-out plan to obtain compelling arguments for governing the new lands was met with an unexpected demand for exorbitant payments to the emperor. The pensive duke pondered the emperor's strange behavior, who had deployed troops at the borders of the kingdom instead of the promised easy transfer of power. The attentive ruler understood that the real desire to stop the seizure of territory would force the imperial troops to immediately cross the border of the kingdom. The duke finally realized the true reason for what was happening when he understood that all the actions were part of the emperor's carefully thought-out plan for the future of the kingdom. The imperial advisors planned to demand a large tax payment from the duke in the event of victory, and if they failed, they would simply continue to maintain the previous trade relations with the kingdom. The imperial troops were deliberately positioned in such a way that the duke would focus entirely on conquering new territories and not think about the upcoming tax collection. Irritated by the old emperor's cunning plan, the duke made a firm decision to make every effort to make the kingdom of Rumian an integral part of his possessions. In just 1 week, the duke successfully established his authority over the territory and seized all valuables and funds, but the total amount amounted to just over 200 million. Desperate to find a solution to his financial problem on his own, the duke turned to his sister Cheryl for advice, but she was also unable to offer any useful ideas. The duke decided to remind his sister of the numerous large loans she had taken from him in the past and inquired about the possibility of repaying at least part of the debt. The duke's reminder of the debts caused the girl real indignation, as she had no money left even for ordinary everyday purchases. After another unsuccessful attempt to find a solution, the duke advised his sister to learn to save money and remembered with longing Kanos, who always found solutions to difficult problems. Unexpectedly for everyone present, Arthur stepped forward and announced that he had some interesting proposals for resolving the situation. Despite his limited understanding of the situation, Arthur suggested starting negotiations with the Empire to reduce the amount of tax or offer alternative forms of payment. Cheryl sighed heavily and explained that the Empire had imposed such impossible conditions precisely because it did not want to recognize their rule over the conquered lands. The girl pointed out that there were no suitable alternatives for payment, as neither holy water nor the dungeons could be a worthy substitute for the gold demanded. The Duke's thoughts were interrupted by Rex, who burst into the room with urgent news of the appearance of a group of giants near the northern side of Bran Castle. The news of the giants' appearance near the northern part of Bran Castle took everyone by surprise and caused serious concern. The Duke had serious doubts about the report's veracity, as the giants would have had to cross the impassable Black Mountains to reach the castle. After a moment's thought, the Duke suggested that the giants might have found a way to pass through the Iron Wall, which seemed a more realistic option. The strategically important Iron Barrier was located in the northeastern part of the continent and served as the main defense against invasion by giants from the north. The ancient castle in the Icelands, built by the first emperor, had been considered an insurmountable obstacle for giants for many generations. Imperial troops constantly guarded the iron walls, allocating 20% of their military forces for this purpose. For 50 years after the walls were erected, not a single giant managed to penetrate the continent, making the likelihood of a breakthrough extremely low. The Duke immediately ordered his sister and Rommel to gather troops to return to Bran Castle, warning them to exercise extreme caution. Arthur was tasked with organizing patrols throughout the Kingdom of Rumion to prevent possible uprisings among the local population. An additional task for Arthur was to prepare alternative payment options that they could offer the Empire in place of the gold they demanded. Prince Philip left the Imperial Castle and, looking out the carriage window, pondered Duke Aaron's ability to raise the required 500 million gold coins. The prince's companion noted Philip's unusual calmness, as he was traveling without his usual guards, which seemed like a very strange decision. Philip confidently explained the absence of guards by his status as a prince, and the fact that the trip was taking place in the safe territory of his own empire. Noticing Duke Gran's concern, Prince Philip personally promised to ensure his safety, emphasizing the importance of preserving the life of such an important person. Despite the apparent calm after the prince's words, the Duke continued to feel uneasy about the upcoming journey. The assembled courtiers eagerly discussed among themselves the possible reasons for the unexpected meeting, which had been organized by order of the Duke. Arthur was in a depressed mood, as his hopes of obtaining a high position had not been fulfilled, and he remained a simple officer. The Duke's arrival prompted Rex to immediately order the soldiers to line up to greet the ruler of the territory of Bran, according to military protocol. After greeting the knights, the Duke announced the existing problem of insufficient patrolling of the kingdom's territory and the need to resolve it. The Duke announced his decision to devote time to organizing effective defense forces and to introduce a new commander of the patrol unit. Surprised, Arthur held his breath, hoping to hear his name as the new captain, although he was internally prepared for any decision. The Duke invited Bianca to enter and introduced her to the soldiers as an experienced captain who had previously commanded a patrol unit of 500 men. The new captain of the squad, Bianca, knelt before the Duke and formally asked him to assign her first task. Arthur felt deeply disappointed by his latest failure, noting the goddess's growing success in military affairs. As if sensing Arthur's mood, the Duke decided to appoint him to the additional position of assistant captain of the patrol forces. The Duke appointed Arthur as Bianca's personal assistant and asked him to show the utmost diligence in carrying out his new duties. After all the appointments were made, Rex insisted on an immediate departure for the Iron Barrier, emphasizing the importance of arriving before nightfall. The Duke's thoughts were torn between the problem of the giants' attack and the need to find the missing 300 million to pay the imperial tax. After carefully analyzing the situation, the Duke decided to offer the Empire the use of his military forces as an alternative form of tax payment. The Duke's best troops were stationed in the northeast near the Iron Barrier and could be a valuable asset to the Imperial army. The Duke was confident that his plan to offer the Empire 2 years of protection in exchange for the cancellation of 200 million gold in debt would be successful. Rex's sudden halt interrupted the Duke's thoughts on possible ways to solve the territory's financial problems. The Duke hurried to Rex and asked him in a friendly manner why he had stopped so suddenly and where he was looking. Following Rex's pointing hand, the Duke saw a horrific scene of the castle walls, docks, and ships completely burned to the ground. The pirate attack was led by Vice Captain Miller of the Blue Hammer Gang, known for his cruelty and ruthlessness. Miller mocked the weakness of the inhabitants of the kingdom of Rumion and ordered his men to continue throwing burning torches at the ships. The captain of the Blue Hammer unexpectedly defended the remaining ships of Rumion from the final attack, which puzzled Miller. The female captain explained that setting fire to buildings was understandable, but she strictly forbade harming the ships. Miller expressed his incomprehension of the prohibition on destroying enemy ships, which provoked a new wave of anger in Jacqueline. Upon receiving word of the approaching Imperial forces, Jacqueline ordered Miller to return to the ship immediately to avoid capture. Jacqueline was relatively satisfied with the results of the raid, but the burning of the ships caused her serious dissatisfaction with Miller's actions. When the Duke and his men reached the scene of the attack, they only managed to see the pirate ship disappearing into the distance. The observant Arthur was the first to notice a powerful projectile flying toward them, launched from the departing pirate ship. Miller watched the projectile's flight with glee, anticipating a successful hit. Enraged by the pirate's audacity, the Duke drew his sword and rushed decisively toward the approaching projectile. The Duke managed to cut the projectile in two, but the force of the blow was so powerful that it caused a huge cloud of dust and partially destroyed the bridge. Satisfied with the results of the devastating raid, Miller ceased his attacks and began to retreat, while Jacqueline coldly told the Duke that luck was on his side today. Enraged by the pirate's insolent words, the Duke immediately ordered Rex to conduct a thorough investigation and identify the attackers. Prince Philip and the Duke calmly continued their journey in the carriage until the prince's attention was drawn to an unusual and disturbing smell. Alarmed by the suspicious smell, the prince quickly jumped out of the carriage window and nimbly climbed onto the roof for a better view of the surroundings. Feeling the strange smell intensify, the prince immediately ordered the coachman to increase speed and continue driving without stopping. Recognizing the distinctive smell of blood, Philip noted with alarm the absence of the escort that should have met them much earlier. A group of giants lurking in the nearby forest watched the prince's carriage closely and prepared to attack. Philip reacted with lightning speed and managed to fend off a battle axe that suddenly flew out of the thicket. Following the first axe, a hail of throwing weapons rained down on the carriage, which even an experienced warrior would have found difficult to deal with. Despite the prince's skillful defense, one of the throwing axes reached its target and mortally wounded the coachman, who instantly lost control of the carriage. The frightened horses, left without control, began to run wildly along the road, causing the heavy carriage to overturn. After the carriage fell, a group of giants led by Sven began to approach the scene, intending to plunder their next victim. Philip, who had survived, quickly identified the attackers as northern giants by their enormous height and characteristic combat gear. The prince could not understand how the giants had managed to penetrate the continent through the iron barrier, which was considered impenetrable. A sudden thought occurred to Philip. Perhaps their unquenchable thirst for blood had given the giants enough strength to overcome the protective barrier. Lost in thought, the prince did not notice the huge giant Sven sneaking up behind him and raising his deadly weapon above him. An experienced warrior, Philip easily dodged the attack, prompting the giants to mock the short prince, comparing him to a small rat. A terrifying sight met Philip's eyes behind the giants. A pile of bodies of his escorting knights, completely destroyed by the enemies. The alarmed prince immediately inspected the overturned carriage and was horrified to discover that Duke Gran was missing from the wreckage. The angry giants were outraged by Philip's calm demeanor in the presence of Lord Sven himself and demanded his immediate execution. The prince easily dodged the attack and mockingly remarked that he had long awaited a meeting with living giants, descendants of the god of war, Yumunin, but their fighting skills had disappointed him. The giant Sven flew into a rage that a mere mortal dared to mock the legacy of Yumunin and utter his sacred name without due respect. The prince's confident laughter rang out in response to the threats as he declared himself the only being capable of teaching the arrogant giants a lesson. Philip solemnly introduced himself as the crown prince of the empire and declared his intention to pass fair judgment on the border violators. The giants' puzzled looks turned to horror when Philip, with a lightning-fast swing of his sword, cut the mighty Sven in two, demonstrating his strength. The prince resolutely advanced toward the remaining giants, reminding them of the inevitable death penalty for insulting the future emperor. After dealing with the giants, the prince's attention was drawn to an unusual bird, a black raven with distinctive white markings on its beak. The appearance of the ghostly blackbird was an unmistakable sign of the giant's presence in the vicinity, requiring immediate action. Realizing the fall of the Iron Barrier, Philip pondered the need to report to the Emperor and request military support to clear the territory. Watching the sun set, the prince devised his own plan of action, deciding not to involve his father, the Emperor, in the situation. The next morning, the Duke held a meeting in Rumion, instructing Rex to investigate the pirate attack and Bianca to strengthen the defenses of the port facilities. Knight Arthur unexpectedly addressed the gathering with a proposal to use the situation with the pirates to the advantage of the kingdom. Arthur proposed to compensate for the lack of gold for raising troops by taking decisive action against the intruders at the Iron Barrier and establishing control over the sea. Arthur's proposal was to organize a military campaign against the pirates and inform the Emperor of the successes achieved in order to revise the tax requirements. Noticing the Duke's intense gaze, Arthur began to doubt the wisdom of his proposal and tried to take back his words. The Duke highly appreciated the young knight's resourcefulness and decided to put the proposed plan into action, promising a generous reward for success. Immediately after making his decision, the Duke ordered the cavalry to advance toward the Iron Barrier. Left alone with Bianca after the departure of the Duke and Rex, Arthur rejoiced at the opportunity to talk privately with the beautiful warrior. Bianca felt growing irritation at the constant presence of admirers trying to win her favor in various ways. The girl's thoughts were interrupted by the sound of approaching horsemen, which she initially took for the return of the Duke with an important message. Everyone was astonished to see Crown Prince Philip leading a squadron of mounted infantry approaching the fortress. Under cover of night, the mighty giant was busy destroying orcs on Bran's territory when he received an urgent message from his raven. The unusual bird belonged to the giant's brother, so its appearance alone caused an ominous premonition of impending doom. Upon learning of his brother's tragic death, the giant lost all interest in the ongoing battle with the orcs. Rage filled the giant, who was eager to learn the name of his brother's killer and his warriors in order to avenge the blood that had been shed. After gathering all the giants, the chief ordered them to prepare for a large-scale attack and personally set about sharpening his battle axe. One of his assistants informed the chief of a village located to the south, where representatives of the Elven people were believed to be. Intrigued by the information, the giant immediately ordered his assistant to bring him the head of an elf as a trophy. The giant's thoughts were interrupted by the desperate cries of a captive woman in a cage with other captured villagers. Enraged by the captives' insulting shouts, the giant unleashed his fury on the cage with the people inside, threatening them with violence for their disrespectful treatment. The intervention of the mighty chieftain Harold stopped the giant's aggression, and he was immediately removed from guarding the captives. Harold, the recognized leader of the northern giants, enjoyed unquestioned authority among his tribesmen. Frightened by the power of his ruler, the giant hastily left the scene, fearing further punishment. Harold gathered all the giants of his tribe and ordered them to prepare for a large-scale campaign into the southern territories. The continent of Karen was considered by the giants to be a land of abundance and prosperity, attracting their attention for many generations. 30 years ago, the young Harold had sworn to conquer the fertile lands, and now the opportunity to fulfill his ancient vow had arrived. The death of his brother Sven, who sacrificed himself for the sake of their shared dream, only strengthened Harold's resolve to see the task through to the end. The news of the kidnapping of the inhabitants of the Bran lands drove Rommel into a state of uncontrollable rage. Rommel fiercely questioned Max about the identities of the kidnappers. Although he seemed to already know the answer to his question, only thanks to the wise intervention of the Elder did Rommel manage to curb his anger and release the frightened messenger Max. The desperate man collapsed to his knees upon hearing the terrible news that his beloved wife and young children had been captured by giants from the north. Rommel, in helpless rage, pounded the ground with his fists, cursing himself for his inability to protect his family and prevent this unthinkable tragedy. Suddenly worried about his daughter's fate, Rommel asked his advisor about her whereabouts, and he was relieved to hear that she was safe. Cheryl's appearance interrupted his painful thoughts as she resolutely led Max away to check the important intelligence they had received. Disturbing rumors of an attack by the northern giants on the orcs and the capture of Bran's inhabitants as hostages were bitterly confirmed by Max. 2 precious hours had passed since the first reports of the attack, but no new messages had arrived. Having learned of Cheryl's arrival in advance, The command managed to assemble a detachment of armed knights and send scouts to search for information. There was serious concern for the fate of Kuroka, who had immediately set out for the castle with a group of orcs after receiving news of the attack. The excited scout knight rode up to Cheryl with an urgent report, but the girl calmly asked him to gather himself and report on the situation. The knight reported a frightening silence in the night forest, suggesting that the giants had deliberately settled outside the castle for the night. The complete absence of any signs of movement on all the paths leading to the castle was particularly alarming and seemed highly suspicious. Cheryl decided to seize the moment and ordered half of the infantry and all of the cavalry to follow her to the orc castle. Reaching out to the weeping knight, Cheryl sincerely offered him to join the rescue mission to free Diana, who was waiting for him. As they approached the walls of Bran Castle, Kuruk caught an unfamiliar and disturbing smell, completely uncharacteristic of these territories. The experienced warrior immediately warned his orcs of suspicious activity coming from the Elven village and ordered them to advance silently. Upon reaching the gate, the squad discovered a horrific scene. The mighty herald was strangling the leader of the Elven village, while the rest of the elves remained trapped. A quick assessment of the situation showed Kuroka that the enemy had a clear advantage in strength, which meant that the entire squad would inevitably be killed in open combat. Kuro ordered his warriors to retreat immediately to the castle, deciding to delay the giants himself and buy time to rescue the squad. The brave orc rushed at Herald, but even while busy dealing with the elves, the giant easily noticed and stopped the enemy's swift attack. Cheryl and her army finally reached the orc castle and hid, listening carefully to what was happening inside the fortification. Suddenly, a deafening beastly roar shattered the night's silence, and a huge dragon appeared in the dark sky, rapidly approaching the village. Terror froze on the faces of the knights as the mighty dragon began to spew flames, completely destroying the village, along with the giants hiding there. Shortly before the fiery attack began, Kanos carefully studied the situation around the castle, trying to determine the location of its inhabitants. His keen dragon vision allowed him to make out strange silhouettes of creatures unlike orcs, indicating that the local inhabitants had either fled or been captured. Descending, Kanos turned to Keshi, announcing that the long-awaited moment of revenge had arrived and offering her the chance to witness the destruction of their enemies. Amidst the raging flames, the dragon suddenly halted its attack, catching a familiar voice amid the sounds of the burning village. Peering into the darkness of the night, Kanos made out the silhouettes of Cheryl and Rommel, allowing him to leave part of the castle untouched under their protection. The dragon's sole purpose was the complete destruction of the northern descendants in revenge for Kesha's suffering. Having completed the first part of his plan for revenge, the dragon, with a crying Keshi in his jaws, rushed toward the Elven village to continue his punitive mission. Rommel could not hold back his tears as he watched the dragon fly away, realizing that his beloved Diana was unlikely to have survived such a powerful, fiery attack. The determined Cheryl did not lose hope and immediately ordered the infantry to search the ruins of the castle and the cavalry to pursue the dragon. Firmly believing in Diana's survival, Cheryl vowed to help Rommel avenge her if the worst were confirmed. Summoning the power of the fiery phoenix, Cheryl soared into the night sky in pursuit of the dragon, unable to hide the silent tears rolling down her cheeks. Unaware of the events unfolding, the Duke was at that moment holding an important meeting with Prince Philip. Philip offered the Duke the position of commander of the Northeast in exchange for a significant tax reduction of 300 million. The Duke pondered the unexpected appointment, realizing that it coincided with his own plans to send troops to the Iron Barrier. Suspecting a hidden motive behind the prince's proposal, the Duke decided to clarify the duration of his command over the northeastern lands. Prince Philip clearly stated the condition of his command. It would last until the northern threat to the empire was completely eliminated. The Duke instantly understood the true meaning of the prince's words. His service would continue until all the giants were completely destroyed. Realizing Philip's intention to tie him to the northeast, the Duke began to consider ways to counter these plans. Outwardly agreeing to the conditions for the sake of serving the empire, the Duke prepared the ground for changing the situation in his favor. The Duke put forward a counter condition. He would help fight the pirates and establish a naval base to protect the kingdom. Looking at the prince's pensive face, the Duke urged him to agree to the proposed conditions and conclude the negotiations. Philip postponed his decision until Duke Grand's recovery, unable to give an immediate answer to the proposal. The Duke's spirits rose, realizing that a successful resolution of the pirate problem could secure favorable terms for the deal. Philip looked at the Duke with sympathy, Wondering at his indecision in expanding his territories and doubting his ability to deal with two threats, Rex spent another unsuccessful day drinking alcohol at a local bar, trying to forget about his fruitless search. Rex's attentive gaze caught a strange detail: the unusual absence of the usual criminal elements in the drinking establishment. Rex's surprise grew when he saw Queen Luvia descending from the upper floor of the bar. The situation became clear when Rex noticed the pirate miller laughing cheerfully in the company of the young queen as they left the bar. The unusual alliance between Queen Luvia and the notorious pirate aroused Rex's well-founded suspicions of a secret conspiracy. Rex's assistants began to secretly follow the strange couple, but a sudden powerful explosion disrupted their plans. Rex immediately ran out into the street to pursue them on his own and found Miller and Luvia talking near a pirate ship. Miller reacted angrily to Rex's appearance, annoyed by the constant interference from his pesky pursuers. The cunning pirate used a combination of gunpowder and a torch to create a fiery trap for his persistent pursuer. Despite his outstanding combat skills, Rex was unable to avoid the cunning trap, and his clothes instantly caught fire. Upon hearing of the incident, the alarmed Duke immediately rushed to the hospital and began searching for his wounded friend. Rex calmed the agitated Duke, assuring him that he was relatively unharmed after the unfortunate encounter. During their conversation, the Duke learned of Princess Luvia's strange escort, which aroused his serious suspicions. A careful analysis of the situation convinced the Duke that this unusual couple had known each other for a long time, judging by the nature of their interaction. The Duke pondered the princess's unusual friendship with the pirates, as the calculating Luvia would never have collaborated with enemies solely for the sake of revenge. Rex emphasized the strangeness of the situation, noting that thanks to the princess's intervention, many wounded soldiers received proper medical care instead of execution. Leaving his thoughts about the princess behind, Rex handed the Duke an important letter that required immediate attention and careful study. Wanting to keep the contents of the letter secret from prying ears, Rex handed the document to the Duke so he could read the serious information for himself. The letter contained alarming news about the capture of an old castle by 500 northern giants, who had taken dozens of people hostage, including the commander's family. The Duke had mixed feelings, knowing that Cheryl and Rommel were in control of the situation, but the news of the orc castle being captured by northern giants seemed unbelievable. The new position of Commander of the Northeast required the Duke to plan his actions carefully and be present in the captured region immediately. Understanding the complexity of the Duke's departure during the prince's visit, Rex offered his services to carry out the mission in the Northeast. Duke Aaron expressed concern for his friend's health, insisting on the need for proper treatment of his wounds instead of a dangerous journey. The persistent Rex reminded Aaron of Diana's captivity, emphasizing the special importance of this girl in his life and the need to rescue her. Diana's history included many rejected marriage proposals from various men, including Rex, but her heart belonged to his brother. Rex made the difficult decision to stay away from his beloved, trying to suppress his true feelings for her happiness. Sincerely trying to come to terms with the situation, Rex hoped to find the strength to congratulate the newlyweds at their wedding with an open heart. The internal struggle proved too much, and Rex realized that he could not suppress his deep feelings for Diana. Driven to despair, Rex struck his own brother for the first time and left his family home, seeking to protect Diana's feelings from his own torment. Years of wandering and working as a spy became Rex's new life, creating an insurmountable distance between him and his brother. Understanding the whole story, Duke Aaron allowed Rex to go on the mission, promising to exercise extreme caution and wait for his support. Leaving the chamber to prepare for his departure, Rex advised the Duke to ask Luvia directly about her connections with the pirates. Following Rex's advice, the Duke invited the princess to talk, where she calmly explained the business nature of her relationship with the pirates. Luvis revealed the essence of her cooperation with the Blue Hammer pirates, who supplied goods from the western continent. Not understanding the Duke's concern, the Duke expressed sincere surprise at the princess's involvement in smuggling operations, which seemed incompatible with her position. The princess confidently explained the advantages of cooperating with the pirates, emphasizing their ability to deliver rare goods to the eastern continent. The Duke decided to take advantage of Luvia's good relations with the pirates, planning to ask her for an important favor to resolve the current problems. The Duke's request was to arrange urgent negotiations with the pirate captain to discuss important issues. The princess accepted the Duke's request but put forward her own conditions for helping to organize the meeting. Luvia's main demand was that the pirate group be granted free access to the port city at their discretion. Observing the calculating princess, the Duke recognized his own character traits and her desire to take advantage of any situation. The need to stop the pirate raids forced the Duke to accept Luvia's terms, despite the obvious shortcomings of the agreement. The time for negotiations had come, and the Duke waited alone for the pirate ship to arrive according to the agreed terms. Luvia conveyed the pirates' demand for a meeting with the Duke alone, without his knights or guards. The Duke analyzed the possible reasons for these conditions, wondering whether the pirates intended to impress him with their numbers or test his honesty. The ship's arrival was marked by the appearance of the female captain of the Blue Hammer, who greeted the Duke with obvious interest. The captain's first question was to clarify the Duke's allegiance to the Empire, which determined the further course of the negotiations. The Duke's honest answer about his formal allegiance to the Empire led to the immediate termination of negotiations and an order to open fire. Enraged, the Duke drew his sword to repel the attack, vowing not to let the pirates go unpunished after such treachery. The pirates' unsuccessful first attack caused concern among the crew, prompting them to open fire again with equally unsuccessful results. The Duke's powerful counterattack reached the pirate ship, forcing the crew to prepare for a serious battle with a skilled opponent. Prince Philip, who was watching the battle, recognized Aaron's mastery of the sword's energy, a skill unique to the Imperial blade. Philip watched the events unfold with interest, realizing that Aaron had deliberately concealed his true abilities all this time. Rex reached the lands of Bran, where a raging fire signaled mortal danger for the hostages, forcing him to rush to Diana's aid. Shortly before that, the giants spotted an approaching dragon and began preparing for the inevitable clash with the mighty creature. Kano saw the Elven city captured by the northern creatures, assessing the situation from the height of his flight. Limited forces and the risk of destroying all life prevented the dragon from launching a direct attack on the invaders. An additional factor holding back the attack was the need to ensure the safety of Kesh, who was nearby. Despite the limitations, the dragon was determined to fulfill his promise of revenge against the invaders. The dragon used its last strength to cast the dragon's fear spell, creating a terrifying roar that paralyzed all living creatures. The spell's effect immobilized all creatures within its range for 10 full minutes after it was cast. Having exhausted its strength on the spell, the dragon entrusted the completion of the operation to the approaching human army. The unexpected backlash of the magic caused excruciating pain throughout the dragon's body, temporarily paralyzing it. This moment of weakness allowed a fiery attack to pass, seriously wounding the dragon and knocking Kesh off its back. The attack came from an enraged Cheryl, who mistook the dragon for an enemy, forcing Kanos to immediately rush to save the falling Keshi. After rescuing Keshi, the dragon realized the severity of his injuries, feeling completely exhausted for the first time in a long time. Keshi calmed the wounded dragon, assuring him that the giants had been punished enough and asking him to stop his revenge for the sake of his health. Grateful for her understanding, Kanos rose higher into the sky, acknowledging his poor health to the caring Keshi. Cheryl watched the dragon retreat with fierce determination, vowing not to let him escape the next time they met. The leader of the giants, under the influence of the dragon's roar, immediately recognized the ancient spell used against them. Harold noticed the approaching human army and the inability of his immobilized warriors to withstand the looming threat. Overcoming the spell's effect, the leader deliberately inflicted severe pain on himself by striking a wall, regaining control of his body. The sudden closing of the gates halted the knights' advance, forcing them to wait for further orders from their commanders. Harold immediately began to awaken the other giants, using physical pain to break the magical paralysis. After completing all preparations, the commander loudly warned his warriors that their enemy had already penetrated the fortress walls, so each fighter had to take up their battle position. The young sorceress Cheryl quickly descended the stone steps, created a powerful fireball to destroy the massive gates, but inside she found only a group of elves caught in the nets that had been set up. Cheryl faced a serious obstacle because she had never studied magical methods of locating enemies before, so she had to resort to other available methods. The determined sorceress turned to her loyal knights and gave a clear order to split into small groups of 4 warriors to thoroughly search the area and protect each other. The brave knights immediately obeyed the order and scattered in different directions to search for the enemy, suspecting that the formidable herald was watching them from above. The mighty giant herald suddenly leaped down and with one powerful blow of his huge battle axe split the body of the unfortunate knight in two, who did not even have time to cry out. The remaining 3 knights froze in shock at the horrific sight, trying to comprehend what had happened, while the merciless giant decided to deal with them in the same cruel manner. The sounds of the fierce battle reached the ears of Cheryl, who was standing nearby, and the young sorceress panicked, realizing that her warriors were dying, but she did not know what to do. Until that important moment, Cheryl had only dealt with magical battles and always thought out her plan of action in advance. But now, when an urgent decision was needed, she realized her lack of combat experience. Confused, the sorceress began to mentally turn to the experience of her older brother and the wise Rommel, trying to imagine what actions they would have taken in such a difficult situation. The surviving soldiers began to show clear signs of panic, shouting that their comrades were in mortal danger and needed immediate help. Cheryl quickly gave new orders to her warriors to secure the injured squad and conduct a thorough search of the village to find any other hidden giants. A loyal soldier suggested leaving a small guard to protect Lady Cheryl in case the giant attacked, but the brave sorceress sent all the soldiers to help their comrades. Watching the departing soldiers, the young sorceress continued to doubt the wisdom of her decision, but now she needed to focus all her strength on rescuing the attack squad. Confident in her magical abilities, the girl knew she could handle any ordinary enemy, but the encounter with the giants caused her serious concern. The observant herald noticed that the leader of the human army was left completely alone, considered this an extremely unwise decision, and began to silently descend for a surprise attack. Inexperienced Cheryl made a serious mistake by underestimating the physical superiority of giants over humans, and the giant leader herald possessed the greatest strength among his kind. The young sorceress instantly realized the extraordinary speed of the giant's movements as soon as their eyes met at the start of the unequal battle. Cheryl fired a barrage of bright fireballs at her rapidly approaching enemy, but none of her magical strikes reached their target. The desperate sorceress cast a particularly powerful fireball spell at the giant, but even this strong magic proved useless, and the enemy got dangerously close. The frightened girl tried to escape on her magical phoenix, but the mighty giant managed to reach her leg with his long arm and threw the sorceress to the ground. Before the decisive blow, Harold noted the youth of the enemy commander and suggested that the Duke had made a mistake in appointing an inexperienced mage to this important position. The brave Cheryl raised an angry gaze at the enemy and firmly declared that the reason for her possible death would not be her choice, but Harold's cruel decision to take her life. The unyielding giant remained indifferent to the girl's words and, raising his huge battle axe, began to recite a solemn prayer to his great god of warriors. The sudden appearance of a mysterious warrior with a sword stopped the giant's deadly blow at the last moment, forcing the mighty enemy to retreat several steps back. The brave Rommel stood up to defend the surprised Cheryl, realizing that searching for Diana alone would be useless in the current situation. The experienced warrior decided to trust his hope that his beloved wife was still alive and focused all his strength on achieving victory in this important battle. Rommel asked the exhausted Cheryl to rest a little and regain her strength, then confidently headed toward the giant Gerald, promising to resolve the problem. The impatient giant immediately launched a swift attack, but the experienced knight easily dealt with the onslaught, and his body was suddenly enveloped in a mysterious, magical glow. The nimble herald dodged another blow and noted the apparent slowness of his opponent's attacks, believing that a simple sword could not bring victory to a human warrior. The overconfident giant realized his mistake too late when he noticed a serious bleeding wound on his own shoulder, inflicted by the skilled swordsman. Calm Rommel maintained his confident fighting stance and explained to his defeated enemy that all he needed to win was unwavering faith in his own strength. The enraged giant attempted another powerful blow, but Cheryl suddenly intervened and successfully knocked him off his feet with a precise fire spell. Satisfied with her success, the sorceress laughed wearily and informed her defeated opponent that he had shown true stupidity in this battle. The wounded herald quickly assessed his dire situation with his damaged shoulder and the impossibility of fighting two experienced opponents, so he summoned his faithful raven. The black raven soared high into the sky with an important message, after which all the remaining giants immediately began an organized retreat, following their leader. The retreating giant made a solemn promise to return and present the souls of the brave Rommel and the daring sorceress as a valuable gift to his powerful god. After the fierce battle was over, a moved Rommel met his beloved wife and little son with tears of joy, unable to believe his luck at seeing them alive. The excited husband carefully examined his loved ones for possible injuries, while the calm Diana assured him that they were all well and asked about Rex's whereabouts. The worried knight told his wife that Rex must be safe in the kingdom, but she told him an amazing story that disproved this assumption. Diana recounted how at the critical moment when the giant was about to deliver a fatal blow, Rex suddenly appeared and saved their lives by striking the enemy with his sharp sword. The grateful woman insisted that despite the smoke obscuring the mysterious savior's face, she was absolutely certain that it was Rex who had come to their rescue. After saving their lives, the mysterious warrior uttered a few words and quickly departed, leaving a strange feeling of incompleteness in this amazing encounter. Thoughtful Rex stood atop a high mountain, watching the castle almost completely destroyed by flames and remembering his important conversation with the wise Aaron. The understanding hero listened carefully to all the explanations and gave Rex the necessary permission to leave his post to carry out an important task. The far-sighted Duke stopped the departing warrior for a last piece of friendly advice, asking him not to attach too much importance to his meeting with the girl. The wise Aaron advised the embarrassed Rex to explain to the girl that his appearance was simply an order from the Duke, who never left his subjects without help. Lost in thought, Rex felt extremely embarrassed, realizing that even following the Duke's advice to the letter had still led to an awkward situation. The alarmed Duke of Romania received extremely disturbing news of mass disobedience of his strict orders and the beginning of a popular uprising. The short-sighted residents openly expressed their dissatisfaction with the necessary measures to close the city gates, and through their reckless behavior, exposed themselves to the danger of attack by cruel pirates. The shocked Duke was deeply outraged by such short-sightedness on the part of the townspeople, for all his strict measures were aimed solely at protecting their own property. Attentive Arthur, noticing his ruler's confusion, offered the wise suggestion that the absence of anything of value to steal would force the pirates to leave, although this plan had its drawbacks. The determined warrior suggested organizing a surprise attack on the pirate base, since peaceful negotiations seemed useless, and a surprise attack could completely destroy the enemy force. The experienced Duke recognized the wisdom of a counterattack and decided to pretend to be a conciliatory ruler, announcing to the protesting residents that the city harbor would be temporarily closed. The wise ruler promised his dissatisfied subjects full reimbursement of all living expenses during the restrictions to calm the angry people. The far-sighted Duke, sending Arthur to carry out an important order, urged him to remain vigilant throughout the period of closure of the city port. The obedient Arthur took up his position in front of his commander, preparing to give the important signal of readiness to the other soldiers to begin the planned operation. The alarmed knight was greatly surprised when the Duke revealed his true plan, according to which the two of them were to attack the dangerous pirates. Determined Aaron closed the city port a few days later, after which he and loyal Arthur secretly boarded the pirate ship and set sail for the Blue Hammer's hideout. Arthur was stunned when he arrived on the island, because instead of the expected pirate settlement, he found many ordinary peaceful residents. The perceptive Duke also noticed the unexpected presence of the peaceful population, which significantly complicated his original plan to destroy the sea robbers. The thoughtful ruler had serious doubts about the correctness of his plan due to the presence of civilians, realizing the need to find a special solution for the local population. A sudden strange noise caught the attention of the Duke and his loyal knight, after which the observant Arthur suggested that the sounds were coming from the construction of a new ship. The curious Duke took a keen interest in the construction of the new vessel, hoping either to win the pirates over to his side or to commission them to build a powerful ship for his travels. A vigilant local resident noticed the presence of the unfamiliar Duke and Arthur, and immediately demanded that the suspicious strangers explain the reason for their appearance on the island. Arthur, who was worried, tried to come up with a believable explanation for their presence, but the wise Aaron realized that empty excuses wouldn't work in this situation. The determined Duke removed the bandana from his head and loudly announced to the gathered crowd that Duke Aaron himself had arrived for important negotiations. Jacqueline, who was nearby, was not pleased and immediately reminded the uninvited guests of her firm refusal to negotiate with any representatives of the authorities. The resourceful Duke calmly responded to the hostile reception and offered the pirates to discuss alternative terms for a mutually beneficial agreement between the parties. The far-sighted ruler made the pirates an attractive offer of a year's free entry into the port city in exchange for a certain service. The self-confident pirates demonstratively rejected the Duke's offer, declaring their complete independence and lack of food supply problems. The observant Duke quickly recognized the pirate's lie, noticing the unnaturally high prices of fish, meat, and alcoholic beverages, indicating high demand. The attentive ruler also noted the complete absence of drunk people that morning, which also caught the attention of the puzzled Jacqueline and Miller. The determined Duke took advantage of the moment of confusion and declared the city a territory of Bran, backing up his words with a threat to close the port or physically eliminate the pirates. The hot-headed Miller made a rash attack on the Duke in the night, showering them with explosive powder and preparing a torch to set fire to the dangerous substance. The level-headed Jacqueline quickly stopped the reckless Miller, dousing him with water and reminding him of the danger of an explosion to everyone around them. The determined pirate leader stepped forward and asked the Duke directly about his true intentions and what service he wanted from the sea robbers. The Duke's shocking demand to organize a pirate attack on his own castle caused general astonishment and particular horror among the loyal Arthur. The determined Duke later arranged an important meeting with the Prince and Duke Gran to discuss his serious demands in detail. The confident prince explained to Gran Aaron's special position, having received from the Emperor complete freedom of action in negotiations and in making independent decisions. The perceptive Duke noticed Gran's obvious discomfort and inability to take active action, but he was determined to achieve a positive outcome in the negotiations. The businesslike Aaron, wishing to save precious time, informed Gran of his preliminary negotiations with the Emperor and suggested moving straight on to discussing the main issues. Grateful, Gran bowed to the Duke and expressed his sincere gratitude for the medicine, which had indeed helped him recover quickly. The calculating Aaron understood that providing medicine was just a way to speed up the departure of unwanted guests from his domain. The puzzled hero did not understand the true motives behind the Duke's actions, but after formally expressing his gratitude, Gran proposed to begin business discussions. The stubborn Aaron began a heated argument, arguing the benefits of his offer of 200 million immediately in service as commander until the remaining amount was paid. Concerned, Gran expressed serious fears about the increased vulnerability of the Bran territory after the breach of the Iron Barrier and the need to extend the term of military service. The prudent Duke reminded him of the need for Imperial support to strengthen the Iron Barrier and establish an important naval base in the port city. The cautious Duke Gran explained that the Iron Barrier belonged to the Empire and promised support, but insisted that the new ruler resolve the pirate problem independently. The persistent Aaron pointed out that the city of Leto belonged to the crown and expressed bewilderment at the Empire's strange disregard for the existing pirate threat. The evasive Gran acknowledged his awareness of the problem, but insisted on the responsibility of the local Duke, considering the damage caused by the pirates insufficient to justify the creation of a military base. The angry Duke was deeply outraged by Gran's indifference to the serious security problem facing the coastal territories. The impatient ruler was worried about the lack of the promised attack by Jacqueline's ships, which should have already happened according to the original plan. Tense Aaron, awaiting help from Jacqueline, persistently urged Gran to change his approach to the negotiations in order to reach a mutually beneficial agreement between the parties. The resolute Prince Philip unexpectedly interrupted the protracted dispute by throwing his sword between the arguing men and proposing to resolve the conflict in a fair duel. Alarmed, Gran showed obvious concern at the prince's unexpected proposal, but Philip quickly reassured his agitated interlocutor with his explanations. The confident prince picked up the discarded sword and challenged Aaron to fight him directly, as the rightful heir to the Imperial throne. The cautious Aaron immediately bowed before the prince and tried to explain that such a duel was impossible according to the rules in force. The angry prince began to openly threaten the Duke with placing the kingdom of Rumen under the direct control of the Empire if he resigned from his position. Concerned, Duke Gran tried to calm the angry prince, reminding him of the existing Imperial laws prohibiting unprovoked duels with dukes. The resourceful Philip calmly explained a simple solution to the problem, suggesting that a plausible legend be created about an attack by a northern giant on a loyal subject of the country. The inventive prince continued to develop the story, according to which Duke Gran had been mysteriously killed while undergoing treatment at the Bran estate. The cunning heir to the throne unambiguously hinted to both of his interlocutors at the possibility of their elimination, for which he would easily find a suitable explanation. Cornered, the Duke realized he had no choice and drew his trusty sword for the inevitable duel, eager to entertain the noble prince. Confident Philip announced the terms of the duel, promising the winner 300 million, command of the region until the threat was eliminated, and support for the construction of a military base. The cautious Duke tried to negotiate a reduction in the term of service, but received only an indifferent smile from the prince and an offer to discuss the matter with Duke Gran. The impatient prince, wasting no time on further conversation, rose decisively with his sword in his hands to begin a serious duel. The experienced Duke, parrying his opponent's powerful attack, instantly assessed the prince's incredible strength and was forced to constantly dodge his swift blows. Exhausted, Aaron could not avoid his opponent's attacks indefinitely and missed a serious blow, while Philip, puzzled, wondered why he was not meeting any worthy resistance. The irritated Duke only smiled bitterly in response, surprised by the prince's inability to notice his sincere efforts in this unequal duel. The determined warrior had trained hard to build his strength after the last battle, but he had never before engaged in deadly combat with people who were not his enemies. The skilled swordsman had previously relied on Imperial combat techniques and the blessing of a dragon to achieve victory, having had insufficient time to perfect his skills. The experienced Duke found himself in a difficult situation against the Crown Prince, with his only option being to block his opponent's relentless attacks. Disappointed and losing interest in the protracted duel, the prince suddenly activated his sword's energy and swiftly attacked the Duke, demanding that he show his true strength. Shocked, Aaron suddenly realized that the perceptive Philip had probably been watching his last battle with the pirates and had uncovered his important secret. The formidable prince, looking his opponent straight in the eye, unequivocally ordered the Duke to demonstrate the energy of his sword under threat of immediate and deadly punishment. The enraged heir prepared to deliver a fatal blow to the Duke, prompting the alarmed Gran to intervene with a desperate plea to stop the duel. The determined Aaron gathered all his strength to deliver the third blow of his sword's energy, but was unable to complete the move due to an unexpected fiery explosion nearby. True to their word, the pirates launched an all-out attack on the building, with the confident Miller loudly boasting about his impressive fireworks. The perceptive Duke, observing the pirates' actions, surmised that their sudden attack was revenge for the recent sinking of their ship. Aaron, noticing the right moment, activated the bright energy in his damaged sword and rushed toward the confident prince. At the decisive moment of the attack, the Duke was just a few centimeters short of seriously wounding his arrogant opponent due to his broken blade. After his failed attempt, the Duke made a feint with his sword toward the pirate ships and loudly threatened the sea robbers with the complete destruction of their fleet. Miller immediately turned to his leader with obvious confusion, reminding her that their agreement did not include a clause about tolerating threats and insults. At that moment, Jacqueline completely ignored her assistant's words, carefully observing the young Duke's mysterious guest through her spyglass. Seeing an excellent opportunity for a new attack, Miller prepared his weapon, but Jacqueline unexpectedly ordered all the pirates to retreat immediately. After the retreat, Jacqueline mechanically rubbed her sore hand, remembering the hateful face of her old enemy Philip, who had brought so much grief to her family. After the battle ended, the Duke immediately knelt before the prince, acknowledging defeat and expressing his willingness to comply with any conditions the victor might impose. Philip, pleased with the prudent decision of his defeated enemy, appointed him commander of the northeastern region until the threat was completely eliminated. Deep down, Aaron bitterly reproached himself for agreeing to this dangerous duel, which had allowed the enemy to learn of the existence of the sword's energy and gain complete control. To Aaron's surprise, the prince expressed his support for the construction of a naval base to defend the coastal territories from attacks. After careful consideration, Philip recognized the seriousness of the pirate threat and decided to support the strategic plans of the experienced military leader. Deep down, the prince understood the Duke's pretense, but decided to allow him to carry out some of his plans after he demonstrated the necessary abilities. On the way home, Philip's thoughts kept returning to the amazing energy the Duke had shown at the decisive moment of their tense duel. In the privacy of his chambers, the prince made a tremendous effort to replicate the technique he had seen with a combat knife. After numerous unsuccessful attempts, Philip burst into hysterical laughter when his efforts produced only a faint flicker of energy from the blade. After a week of tense negotiations, the territory of Bran officially became part of the vast kingdom of Rumen. In search of new allies, Aaron set off for a pirate island with supplies of food and offers of peace. Upon seeing the Duke, Jacqueline immediately ordered that all the food be destroyed as a sign of open defiance. In a fit of rage, the pirate leader lashed out at the Duke for concealing his true intentions and important details of his strategic plan. After witnessing the meeting with the prince, Jacqueline flew into a rage and demanded an explanation for Philip's collaboration with Aaron. At the mention of the prince's name, Miller instantly lost his composure, as his past was closely intertwined with the history of the royal family. At this tense moment, a sharp phantom pain shot through the girl's arm, bringing back painful memories of events from years past. Jacqueline remembered the moment when Philip wounded her and coldly declared that she would inevitably pay for her sins. On the brink of death, the young girl wept in despair, unable to understand the reasons for the brutal massacre of all the members of her innocent family. With icy calm, Philip explained that the mark on Jacqueline's hand was irrefutable proof of their family's betrayal. In the difficult times of 5 years ago, the Empire set an ambitious goal of conquering the West by creating a huge military fleet. Due to their inexperience and arrogance, the young aristocrats ignored the wise advice of their military leaders and lost almost the entire fleet in an unequal battle. After the crushing defeat, those responsible for the disaster shifted all the blame onto Admiral Miller, who possessed dangerous information about their miscalculations. To conceal the shameful truth, high-ranking conspirators accused Miller and his loyal subordinates of secretly colluding with the enemy. At the beginning of his reign, the young Prince Philip ruthlessly dealt with all of Admiral Miller's subordinates and their families. Before their supposed execution, the prince gave a monstrous order not to remove the bodies of those executed with special markings, planning to feed their remains to animals. At the moment of her inevitable death, the exhausted girl was unable to resist the sword raised to strike her and humbly accepted her fate. In the last moment before the fatal blow, an unknown horseman rushed through the flames of the fire, picked up the girl, and rode away from her pursuers. After these painful memories, Jacqueline's anger only intensified, and she demanded that the Duke give her a truthful explanation of his secret plans with the prince. In the midst of the tense conversation, Rex ran to the scene, offered his help, and greeted Jacqueline, whom he had known for a long time, with joy. The angry pirate leader responded to the friendly greeting with a puzzled look, not recognizing the young man in front of her. Understanding the girl's forgetfulness, Rex covered his face in the same way as on the day of their first meeting and gently asked her who he was. At that crucial moment, Miller suddenly recognized his savior, remembering the dramatic events of the day when young Jacqueline was rescued from certain death. After rescuing the girl, Rex carefully handed her over to the frightened Miller, who was desperately trying to revive her. When the first signs of life appeared, the moved Miller could not hold back tears of joy, realizing the miraculous rescue of Jacqueline from a brutal murder. With unexpected directness, Rex reminded Miller of his status as a mercenary and demanded a decent reward for saving the young girl. Seeing the plight of the rescued people, the noble mercenary thought about how to soften the terms of payment for his help. To confirm his intentions, Rex showed them a special pair of glasses and warned them that he would inevitably return to collect his debt with interest. In a burst of gratitude, Miller promised to fulfill any wish of the mercenary upon his return and provide everything he needed without restriction. Rex reacted with skepticism to such a frivolous promise, but Miller backed up his words with a solemn oath on his own life. When they met again many years later, the aged Miller instantly remembered his promise and begged Rex not to make any demands on the current captain. With a mysterious smile, Rex asked for the parchment and sharp scissors he needed for his work. The unexpected request for tools caused genuine astonishment to appear on the old pirate's face. In response to his interlocutor's confusion, Rex smiled and reminded him of a promise he had once made to fulfill any of his demands without objection. Thanks to Rex's unexpected intervention, who had once saved the life of the brave Jacqueline, the warring parties were finally able to overcome their differences and sign the long-awaited peace agreements. On a quiet, starry night, Jacqueline sat with the Duke on an old wooden pier and watched her pirates joyfully celebrate the successful conclusion of the long negotiations. Jacqueline thoughtfully shared her thoughts about the uncertain future with the Duke, admitting that she did not know what to do next. But looking at the joyful mood of the crew, she understood their desire to take revenge on the prince. The Duke suddenly remembered his main enemy, the Emperor, and decided to offer Jacqueline an alliance for mutual assistance, realizing that together they could achieve much more in their struggle. Jacqueline listened carefully to the Duke's proposal for joint revenge against their enemies, and saw in it an excellent opportunity to strengthen the positions of both sides in the upcoming struggle. The pirate captain pondered the Duke's lucrative offer of cooperation, but she was troubled by the thought of how exactly she could be useful in this risky alliance. The Duke convincingly explained to Jacqueline that together they would be much stronger than alone, pointing to her magnificent ship as proof of her considerable power and influence. After a month of difficult negotiations with the pirates, Aaron finally took command of all the military forces in the region and began actively preparing to fulfill his duties. The Duke immediately sent all the troops under his command to the Iron Wall to strengthen the defenses of the northeastern borders and ensure the reliable protection of the territories entrusted to him. The giants noticed the approach of a new threat with alarm when, instead of the usual human warriors, their walls began to be attacked by countless hordes of reanimated skeletons. It became clear to all the defenders of the fortress that this unusual army of the undead had appeared thanks to the dark magic of a necromancer who had arrived with the new duke of these lands. The giants understood the special importance of capturing the sorceress, Cheryl, and the knight Rommel, who were accompanying the duke, as their capture could significantly influence the outcome of the upcoming battle. The alarmed warriors informed the enraged Haraldson that the giants could no longer hold back the enemy's relentless attacks and asked for permission to leave the fortress pending further instructions. Consumed with rage, Harold seized the frightened giant and roared that 30 years of waiting for this moment was too long to simply give the castle to the enemy. The loyal servant tried to explain to his enraged master that retreating now would help preserve their strength for future battles and avoid unnecessary losses. Harold flew into an indescribable rage at the suggestion of surrendering the fortress and declared that the loss of this strategically important castle would be worse than death itself. Duke Aaron addressed the besieged giants resolutely and explained clearly that their defeat was inevitable, but that he sincerely wanted to avoid unnecessary casualties in this battle. Aaron offered Haraldson an honorable surrender that would spare the lives of his warriors, but the leader of the giants categorically rejected this opportunity. Through the thick snowstorm, Harold could not see his opponent and loudly demanded that the cowardly enemy show himself and stop hiding from his gaze. The Duke immediately took a burning torch from Rommel and, raising it high above his head, illuminated his face, demonstrating his readiness to meet his enemy face to face. Before the decisive battle with the giants, the Duke gathered Rommel and Cheryl, who had experience fighting these creatures, to discuss the details of the upcoming battle. Rommel shared intelligence that there were approximately 500 giants in the northern fortress, although their numbers may have been reduced due to previous battles. The Duke listened with disbelief to the information about how Gerald had managed to capture the stronghold with only 1,000 warriors, but Cheryl confirmed the reality of this success. Cheryl described in detail the incredible physical strength of the northern giants, who even without weapons or magic, far surpassed the capabilities of ordinary people. The girl convincingly explained to everyone present that the speed and power of the giants were far beyond human capabilities and should not be underestimated. Rommel fully supported Cheryl's words and acknowledged that only the giants' arrogance had allowed her and the girl to survive their last encounter with them. The military leaders were seriously concerned by the fact that a small group of giants had managed to capture a well-fortified fortress and defeat such strong warriors as Cheryl and Rommel. Cheryl noted with concern that as long as the threat from the north remained, their presence in the region was necessary, and that magic was ineffective against the giants, who were able to recover quickly. Suddenly, an important thought struck the Duke, and he immediately ordered Elena to be brought to him to discuss a new research project in the castle's underground laboratories. Aaron devised a clever plan to use the huge monsters to counter the northern giants, while taking care not to damage the fortress's important defensive fortifications. The command decided to use the successful strategies of past battles to finally eliminate the northern threat and pacify the warlike giants. An enraged giant suddenly lunged at the Duke with a huge battle axe, but Aaron, thanks to his experience, managed to successfully repel the enemy's swift attack. The giant leader flew into a rage at the Duke's arrogance, who dared to challenge him after victory had already been won by the giant army. The Duke confidently told the giant that his warriors were not yet defeated, and that using the magic sword would definitely lead to the death of all the giants left alive. Aaron decided to show respect for Haraldson's military achievements and offered him a quick death in a fair fight as a sign of recognition of his military accomplishments. Carefully watching his opponent's movements, the Duke noticed a striking similarity between Harold's fighting style and the techniques used by Knight Rommel in training. Confident in his superiority, The giant decided to end the fight with one crushing blow and hurled his battle axe at the Duke with tremendous force. Harold attempted to deceive his opponent, using the thrown axe as a diversionary tactic to get behind the Duke and deliver a decisive blow with his weapon. Aaron masterfully anticipated the giant's treacherous plan and, using a combination of magical blessings and combat skills, easily dodged the deadly attack. Enraged by his failure, Harold intensified his attack and began to strike with increasing force, forcing the Duke to constantly dodge and look for an opportunity to counterattack. During the fierce battle, the Duke remembered the grueling training sessions with Rommel, who had asked his master to moderate his enthusiasm and not overexert himself during practice. The Duke persisted with the grueling training despite the blows he took and the pain, demanding that Rommel maintain the maximum intensity of the training fights. The participants in the training fight were surprised to notice that ordinary stones began to glow with a strange light during Rommel's attacks on his master. Thanks to regular training with Prince Philip, the Duke significantly increased his speed and improved his close combat techniques against strong opponents. Persistent training allowed the Duke to overcome his previous limitations and achieve such a level of skill that he even managed to strike the experienced Rommel. Despite significant progress in training, the Duke still could not match the swift attacks of the mighty Haraldson in real combat. Taking advantage of his opponent's moment of overconfidence, the Duke chose the perfect time for a decisive attack when Haraldson temporarily lost his concentration in battle. The giant managed to raise his swords in defense, but he was completely unprepared for the Duke to use a powerful fourth-class combat spell called Cyclone. The devastating magic spell inflicted serious wounds on the giant's torso, after which the Duke calmly declared the successful completion of his combat combination. Before the wounded herald's eyes flashed memories of how he had fulfilled his cherished dream, overcoming the wall and capturing these lands, but lost everything because of one man. Unbridled fury consumed the mighty giant when he realized that the Duke had dared to destroy all his years of achievements and dreams with a single crushing blow. Despite serious bleeding and a weakened body, the enraged herald launched a final desperate attack, but the Duke easily parried his inaccurate blows. With a lightning-fast movement, the Duke knocked the weapon out of the weakened giant's hands and, placing the sharp blade of his sword against his throat, declared his rights to these ancient lands. The Duke offered Haraldson to spare the lives of his warriors and give them a new place to settle on the condition that they leave these conquered territories forever. The defeated giant unexpectedly demanded immediate death from his victor, refusing to break the sacred oath he had made to his god to protect these lands. Haraldson solemnly explained to the Duke that he had bound his life with an unbreakable oath to protect this land for his god and would prefer death to breaking his promise. The Duke was genuinely surprised to realize that his defeated enemy was consciously seeking death instead of accepting a generous offer of peace. The wounded giant mockingly explained to the Duke his inability to understand the true value of these lands to the giant people, calling the victor an unenlightened stranger. The Duke wisely noted the impossibility of mutual understanding between their peoples, since the giants were also strangers in these lands to the local inhabitants. Instead of continuing the fruitless dispute, the Duke proposed clear terms for a treaty according to which he, as the legitimate ruler, would designate new lands for the giants to settle. The wounded herald smiled in surprise at the sincerity of the Duke's proposal, but explained that his people worshipped the god of war and considered death in battle to be the highest blessing. The giant asked the Duke to prove the seriousness of his intentions regarding the alliance by granting him an honorable warrior's death, which would be a blessing for all his people. Watching closely from a distance, Cheryl noted with concern the unexpected delay in the negotiations between the Duke and the leader of the giants. The experienced Rommel understood perfectly well the importance of military pride for the giant people and realized how difficult it would be to reach a peaceful agreement in such a situation. Unexpectedly for all observers, the Duke abruptly interrupted the protracted negotiations, decapitating the defeated leader of the giants with a single powerful blow of his sword. Raising his bloodied sword to the sky, the Duke loudly proclaimed his victory over the enemy leader and demanded the immediate surrender of the remaining giants. Cheryl froze in bewilderment, unable to understand why her brother, who had been seeking peaceful negotiations, had suddenly made such a cruel decision to kill his defeated enemy. The Duke silently passed by his stunned sister, advising everyone to immediately go to where they could finally eliminate the northern threat. Cheryl immediately created a magical portal, and the squad set off exactly as Harold had instructed before his heroic death. According to the last words of the fallen leader, they were to follow the northern lights to the village where his brother, the loyal servant of the powerful Hugin, was located. Even the fearless knight Rommel felt an inexplicable tension as the squad entered the mysterious village, feeling anything but safe. The determined Duke, ignoring the general unease, resolutely began searching for a giant named Regnum, who had been warned by an old raven. The wise leader of the giants had already ordered generous gifts to be prepared for the blind raven to demonstrate the sincerity of his peaceful intentions. The majestic giant demanded to see the gifts immediately, but the first offerings clearly did not impress him. The Duke took out a precious vessel containing holy water with the power to prolong life, which instantly attracted the attention of the wise blind raven. The mysterious old man smiled contentedly, recognizing in the Duke the man whose image had appeared to him in prophetic visions the previous night. The ancient sage thanked his guests for their openness and offered in return to share an important prophecy about coming events. The blind raven solemnly raised his hands to the heavens and began to recite an ancient spell about a ruler walking alongside a dragon and the enemies who had risen up against him. The starry sky suddenly lit up with an unusually bright light, causing even the experienced Duke to freeze in awe at this miracle. Suddenly, Cheryl approached and brought her brother out of his deep thought, asking him anxiously about the reasons for his unusual behavior. Having missed the moment when the raven disappeared, the Duke passionately convinced his sister of the reality of the miraculous sign he had seen, with stars scattered across the sky. Before setting off for the dangerous Black Continent, the Duke formed an important alliance with the blind raven, a powerful giant of the north whose search had taken a long time. Large-scale preparations began for the final stage of the long journey, on whose success the fate of many lands depended. The treasurer expressed serious concern about the Duke's promises to provide the pirates with food and regular supplies of holy water. The Duke convincingly explained the necessity of fulfilling these promises, emphasizing that the pirates' help was essential for the success of their important expedition. The wise elder acknowledged the wisdom of the Duke's decisions, but continued to feel uneasy about the need to support the former sea robbers. The worried elder shared some shocking news about a sudden drop in holy water production, explaining that he got this info from Cecilia. Upon hearing the alarming news about Cecilia's problems, the Duke immediately rushed to find the girl to personally investigate the cause of the situation. Watching the Duke's hasty departure, the elder sadly noted the absence of an experienced strategist who had long since left their lands. Young Cecilia stepped out onto the snow-covered street to test her ability to use her divine power in solitude. The girl realized with alarm that her magical abilities had significantly weakened and noticed that her prayers were increasingly going unanswered by the divine. Cecilia resolutely headed for the ancient temple of Vivian, hoping to find answers to the questions that tormented her. Kneeling before the sacred temple, the girl prayed fervently to the goddess Vivian to allow her to enter the closed gates of the mansion. Overcome with horror, Cecilia realized that her pleas had gone unanswered, and that divine power was completely absent, even near the sacred temple. Suddenly, the ancient temple began to crumble beneath the girl's feet, and she fell rapidly into the bottomless abyss surrounding the sanctuary. Desperate, Cecilia, unable to use her divine power to save herself, began to pray fervently to her patroness for a miraculous deliverance. Salvation came in an unexpected way. The mighty Kainos, in the form of a dragon, swiftly caught the falling girl and carefully returned her to safety. Strangely calm, Cecilia confessed that the dragon's appearance did not surprise her, but annoyed her because it resembled the mercy shown by her goddess Vivian. Weakened, Kainos mistook Cecilia for a goddess and imperiously demanded that she immediately kneel before his power. The alarmed girl confidently explained her true nature to the dragon and firmly refused to comply with his demand to kneel. The dragon noted the girl's strength of will, but explained that serving a god would be fruitless, for he himself had devoted all his strength to useless service, losing the ability to use his power. Cecilia, focusing on her senses, felt the presence of the goddess and realized that she was in the temple behind the dragon, which gave her confidence in her actions. She sensed another presence, and approaching the dragon, pointed to his chest, where a chain of light blocked the flow of his mana and prevented him from using his powers. Kainos realized that Cecilia had figured everything out and asked her to try to do something about the chain, but she knew her abilities weren't enough. Despite this, she had some ideas. With the goddess's powers weakened it might be possible to do something, but the dragon would have to return to its previous form. The dragon realized that in order to remove the chains, he needed to return to the form he had been in when he was bound, despite all the risks and consequences. Kainos did not hide his irritation at this necessity, but he realized that there was no choice, so he asked Cecilia to keep his secret and not tell anyone. The nun was shocked that the dragon who had suddenly appeared before her knew her personally, which added even more questions to the situation. Her surprise turned to horror when she realized that Kainos had been the dragon all along, which explained his actions and words, but left her confused. At that moment, in the dungeons of the capital, Cheryl was walking with a crowd of people hidden under cloaks like her, trying to remain inconspicuous in the flow of people. Peering into the faces of the crowd, Cheryl began to think about the rumors of a seer who supposedly lived here and wondered if it was true or just a legend. Suddenly, she noticed something that surprised her and began to stare intently, trying to figure out if it was really someone she knew. Soon, Cheryl noticed that her mother was among the crowd, and this shocked her even more, causing her to freeze in surprise. When the massive gates swung open and 2 guards invited the next visitor in, it became clear that it was Cheryl and Aaron's mother. Because of this, she couldn't go up to her and talk, as her mother was already standing in front of the wise man, waiting for his words and instructions. The sage immediately demanded that she tell him why she had come and what she wanted to know so that he could begin his work. The woman replied that she wanted to know the fate of her children, and the sage warned her that such information could be very costly. The woman did not hesitate, placing a bag full of gold before him, which confirmed her determination and willingness to learn the truth. Seeing the bag, the wise man realized that he was dealing with a difficult person and said that a special session would be required for an accurate prediction. He explained that reality constantly changes the future, so time was needed to give the most accurate prediction, and the woman agreed to wait. The wise man listened carefully to the woman, but he needed to know her name and the names of her children to continue. As soon as he heard that her children were Aaron and Cheryl Karen, he became very agitated, which was noticeable even under his robe. Despite his attempts to hide his emotions, the sage looked tense, and the woman realized that her appearance had caused him concern. He asked her to remove her hood and touch the crystal ball that stood on the table in front of them. Isabel complied, and as soon as her hand touched the ball, it instantly glowed with a golden light, illuminating the room. The light was so bright that it filled the entire room, including the sage himself, bathing him in a glow. He explained that he had seen something important, and the woman, frightened, began to question him about what he had seen and what the fate of her children would be. Her insistent gaze clearly showed that she wanted to know only this, and the sage understood how unusual her request was. He realized that the mother had come to learn of her children's death, not their lives, which made him fearful and wary. Even Isabel herself was frightened by the wise man's stern and appraising gaze, which made it clear to her that her desire seemed strange. Fearing further questions, she added a pile of gold coins to the table, saying that she wanted to know everything about her children, whatever the cost. This saddened the wise man, but such money made him willing to answer even such a grim and unusual question from a woman. Looking into the ball, he saw that in 20 years her children would meet their deaths at the hands of the emperor, and he told her so. Upon receiving his answer, the woman quickly left, and the sage, removing his robe, was amazed that she had survived the overthrow of her father. It turned out that this was Gale, a philosopher from the Zaban Empire with the soul of the former Duke Aaron, who had encountered the same visions. Recalling the past, Gale remembered how he had turned to the Duke for help, but the Duke did not believe his words and refused to help him. He had to fend for himself, so he joined forces with the Emperor and began to earn a living by making prophecies for people. Most of his predictions came true, and his fame quickly spread among the people, making him popular and respected. Before he knew it, he had become known as a sage of the future and a philosopher throughout the empire, which surprised even him. One day, Isabel heard about him and decided to find him, but he was puzzled by the fact that, according to rumors, she had died and had come to find out the fate of her children. Isabel was already leaving when she suddenly heard footsteps behind her and realized that someone was following her, forcing her to be on guard and prepare to defend herself. She quickly pulled out a dagger hidden in the folds of her cloak and quickened her pace, hoping to escape her pursuer, who clearly had no intention of stopping. Soon Cheryl caught up with her, and as soon as her hand touched her mother's shoulder, Isabel immediately turned around, ready to attack, but recognized her daughter in time. Instantly calming down, she hid the dagger and tried to leave. But Cheryl had already seen her face and loudly demanded that she stop. Isabel insisted that Cheryl was mistaken, but she continued to hug her mother tearfully, unable to believe that she was alive and had been hiding from them for so long. Isabel did not respond to her daughter's embrace, but coldly asked her if she was ready to hear the whole truth, which would not be easy. Turning to her daughter, she explained that she had avoided them on purpose because she believed that this way they would be able to survive and avoid danger. Cheryl, not understanding the meaning of these words, begged Isabel to reveal at least part of the truth and explain why she had abandoned them. Isabel gently freed herself from her daughter's embrace and ran away, adding that she couldn't say anything more, but promised to meet again in a year. As she left, she cried, hearing Cheryl's desperate sobs. But she knew that it was her duty to prevent terrible events from happening, and that they would definitely see each other again. One of Gale's loyal assistants, who had been tasked with watching Isabel and gathering as much information as possible about her life and activities, observed what was happening. He had received clear instructions from Gale. Find out everything possible about her whereabouts, meetings, and connections in order to prepare a report on her activities and intentions. After meeting with her mother, Cheryl rushed to her brother to tell him the incredible news that their mother, Isabel, was actually alive. However, Aaron met his sister's story with indifference. It seemed that it did not bother him at all, and he only asked Cheryl to calm down and not waste her energy on unnecessary emotions. Instead, he pointed to the impressive warships that had recently been completed and were ready to set sail, which was more important to him at that moment. It was obvious that Aaron was no longer the same Duke. He was concerned with only one thing: the expedition to the mysterious Black Continent, which he had been planning with particular zeal. He had no idea that the appearance of Isabel and the real owner of the body would affect his plans and throw their carefully planned expedition into chaos. 3 weeks had passed since their reconnaissance team set sail for the unknown Black Continent, moving forward through unpredictable waters. One of the ships was captained by Jacqueline, and the Duke regularly asked her if she could see any signs of land or possible dangers ahead. 3 weeks had passed since the start of the voyage, and there was still no sign of land, which was causing concern for the Duke and the captain. Aaron was beginning to get nervous, suspecting that the map might be false and that the records he believed to be true could lead them astray. Cheryl, tired and disappointed with the journey, appeared on deck and complained about the tedious sailing, saying she would have preferred to stay home if she had known about it. The Duke irritably reminded his sister of their agreement that exploring the Black Continent was their top priority and asked her to be patient. Cheryl, in turn, thought that there was no point in this, since Aaron himself was not sure that they would find the continent, and it could still turn out to be a giant sea monster. Aaron sharply reminded her that he had already paid for her participation in the expedition, and in case of danger, she would be obliged to fight the monster as she had promised. Cheryl was clearly unhappy, so she frowned, turned away, and decided to end the pointless conversation with Aaron, asking him to wake her up as soon as they arrived. Aaron watched his sister leave, feeling annoyed and wondering why she so often behaved strangely, as if her mind was constantly in turmoil, which he couldn't understand. Although Cheryl had already received her well-deserved payment, she still continued to behave as if she was being forced to participate against her will and was forced to endure it. The Duke hadn't had time to finish thinking about it and get really angry, and Cheryl hadn't gotten far away when the ship shook violently. With a frightened expression on his face, the Duke instantly turned his head toward Jacqueline, who reported that something large was happening under the stern and that it looked like a whirlpool. Hearing the news, Cheryl felt uneasy, realizing that if it was a sea monster, it would certainly not leave them alone and would pursue them. Jacqueline immediately ordered the pirates to take their places and told Miller to prepare the cannons for battle so that they would be ready to attack. When everyone was in position, Jacqueline, as captain, took the helm to keep the ship steady and prevent it from veering off course. At that moment, Aaron and Cheryl were at their posts, and he asked his sister to distract the monster as soon as the right moment for their plan arrived. Cheryl knew her task, so she created a fiery phoenix and soared into the sky to get a better look at the monster and assess the situation from above. Jacqueline watched the flying sorceress in surprise, not understanding her actions, but the girl had no intention of explaining herself and remained focused. Cheryl hovered in the air, thinking about the size of the creature capable of causing such a huge whirlpool, because the foaming water made it difficult to see it clearly. Finally, she noticed the glint of scales in the water and directed a spell of fiery thunder spears there, hoping to strike and weaken her opponent. Cheryl's spell hit its target, and the monster stopped, as she had mastered the magic of electricity at a high level and used it successfully. However, this was not enough to defeat the monster completely, and it turned toward its attacker in anger to attack. Cheryl narrowly avoided the blow, but Jacqueline and the pirates managed to arrive in time and fight back, ordering them to open fire on the monster immediately. The first attack was successful and hit its target, but Miller did not give the order to stop and ordered the pirates to continue firing to consolidate their success. The rising waves made the pirates think that the monster had been defeated, as it did not appear on the surface for some time and showed no signs of life. It was clear from Jacqueline's face that the danger was not over and that something far more terrifying and unpredictable than before awaited them. A huge monster emerged from the water, taller than several ships, and instantly destroyed one of the vessels, causing terror on everyone's faces. Jacqueline was worried about her drowning people, but the Duke asked her to bring the ship closer, even though she feared that this could lead to their own demise. Aaron understood that the chances of victory were slim, but he knew that they couldn't give up, and he urged everyone to do everything possible to defeat the monster. The pirate, despite her fear, remained determined and accepted the Duke's words, steering the ship straight toward the monster, trusting in his fighting spirit. Aaron on the deck and Cheryl in the air joined forces, unleashing a powerful combined attack, putting all their magical power into the final blow. Their combined magical energy engulfed the monster, causing a terrifying explosion that sent waves crashing and shook the air above the sea. Looking at the churning foam and waves, Aaron and Cheryl hoped that this was the end and that they had defeated the dragon, but their belief was shattered when the creature reappeared unharmed. As soon as the magic faded, it became clear that the dragon had not only survived, but had completely repelled their attack. It began to gather energy for a counterattack, preparing for the decisive blow. The dragon began to gather strength for a powerful attack, and Cheryl, frightened, hurried to fly away from the ship to avoid the devastating blow that could destroy them. The attack was so powerful that the entire ship was engulfed by water, and Cheryl barely managed to pull Aaron into the air, saving him from a blow that could have swallowed them both. Aaron shouted at his sister to fly higher and avoid the blows, but Cheryl remained motionless, not following his instructions, and he, not understanding the reason, was angry at her behavior. In a rage, Aaron continued to yell at Cheryl, trying to understand her behavior, but soon realized that his concern was useless and decided to act on his own without waiting for her reaction. Suddenly, they noticed another dragon approaching them, in addition to the sea monster. Cheryl immediately prepared for a possible attack, but the dragon unexpectedly did not attack. Cheryl was surprised when the dragon flew past them without attacking, paying no attention to them, and she quickly realized that something was wrong with this creature's behavior. As she exchanged glances with the dragon, Cheryl managed to see its wound and realized that it was the same dragon they had encountered earlier in the battle with the giants. It was seriously injured. Unexpectedly, the dragon began to attack its fellow creature and bit it hard on the neck, demonstrating its fury and strength. But this did not solve their problems, only complicating the situation. Kanos turned to his friend and begged Leviathan to calm down, but the dragon did not respond, having lost control after spending too long in the depths, unaware of the consequences of his actions. Kanos desperately tried to talk to Leviathan, but the dragon seemed to have completely lost his mind after being in hibernation for too long, and now it was difficult to stop his destructive actions. Kainos had no choice but to attack his son with flames, trying to bring him back to his senses. He spewed jets of fire directly at Leviathan, hoping to influence his condition. Cheryl couldn't understand why the dragon, instead of attacking them, was fighting the sea monster, but she suggested that Aaron take advantage of the moment and try to save whoever they could. Aaron insisted that Cheryl attack the dragons, but it seemed crazy. They had barely managed to deal with one monster, and now two dragons were attacking them, and they were risking everything. Aaron was determined, knowing there would be no second chance. He wanted to save everyone, and this last opportunity demanded immediate action, despite all the dangers that awaited them. Seeing her brother's determination, Cheryl directed her phoenix straight toward the two fighting dragons, realizing that this was their chance to prevent the monsters from winning and save the rest. Aaron, analyzing the situation, realized that magic had no effect on sea dragons, and they had to find a way to destroy their protective shields in order to break through their defenses and defeat them. Both dragons were already seriously damaged. Kanos had severely injured Leviathan's eyes, and the latter, in pain, roared, giving them a chance. But the situation remained extremely tense. Aaron and Cheryl had already flown close when the dragon began to spew flames at its fellow. But Aaron realized that Leviathan's strength had increased significantly and that he needed to wait for the right moment. Realizing that Leviathan's strength had increased significantly, Aaron changed his tactics, deciding to wait until the dragon's strength was depleted before making his decisive move to attack. Kynos flew closer and delivered several powerful blows with his sharp claws, trying to damage Leviathan enough to stop his destructive actions. But this only angered him. Cheryl and Aaron rushed toward the dragons at full speed, and Cheryl, so as not to interfere with her brother, jumped off Phoenix, grabbed a sword, and delivered a decisive blow, splitting the dragon's skull. But even after such a blow, the dragon did not die, but only became even more ferocious. Aaron had to jump back quickly to avoid another attack, which could have been fatal. By this time, Kynos had flown up to Leviathan, realizing that his friend would not survive, and decided to pull him out of the dragon's body, hoping to end it as quickly as possible. Kynos mercilessly spewed flames at Leviathan, setting his body on fire. The flames were so intense that they began to destroy him, turning the dragon into ruins engulfed in fire. This attack was so powerful that Cheryl and Aaron's magic couldn't withstand it, and they were both knocked off their feet, falling into the water and beginning to drown, unable to resist such power. Despite the fact that they were drowning, Aaron smiled weakly, realizing that they had done everything they could. And then he closed his eyes, preparing to meet his fate. Aaron thought he would never open his eyes again, but a miracle happened. And when he came to, he found himself washed ashore, where he was met not only by his sister, but also by the other survivors. As soon as he came to, he looked around the nearest shore and found not only his sister, but also the other survivors. Aaron ran up to the motionless girl and began to shake her, trying to get Cheryl to cough up the water, and only after some time did he succeed. With trembling hands, Aaron hugged his sister, rejoicing that she was still alive despite her injuries, and that she had managed to survive this terrible moment, even though she had suffered greatly. But as soon as he did, a familiar voice greeted the Duke with a welcome, and when Aaron turned around, he was surprised to see who it was. Shocked, he saw the strategist standing before him, completely calm, as if nothing unusual had happened. And this surprised him immensely at that moment. The strategist bowed and introduced the young gentleman to the Black Continent, and Aaron, although stunned, realized that their rescue was part of a much larger plan than they had thought. Later, the Duke and Kanos had a serious conversation, during which Aaron found it hard to believe that Kanos had arrived here by boat, having heard the latest news so late and managed to rescue them in time. However, Kynos had not only managed to reach them, but had also managed to find them among the endless expanses of the continent, which amazed Aaron even more, surprising him with his abilities. Kanos just smiled calmly, explaining that if he had been even a little late, the sea would have spared no one, and it was only at the last moment that he managed to rescue them in time. Aaron decided not to question the strategist any further, although it was obvious that finding them in the middle of such a vast sea was an almost impossible task, and yet he had managed to do it. Instead, Aaron began to ask Kanos if he knew anything about what was happening on the island, trying to find out more information about what this continent was hiding. Kanos explained that almost the entire continent was covered with dense forests and mines, but somewhere deep within, it was a castle that could be a key point for further exploration. Aaron immediately realized that if there was a castle on the continent, there must also be a king, but the reconnaissance report said that there was no ruler here, which complicated further investigation. If the intelligence was wrong, exploring the island would be extremely difficult, as the tribes were likely loyal to their king, which would greatly complicate the task. Now Aaron felt that the decision to take a small reconnaissance team with him was not such a good idea, as great difficulties could await them on the island. Suddenly, Aaron stood up and loudly ordered everyone to begin reconnaissance at dawn, dividing them into groups of 3 to explore the area and try to find traces of the castle in the woods. In the morning, as ordered, everyone divided into groups of 3, and Cheryl found herself in a group with Jacqueline and Miller, although it was obvious that she was completely dissatisfied with this decision. Cheryl was clearly unhappy that she had to obey her brother's decisions, although she understood that it was pointless to resist him, for he remained her lord and commander. Cheryl was angry that instead of resting, she had to search for a castle in these woods, and she couldn't understand why her brother hadn't given her at least a little time to rest. Miller understood that Cheryl was a difficult person, but that only annoyed Jacqueline, and she didn't miss the opportunity to remind her that they had lost their ship but weren't complaining. Jacqueline reminded Cheryl that they had recently lost her ship, but the pirate had not complained or expressed her dissatisfaction with her fate. Cheryl smiled indifferently and congratulated Jacqueline on how calmly she had taken the loss of the ship and continued to remain calm in such circumstances. This angered the pirate, who reminded Cheryl that she had to pay for the lost ship and that her arrogant behavior in such circumstances was unacceptable. Cheryl made it clear to the captain that she wanted to find a place to create a portal as soon as possible, and that she was no longer concerned about the ship or Jacqueline's words. Cheryl sighed discontentedly, wondering why the pirate thought creating a portal was so simple when it was actually much more complicated than building a ship. This greatly angered Miller, who knew how difficult it was to build ships and couldn't understand how Cheryl could so easily dismiss all that work. Seeing his anger, Jacqueline stopped him, implying that it was pointless to argue with the sorceress because she wouldn't understand or admit she was wrong. Instead of continuing the argument with Cheryl, Jacqueline approached the girl and asked her what the difficulty was in creating a portal, trying to understand the problems the sorceress was facing. Cheryl explained that there was a lot of magic on the continent, but it was extremely unstable, which complicated any magical actions, including creating a portal in such conditions. Cheryl also sensed the magic of the magical forest they were in and wondered why, despite the abundance of magic, there were no monsters or other dangers. Suddenly, Cheryl sensed a strange presence and, turning around, noticed an unusual glow behind her companions, emanating from an elderly man standing nearby. Cheryl quickly cast a precise spell that greatly frightened the uninvited guests, causing them to scatter and put up a magical defense. The spell struck the old man, immediately binding him, but despite this he showed no concern and watched the newcomers with admiration, as if he had been waiting for them. Easily dispelling the magic, the old man declared that the prophecy had come true and that they had finally arrived, which only confirmed his suspicions about the appearance of the chosen ones. Realizing that magic had no effect on the old man, the three decided to listen to him, deciding that it was better to find out his intentions first rather than act hastily. The old man explained that the locals had a prophecy that a certain man would appear who would free their slaves, and he believed that these people were the ones. Jacqueline, observing the old man's unusual behavior and reactions to the situation, was inclined to doubt his sincerity and willingness to cooperate. Cheryl shared her doubts, but she understood that they had nothing to lose, so she decided it would be best to learn more from this man to understand his true intentions. Approaching the old man with a gentle smile, she frightened him even more, but tried to be friendly and asked him to tell her more about the prophecy. Despite her persistence, the man began to evade specific answers, which only heightened Cheryl's suspicions and made his intentions even more mysterious. When Cheryl's patience ran out, she grabbed the old man firmly and began to literally squeeze the information out of him, particularly interested in the prophecy about the warrior with the sword. The old man finally came to his senses and revealed that the warrior must possess a relic, a sword, and to obtain it, he must find ancient ruins where he would meet his enemy. He explained that only by finding these ruins would the warrior be able to meet the lord of these lands and punish him for all the evil deeds he had committed over a long period of time. After the old man finished his story, he laughed and ran away, leaving Cheryl completely baffled and convinced that he was just a local madman. Jacqueline, who had long since realized that this old man was of no importance, suggested they continue on their way, reminding her that they had not come here for no reason. At that moment in her castle, the owner of these lands watched all the travelers through a crystal ball, seeing their progress. She watched their movements closely, especially Aaron's. She immediately sensed the dragon's blessing, which aroused her particular interest and desire to learn more about him. Feeling Aaron's strong magical influence, the woman turned to her assistant Logan and asked him to invite him to the castle to learn more about the mysterious man. Logan, having received the order, instantly disappeared into thin air, heading toward Aaron to fulfill his mistress's request, who was ready to find out all the details. The woman continued to watch the hero intently through the crystal ball, smiling and dreaming of how she would make Aaron her beloved slave, subjecting him to her will. By this time, Aaron had advanced deep into the Black Continent and found himself in an ancient abandoned settlement, which immediately surprised him with its unusual silence and emptiness. He was surprised by the silence and began to ask the strategist if he was sure they had arrived at the right place, if they had made a mistake, because there were no sounds or signs of life around them. Kanos, not surprised by the question, confidently confirmed that they were definitely on the right road and that this was the path that should lead them straight to the castle of the local ruler. At that moment, something appeared in the distance, and Rex, noticing it, called everyone closer so that they would not miss the opportunity to see what was happening and who might meet them. When they looked back, they saw a huge castle, majestic and luxurious, towering over the village, which seemed completely out of place in this location. Everyone was surprised that such a luxurious castle was in such a deserted place, and they began to wonder why there were no guards and why everything looked so strange. The Duke had an idea that there might be treasures in this castle that they could take for themselves, and that capturing it would be easier than he had initially thought. He thought that capturing the castle might not be as difficult as they had imagined, and if they could seize the moment, it would be advantageous for them. Turning to his companions, Aaron suggested that they waste no time and go straight to the castle to explore it and assess what they might find inside. At that moment, everyone turned around in fear, not understanding who was approaching them, not knowing who these people rushing toward them were, or what they could expect from them. Finally, Aaron could make out people who looked like peasants, miners, tired and exhausted from hard labor, which they had apparently been doing for a long time. Aaron wondered where these people were being taken, and Rex suggested they go around them and ask the locals what was going on and what their intentions might be. Approaching one of the locals, Rex tried to talk to him, but the man just glanced at him indifferently and continued on his way, paying no attention to him. This alarmed Rex, and he decided to take more serious action with the next passerby. He grabbed the man by the arm to stop him, but the man pushed him away with irritation. Kainos, noticing the behavior of the locals, explained that it was unlikely they would be able to establish contact with these people, but he himself was clearly concerned, feeling strange and disturbing emotions. He realized that this feeling was connected to something familiar to him. It was the energy of another dragon, which greatly surprised him and made him feel that danger was near. Suddenly, as if by magic, Logan appeared behind them and greeted them with a smile, despite the wariness and anxiety they felt from what was happening around them. The travelers immediately became alert and prepared their weapons for possible defense, but Logan held his hands out in front of him, showing that he posed no threat and apologized for scaring them. Logan introduced himself as the butler of Mission Castle and said that his mistress, the ruler of the Black Continent, had been kind enough to invite them to her castle. He explained that his mistress was eagerly awaiting their arrival and had invited them to the castle to meet her in person and discuss their possible stay on her territory. The travelers followed Logan to the castle, but at the foot of the hill, Aaron noticed many workers who were behaving strangely and could not understand what was happening in this place. Kainos, as if reading Aaron's thoughts, explained that the behavior of these creatures was related to magic that stole the soul of the enemy and subjugated them to its power. Such magic was quite common, much more so than Aaron could have imagined, although he had never encountered a creature that could subjugate an entire country. The Duke exhaled heavily, realizing that, having faced many difficulties on his way to the continent, he would now have to deal with unknown and deadly magic. Moreover, he now had to fight some unknown evil that could prove to be far more dangerous than anything he had seen before. Kinos understood this too and warned the Duke to be extremely careful, for the ruler of these lands was a powerful and dangerous enemy who would be difficult to defeat. Upon entering the castle, Kinos could already guess who really ruled this Black Continent and what forces stood behind her. After a long journey across velvet carpets, Aaron and his companions finally found themselves before the Queen of these lands, who was already waiting for her guests. The Queen looked over her guests, paying particular attention to Kanos, surprised that a creature that usually walked on wings was stepping on her land. Aaron, not understanding who his strategist really was, began to worry that the local queen had decided to insult him without realizing it. However, gathering his thoughts, Aaron introduced himself and said that he was the lord of the land of Bran in the Empire and had come to pay his respects to the queen, observing all the necessary formalities. But the queen immediately ordered all formalities to be dispensed with, because she had never been interested in Western traditions and preferred to do things her own way. Looking at the queen's face, Aaron suggested that they follow the laws of this land, which clearly displeased the woman, and she thought mockingly that his self-confidence would lead him to defeat. The queen believed that Aaron would easily submit to her will, as, in her opinion, he was too arrogant and did not realize who he was dealing with, which only exacerbated his situation. With a mysterious smile, she turned to Logan and ordered him to bring everything necessary, her gaze indicating that everything was in her hands and she was in control of the situation. Logan silently obeyed her order, while the queen turned to the guests, offering them drinks and saying that it was customary in her house to welcome strangers in this way. She added that since they had come from such a distant and unusual land, she wanted to make not just a toast but a special toast to celebrate their presence there. There was a deep and strange significance in her voice when she said that, thanks to their visit, she was able to meet a long-lost friend again, which seemed mysterious and unusual. This immediately alarmed Kainos, who sensed that something was amiss. But the Duke was so preoccupied with the glass that had been presented to him that he did not pay attention to the Queen's strange words. At that moment, Cruella uttered a spell, filling the drinks with magic capable of subjugating the will of whoever drank them, forcing them to submit to her power and become her slave forever. She knew that as soon as the Duke took even one sip, he would be completely under her control, and she would be able to manipulate him as she pleased, turning him into her servant. However, Aaron surprised her when he poured his drink onto the ground without taking a single sip, which came as a complete surprise to her and made her wonder about his actions. He explained that he did not want to show disrespect for the culture of this land, but as a stranger, he could not trust the drink as he did not know whether it contained poison or ordinary alcohol. Aaron believed that this was a reasonable decision, as he did not know who had offered him the drink and whether this person was a friend or an enemy ready to harm him. In any case, he had no intention of drinking because his goal was completely different, and he refused the drink, considering it an important step in his plan despite the strange circumstances. Cruella, though she did not want to appear arrogant, could no longer contain her anger, realizing that she was facing a fool, and in her rage crushed the glass without noticing how it happened. Her furious laughter made the ground beneath Aaron and his companions tremble, and it grew so loud and eerie that the entire castle was filled with tension and fear. Cruella came closer and closer to them, and with each step she took, the walls of the castle shook, as if the earth itself could not withstand her power, and everything around them began to descend into chaos. Aaron immediately realized that this woman was no ordinary queen, but probably a witch, and for the first time in his life, he felt her magical power overwhelming him, as if he had become defenseless. Cruella laughed as if reading the Duke's thoughts and wondering why he had only now realized how great her power was, which had subjugated the entire castle and everything happening around it. Aaron tried to focus all his strength to at least withstand this magical pressure, which seemed so powerful that her every step felt like a threat to his life. At that moment, the witch transformed into a powerful five-headed dragon, which immediately began attacking the Duke, seeking to destroy him on the spot, leaving him no chance of escape. At the last moment, Kainos came to the Duke's aid, taking the form of a dragon and attacking his sister to protect Aaron and stop her destructive fury. The witch was clearly enraged, for in her opinion, the dragon had stooped so low as to protect a mere human, and she decided to punish him for it, using all her magical power. A fierce battle ensued, and the Duke, watching the dragons, suddenly realized that this dragon was exactly the same as the one who had helped them earlier in their hour of need. Then Aaron realized that all this time, this dragon had been his strategist, Kainos, hiding his true nature under the power of his magical appearance. Aaron realized that he could figure this out later, and now he needed to focus on something else. He rushed to Rex, who, unlike him, was much weaker and badly injured. While Aaron tried to help his friend to his feet, Cruella noticed their movement and began to head in their direction, ready to attack again with a force capable of destroying everything in its path. However, Kainos noticed this in time, and acting quickly, covered them with his tail, giving them a chance to escape and allowing them to break free from the dangerous situation. When they got out, fear gripped them, for they realized that they were in a confusing, huge labyrinth, and now they had to find a way out of this magical hell. The Duke realized that the escape would be much more difficult than they had expected, and that their path to salvation was just beginning, full of unexpected obstacles and unclear threats. The situation worsened when creatures covered in powerful armor and resembling demons began to approach them from the darkness, ready to attack at any moment. Aaron realized that Rex would not be able to withstand the monsters in battle and decided to join the fight himself to protect his friend and prevent him from dying. But Rex, despite the Duke's warnings, couldn't stay away and rushed into battle himself to cover Aaron's back and help him in this brutal fight. After a long and exhausting battle in which both men had almost exhausted their strength, they finally managed to defeat all the monsters, but both were clearly on the verge of collapse. Rex hoped that their battle was over, but Aaron did not believe that it was all behind them and continued to peer warily into the dark void, waiting for new threats. Just then, winged dragon monsters flew out of the darkness, ready to attack again, and the Duke realized that their battle was far from over and that they had even more trials ahead of them. Aaron was exhausted and tired of these endless battles, but he knew they had to keep going if they wanted to survive, and his patience was running out. Deciding to end the battle quickly, he used his blessing to increase his strength and directed the great swordsman's attack straight at the flying dragons, hoping for a quick outcome. Finally, after victory, the Duke and Rex continued on their way, but Aaron noticed that his friend was not responding to his words, which was an alarming sign that caused him concern. Rex's behavior seemed strange to Aaron, and he immediately turned to study his face closely, trying to understand what had happened to his friend that had caused him to change so much. Aaron noticed dark marks spreading across Rex's face, and his eyes rolled back, and it became clear that he had been consumed by darkness and had lost control of himself. The Duke looked up and saw a giant centipede monster, its clawed paws already reaching toward them, ready to grab and tear them to pieces, threatening imminent death. Seeing this horrific sight, Aaron panicked, for he not only had to save Rex, but also break through all these dangers to get out of there as quickly as possible. He knew that fighting this monster would be much more difficult than all the previous battles, but he gathered all his strength and determination, preparing to destroy it with one powerful blow. With the power of his sword and the dragon's blessing, Aaron delivered a powerful attack that cut the centipede in half, but it was clear that this was not the end. After the blow, the hero rushed to Rex, who was barely standing, to help him up and carry him away from the area before another threat arrived. Rex was still unconscious, and Aaron, realizing that something was wrong, turned around and saw with horror that the monster was regenerating and ready to fight again. It became clear that the centipede had not only survived, but had grown even larger and more dangerous, making it an even more formidable opponent for the heroes. Aaron saw no other way out but to destroy this monster again and again. But with each fall, the monster split and divided into even larger creatures. At the same time, Kainos was engaged in a fierce battle, as Cruella had already managed to throw him against the wall, inflicting severe wounds, and he felt his strength leaving him. Approaching, the dragoness sank her sharp claws into her brother's body and promised that she would make him regret his decision to try to stop her, unaware of the full danger. When Cruella clamped her jaws around Kainos' throat, he managed to say that they had bought enough time for the humans to leave, and now they could talk in peace without fear of attack. However, the dragoness clearly did not believe her brother's words and began to doubt his intentions. Then Kainos reminded her that she had always dreamed of controlling the Western continent. He offered his help in carrying out this plan, as the man he had brought with him was an excellent opportunity to seize power on the continent, since he would soon become king. Kainos continued that by returning to the West and starting a war, they would be able to expand their influence and then, with the chaos in the region, seize power over the entire continent. This way, Cruella would be able to achieve what she had wanted for so long, but her reaction was far from what her brother had expected, and she was not ready to trust his promises. She laughed, not believing Kainos' words, realizing that his plans and manipulations had not changed, and now she saw no reason to trust him. Cruella gradually began to bind him with chains, amazed at how many times she had already been deceived by him and how he was trying to manipulate her again. Kainos, indignant, begged his sister to stop, but she continued to bind him until she took on human form, expressing her disappointment in his actions. And at that moment, Cruella promised that she would release Aaron, as Kainos had wished, but that the dragon himself would suffer eternally, watching her rule over the man he had brought to her. The scene shifts to the monsters Aaron had been fighting endlessly, and although his strength was beginning to wane, he continued to fight relentlessly, determined to see it through to the end despite his exhaustion. Suddenly, at Cruella's command, the monsters began to disappear and evaporate, and when all the puppets were gone, Only one remained, a huge and terrifying monster that Aaron had to face. Aaron immediately realized that this creature was real, unlike the others created by black magic, and this realization enraged him, making him even more determined to win the battle. This revelation enraged the knight so much that he immediately raised his sword and was about to rush at the monster. But Rex's hand suddenly stopped him, preventing him from continuing his attack on the beast. The frightened assistant grabbed him by the arm and begged him to stop and leave, explaining that all the battles they had fought were just an illusion created by Cruella's magic, not a real threat. Aaron couldn't believe it, but he assumed that everything that was happening was connected to Kano's help in his dragon form, which explained the strange visions and magical power. At that moment, Aaron realized that their main task now was to leave, because that was what their dragon, who had protected them, wanted, and they decided to use his powerful help to escape. However, Aaron swore that if their friend did not return, he would gather his strength and come back for him, despite the danger, promising that he would not leave him in trouble and would fight to the end. When late evening came, Cheryl finally managed to open the portal that would take them to their destination. After work, she looked very tired, but when she looked into the portal, she immediately realized that she was in a completely unfamiliar and strange place, and Miller noticed that it was different from what he had seen before. Cheryl thought that this discrepancy might be caused by unstable magic in the forest, but not wanting to guess, she decided to check if this place really belonged to the Empire. Without wasting time on guesswork, the girl ran to the portal to make sure that this place was indeed within the Empire. Miller laughed, considering Cheryl to be nothing more than a half-mage who could only destroy, but not create. Insulted by this remark, Cheryl replied that at least she possessed magic and knew how to create, unlike Miller, who could only get upset about anything and everything. Miller was clearly angry, but thanks to Jacqueline's principles, he restrained himself and did not attack the girl, although he sincerely wanted to. Cheryl smiled as she watched Miller, realizing that a simpleton like him could hardly understand magic, even if he tried very hard. Waving goodbye, Cheryl headed for the portal, knowing that if it led to the Empire, she would always find a way to get to the palace. Miller continued to shout and rant, but Cheryl was no longer listening to him, as she had almost completely dissolved into the portal. Jacqueline laughed quietly as she watched, urging Miller to calm down and reminding him that they had to focus on their real mission on the Black Continent. Miller understood that the captain was right, so he turned around and started to leave, promising that as soon as they could, he would definitely have a beer to relieve the stress of the situation. As they left, they didn't notice the strange things happening to the portal, which was surrounded by a mysterious force that was clearly altering its nature and the space around it. Cheryl, already out of the portal, noticed a purple glow on the other side that resembled the presence of a ghost, which alarmed her and made her think. Annoyed by what was happening, Cheryl decided to leave, confident that the pirates could handle the ghost without her and that her presence was pointless. She had already done everything she could and now wanted to return home to focus on investigating the case of her mother, whom she had met in the dungeons of the Empire. In the dungeons, the situation remained unchanged. People continued to arrive, hoping to learn the truth despite all the difficulties and obstacles they had to overcome. Suddenly, the sage's assistants ordered everyone to leave, saying that the sorcerer was no longer receiving visitors, disappointing those who had waited so long for their turn. The people were upset because they had spent the whole day standing in line, and now they learned that their expectations were in vain, which made them even angrier. The mercenary calmly but sternly informed them that the sage would not be seeing anyone else, and ordered everyone to return, leaving them no choice. The people had no other choice because, if they disobeyed, they would not be given a second chance to meet the sage, and they left the place feeling helpless. Turning around, they left, realizing that they could not change anything, despite all their efforts and the injustice of the situation that had been presented to them. When everyone had left, the sage began to question his mercenaries about what they had learned about the woman who had come and what traces she had left behind. As it turned out, she was quite skilled at hiding, and the mercenaries were unable to find out where she was currently living, which upset them and left them with no clarity. Moreover, they were unable to find any of her acquaintances, as Isabel was wandering the land without a permanent place of residence, which complicated the search. This answer did not satisfy Gale, who had expected precise information about the person he was looking for, and he was disappointed that the mercenaries had been unable to obtain more information. Despite the difficulties, the mercenary noticed Isabel heading to a temple, where she walked around for a long time, carefully examining everything around her, and then approached a gazebo. She tried to take the fragment of the monument, but was unable to do so because it was protected by magic, and she had to use her power to overcome the protection. Summoning the power of Avarak, the Lord of the Gods, she ordered the lesser god to destroy the seal, allowing her to take the fragment and move toward her goal. After the seal was broken, she used a capture spell, and the fragment magically vanished into thin air, bringing her satisfaction. This success strengthened Isabel's confidence, as each fragment she obtained brought her closer to achieving her ultimate goal, which was getting closer and closer. All this time, the mercenary had been watching her actions, and when he saw her vanish, he realized that she had used magic, but he couldn't figure out how she had done it. The mercenary hurried away to report what he had seen to the sage, wasting no time in thinking about what he would say, not realizing what exactly he was about to tell him. Gale couldn't understand what Isabel had done to the relic and why it had disappeared after she had examined it, but the mercenary told him that she had used a spell to break the seal. When Gale learned of the spell Isabel had used in the name of Avarak, the supreme god, he was concerned, as this god had been worshipped long before the advent of the Pope's religion. The man was puzzled, not understanding why Isabel had used the power of a deity to steal a relic of another religion, or where she had gotten such power. Gale couldn't understand what Isabel was up to, deciding to destroy the relic of a god, which put her in a completely different category and complicated all further plans. Gale then asked the mercenaries where Isabel was now, and learned that she was staying at a hotel not far from the capital, probably planning to lie low. The mercenaries were surprised to learn that there was no need to bring Isabel to the sage, as Gale wanted them to keep an eye on her and not lose sight of her using the Bloodsucker. The Bloodsucker is a huge private intelligence organization founded by the sage Gale. Usually the Bloodsuckers gather information, but if necessary, they can also kill or kidnap to fulfill the sage's prophecy and strengthen his power. The Bloodsuckers exist solely to be Gale's eyes and ears, helping him maintain his reputation as a prophet believed by all who do not see his true goals. That is why Gale was certain that he would meet Isabel again, and that this meeting would happen very soon as he was ready for the next step in his plans. Meanwhile, Miller and Jacqueline were calmly returning home, but tired, Miller suggested stopping to spend the night and get some rest, feeling the need for a break. Jacqueline smiled and asked Miller to be patient, explaining that they needed to be back by midnight, which meant they had to speed up and not stop to rest. She quickened her pace and reminded Miller that the faster they moved, the sooner they would reach their destination and finally be able to rest after the long journey. Suddenly, the pirate stopped, noticing a mark on a tree, and realized that they had started walking in circles again, which made him wary and wonder if they had made a mistake along the way. Jacqueline was unsure at first, but then she remembered that they had indeed left that mark, and she realized that they had lost their way, which left her confused and surprised. Shocked, she began to survey the area, trying to understand how they could have lost their way, since they should have been much closer to their destination. Suddenly, Jacqueline heard a rustling in the trees, which was unusual for this area, and realized that danger was waiting for them, causing her to be on guard. She ordered Miller to prepare for a possible threat and saw shadows approaching, ready to clash with those who were waiting for them in the forest. When the shadow appeared, a silhouette with demonic horns and a hammer emerged before her, frightening Jacqueline, who immediately rushed into attack without hesitation. However, when Jacqueline managed to strike her target, she realized with horror that her blow had done no harm, as the ghost vanished as soon as it was attacked. Frightened, Miller rushed to pull Jacqueline toward him, hoping to protect her, feeling that only together could they deal with what surrounded them. Their enemy was not alone. A whole crowd of monsters stood before them, forcing them to prepare for battle, as the situation was far more serious than they could have expected. Miller realized that they were to blame for getting lost, and armed with a sword, he fiercely rushed to attack the ghosts, even though he knew that their blows did little to change the situation. Despite this, Miller did not give up and continued to strike, not allowing the monsters to approach him, relying on his willpower and hope for luck. Suddenly, a strange magical veil made him realize that physical attacks had no effect on these creatures, and he decided to use his secret weapon, gunpowder. While Miller was preparing the gunpowder, Jacqueline noticed a monster in the crowd that clearly stood out and seemed peaceful, as if inviting them to follow him. She saw that the other monsters did not try to attack, but instead held out their hands, showing that they were not a threat and wanted to communicate something. Miller, unaware of these details, was already ready to scatter the gunpowder and light it, relying on his preparedness. But Jacqueline stopped him, realizing that the situation could be different. She feared that further action could aggravate the situation, and quickly explained to Miller that these monsters clearly did not want to harm them, but wanted to show them something. Jacqueline took a step forward, approached the monster with outstretched arms, and asked why they had come here and what exactly they wanted from the travelers, preparing herself for any answer. The ghost explained that they had lived here many years ago, before the dragon wanted to take over these lands, and now they wanted to show the travelers something important. After these words, the ghost vanished and led Jacqueline and Miller away, as if inviting them to see something that could change their understanding of what was happening. Soon they found themselves in the ancient village of Runtra, where a festive atmosphere reigned. People were having fun, singing and laughing, creating an impression of comfort and warmth. Seeing this, Miller's mood improved considerably. He was amazed that even on the Black Continent, there could be such places full of joy, and he wanted to stay here, at least for a while. But Jacqueline, looking around and giving Miller a stern look, reminded him that they couldn't stay here because it was all too unbelievable, and the place was clearly not real. Considering what the ghost had said, Jacqueline was sure that this place was just an illusion of the Black Continent's past and that they were being deceived. However, Miller paid no attention to her words and eagerly headed for the nearest counter, where he began to devour the food greedily, forgetting her warnings. He laughed, enjoying the taste of the food sprinkled with black gold, and immediately understood why Duke Aaron wanted to conquer this continent so badly. The food was incredibly delicious. Miller offered Jacqueline a bite, but she reacted angrily, asking him not to get distracted and to continue following the ghost without losing sight of their goal. But to their horror, when they looked in the direction of the ghost, they realized that it had disappeared. In addition, there were many people in similar masks in the crowd, making it difficult to recognize their guide. Miller began to blame himself, but Jacqueline quickly calmed him down, realizing that the ghost probably couldn't have gotten very far, and suggested they walk around the area to look for him. At that moment, they heard a loud cheer from the crowd, and a jester appeared on the stage in front of them, thanking everyone for waiting. He wanted to tell everyone the story that had brought them all to this place. It was the story of a man, a hero of the Black Continent, and a dragon slayer. Jacqueline was clearly nervous, remembering the old man they had met with Cheryl, because he had also talked about a hero who had defeated a dragon, and now it didn't seem so crazy anymore. She guessed that the ghost had probably brought them here and wanted to show them something, and perhaps this performance was the original purpose of their arrival. The jester began his story about the not-so-distant past, when the Black Continent was rich in resources and the dragons coveted their lands. After many years of invasion and exploitation by the dragons, the inhabitants of the Black Continent were completely exhausted. However, in a world of chaos, there is always a fearless hero. He found the dragon's lair and went to the very edge of the continent to defeat the dragon with his mighty sword. Thanks to him, their continent regained the peace and happiness they could enjoy. The jester decided to introduce the people to the hero and guardian of the Black Continent, who was about to appear on stage. At first, the people burst into joyful cheers and shouts, but then their cries turned to screams of horror and despair, for they saw another dragon in the sky. The dragon, showing no mercy, descended on the village and began to destroy everything around it with its all-consuming fire, leaving no one alive. People burned to death and screamed in terror as they tried to save their children, while Miller and Jacqueline watched in amazement, not understanding what was happening. Miller wanted to rush forward and kill the dragon, but Jacqueline reminded him that it was just a vision that the ghosts who had brought them here wanted to show them, because these events had happened to the Black Continent in the past. Miller still found it hard to believe that something so realistic was just an illusion, but Jacqueline felt deep down that this was not the end and that something else was about to happen. Looking straight into their eyes, one of the locals addressed them, begging the travelers to call the Dragon Slayer, but he was quickly crushed by Cruella, who only laughed at how she had destroyed humanity's hope, for she had long since gained power over the continent. The Dragon Slayer had been defeated, and the only thing the people of the Black Continent could do now was to continue living in the darkness of her power and wait for their deaths. At that moment, she couldn't take it anymore and began to lose consciousness, falling to her knees. She explained that even understanding the unreality of what was happening did not bring her any relief, for what she had seen was truly horrific. The spirit that appeared against the backdrop of the burned village explained that he wanted them to know how the dragon had taken over the land. All those who survived the dragon invasion became its slaves, and their souls were bound by its curse. All the people did during this time was bring her jewels as offerings, and when they became useless, they were driven away. Jacqueline immediately realized that this must have something to do with the old man they had seen. He had also been banished, like the rest of the useless people. She was right. He had been a child when Cruella had conquered this land, and now this old man was one of the few who still remembered the Dragon Slayer. Jacqueline immediately remembered the prophecy the old man had spoken of, that a hero would appear in these lands who would be able to defeat the Black Dragon. But as it turned out, this prophecy had never existed. All that was known was that dragons, or those with powers similar to dragons, could open the gates of the ancient ruins. Inside these ruins, where people once prayed to ancient gods, a dragon slayer was imprisoned, and once the gates were closed, it would be impossible to open them. The ghost asked the pirates to tell Aaron everything so that he could save the dragon slayer, for only then would they be able to defeat the dragon and solve all the problems facing them. After the ghost uttered these words, he instantly disappeared, and with him, the vision of the ruined city dissolved, leaving behind only a feeling of anxiety and uncertainty. The travelers, still in shock from what they had just heard, tried to collect themselves when an agitated Jacqueline pointed to something important they had noticed. When they got closer, they realized that they had accidentally found themselves right at the entrance to a temple, which might be the key to solving their problems. And this couldn't help but surprise them. Jacqueline suggested they waste no time and head to the temple as soon as possible to report what had happened, because every minute was precious for their mission. Aaron and Rex continued on their way to the camp, and Rex, who was still reeling from the events, couldn't calm down. He felt that they needed to discuss what had happened in order to figure out what to do next. As soon as Rex uttered the name Aaron, he realized that the conversation would not be easy and suggested that they not discuss what had happened in order to avoid unnecessary talk and focus on what was important. But Rex did not give up, arguing that they were in the land of dragons, and one of these dragons had 5 heads, which made their chances of defeating such a creature almost zero. Aaron, despite Rex's confidence, said that he no longer cared whether he could capture the Black Continent, because right now, the most important thing for him was to save Kanos, whom he had promised to rescue from trouble. Rex tried to convince Aaron that Kanos was also a dragon, and that he was familiar with the dragon who owned this land, which could complicate their task, because confronting dragons was always dangerous. Rex suggested that they deal with the situation themselves without getting involved in dangerous conflicts that could cost them their lives. But Aaron, unable to contain himself, told Rex not to say such foolish things. Aaron put his sword to Rex's throat and declared that if he continued to speak like that, he would no longer consider him a friend. Rex, frightened, silently accepted this gesture and understood that he must obey. At that moment, Jacqueline and Miller approached them, and Jacqueline expressed her dissatisfaction with the Duke threatening his subordinate in order to save another, considering it unfair and cruel. Jacqueline was deeply disappointed by this behavior, but realizing that the Duke was on edge, she hoped that it would not happen again, otherwise she would have to intervene in Aaron's upbringing. She vowed that if the Duke ever threatened his people again for the sake of others, she would teach him to be a true ruler who protects his people and does not make such threats. After they laughed a little and dispelled the tension, Jacqueline led Aaron to the temple, where he could find a way to defeat the dragon and find a solution to save Kanos. Aaron took out his sword and began to gather energy in it to activate the spell of momentum, hoping that this spell would help them open the gates and move forward in their search. But despite all the effort Aaron put into the spell, the gate remained immovable, not budging even a millimeter, leaving the Duke completely baffled and confused. Aaron awkwardly ran up and tried to open the door on his own, but his efforts were in vain, and Miller, watching his pathetic attempts, laughed at his skills. After carefully examining the door, Miller realized that it was too sturdy and could not be opened without gunpowder, as even his efforts could not overcome its incredible strength. He began to scatter gunpowder to try to open the door, but Jacqueline stopped him, thinking that there was a better way that could work without causing unnecessary damage. Jacqueline suggested that the door could be opened not with physical force, but with magic, and thought that the spell cast on it could open it without destruction. She remembered the ghost's words that Aaron was able to open the door because he had a special power, and thought that this might be the key to solving their problem. She came to the conclusion that Aaron had the power of a dragon that should help, but Rex, hearing this, only sighed discontentedly, believing that Aaron could not possess such power. Aaron smiled, surprised by Rex's opinion, and said that Jacqueline should have told him about this earlier, because he had wasted his energy trying to open the door. At that moment, Cheryl finally reached the nearest town within the Empire and felt relieved that she had at least returned, but she did not understand why she had ended up here. She was happy to be back in the city, but couldn't understand why this particular city had become her destination, and the night passed with discomfort, preventing her from getting a good night's sleep. Cheryl suffered from her brother's ambitions and tried to escape with the help of Phoenix, but her strength was exhausted, and she couldn't even use the simplest magic to escape. Her stomach growled loudly, reminding Cheryl that she urgently needed to eat, as her strength was running out and she didn't have enough energy to find a place to sleep or food. Arriving in the city, she noticed a large wooden door, knocked loudly on it, demanding to be let in and fed, as she had no strength left to continue on her way. A woman came out of the neighboring house, surprised by the sudden appearance of the lady, and looked at her in bewilderment, not understanding what had brought her here at such a strange time. The woman explained that the place had become uninhabitable because everyone had left, and her family would also soon leave, unwilling to remain in such a deserted town. After saying this, the woman tried to leave, but Cheryl stopped her and began asking questions about what had happened to the town and why it had become uninhabitable. The woman realized that Cheryl was not a local, and noticing her suspicious behavior, Cheryl explained that she had once lived here with a relative with whom she had lost contact. The woman clearly didn't believe Cheryl, but decided to show her rather than try to explain the situation, thus giving her the opportunity to learn more about what was happening in this abandoned place. They approached the well, and the woman drew some water, but as soon as she pulled it out, Cheryl smelled a terrible stench, which immediately became an obvious sign of trouble to her. The local resident explained that the smell came from the town's drinking water, which had long since lost its beneficial properties and become dangerous to consume. Initially, some residents thought it was just a change in the color of the water, but no one dared to drink it because the smell was so awful that it immediately put them off. This happened half a month ago when rumors began to spread about a red river flowing in a distant city, and these rumors soon led to serious changes that no one had suspected. At that time, the villagers thought it was just a rumor, but within a week it became clear that the river had indeed changed color, and now it was not only the river, but all the drinking water. In the end, everyone left to find a safer place to live, as it had become impossible to stay there, and people had no choice but to leave their homes. Cheryl realized that the events that were taking place here were connected to the start of their expedition to the Black Continent, and this greatly disturbed her, causing her to think about what to do next. She grabbed the woman by the shoulder and began asking her questions about what was happening in other regions of the Empire, trying to understand the scale of the problem that had engulfed the entire country. The woman said she knew nothing about what was happening, but all the talk in the village was about people heading northwest, where the land was under God's protection. The village was in the south, and people believed that the sacred state in the north was the best place to live, as it was there, in their opinion, that salvation and protection could be found. Cheryl, concerned, continued to question the townswoman, trying to understand if similar events were happening in other parts of the empire, but the woman clearly knew nothing about it. After she had received all the answers, Cheryl gave the woman a gold coin, feeling that it would help her and her family in their move to find a new place to live. The woman, surprised by such generosity, fell to her knees and began to thank Cheryl, who quickly bowed and left, realizing that her time there had come to an end. Cheryl realized that the situation was critical and that she needed to put her search for her mother on hold to attend to more important matters, for the entire Imperial world was on the brink of disaster. Her main task now was to get to the Duchy of Bran and find out what was happening in the Empire so that she could understand what actions needed to be taken to resolve the situation. Soon Cheryl realized that the source of all the disasters was the Red River, which had begun to make its way across the Empire, leaving destruction and misery in its wake. The first to suffer were small villages that had no access to drinking water, and people left their homes and became refugees, gathering in nearby towns in search of salvation. Soon the supplies of drinking water and food stored in the castle ran out, And against this backdrop, an epidemic broke out, which only exacerbated the situation, leaving no hope for survival. Castles that had previously managed to provide for the population were no longer accepting refugees, as their resources were exhausted and they themselves found themselves in dire straits. But this was only the beginning. Even castles that had previously refused to help refugees soon fell victim to disasters, and rumors of God's wrath spread throughout the kingdom. At this time in the Holy State, upon hearing the latest news, the Pope did not seem concerned, as he was convinced that all this was due to the wrath of the pagan god. He ordered an envoy to be prepared and sent to the capital of the empire to meet with the emperor and the lords to discuss ways to resolve the crisis that threatened the entire empire. The envoys were to contact the emperor as soon as possible to suggest a way to resolve the situation and find a solution to save the people from the ongoing disasters. The Pope firmly believed that the only way to save the empire from impending disaster was to convert all its inhabitants to the faith of God Perez, and this conviction grew stronger with each passing day. The faithful servants admired the wisdom of their Pope, who had conceived the plan to propose to the emperor that the Church of Paris become the main religion throughout the empire, considering this plan truly ingenious. A smile appeared on the Pope's face as he sent his fastest knights to spread the news of his decision to all corners of the vast empire. After everyone had left, the Pope realized that the perfect moment had come to restore justice and defend his granddaughter's honor from recent threats and humiliations. The noble opposition to Duke Aaron had reached unprecedented levels, so the Pope was confident that his proposal would be accepted without any major obstacles. Establishing the Church of Pars as the state religion would inevitably force Duke Aaron to submit to the new laws and rules established by the supreme authority of the empire. The Pope understood that after the new law was passed, Duke Aaron would gradually lose the support of his followers and find himself completely alone, without help or protection. Sincere gratitude filled the Pope's heart when he thought of the great guardian of Pars, who had given this world a chance to punish Aaron for all his sins. The emperor gathered all the powerful lords for an important council to discuss the mysterious events that had begun to occur in all corners of the great empire. The imperial capital had so far remained untouched by disaster, but the ruler wanted to hear a detailed report from each duke on the state of the territories entrusted to them. One of the dukes reported on the critical situation in his lands, where huge streams of refugees had depleted all resources and turned once rich areas into poverty-stricken regions. Another ruler shared an even sadder story of a complete crop failure that had forced farmers to abandon their lands, leaving the treasury without tax revenue. Duke Gran warned those gathered of the inevitable threat to the capital, as desperate vagrants could turn to crime, and suggested using force to restore order. Duke Rhénan expressed serious concern that internal conflicts within the empire could lead to even more serious problems for the entire state. Rhénan openly rebuked Duke Gran's proposal to send military forces against starving citizens, calling such an approach inhumane and unacceptable. Duke Gran vehemently denied any intention to attack the local population, but insisted on the need to establish strict control over citizens amid growing chaos. Many lords condemned Rhénan's distrust of the imperial army, but the Duke himself understood perfectly well how easily control could escalate into open aggression. The emperor interrupted the growing dispute between the lords with a loud reminder of the main purpose of their meeting: to overcome the crisis, not to fuel internal conflicts. The Holy Father supported the emperor's words with a heartfelt speech about the need to unite the great empire in the face of serious trials and tribulations. The wise clergyman pointed out to those gathered the similarity of the positions of the Dukes of Gran and Rhénan, although at first glance their proposals seemed completely opposite. The dukes sought the welfare of the empire in different ways. One proposed to strengthen the protection of citizens, while the other insisted on establishing strict control over the population. The Holy Father offered those gathered a new solution to the problem: to recognize the Church of Paris as the only state religion throughout the great empire. Over the past 15 days, when disasters had struck various parts of the empire, only the Holy Kingdom had remained untouched by all the calamities and misfortunes. The inhabitants of the Holy Kingdom firmly believed that it was the powerful God of Pars who was protecting their lands from all the calamities and misfortunes that had befallen the empire. Most of the empire's inhabitants sincerely believed in the protection of the God of Pars, so a huge number of refugees flocked to the safe lands of the Holy Kingdom. The Holy Father warned those gathered that without proper control, the Holy Kingdom could become overpopulated, leading to the decline of the other territories. According to divine revelation, the god of Pars wished to extend his protection to the entire empire, demanding only universal worship and service in return. The dukes recognized the effectiveness of religion in governing the people, but expressed concern about the difficulties of converting people who already had their own faith to the religion of Pars. The emperor listened carefully to all the suggestions and opinions, but decided to take time to reflect in order to make a balanced and wise decision. During a private meeting with the Pope, the emperor directly expressed his suspicions that the religious initiative was linked to a desire to take revenge on Aaron for the castle he had taken away. Smiling, the Pope assured the emperor of the purity of his intentions, claiming that he was acting solely on divine command and the call of his heart. The emperor immediately sensed insincerity in the Holy Father's words and was deeply outraged that he dared to lie to the supreme ruler of the empire. The ruler expressed sympathy for the Holy Father because of his problems with Aaron, but admitted that he saw no sufficient grounds for expelling the duke from the empire. The emperor understood that recognizing Pars as the state religion would significantly strengthen the influence and power of the Holy Kingdom throughout the empire. A new decree on the state religion would inevitably lead to the weakening and suppression of the Vivian Church, depriving it of its former influence and power. Aaron will face a difficult choice: either renounce Vivian's church or openly oppose the state religion of Pars. The emperor realized that the adoption of a new law on religion would permanently deprive Aaron of the opportunity to expand his holdings within the empire. The plan to eliminate his troublesome nephew seemed ideal to the emperor, and he decided to find out if the Holy Father was willing to help him carry it out. The emperor announced to the Assembly of Dukes his decision to make the Church of Pars the only state religion throughout the empire. The emperor's strict decree demanded that all pagan churches be closed and allowed the use of force to suppress any protests against the new law. The news of the emperor's religious decree caused a mass evacuation of followers of the Church of Vivian from Blanche Castle in the Bran domain. Arthur watched the stream of refugees with concern, realizing that religious persecution had become a real disaster for ordinary believers. Bianca could barely contain her anger as she watched Pars followers persecute and harass the hiding believers of the Vivian Church. The presence of the castle, which served as a reliable refuge, calmed Bianca somewhat, and her outward calmness aroused the sincere admiration of the enamored Arthur. An alarming message from a sentry about the approach of a squad of Pars's paladins instantly shattered the fragile peace of the castle's inhabitants. Bianca immediately grabbed her sword, ready to fight off the insolent paladins of Pars who dared to appear on their territory. Arthur had to exert considerable effort to stop Bianca, explaining to her the danger of military conflict in the current tense situation. One of the paladins solemnly read out the imperial decree demanding the immediate expulsion of all followers of the Church of Vivian from these lands. Bianca firmly told the paladins that these lands belonged to the Church of Vivian and that she would never obey an unjust order to persecute believers. The paladins, not getting the obedience they wanted, drew their weapons and moved to arrest the protesting followers of the Church of Vivian. Outnumbered, the paladins began to bind the local residents, while Bianca drew her sword and held it to the throat of an enemy warrior. The paladin coldly declared that by law, they were obliged to arrest anyone who helped Vivian's followers escape justice. The paladin's threatening tone emphasized the seriousness of the situation. Bianca's attack on the royal guards was grounds for her immediate arrest. Bianca realized the paladin's insidious plan to use her resistance as a pretext to launch a campaign against Duke Aaron. A bitter realization of her own powerlessness overwhelmed Bianca when she understood that her only option was to allow herself to be arrested. Bianca obediently sheathed her sword and allowed the paladins to bind her, knowing that her arrest was inevitable in the current situation. The paladin sent a stern warning to the owner of Blanche Castle through Arthur. Either he expel Vivian's followers himself, or they would return with a search warrant. Aaron continued to ponder the mystery of the mysterious door, and a new idea came to his mind, one that seemed quite reasonable and promising. The Duke introduced himself as the ruler of the lands of Bran and tried to open the door with the power of his title and blessing, but his attempt ended in complete failure. Miller couldn't help but laugh as he watched the self-assured aristocrat sincerely believe that the ancient doors would open before him simply because of his lofty title. Aaron was overcome with shame and anger, but he knew he had to collect his thoughts and find the right way to open the mysterious door. Watching closely, Jacqueline suggested that Aaron would need to prove his rights in some way to open the door. Jacqueline pondered that a power like that of a dragon must have some unique manifestation capable of proving the authenticity of the dragon's blessing. Proof could come in the form of special items accessible only to those chosen by the dragon, or exceptional sword skills unavailable to ordinary warriors. Lost in thought, the hero recalled all the facts he knew. Only Cheryl and Aaron had been marked by the dragon's blessing in the entire known world. The difference in their abilities seemed obvious. Aaron was a master swordsman, while Cheryl wielded magic, and it seemed that they had nothing in common. Suddenly, a thought flashed through the hero's mind that there might indeed be something in the history of Cheryl and the Duke that united their powers. With a decisive movement, Aaron ran the blade of his sword across his palm, allowing the blood to flow freely from the wound. The touch of his bloodied hand on the ancient door activated a complex mechanism. There was a grinding sound, and the massive barrier slowly opened. Satisfied with his guess, Aaron confidently told his companions that he would return soon and urged them not to follow him into the mysterious dungeon. The heavy door slammed shut behind the hero with a loud bang, making it clear that there was no way back until the mysterious dragon slayer was found. Wandering through the winding corridors of the underground labyrinth, Aaron couldn't shake the oppressive feeling caused by the frightening silence of the place. The absence of monsters and traps greatly surprised the Duke, who had expected to encounter many dangerous creatures and unusual phenomena in this mysterious place. Suddenly, Aaron's gaze caught sight of an unusual passageway in the semi-darkness, where a giant dragon skull lay with a mysterious sword piercing its ancient bones. The Duke immediately noticed the unusual nature of the blade, which was shrouded in a strange, magical energy, unlike any magical sword he had ever seen before. The surprising ease with which he found the sword both delighted and alarmed Aaron, causing him to doubt his own luck. Reaching out his hands toward the mysterious blade, Aaron thought about the upcoming battle with the five-headed dragon, in which this sword could be the decisive advantage. A sudden flash of pain pierced Aaron's heart. The real dragon slayer had struck a fatal blow, mockingly offering him a chance to try to take his legendary sword. The hero's consciousness rapidly faded from blood loss, and a bitter thought of his own carelessness and missed opportunity raced through his mind. Instead of the expected death, Aaron awoke at the starting point of his journey, realizing that he would have to repeat this path over and over again until victory. The second time around, Aaron acted more cautiously, keeping his naked blade at the ready and peering intently into the darkness as he made his way toward the dragon's skull. His determination to fulfill the dragon slayer's will and obtain his legendary blade gave the Duke the strength to press on despite the danger. Reaching the familiar spot, Aaron found the empty dragon skull without the sword and began cautiously scanning the area for his hidden enemy. His readiness for attack helped Aaron. When the killer struck, the Duke managed to confidently parry the blow, much to the surprise of his mysterious opponent. The mysterious warrior expressed his approval of Aaron's increased vigilance and his ability to block unexpected attacks in conditions of limited visibility. The ensuing battle showed the Duke the true difference in their strength. He could barely keep up with his opponent's lightning-fast movements and the energy of his magical sword. Particularly striking was the warrior's ability to instantly gather energy in his sword without any preliminary movements, which seemed to Aaron to be an incredible feat of skill. The knight's relaxed posture and calm movements clearly showed that he was fighting at half strength, not even making a serious effort to defeat the Duke. The dragon slayer noticed the fear in his opponent's eyes and expressed clear dissatisfaction that the Duke had shown the limits of his current fighting abilities. Disappearing from Aaron's sight, the dragon slayer stated that with such a level of training, the Duke would not last even a few minutes against Cruella. Backing up his words with action, the mysterious warrior once again took Aaron's life with a single precise strike of his deadly blade. Time lost all meaning for Aaron, who died and was reborn time and time again, unaware of how long this endless cycle of training battles would continue. Every time the Duke thought he had figured out his opponent's tactics, the Dragon Slayer demonstrated the vast gap between their levels of skill. The realization of the futility of endless deaths strengthened Aaron's resolve to find a way to break this exhausting cycle of rebirth and move on. Gathering all his resolve and courage, Aaron rushed at his opponent with the firm intention of surviving this battle, no matter what it took. The observant assassin noted the young man's increased skill. His sword movements had become more precise and confident, taking his opponent's style into account. The Dragon Slayer's arrogant tone irritated Aaron, but during their endless battles, the Duke had indeed learned a great deal from his opponent. Careful observation allowed Aaron to notice an important detail. His opponent always used the energy of his sword immediately after dodging an attack. Choosing the perfect moment to attack when the assassin was gathering energy, Aaron used his signature technique, Piercing Wind, with maximum concentration. The powerful blow raised a cloud of dust, and Aaron stared intently at the swirling dust, hoping to see his defeated opponent. Disappointment washed over Aaron as the dust cleared to reveal the unharmed Dragon Slayer, who had easily parried what had seemed like an unstoppable attack. Deciding to teach the Duke an important lesson, the knight warned Aaron of the impending demonstration of true power hidden within his legendary blade. Ignoring the warning, Aaron rushed into another attack, but suddenly noticed a strange dark energy beginning to envelop the space around him. Shocked, Aaron realized that his opponent's sword was absorbing the energy of his own blade, turning the Duke's attack against him. Using the accumulated energy, the Dragon Slayer delivered a crushing blow with the blunt side of his sword, sending Aaron crashing into the stone wall of the dungeon. The blow was so powerful that blood gushed from Aaron's mouth as he collided with the wall, and he finally realized the true power of his mysterious mentor. Empowered by the absorbed energy, the Slayer stopped a few steps away from the defeated Duke to see if he had noticed the peculiarities of his last attack. The Dragon Slayer confirmed Aaron's guess about energy absorption and informed him that the Duke was also capable of mastering this impressive technique. Watching the next demonstration of the technique closely, Aaron realized the key element. The warrior was using a special power of will to control the energy. Memories took Aaron back several months when he had tried to master a similar spell on the training grounds of Bran Castle. At that time, the Duke had been experimenting with combining the dragon's blessing and his willpower to achieve complete control over his magical sword. His first and only successful attempt to use his willpower to control the dragon's blessing left a lasting impression on Aaron. Despite the obvious progress, Aaron understood the inadequacy of his control over the powerful force and the need for further improvement. Reflecting on the possibilities for development, Aaron wondered about the ability to absorb not only external energy, but also his own power and the energy of his enemies. Cheryl explained to Aaron the important difference between willpower and ordinary mana. The ability to create new energy vessels opened the way to unlimited development. The Duke realized that he needed to achieve a high level of mastery to unlock the new possibilities of his unique power. To perfect his technique, he needed a worthy opponent capable of withstanding Aaron's powerful attacks, but ordinary knights were not up to the task. Initially, Aaron considered training with Rommel, the strongest knight he knew, but he understood the risk of seriously injuring even such a master. Unable to find a suitable sparring partner, the Duke decided to continue honing his skills in solitary training. Numerous duels with the Dragon Slayer finally allowed Aaron to understand the principle of using willpower and the reason for his constant defeats. After being resurrected once again, the hero resolutely headed toward his opponent, intending to use the newly learned technique of absorbing the Dragon Slayer's sword energy. The Dragon Slayer's experienced eye immediately noticed the striking changes in Aaron. His hidden strength began to manifest, demonstrating the results of his diligent training. Ignoring his opponent's praise, the hero resolutely demanded that the knight stop talking and demonstrate the true power of his legendary blade. Carefully observing the sparkling power of his opponent's sword, Aaron quickly figured out the technique and repeated the action, directing the tip of his blade toward the knight's weapon. The hero concentrated on filling his body with willpower, trying to absorb every particle of energy emanating from his opponent's sword. Having accumulated enough energy, Aaron prepared to perform an improved version of the fourth form of sword mastery. The piercing wind technique had undergone significant improvements thanks to new knowledge, allowing it to finally achieve incredible destructive power. The powerful blow hit its target. The Dragon Slayer's body began to disintegrate, gradually dissolving into the air of the underground chamber. In place of the vanished enemy, the hero was surprised to discover something far more sinister and mysterious. Before Aaron's eyes appeared a huge magical symbol, which upon closer inspection turned out to be not just a circle, but a real ancient altar. Inside the altar, the hero saw a child playing carefree with butterflies, unaware that this was a vision of the very old man encountered by Jacqueline and Miller. A disturbing premonition told the Duke that the child in the center of the altar was doomed to die after the ritual was completed, and he rushed toward the magical structure. Disappointment and anger overwhelmed the Duke, who had hoped that defeating the Dragon Slayer would put an end to all the trials in this mysterious place. Aaron's irritation grew with every passing second. He shouted into the void, sensing the invisible presence of the knight, but receiving no response. Realizing the critical nature of the situation, the Duke reached out to the child without hesitation, but he was too late. The mysterious darkness completely engulfed the small figure. Suddenly, the alarmed knight materialized in the space and immediately rushed to the altar sealed by dark energy. The knight's silence and detachment from what was happening around him led Aaron to believe that he was watching a scene from the distant past of his mysterious opponent. With a decisive blow of his sword, the hero managed to dispel the dark energy, freeing the frightened boy from its magical captivity. Removing his protective mask, the hero allowed the child to recognize him and insisted that he flee immediately, warning him that the massive doors were about to close. Despite the seriousness of the situation, the frightened boy continued to cry, refusing to leave his brave savior in this gloomy place. The knight understood that the ancient ruins would be completely destroyed only after every last soul had left, so the boy had to be saved. Seeing the child's indecision and tears, the knight resorted to a last resort. He shouted menacingly, ordering the boy to leave the dangerous place immediately. The frightened boy ran toward the exit, but before the doors closed, he swore that he would gather the villagers and return to save his hero. The heavy doors slammed shut with a crash, and in the ensuing silence, the hero heard the familiar voice of the mysterious inhabitant of the castle. The dragoness from the castle mockingly reproached the knight for his stupidity, congratulating herself on the successful implementation of her cunning trap. Enraged by the presence of the dragon, the knight swung his sword furiously, demanding that his invisible enemy show himself and fight a fair battle. The knight was particularly outraged by the dragon's use of the forbidden power of the ancient gods to carry out her treacherous plan. The dragon explained that this power was necessary to successfully imprison the hero, for which she had risked appearing in person, despite his superiority. The bitter realization of his mistake came too late for the hero. His carelessness allowed his enemy to successfully carry out her treacherous plan. Cruella coldly watched the hero's furious attempts to free himself, reminding him that his kind heart and desire to protect people had become his greatest weakness. The dragoness maliciously predicted eternal imprisonment in the impenetrable darkness of the dungeon, where he was destined to spend the rest of his days in complete solitude. What he saw deeply affected Aaron. He had not expected to meet such a noble warrior, willing to sacrifice himself to save the inhabitants of the continent. When the vision faded, the knight asked Aaron the most important question about the existence of man, for whom he was willing to sacrifice his own life. The answer came instantly. Aaron was determined to save Kanos, who was languishing in captivity at the hands of his own sister and in need of immediate help. The legendary sword sensed Aaron's sincere willingness to sacrifice himself for others and responded with a bright glow, acknowledging the purity of his intentions. The hero realized that only by mastering the power of this ancient blade could he achieve the strength necessary to free the knight and the people of the continent. Before making his fateful decision, Aaron addressed the Dragon Slayer with words of farewell, but received no response from the mysterious warrior. Taking the silence as a sign of approval, Aaron proudly took the legendary sword and headed for the exit, where his loyal comrades were waiting impatiently. Alarmed, Rex immediately rushed toward the Duke, but stopped when he noticed clear signs of fatigue and tension on his pale face. Aaron silently drew the shining blade, which blinded everyone present, and gave the decisive order to return to the castle for the final battle with the Mad Dragon. Cruella watched all the events unfold closely, using a magical crystal ball in her impregnable castle. Rage filled the dragoness at the thought that the man she had graciously allowed to escape had dared to return for an open confrontation. Her confidence in her own power strengthened Cruella's resolve to destroy the insolent Aaron, so that no one would ever dare to challenge her again. Casting an ancient spell, the dragoness ordered all the enslaved inhabitants to immediately punish the daredevil who had dared to oppose their mistress. Following the words of the spell, huge monster dragons soared into the sky, rushing toward Aaron and his squad. By this time, the Duke had managed to gather all the soldiers he had prudently brought to this mysterious island in the village of Runtra. Addressing the assembled warriors, Aaron explained the importance of the upcoming battle for their future and identified the main target, the powerful dragon. Uncertainty gripped the soldiers, who openly expressed doubts about the possibility of defeating the legendary creature that surpassed their strength. Miller couldn't help but laugh mockingly when he heard the frank expressions of fear from the vaunted Imperial soldiers. The pirate offered a simple solution: use his powerful bombs to destroy the castle, allowing the knights to deal with the remaining enemies. The Duke calmly rejected the pirate's proposal, explaining his plan to lure Cruella out of her fortified castle instead of risking an assault on enemy territory. As if in response to the Duke's words, the sky lit up with bright red lightning, heralding the beginning of a grand battle. The appearance of dragon monsters in the sky served as a signal for the Duke to call upon all able-bodied warriors to cast aside their fear and take up arms. Aaron had no doubt that Cruella was watching the unfolding battle closely from her impregnable castle. The Duke's new strategy was to stage an impressive battle that would provoke the dragoness to leave her castle and engage him in combat. Miller fought resolutely alongside Aaron, unwilling to let the self-confident Duke enjoy the thrilling battle alone. Jacqueline actively participated in the battle, while simultaneously reprimanding Miller for his reckless attitude toward the serious fight, which exposed him to unnecessary danger. Completely trusting the support of his loyal comrades, Aaron boldly threw himself into the thick of the battle, where the greatest number of enemies were concentrated. Suddenly, the situation became more complicated. In addition to the huge number of enemies, the Duke heard a mysterious sound calling people to gather in the city. Aaron's uneasy premonition was confirmed when he noticed groups of miners calmly heading straight for the dangerous dragons. The Duke remembered the solemn oath he had sworn to the legendary sword, to free the entire Black Continent from the oppressive rule of the dragons. Realizing that the dragon's attack would prevent him from fulfilling his promise to the knight, Aaron resolutely decided to distract the dangerous creatures. Powerful magical energy burst from the hero's body as he let out a loud cry, attracting the dragon's attention and distracting them from the defenseless locals. Rushing forward, Aaron blinded the monsters with the bright glow of his power and methodically cut them into small pieces with his new blade. Watching the battle closely, Jacqueline realized that the legendary sword was not the Dragon Slayer's only gift, for the Duke's power had grown noticeably. The perceptive Rex noticed the Duke's new ability to absorb dragon mana, worrying about how Aaron would use the accumulated energy. Having accumulated enough mana, the Duke created a powerful air vortex that sucked in all the dragons and mercilessly ground them into fine dust. The new technique, borrowed from the Dragon Slayer, demonstrated incredible effectiveness, but required enormous energy expenditure and a long recovery time. To Aaron's surprise, the local residents appeared and gratefully recognized him as their brave savior. Cruella watched in fury as her dragon monsters were destroyed, cursing them for their complete uselessness in battle. The dragon's fury at the defeat of her creations was so strong that even the magical crystal ball in her hands began to crack. What particularly alarmed Cruella was that Aaron had not only seized the legendary sword, but had also quickly mastered its powerful force. The dragoness bitterly realized the obvious fact that none of her magical puppets could stand up to the Duke's increased power. Having decided to fight the hero herself, Cruella gave Logan her final instructions to complete all preparations for the important summoning ritual. While the hero recovered from the exhausting battle, Jacqueline and Miller focused their attention on the island's numerous mines. Following his plan, Miller filled a minecart with explosives and sent it down the tracks deep into the mine, intending to cause a massive collapse. The successful completion of the demolition filled Miller with pride at the accuracy of his calculations of the amount of explosives required. Jacqueline was puzzled by the Duke's strange behavior. Destroying the mines seemed illogical for someone seeking to gain control over the continent's resources. Aaron explained that the destruction of the mines was a temporary measure aimed at luring Cruella out of the castle by destroying the resources coveted by the dragons. Unlike Kano's, the Duke understood that blocking the mine entrances would prevent the dragon from using the enslaved people to extract valuable minerals. Jacqueline realized that even the appearance of the heir to the legendary Dragon Slayer was not enough to completely destroy the powerful dragon magic. The terrifying power of the dragon's spell continued to take effect, forcing the enslaved people to descend again and again into the dangerous mines in search of precious ore. The sudden appearance of the panting Rex brought important news. The dragon had finally left her impregnable castle and was heading toward them. Aaron's joy at the successful provocation quickly turned to alarm when he saw that all the enslaved inhabitants of the continent were following Cruella. Meanwhile, in the main castle of the duchy, The continuous process of receiving refugees, fleeing persecution and disaster continued. Rommel, who was controlling the flow of refugees, was outraged by the actions of the fanatics from the Holy Kingdom, who were persecuting Vivian's followers instead of helping them in their time of need. The absence of the Duke at such a critical moment greatly complicated Rommel's task of managing the rapidly deteriorating situation. The unexpected appearance of an elder interrupted Rommel's thoughts. The old man was persistently interested in how long the new refugees would be accepted. Rommel patiently explained the necessity of providing refuge to the members of Vivian's church, emphasizing the importance of supporting persecuted believers. The elder expressed serious concern that such actions could jeopardize the well-being of Bran's indigenous population. The treasurer shared the concern about the refugee situation, warning of the real threat of mass starvation if the influx of people continued. Confident in his position, Rommel insisted that the territory was still far from reaching a critical level, refusing to sacrifice Vivian's followers for selfish goals. The tense discussion was interrupted by the appearance of an alarmed knight who had spotted a messenger approaching from Blanche Castle. The messenger's appearance was alarming. Both he and his horse were covered in a thick layer of dirt, evidence of a long, uninterrupted journey. Kneeling, the exhausted messenger delivered shocking news. All followers of Vivian's church had been arrested at Blanche Castle by the Guards of Pars. The Guards of Pars issued an ultimatum demanding the expulsion of the church members, and a few days later returned with a search warrant, carrying out their threats. The arrest of Commander Bianca, whom no one was able to prevent, was a particularly heavy blow, causing Rommel to express deep outrage at the actions of the fanatics. The grim picture was compounded by the fact that Blanche Castle was deserted after the arrest of most of the garrison soldiers, who turned out to be followers of the Vivian Church. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the elder insisted on immediately closing the gates of the fortress until the arrival of the formidable paladins of Pars. Rommel resolutely rejected the elder's proposal, firmly stating his refusal to obey the orders of the representatives of the Holy Kingdom. Showing determination, Rommel gave orders to form a detachment of 100 soldiers to immediately come to the aid of the besieged Blanche Castle. Despite his uncertainty about the correctness of his actions, Rommel understood the need to protect the people and stabilize the situation before the Duke's return. Within a month of devastating natural disasters, half of the once powerful empire was reduced to lifeless ruins. According to the treacherous plan of the empire in the Holy Kingdom, the masses began to accuse the Church of Vivian of involvement in the terrible disasters. Even former friends and neighbors who had previously sheltered Vivian's followers now willingly handed them over to the merciless guards. Even those members of the church who sought refuge in complete isolation from the outside world did not escape their sad fate. Arrests and persecution brought no relief. The red waters did not clear, and the parched lands did not return to their former fertile state. The worsening consequences of natural disasters led to increased persecution of Vivian's followers. Desperate people sincerely believed that their cruel actions would help them earn divine protection and salvation from all calamities. Blinded by fear and despair, people willingly killed Vivian's followers, remaining blind to the true causes of the disaster. Wrapped in a dark cloak, Duke Aaron cautiously made his way through the forest, approaching one of the villages in Bran's lands. As he prepared to descend to the people, the Duke suddenly heard a suspicious rustling and noticed many glowing eyes of monsters watching from the darkness. Enraged, Gale demanded that the monsters show themselves and was surprised to find that their numbers far exceeded his initial estimates. The first to emerge from hiding was a large goblin, followed by a whole pack of monsters rushing toward the alarmed Gale. Drawing his sword, the experienced warrior immediately noticed that these goblins were unusual, but he was determined not to let them enter the defenseless village. To Gale's surprise, the goblins ran right through him, and his own body began to turn transparent, like a shapeless shadow. Despite the inexplicable changes in his body, the determined Gale grabbed his weapon, intending to pursue the goblins to protect the village. The chilling horror of what was happening caused Gale to wake up abruptly in his own bed, covered in cold sweat from the nightmare he had just experienced. Jumping out of bed, the agitated Gale tried to convince himself that it was just a dream, but his inner instincts told him that the vision was prophetic. His uneasy premonitions were intensified by memories of the mysterious appearance of a sinister red river that had changed its usual course. Similar prophetic dreams had visited Gale several days before the catastrophic flood in the distant village, warning of the coming disaster. The unusual nature of this dream disturbed Gale. A strange force held him down, preventing him from waking up or moving, which was very different from his previous visions. A sudden fear gripped the man when he noticed behind him a multitude of black silhouettes swirling like a huge swarm of gnats in the night air. The restraining force from the dream became reality, causing unbearable pain to every cell in Gale's body, paralyzing all his movements and intentions. Gathering the last of his will and courage, Gale firmly resolved to resist the mysterious force, despite the agonizing pain and growing weakness. A mysterious voice praised Gale's bravery as he overcame the pain and reached for his weapon, then introduced itself as the all-encompassing force that permeated the universe. A ghostly silhouette appeared before the exhausted man, ordering Gale to go in search of his mother, who had conceived him with this mysterious being. Irritated by the enigmatic hints, Gale demanded an explanation of his origins, but in response received only a quiet repetition of the order to find the woman. A worried assistant rushed into the room immediately after the vision disappeared, wanting to make sure his master was safe and sound. The assistant confirmed that he had heard Gale's cries but had not heard any other voices, despite their apparent loudness, which confirmed the personal nature of the vision. Having regained his composure, Gale inquired about the latest information regarding the mysterious woman in the red dress who had visited their estate. Close surveillance of the mysterious woman continued, and the assistant was certain that she was still staying at an inn near the Imperial capital. Realizing the inevitability of action, Gale resolutely ordered that the mysterious woman be brought to his chambers immediately for an important conversation. Following their master's orders, the mercenaries kidnapped the woman, placing a bag over Isabel's head so she could not determine their direction. The mercenaries reported to Lord Gale that the mission had been successfully completed, receiving his gratitude and an immediate order to leave. Despite the thick sack covering her head, Isabel recognized the distinctive voice giving orders. Gale approached the captive, apologized for the rough treatment of his men, and carefully removed the bag from her head. An unexpected revelation came from Gale when he called the woman his mother and introduced himself as Aaron Karen. The lack of recognition in his mother's eyes did not surprise Aaron, who admitted that he himself had taken a long time to get used to the incredible changes in his life. An important revelation came in Aaron's words about an ancient prophecy of the Emperor, who had foretold his death in 20 years. After his death, he was reborn in a new body, gaining the amazing ability to foresee the future and the wisdom of ancient seers. Noticing the woman's skeptical look, Gale approached her, trying to convince his mother of the truth of his incredible words. He reminded her of the last night before her disappearance, when she came to his room and swore to protect the children even from the depths of hell. Gale's words were made all the more convincing by his mention of the tears and pain in Isabel's voice during their last conversation, known only to the two of them. The memories transported those present back several years to the majestic halls of the Imperial Palace where the young Aaron had lived. Isabel crept quietly to her sleeping son and sat down carefully on the edge of his bed, trying not to disturb his deep sleep. Bitter tears rolled down her cheeks as she silently begged her son for forgiveness for having to leave him, a decision necessary to free him from a mysterious force. A gentle touch woke Aaron, and his anxious gaze immediately noticed the traces of tears on his mother's pale face. Deciding that his mother was worried about his father's safety, young Aaron tried to reassure her with sincere words of support. The boy promised to protect his mother and sister Cheryl, even if his father lost his crown or died in political intrigues. The sincerity and selflessness of young Aaron deeply touched his mother's heart, causing her to hug her beloved son tightly. Gratefully hugging her son, Isabel explained that protecting her children was her sacred maternal duty, not young Aaron's responsibility. After making a solemn promise to protect her children even from the depths of hell, Isabel gently kissed her son on the forehead and asked him to return to sleep. The caring Aaron wanted to accompany his mother to her chambers, but she reassured him, reminding him of her high position as mistress of the Imperial Palace. The return to reality brought a bitter realization. After that memorable night, everyone believed that Isabel had committed suicide by jumping out of a palace window. For many years, Aaron believed in his mother's tragic death, until an unexpected encounter in an underground corridor shattered this sad illusion. Exile from the palace and flight to the lands of Bran followed Isabel's disappearance, when their father was stripped of the imperial throne. The bitterness of misunderstanding tormented Aaron. His living mother had watched her children suffer all these years without taking any action. The broken promise to protect the children forced them to fight for survival on their own and build a new life in a foreign land. Distraught, Isabel tried to explain that all her actions had been aimed at saving Aaron, promising to reveal the details at the appropriate time. Gale interrupted his mother's excuses, demanding an explanation for the theft of the sacred relic from the castle and its connection to the children's well-being. Isabel's astonishment at her son's knowledge of the relic's theft turned to disappointment when he admitted that he had no other important information. Gale explained the reason for the meeting. A shadow that had appeared during the night claimed that Isabel had given birth to him and Cheryl with the help of a mysterious force. Isabel's anxious gaze studied her changed son, trying to understand how long the dark force had been in contact with him. Gale was tormented by agonizing questions about his own nature and Cheryl's essence. Although he already suspected a connection between his transformation and the mysterious force, sudden horror distorted Isabel's face as dark shadows completely enveloped the former Duke's body, causing unbearable pain and making it difficult to breathe. Rushing to her son, Isabel saw his face contort into an inhuman grimace of horror, after which Gale lost consciousness. The materialized darkness unleashed its fury on the loyal servant, accusing Isabel of an unforgivable delay. Kneeling, Isabel explained her unwillingness to break the seal due to the unexpected catastrophe in the Empire and the rise of the Church of Pars. The dark entity expressed outrage that a minor religion of an insignificant deity dared to interfere with his grand plans. A dire warning rang out in the entity's words. Only temporary weakness was keeping it from punishing Isabel immediately. The restriction on its ability to appear in human form forced the entity to disappear, but not without threatening severe punishment for delaying the seal. When Gale came to, he saw Isabel kneeling and was finally convinced of the truth of the mysterious force's words. Gathering his last strength, Gale demanded a full explanation from Isabel of what was happening and her future intentions. Approaching her exhausted son, Isabel confessed that she had planned to reveal this in the future, but circumstances had forced her to act immediately. The secret was revealed in Isabel's words. Aaron and Cheryl had been born with unique innate abilities. Aaron's initial assumption that their abilities were connected to a dragon's blessing turned out to be only part of a complex truth. The true source of their power was Valtor and Isis, the powerful energy that Avarak, Lord of the Gods, had implanted through Isabel. A sudden realization dawned on Gale. He finally understood the true reason behind the theft of the sacred relic from the Temple of Enon. Gale's mistaken assumption that Isabel intended to fulfill Avarak's will and destroy the restraining seal needed to be reconsidered. The unexpected revelation showed the opposite. Isabel sought to completely block Avarak's power, preventing him from entering the earthly world. At the very beginning of the universe, absolute chaos reigned, and no one could say with certainty whether it arose naturally or was created intentionally. The primordial chaos known as Avarak transformed into the orderly world of nature, and all the ancient tribes recognized it as the supreme deity, granting it power over the heavens. The development of human civilization led to the emergence of new deities, representing love, protection, wealth, and human desires. The loss of humanity's universal devotion forced Avarak to divide his divine power among the lesser gods, significantly weakening his power. Insulted by the loss of his power, Avarak decided to return to his original form of chaos, to punish unfaithful humanity and the insolent lesser gods. To carry out his plan for revenge, Avarak created special seeds of divine power, Valtor and Isis. The sacred seeds were placed in the body of a young girl from an ancient family that had remained loyal to Avarak for many generations. The divine plan was brought to fruition through Isabel, the 1200th heir of the ancient family, who passed the seeds of vengeance onto Aaron and Cheryl. The divine seeds began to develop unnoticed by those around them in the infant bodies of Aaron and Cheryl, gradually gaining strength. According to Avarak's plan, when the global catastrophe reached its peak, Isabel would awaken Valtor and Isis, allowing the god to unleash his punishment. A sudden realization dawned on Gale. All his tormenting nightmares were harbingers of the coming events connected with the awakening of an ancient power. The cause of the disturbing visions turned out to be the powerful energy of Valtor, mysteriously trapped within his mortal body. Gale was troubled by the question of why Isabel had made such desperate attempts to block the divine power, despite the deadly danger of Avarak's wrath. Isabel Avaraku's initial devotion was absolute, compelling her to unquestioningly carry out the will of the ancient deity. Following the divine plan, she purposefully sought the favor of the emperor, the future father of Aaron and Cheryl. Using cunning and deceit, Isabel managed to outmaneuver many worthy contenders and take the place of empress. The sole purpose of all her actions during that period was the flawless execution of the grand plan of the great Avarak. The birth and upbringing of Aaron and Cheryl completely changed Isabel's worldview, awakening her maternal feelings. A mother's heart could not accept the idea of her beloved children being used as tools to destroy the human world. Faking her own death, Isabel left the Imperial castle and set out in search of a sacred relic to seal the dangerous power. The tragic discovery was that Valter's energy had already taken control of Aaron's body, outpacing his mother's attempts to protect him. The sudden manifestation of divine power could be linked to Aaron's unusual rebirth in a foreign body. Gale was overcome with horror at the thought of his body being completely subjugated by an evil supernatural force. Particularly bitter was the prospect of losing himself before he could exact revenge on the emperor, responsible for the suffering of his people. Desperately clutching his mother's shoulders, Gale begged her to share the methods she had discovered over years of searching to stop the destructive process. Weeping on his knees, he begged his mother to seal away the dangerous power, allowing him to remain himself. With deep sorrow, Isabel admitted her powerlessness. The relic she had found was not enough to completely seal the power. The only hope left was the possibility of returning Gale to his former body, which possessed special protection. The dragon's blessing possessed enough power to temporarily restrain Valtor's destructive energy. Returning to a body with the dragon's blessing could give Isabel the time she needed to search for additional sacred relics. Isabel told them about the current owner of Aaron's body, a warlike man who had started conflicts with neighboring lands and was ready to challenge the emperor. Despite the difficulty of approaching such a dangerous man, Isabel saw a chance for success with Cheryl's help. At that very moment, Cheryl used a magical portal to travel to a remote village on the borders of Bran's territory. Exhausted after the journey, Cheryl was surprised by the difficulty of finding inhabited villages, even in areas untouched by the disaster. The random kindness of some refugees she met, who shared a potato with her, saved Cheryl from complete magical exhaustion. Overcoming her fatigue, Cheryl got to her feet and began to look around, trying to determine her exact location. Upon reaching the borders of Bran, Cheryl wondered why the portal had opened near an ordinary village, which was usually poor in magical energy. Putting aside her complex thoughts, the exhausted Cheryl was simply happy to have successfully reached the territory of her native Bran. The hope of satisfying her hunger led Cheryl to decide to visit the nearest village in search of food. A shocking discovery awaited the girl in the village. The once bustling settlement had been completely abandoned by its inhabitants. An unexpected quiet sob drew Cheryl's attention to a wounded man, whom she immediately rushed to help. The dying peasant recognized his duchess and managed to tell her about the attack on the village by unusually strong goblins. Cheryl was overcome with horror. Such monster attacks were completely uncharacteristic of the peaceful lands of Bran. The wounded man told of the goblins' temporary retreat into the forest, expressing confidence that they would return. Particularly alarming was the description of the extraordinary strength of the attacking monsters, which far exceeded that of ordinary goblins. The terrifying obsession and ruthlessness of the monsters, who killed indiscriminately, pointed to their supernatural nature. Despite Cheryl's attempts to stop the internal bleeding with magic, the dying man continued to speak, relaying important information. The last words of the unfortunate man contained a plea for protection for the surviving villagers, after which he breathed his last. Closing the eyes of the deceased, Cheryl made a solemn vow to return and take care of the fate of the devastated village. Cheryl's inner instinct told her that the goblin attack was not accidental, but part of a growing catastrophe. An uneasy premonition told her that similar attacks would inevitably spread throughout the great empire. Awareness of her responsibility as the sole ruler of these lands strengthened Cheryl's resolve to defend them at any cost. Upon reaching Bran Castle, an enraged Cheryl slammed her fist on the table, outraged by the treacherous actions of the Holy Kingdom. The attack on Blanche Castle, carried out in the absence of its rightful rulers, Cheryl and Aaron, was particularly upsetting. Cheryl's demanding gaze turned to Rommel, awaiting a detailed explanation of what had happened. Rommel's report revealed a sad picture. The guards of Pars had imprisoned all of Vivian's followers, leaving only their own supporters in the castle. Rommel was seriously concerned about the vulnerability of the deserted castle to possible attempts at capture by hostile forces. The soldiers stationed there to guard the castle might prove powerless against the Holy Kingdom's new cunning plans. Cheryl understood that Bianca's arrest had significantly complicated the situation, forcing Rommel to divide his attention between many urgent duties. Realizing the need to return to the Black Continent as soon as possible, Cheryl understood the importance of Bianca's immediate release in order to restore order in Blanche Castle. A charming smile appeared on the girl's face when she asked the treasurer about the state of the treasury and the possibility of ransoming Bianca from captivity. The dissatisfied treasurer explained the critical situation. Sales of holy water had fallen by half, and global chaos had reduced revenues to an all-time low. The situation was so dire that without tax revenues, the population of the duchy would be on the brink of starvation. Cheryl reminded him of the significant income from previous sales of holy water, expressing doubt that such an impressive capital could have completely disappeared. The treasurer's irritation was compounded by the lady's lack of understanding of the enormous costs of maintaining Bran's ever-expanding territories. Tax revenues were barely enough to maintain and restore the numerous new lands annexed to the duchy. An additional burden on the budget was Rommel's insistent demand to continue accepting refugees from the affected regions. The final blow came when the magical power that produced the holy water was depleted, completely depriving the duchy of its main source of income. Shocked by the news, Cheryl shifted her incredulous gaze from the treasurer to Rommel, demanding a detailed explanation of the situation with the holy water. Instead of verbal explanations, the attendants led Cheryl to the empty place where Cecilia had previously performed the water blessing rituals. The treasurer confirmed that the export of holy water had been completely stopped and that the sacred territory had been forced to close due to the loss of its source of blessing. Cheryl's indignation boiled over into a demand to find Cecilia immediately, unable to understand how the nun could have allowed such a situation to happen. It turned out that Cecilia had reported a weakening of her divine power and the need to go in search of a solution, but she never returned. The true scale of the crisis gradually dawned on Cheryl, surpassing even her darkest expectations. A multitude of problems descended upon her at once: the search for her mother, catastrophic disasters, Cecilia's disappearance, and the Holy Kingdom's aggressive plans. The prospect of the expedition returning from the Black Continent seemed too distant, and the duchy's territory was rapidly approaching complete devastation. The elder demanded that Cheryl immediately close the gates to reduce the number of hungry mouths among the arriving refugees. The elder considered it a priority to provide the people already in the territory with the necessary food and shelter. Cheryl's resolute refusal was based on her unwillingness to betray the church and its followers, to whom the duchy owed so much. Surpassing even Aaron in generosity, Cheryl dreamed of earning her brother's praise by handling the difficult situation on her own. The treasurer's dissatisfaction contrasted with Rommel's deep gratitude for the young duchess's support of his position. Cheryl announced the start of active work to restore the territory, beginning with the search and gathering of followers of the Vivian Church who were in hiding. Rommel organized troops to conduct a thorough search for followers of Vivian's church, dividing them into small groups to investigate all possible hiding places. The treasurer expressed his incomprehension of Cheryl's strategy, which involved increasing the population instead of the necessary reduction in spending on maintaining people. Cheryl emphasized the global nature of the problem of natural disasters affecting the entire empire, not just Bran's territory. In Cheryl's opinion, the current situation required strengthening the protection of residents, not refusing to help those in need. Cheryl's concerns were about the possibility of spreading the opinion that Bran's territory was unsuitable for life under the influence of the Holy Kingdom. The treasurer saw the situation as a compelling reason to close the gates, fearing that the territory would go bankrupt due to an excessive influx of people. Cheryl understood that closing the borders would condemn people to death at the hands of monsters, and that isolating the territory would lead to the inevitable death of all its inhabitants. The treasurer's puzzled look betrayed his complete ignorance of the aforementioned threat from the monsters. Embarrassed, Cheryl realized that she had forgotten to mention the impending nighttime attack by a huge number of monsters. Rommel, who overheard the conversation, inquired about the reason for the late disclosure of such important information about the impending threat. Cheryl stopped Rommel, who was ready to mobilize the troops, assuring him that she had her own plan to confront the monsters. Cheryl's strategy was a clever trap for the approaching monsters preparing to attack. Rommel, recognizing Cheryl's magical power, was still concerned about the safety of a lone confrontation with the monsters. Cheryl's mysterious smile accompanied a reminder of her first demonstration of her magical abilities and hidden potential. Cheryl identified two main objectives: ensuring the safety of the residents and drawing the attention of the Holy Kingdom to the threat posed by the monsters. The plan involved secretly directing the monsters toward the Holy Kingdom, which should facilitate Bianca's rescue. Seeing Rommel's confusion, Cheryl decided to cut short her lengthy explanation of the complex plan. She urged him to trust her decisions and reminded him of the main task of searching for people while she regained her strength. As Cheryl had foreseen, the monsters began their attack on a village near Bran's territory. The monsters' attempt to break through the gates was stopped by a magical fire barrier created by the prepared Cheryl. The confirmation of the deceased peasant's words about the unusual nature of the goblins strengthened Cheryl's resolve to protect the territory. The first stage of defense was the creation of a wall of fire that effectively blocked the goblins' advance into the village. Watching the panicking goblins, the witch, now in high spirits, resisted the urge to destroy all the monsters with a single powerful spell. Following her plan, Cheryl used binding fire to capture several goblins and forced the rest to follow her. The strategy worked. The goblins captured by the fire magic attracted the attention of their comrades, forcing them to move in the desired direction. The peaceful duty of the guards of Pars was disrupted by the appearance of suspicious movement in the distance, which alarmed even the weary knights. The discovery of the approaching horde of goblins caused alarm among the guards, who demanded the immediate intervention of Archbishop Abel. The delay proved fatal. The first goblins successfully breached the walls and attacked the servants of the Holy State. The timely arrival of Cheryl, who destroyed the monsters she had brought with her, made her appear as a savior in the eyes of the defenders. Introducing herself as the best mage in the territory of Bran, Cheryl demonstrated her impressive abilities to the Knights of the Holy State. The Archbishop's arrival was met with outrage at the presence of a heathen on sacred ground. An annoyed Cheryl reminded them of how she had just saved the lives of the Archbishop and his warriors, which was confirmed by eyewitnesses. Taking advantage of the Archbishop's forced silence, Cheryl demanded that the hostility towards her cease. Pointing to the approaching horde of goblins, Cheryl suggested focusing on the pressing issue of defense. The offer of help was arrogantly rejected by the Archbishop, who declared that the participation of such a girl would be useless. The arrogant Archbishop raised his golden scepter, invoking divine power to summon the sacred iron hammer. The lack of a divine response to his prayer elicited mocking laughter from Cheryl, who began to parody the hapless servant. The enraged Archbishop discovered that the mocking Cheryl was already seated on the majestic, fiery phoenix, rushing toward the approaching goblins. Pondering the strangeness of the situation, Cheryl noted the inexplicable zeal of Par's followers in pursuing the Church of Vivian amid the general chaos. Putting aside her thoughts about the politics of the Holy State, the young sorceress focused on her main mission. Methodically destroying the goblins one by one, Cheryl created a reliable defensive perimeter around the walls of the Holy State's castle. The news of Cheryl's unexpected help caused deep distrust in the Holy Father, who doubted the veracity of the reports. The Archbishop explained the circumstances of Cheryl's arrival, saying she had been patrolling the borders of Bran and noticed suspicious movements of monsters. The pursuit led the sorceress to the walls of the Holy State, where she discovered an impending attack by climbing monsters. Concern for the safety of innocent people compelled Cheryl to put aside old feuds and come to the rescue, preventing numerous casualties. A disturbing warning was contained in the dying mutterings of the goblins about the imminent return of their mysterious master. The Archbishop linked the monster attack to a series of disasters that had recently struck the land. The Archbishop's embarrassed confession revealed a bitter truth. The divine powers of Pars had ceased to respond to prayers. Impatient Cheryl, weary from the long wait, resolutely made her way through the guards to the Holy Father's chambers. The girl's indignation was caused by the disrespectful treatment she received after her selfless help to former enemies. Dissatisfied with the reception, Cheryl demanded fair compensation for her assistance. In an effort to defuse the tense situation, the Holy Father apologized for the delay in expressing his gratitude, explaining that it was due to the numerous enthusiastic reports he had received. With an impatient gesture, Cheryl interrupted the ceremonial greetings, wanting to get to the heart of the matter. The reminder of the family's business acumen was accompanied by a clear demand for an equivalent exchange for the assistance provided. The unexpected demand to release Captain Bianca caught the Holy Father off guard. Despite his willingness to negotiate, The Archbishop objected to the release of the Holy Knights, citing divine predestination for their imprisonment. Cheryl's mocking response reminded him of the great gods in action during the monster attack and her decisive role in the rescue. The Holy Father hastened to calm the indignant Archbishop, calling for patience and restraint. The Archbishop's inner struggle reflected the conflict between his wounded pride and his recognition of the enormous debt he owed to Cheryl. The Holy Father's decision was based on the mercy of their God, allowing them to accept Cheryl's offer. The agreement was accompanied by a promise to immediately return all prisoners to Bran's territory. Cheryl's sincere joy was expressed in gratitude for the wisdom shown by the Holy Father. Cheryl's farewell words contained polite thanks and an ironic wish that they would never meet again. The Archbishop was puzzled by the Holy Father's unusual willingness to yield to the sorceress's demands. The wise Pope viewed the monster attack as part of a general catastrophe, requiring the strengthening of the castle's defenses. The Pope's reasoning emphasized the limited influence of the freed knights. The foresight that Bran's territory would become a gathering place for monsters made the knights' help useless. The Pope's cunning plan was to direct the monsters to Bran's territory to completely isolate it. The evening portal transported Cheryl to the familiar icy outpost of the Land of Giants. The lonely journey was unsettling, but her status as Lord of the Duchy of Bran gave her confidence. Cheryl's outward calm hid her inner turmoil as she passed through the parting giants. The blind raven awaited the girl's arrival, trusting in the infallibility of his prophetic dreams. The warm welcome from Bran's second-in-command was accompanied by a willingness to listen to her request. The blind raven's foresight gave Cheryl hope for successful negotiations. The request for warriors to confront the impending invasion of monsters was clearly formulated. Despite the existing alliance, the giant emphasized the inadequacy of military aid to solve the Empire's problems. The future of the territory depended on Cheryl and her brother's ability to overcome the disasters that had befallen them. Understanding the situation led Cheryl to decide to personally ask the blind raven for help. The wise giant noted the significant increase in the girl's determination since their last meeting. He cautioned against repeating the mistake made in the battle with Raven's brother. The generous offer included 100 mighty giants, each of whom could replace 10 knights. Cheryl's triumphant return to Bran was accompanied by an impressive contingent of giants. The freed paladins of Vivian finally returned to their homeland. The reunion of the freed warriors with Bran's defenders formed a strong force of 100 fighters. Cheryl's clear strategy focused on isolating the monsters in the Dark Forest. The determination to defend every inch of Bran's land from the monster invasion guided their actions. Reaching the designated position allowed them to begin surveying the area. The Fire Phoenix gave Cheryl the opportunity to spot monsters approaching Bran's borders. Understanding the scale of the disaster did not weaken their resolve to fight for the protection of their lands. The sacred duty to protect citizens and the disadvantaged determined the actions of the defenders. A tactical order directed Rommel's cavalry to hold back the enemy on the forest roads. The giants were tasked with supporting the cavalry by moving between the trees. Paladins and infantry formed a ring around the forest to destroy any monsters that broke through. The strategic objective was to completely destroy the monsters isolated in the open. Cheryl raised her fiery scepter, signaling the start of the operation to defend their homeland. The bloodthirsty goblins moved with the sole purpose of totally destroying the people and capturing the castle. The sudden fiery attack of the sorceress caught the monsters off guard as they paused for a moment. Powerful cavalry swiftly broke through the enemy lines and methodically destroyed the goblins one by one, creating chaos in the enemy ranks and leaving them no chance of escape. Huge giants, following a prearranged plan of attack, entered the battle behind the cavalry and began to round up the surviving goblins, turning the battlefield into a veritable trap. The talented commander Bianca led her infantry into battle and quickly organized a successful encirclement of a large group of goblins, demonstrating excellent military tactics. The experienced mage Cheryl watched the battle unfold from a safe distance, ready to support her warriors with powerful combat spells at any moment. Seeing how smoothly the battle was going, Cheryl decided to speed up her troops' victory and started getting ready to use a powerful battle spell to support the army. The young sorceress had not yet finished gathering the magical energy for her spell when a terrifying monster with incredible strength appeared right behind her. The terrifying spider monster, with a face resembling that of an elf, grabbed the confused Cheryl with its huge claws before she could react to the attack. The attentive Bianca immediately noticed the danger to Cheryl and threw her sharp sword right at the monster's head, successfully distracting it. The enraged spider threw Cheryl aside and rushed toward Bianca, quickly moving its long, powerful legs and preparing for a new attack on the brave warrior. Helplessly hanging from the tree, Cheryl couldn't understand the nature of this unusual monster, which was significantly stronger than all of the other enemies. The courageous Cheryl realized that she couldn't just stand there and rest on the tree when her savior, Bianca, needed urgent help and support. Freeing herself from the sticky web, Cheryl immediately attacked the monster with a powerful fire spell, trying to distract it and inflict serious damage. The skilled warrior Bianca took advantage of the monster's moment of blindness and performed a deadly jumping attack, delivering a decisive blow with her sword directly to the spider's head. After her victory, the experienced Bianca noted the exceptional strangeness of the defeated monster, which looked like an unusual combination of two different creatures in one body. After carefully studying the unusual creature, Bianca shared her suspicions about a possible connection between the monster's appearance and the recent disaster in these lands. Frightened, Cheryl realized the serious mistake she had made in assuming that the forest was inhabited only by goblins, now understanding the scale of the real threat to their lands. Alarmed, Rommel arrived at Cheryl's side with an urgent report that it was impossible to maintain battle order due to the appearance of previously unknown monsters, awaiting immediate instructions. Confused, Cheryl watched as her valiant knights fell one by one under the onslaught of countless monsters, unable to comprehend how the situation could have changed so rapidly. The wise commander understood that retreat was now impossible, as this action would seriously threaten the safety of all the territories they were defending. The brave Cheryl strained all her mental faculties in search of an effective solution that could save their troops and protect the lands entrusted to them from invasion. Suddenly, memories of her training days came flooding back to Cheryl when the persistent Rommel, despite her resistance, had stubbornly trained her in sword fighting. The stubborn sorceress considered fencing training a waste of time for a mage of her level, but the wise Rommel insisted on the importance of mastering close combat skills. The self-confident Cheryl relied exclusively on long-range attacks with fire spells, considering such a strategy completely safe and invulnerable to any opponent. The inexperienced sorceress made a typical beginner's mistake, which was hardly surprising given her complete lack of real combat experience on the battlefield. Her wise mentor patiently explained to his student the limitations of magic, which required the use of elements from the environment and time to cast spells. Despite her magical gift, the talented sorceress Cheryl could not help but acknowledge the wisdom of her experienced teacher in matters of combat training and battle tactics. Practical magicians had followed the tradition of teaming up with experienced swordsmen for centuries to create an effective defense system and increase their chances of survival in battle. The far-sighted Rommel persistently urged Cheryl to pay due attention to fencing training, understanding the importance of this skill for the full development of a mage. Diligent fencing training combined with magical abilities could turn Cheryl into an invincible mage capable of effectively defending herself in any situation. Enlightened by a sudden realization, Cheryl finally understood an effective way to defend their lands from the looming threat of monsters from the dark and dangerous forest. The resourceful sorceress decided to change her strategy, and instead of isolating the monsters in the forest, allow them to follow her, using their aggression to her tactical advantage. The determined Cheryl soared into the sky above the battlefield and gave a clear order to all commanders to immediately gather their troops for an organized retreat. The experienced military leaders Rommel, Bianca, and the leader of the giants were stunned by the unexpected order to retreat after such an exhausting and difficult battle. Focused on her plan, Cheryl did not explain her decision, but instead rushed into battle, destroying the monsters with powerful fire spells. The perceptive Rommel quickly figured out his mistress's plan to lure the monsters into a trap, watching as she skillfully led them away from the retreating knights. Confident in his mistress's actions, Rommel immediately gave the order to retreat to his knights, and all the troops began to leave their positions in an orderly fashion. The brave Cheryl flew to a safe distance from the monsters pursuing her, and began to chant a powerful battle spell for the decisive blow. The powerful spell, Hell Wave, crashed down on the gathered monsters with incredible force, instantly destroying all enemies within its range. Exhausted from using the powerful spell, Cheryl underestimated the number of monsters remaining and began to lose consciousness, becoming easy prey for her enemies. Mysterious dark magic suddenly began to permeate Cheryl's body at the critical moment, gathering life force from the surrounding environment to sustain her. A mysterious voice spoke of the need to keep Cheryl's soul and body intact until Isis was resurrected, explaining the gift of power from the mighty Avaret. When she came to, Cheryl tried to make sense of the strange words she had heard before waking up, trying to understand their meaning and connection to the events unfolding around her. Convinced that Rommel and Bianca were rushing to her aid, the exhausted Cheryl allowed herself to lose consciousness, knowing that she was now safe. The caring Rommel anxiously asked Cheryl, who had regained consciousness in his room, how she was feeling, but the girl was still in a state of confusion. After resting from her long sleep, Cheryl was finally able to recall all the events of that fateful night during the fierce battle. Attentive Rommel watched his pensive mistress closely, trying to determine if she had any wounds or other health problems after the heavy fighting. Embarrassed, Cheryl loudly reprimanded her knight for his inappropriate presence in her chambers, while she was dressed only in a nightgown, demonstrating a return to her usual behavior. Startled by his mistress's sudden reaction, Rommel hurriedly left the room, secretly glad that his ward had completely regained her former character. Outraged by the knight's inappropriate behavior, Cheryl rose from her bed, wondering why Rommel had not sent a maid to her instead of visiting her himself. Puzzled, Cheryl immersed herself in thoughts about the events of the previous night, trying to unravel the mystery of Avarak and the nature of the changes that had come over her. Disturbed, Cheryl decided to put her troubling thoughts aside for the time being and focus on waiting for her brother's return from a dangerous expedition to the Black Continent. The brave Aaron, who had arrived in the village of Runtra on the Black Continent, was confronted by a huge crowd of locals enslaved by the will of their sinister queen. The experienced Jacqueline quickly identified the source of the residents' strange behavior and pointed Aaron to their leader, who stood out among the crowd of possessed people. The powerful Cruella floated in the air in the middle of the city, surrounded by pulsating energy, demonstrating her incredible magical power to everyone present. A sinister smile appeared on Cruella's face as she expressed her delight at Aaron's timely arrival, anticipating the opportunity to brutally punish the hero. The determined Aaron did not wait for Cruella to attack and was the first to strike, swiftly drawing his sword and rushing at his opponent without hesitation. The arrogant witch considered the hero's behavior foolish and began to cast a powerful spell, summoning the forces of the earth to suck all the blood from the body of her careless opponent. The witch's attack failed to harm Aaron, but it caused the ground to collapse, dragging many innocent people in the town square with it. The angry hero expressed his outrage at the witch's actions and firmly declared his intention to stop her cruel rampage on the continent. The cunning Cruella responded to the approaching hero with a satisfied smile, knowing that he had unwittingly fallen into her cleverly laid magical trap. A huge hand suddenly appeared from the depths of the earth, trying to grab Aaron, but the warrior showed incredible agility and easily dodged his enemy's deadly attack. Aaron leaped onto the body of the stone golem, but the massive creature managed to knock the knight off his feet and throw him forcefully against the nearest city wall. The dragoness watched the battle from a safe distance and wondered why Aaron's combat skills were so weak even after receiving the legendary sword. The stone giant continued its destructive attacks, and each blow from the monster, enhanced by the magical power of its mistress, shook the ground around the battlefield. Aaron remained confident of victory over his stone opponent and decided to change his battle tactics, preparing for a decisive counterattack against the massive golem. The warrior seized the moment to leap onto the golem's arm and activated the piercing wind technique, rushing toward the stone creature's head. Just as victory over the golem seemed within reach, the unexpected happened. The dragon slayer suddenly absorbed all the energy from Aaron's battle sword. A strange numbness came over Aaron's body as he tried to understand the nature of the dragon slayer's mysterious abilities and his unexpected behavior in battle. Cruella pointed out an important detail with a satisfied smile, one that her opponent had failed to notice in the heat of battle with the stone creature. The golem had been created from the bodies of local residents, and the magical sword refused to attack the very people Aaron had sworn to protect on this continent. The critical situation was resolved by the unexpected intervention of the dragon Kainos, who broke free and dragged the golem away from the exhausted hero. Cruella froze in horror at Kainos' disobedience, unable to believe her eyes that after all her mockery, her brother continued to resist her will. Her brother's stubborn resistance forced Cruella to use her true power and take on her dragon form for the decisive battle. Aaron blocked the dragon's path as she rushed toward his brother, raised his sword to attack, and declared firmly that he would be her opponent in this battle. The hero's powerful attack caught the dragon off guard and threw her massive body to the ground with a deafening crash. Cruella rose and mockingly noted the hero's arrogance, but Aaron confidently declared his intention to end her reign. The hero launched a series of swift attacks, managed to get close to the monster's vulnerable spot, and plunged his sword into the dragon's stomach, beginning to absorb her life energy. Fury and terror gripped Cruella as she realized that a mere mortal had dared to inflict such serious damage on her powerful body. The dragoness revealed her maximum form, increasing her size and filling the air around her with pulsating magical energy. An unexpected suffocation gripped the dragon's throat, preventing her from using her deadly flames to their fullest extent. Aaron successfully depleted a significant portion of his opponent's magical energy and now rapidly approached the dragon's head for the decisive, piercing wind strike. The hero's lightning-fast attack hit its target, and one of the dragon's heads was severed as Aaron landed gracefully on the ground. The defeated dragon's body collapsed to the ground, allowing Aaron to relax a little, although the fatigue from the battle was gradually clouding his mind. Kynos expressed his sincere admiration for Aaron's skill as a dragon slayer, while the hero struggled to keep his attention on his ally. Aaron acknowledged Kano's decisive role in his rescue at the castle, and understood that without his help, he would have met his death long ago. The dragon explained his assistance as necessary to protect the lineage that had received his blessing in order to preserve his dragon pride. The hero finally realized the true nature of his abilities, which he had received from Kanos himself, an ancient and powerful dragon. Kanos thanked Aaron for freeing his sister from slavery, acknowledging that without the hero's victory, he would have remained in her power forever. The dragon noted Aaron's significant increase in strength, realizing that words of gratitude could no longer express the depth of their bond. Kanos took on human form and indicated the need to make an important decision that they had long postponed. The man knelt before the hero and solemnly revealed his true nature as the dragon Kynos. Kynos swore eternal allegiance to Aaron Karen, acknowledging his victory over the legendary dragon Cruella and his status as the new master assassin. A beautiful blue crystal, embodying the soul of the dragon, appeared in the air before the hero. Kanos asked Aaron to raise his hand to complete the sacred oath ritual. Aaron's hesitant touch caused the dragon's soul to glow brightly, signifying the conclusion of an unbreakable contract between the hero and the dragon. Kanos rose to his feet and proposed to the Duke that they begin the true conquest of the continent under their united leadership. The narrative returns to the moment of Kanos' imprisonment in his sister's dungeon, where he languished in magical chains. The dragon sensed the approach of a human and warned the uninvited guest of the danger posed by his sister. Rex ignored the warning, cut through some of the chains binding the dragon, and announced the Duke's order to rescue the prisoner. The dragon expressed his confusion, realizing that Rex had no obligation to the former advisor of the Duke. Kanos noted the Duke's indifference to his true nature and former status. Rex relayed the Duke's question about Kanos' willingness to continue serving Aaron after his release. Anger overwhelmed the dragon at the thought of having to serve humans, despite his ancient and powerful nature. Kanos expressed his distrust of the Duke's intentions, considering the price of freedom too high. The dragon destroyed the remaining chains and demanded an explanation from Rex for such a bold proposal. Rex calmly watched the dragon's fury and explained that freedom was a reward for the strategist's past services. The envoy clarified the Duke's intention to create a new agreement between him and the dragon. The proposal included help in defeating his sister in exchange for assistance in overthrowing the emperor. A nervous laugh escaped Kynos upon hearing the arrogant words. The dragon doubted Aaron's ability to win, despite the blessing he had received. He was particularly concerned about the power of his sister, an ancient dragon with a huge supply of magical energy. The arrogant proposal intrigued Kynos with its unusual nature and boldness. The dragon agreed to the terms, making the successful defeat of Cruella the main condition of the deal. The council discussed the problem of supplies through Cheryl's portals, acknowledging the limitations of magical transportation of goods and people. Kynos emphasized the need to build a ship as soon as possible to maintain the planned pace of the operation. Aaron realized that defeating Cruella would not be enough to achieve all their goals, but acknowledged that there were no alternatives. The Duke turned to Jacqueline and Miller for an estimate of the time needed to build a new ship. The experts determined that the minimum time required was 6 months, taking into account the need to gather materials and hire workers on the Black Continent. The exact calculation of the time required to build a ship capable of staying at sea for a month proved difficult for the craftsmen. The Duke listened carefully to all the difficulties of production and asked Jacqueline to make every effort to complete the ship in 3 months. The outraged specialists were completely baffled by the Duke's demands because even the natural process of carrying a child takes 9 months, and now they had to build a huge ship in 3. Miller expressed concerns that such a hastily built ship could fall apart in the middle of the sea, but Jacqueline tried to reassure her colleague, explaining the Duke's inexperience in shipbuilding. Jacqueline understood that the Duke was motivated solely by the desire to take advantage of the favorable location and wondered why Miller, seeing all the advantages, did not want to speed up the work. The Duke expressed his willingness to increase the reward for the accelerated construction of the ship and offered to provide any assistance possible in the implementation of this complex project. After talking with the craftsman, the Duke turned to Kanos for information about the process of recruiting soldiers, which Rex was conducting under his supervision on the continent. Rex suddenly appeared and reported alarming news about the strange behavior of the local residents, who continued to work as if under a magical spell. Aaron was confused and trying to figure out what was going on, because even after Cruella was taken out, things on the continent were still the same and pretty scary. Rex added that the locals were totally ignoring the announcements about recruiting soldiers and ship specialists, showing complete indifference to what was going on around them. The strange behavior of the inhabitants puzzled even Kanos, who was convinced that Cruella's death should have freed the people from magical enslavement and restored their freedom. The dragon suggested that the Duke and the strategist personally inspect the situation in the city, realizing that simple words could not explain the mysterious events taking place. Leaving the castle, they found the village streets completely deserted, with not a single living soul to be seen among the abandoned houses and empty alleys. Kainos' keen eye noticed a large crowd in the distance, where many residents had gathered at the entrance to the mine and continued their endless work. Aaron realized with alarm that the locals were continuing to work in the mines without any need, as if time had stopped and nothing had changed since the victory. The Duke tried to get the attention of the workers by shouting an order to stop, but his words elicited absolutely no response from the residents, who were immersed in their work. Confused, the Duke gently asked the citizens to stop working in the mines, wondering why his words were being ignored. The locals struggled to explain that their bodies were moving against their will, forcing them to perform their usual actions regardless of their desires or fatigue. The frightened people fell to their knees before the Duke, begging for forgiveness and assuring him that they did not want to provoke his anger with their strange behavior and disobedience. The shocked Duke hurried to calm the agitated residents, explaining that he did not blame them for what was happening, and began to consider a possible solution to this difficult situation. Aaron suggested a temporary solution to gather all the residents in the castle, realizing that a simple conversation would not solve their mysterious problem of losing control. Kanos suggested that the magic spells were still inside the people, not completely gone even after their creator was defeated. Aaron realized the seriousness of the situation, understanding that if Cruella's influence had not truly dissipated, they had very few options left to save the residents. Upon receiving the Duke's order, the locals immediately began moving their carts back to the castle, showing complete obedience to his commands and instructions. After the residents had left, the hero turned to the strategist and asked why the magical spells remained in place, despite the apparent death of the powerful dragon. Kainos revealed the secret of dragon immortality, explaining that after the dragon's body disappears, it is reborn, continuing its previous life. The Duke expressed his incomprehension of the complex dragon laws, but Kanos already understood the main task: to find Cruella's dragon egg, hidden somewhere on the continent. The dragon felt relieved that he already had a clue about the possible location of the important egg, recalling the events of his imprisonment. Kanos remembered a conversation with his sister during his imprisonment, when Cruella mocked his decision to side with humans, considering it a huge mistake. Cruella expressed her joy at the opportunity to deal with her brother herself, considering it a fitting end to their long feud and confrontation. The cruel dragoness planned to prolong her brother's torment, promising to slowly torture and torment him for as long as possible to enjoy his suffering. Kanos remained surprisingly calm despite his sister's cruel threats, as if he knew something beyond her understanding and foresight. An inner feeling told the dragon that it was his sister who would meet an inevitable death in their confrontation, which changed the fate of the continent. The ancient gods had witnessed the demise of many dragons who had attempted to harness the power of ancient artifacts, and that same power would destroy Cruella. Her brother's words only made Cruella laugh, reminding him of the uniqueness of a dragon's death, unlike any other in this vast world. The dragoness boasted of her foresight, telling of a hidden dragon egg protected by powerful spells from any search. Cruella was certain that as long as the egg remained intact and unharmed, her magical power would forever rule the continent, enslaving its inhabitants. The secret nest was safely hidden in a place inaccessible even to the all-seeing eyes of the ancient gods, making it the perfect refuge for the dragon egg. After much reflection in captivity, Kainos came to realize that there was only one place on the continent that was unknown even to the powerful gods. Deep within the Black Continent lay an ancient piece of land that had remained untouched since the creation of this mysterious world. This sacred land had never been touched by human feet, remaining unnoticed even by the ancient gods for countless centuries. The nameless place was a huge mountain that exuded impenetrable darkness and held many ancient secrets within its depths. After carefully studying the situation, Aaron came to the conclusion that the precious egg must be hidden somewhere in this sinister and mysterious place. The hero reasoned that the egg must be in a mountain cave, knowing about the innate instinct of dragons to care for their offspring, even in the most difficult conditions. Agreeing with the logic of his reasoning, Aaron urged the group to continue on their chosen path so as not to waste precious time searching. As they approached the mountain, Aaron and Kainos began to hear strange sounds, causing the hero to draw his sword in readiness for possible danger. Kainos remained calm, explaining that it was the awakening of the ancient spirit of the mountain, which was an unusual event for this normally dormant creature. A huge monster appeared before the travelers, woven from living vines and tree bark, clearly intent on protecting the dragon's egg from any uninvited guests. A multitude of similar forest monsters rushed toward the travelers, intent on either driving away or destroying those who dared to disturb the peace of the sacred mountain. Aaron, experienced in battle and having already defeated an ancient dragon, was confident in his ability to deal with the spirits of the forest, no matter how strong they seemed. During the battle, Kainos, in his dragon form, shielded Aaron from invisible enemies, creating perfect combat synergy between warrior and dragon. After defeating the forest creatures, Kainos warned that the defeated enemies were merely puppets of the true spirit of the forest, which possessed incredible power. The earth shook in response to the dragon's words, and Kainos offered Aaron a place on his back, preparing to take to the air for a better view. The spirit's giant hand, larger than the dragon itself, reached out toward the travelers, trying to grab them with its powerful grip. From their height, the travelers were able to fully appreciate the incredible size of the mountain spirit, whose figure towered above the mountain itself, dwarfing it with its grandeur. Kainos explained that the mountain spirit was under the spell of Cruella, who had forced it to guard the mountain where the dragon's egg was hidden. Realizing the futility of fighting the enraged giant, Kainos suggested postponing the search until the next day, aware of the deadly danger of any blow from the spirit. Aaron firmly rejected the suggestion to retreat, unwilling to put off until tomorrow what could be done immediately. Jumping off the dragon's back, the hero confidently told Kainos that destroying mountains had always been his specialty. During training in his renewed body, the hero managed to absorb a significant portion of the forest monster's power, though he was unable to cut it down with his sword. Feeling the absorbed power filling every cell of his body, Aaron cast a powerful whirlwind spell, instantly destroying his giant opponent. The force of the explosion was so great that it threw Aaron himself to the top of the mountain, making him realize the need for long training to master his new power. The hero finally reached his goal and discovered a precious find: Cruella's mysterious egg, hidden deep within an ancient mountain after a long search. The dragon's nest glowed with a mystical blue light of protective magic, clearly visible in the surrounding darkness of the mountain cave with its unearthly glow. Kainos looked at the nest with awe, realizing that this was where the new lord would appear, whose power could burn the earth and freeze the blood in its veins. The dragon began to utter an ancient spell in a language unknown to Aaron, and the egg responded to the magical call, covering itself with a web of tiny cracks. A small dragon emerged from the cracked shell and immediately began to make loud noises and look around helplessly in search of its mother's care. After the hatching ceremony was over, Kainos explained to Aaron that now there was only one task left: to get rid of the newborn dragon forever. The Duke watched closely as the tiny, helpless creature, which at that moment posed no threat to the world around it, struggled to breathe. Aaron turned to Kanos with a question about whether there was another way to dispel Cruella's magic without resorting to killing the innocent dragon. The dragon explained the complexity of the situation. Even if an alternative method could be found, the magic would simply transfer to another host, and only the bearer of the dragon's soul would be able to control it. The hero firmly stated his decision to spare little Cruella's life if there was even the slightest chance of avoiding the killing of an innocent creature. Kynos tried to warn Aaron, reminding him of Cruella's legacy and the unknown degree of wickedness in the little dragon's soul. The Duke pondered the incredible power contained within the descendant of an ancient dragon and did not want to miss the opportunity to gain such a powerful ally. Aaron offered Kanos to bind his soul to the dragon for complete control, expressing his intention to raise and educate the young creature himself. Evening twilight enveloped the castle, where Jacqueline, Miller, and Rex waited patiently on one of the balconies for the return of their leader. Miller was particularly concerned about the Duke's prolonged absence, unable to find peace as he waited anxiously for news of his fate. The lack of communication with Aaron after the promised 2-day return deadline made Miller seriously fear for the Duke's safety. Jacqueline noted with surprise the unusual degree of concern the captain showed for the Duke's fate, which he had never before displayed so openly. Rex urged Miller to be patient, expressing his firm confidence that Aaron would return safely from his dangerous journey in the near future. The agitated captain refused to listen to his comrades' reassurances and insisted on organizing a rescue expedition immediately. A sudden crash of collapsing walls made everyone alert, and Miller instantly drew his sword, preparing for a possible attack. The attentive Jacqueline quickly assessed the situation and warned her companions of the castle's collapse, urging them to evacuate immediately. Watching the complete destruction of the castle, Rex concluded that the magical spells that had caused such extensive damage had been successfully removed. Miller noted with relief the timeliness of the Duke's actions, realizing that otherwise he would have had to organize a search operation. Jacqueline pointed to the horizon, where the majestic figure of the dragon Kynos appeared in the rays of the setting sun with Aaron on his back. Cruella's little dragon, following the hero, symbolized the successful union of souls and the complete dissipation of the ancient spell on the Black Continent. After these events, all the plans for the Black Continent began to come to fruition with surprising speed and efficiency. The local residents voluntarily joined Aaron's army, recognizing him as their liberator and wishing to serve under his command. The population actively participated in the construction of ships needed to return to the Duchy of Bran, using their skills and abilities. All that remained for Aaron was to return to his homeland at the head of a powerful army capable of standing up to the Emperor, accompanied by untold treasures. While the fleet was being built, Aaron and Kanos raised the rapidly growing dragoness Irene, marveling at her rapid development. The young dragoness showed sincere affection for Aaron and flawlessly obeyed his commands, astonishing the man with her magical abilities. Kanos acknowledged Aaron's incredible luck, emphasizing the rarity of dragons being born with such innate magical talents and abilities. Young Iran showed remarkable obedience, following the hero's instructions with such precision that every interaction between them seemed perfectly coordinated. Aaron realized that controlling Aaron's actions guaranteed the safety of those around him as long as the dragon obeyed his guidance and commands. Raising Iran reminded Aaron of caring for his own daughter. Their communication had become so natural and close, despite the dragon nature of his ward. It was time for training, and the hero gathered all the participants for special exercises with the young dragon under his guidance. The obedient Aaron immediately ran up to her master, allowed him to climb onto her back, and then they soared high into the blue sky together. Kynos took his true dragon form and followed the training pair, watching their interaction in the air closely. The hero teased his strategist with cheerful enthusiasm, noticing that he was struggling to keep up with their rapid pace. Annoyed by the teasing, Kanos decided to conduct a real training session and rushed forward, intending to throw off the confident rider. The young dragoness demonstrated an amazing reaction, instantly teleporting to another location as the older dragon's jaws approached. The experienced Kynos continued the pursuit, using his age and speed to his advantage, but Iron slipped away each time using teleportation. The rapid development of Iron's abilities amazed Kanos. Although he had expected outstanding talents from the heiress of the powerful Cruella, the training continued with a series of teleportations and chases until suddenly Aaron froze in midair, drawn by something unusual. Aaron watched anxiously as Kanos approached at tremendous speed, trying to understand the reason for his ward's unexpected stop. Ignoring her rider's commands, Aaron suddenly dove down and teleported to the ground, and the worried Kynos followed them. The reason for the dragoness's strange behavior was revealed when a portal appeared, from which Cheryl emerged, drawn by a familiar magical energy. Cheryl froze in amazement at the sight of her brother in the company of two imposing dragons, not expecting such an unusual encounter. Aaron took on human form, helping Cheryl understand the true nature of Kanos and his kinship with the young dragoness. Shocked, Cheryl recognized Kanos as the very dragon who had come to their aid during their sea voyage. The girl curiously asked the dragon about the reasons for using fire in the orc fortress and learned about his confrontation with the giants. Aaron shared information about his collaboration with Kanos in the fight against the black dragon that ruled the Black Continent. Cheryl needed time to process the information she had received, and her brother apologized for not being able to contact her sooner due to the great distance between them. To Aaron's surprise, his sister reacted with enthusiasm, rejoicing at the successful developments on the Black Continent. The presence of two powerful dragons, in addition to the army from the Black Continent, significantly strengthened their military potential. Cheryl realized that the conquest of the Holy Kingdom now seemed much more achievable than it had previously appeared. Alarmed, Aaron and Kanos approached the girl, fearing new threats from the Holy Kingdom to their lands. Cheryl shared important news that the Holy Kingdom was accused of involvement in the disasters that had befallen the continent. The sister warned Aaron of the need to return to the duchy immediately to prevent the situation from escalating. Cheryl expressed concern about the possible actions of the Holy Kingdom's Pope in alliance with the Emperor, which threatened their interests. Aaron immediately went to Jacqueline to discuss the situation, but the shipbuilder expressed clear dissatisfaction with the need to return to the duchy urgently. Jacqueline pointed to the unfinished ship, explaining that even with maximum effort, it would take at least 2 weeks to complete the construction. Rex supported Jacqueline's position, emphasizing the absurdity of the idea of transporting tens of thousands of soldiers across the sea in ordinary wooden boats without proper preparation. Cheryl reacted indignantly to their words, unable to understand how they could ignore the seriousness of the situation when the duchy was plunging into complete chaos. The Duke's sister insisted on immediate action, arguing that they had no time for lengthy shipbuilding when the situation demanded urgent intervention. The heated argument between the advisors continued until the irritated hero interrupted the dispute, with a loud call for silence and order. Aaron acknowledged that haste was undesirable, but he understood that the loss of the duchy would render all their efforts and achievements on the Black Continent worthless. The hero expressed his complete agreement with his sister's position, emphasizing the need to return to their possessions as quickly as possible. Kanos, who had been closely following the discussion, proposed a compromise, noting that not everyone was obliged to return with Aaron. The dragon explained that it was the Duke, as the legitimate heir to the throne, who was of particular concern to the Emperor, who sought to control the growing power. The strategist warned that news of the formation of a large army under the Duke's command would provoke the Emperor into more decisive action. Kynos emphasized the danger of premature involvement in a large-scale conflict for which they were not yet adequately prepared. The hero was aware of the need to maintain control over the course of military operations, but he was unsure about the right strategy to counter the threat. Aaron agreed with Kanos, realizing that the appearance of a huge army would effectively reveal all their plans to the Emperor ahead of time. Having made his decision, the hero announced that only a small group, including himself, Cheryl, Kanos, and Aaron, would temporarily return to the duchy. Those remaining on the continent were given clear instructions to prepare and wait either for the hero's return or for special instructions from the duchy. The Emperor, concerned by alarming rumors, summoned the Holy Father for a serious conversation and clarification of the situation in the lands under his control. The ruler demanded that the Pope explain and refute all the unpleasant rumors that had been circulating recently in the highest circles. The Emperor paid particular attention to information about the release of the Holy Knights of the Church of Vivian and their subsequent dispatch to the territory of Bran. The Holy Father nervously explained his actions as divine intervention, warning of an invasion of monsters in Bran and the imminent death of the Knights. The Emperor responded with a mocking remark, pointing out the lack of any information about catastrophic events in Bran. The ruler sarcastically suggested that there might have been a mistake either in the divine revelation or in the actions of the Pope himself, who had initiated the intrigue. The agitated Holy Father confessed the true purpose of his actions, to take revenge on Bran by any means necessary. The Emperor expressed his dissatisfaction with the Pope's position, asking a direct question about his alleged role in these intrigues. The ruler reminded him of his sacred status as the embodiment of divine power, which required appropriate actions, not petty intrigues. The frightened Pope bowed deeply in apology, but the Emperor advised him to seek forgiveness from his deity. The ruler offered the Holy Father a chance to rectify the situation by entrusting him with the organization of intrigues to create a schism in Bran's territory. In the evening, Bran's territory was subjected to a massive attack by goblins, who rushed toward the fortress walls like a wave. Commander Rommel led the defense, urging the warriors to repel the monsters' attacks and prevent them from penetrating the castle walls. The defenders' first volley proved effective, sending many of the attacking monsters to their deaths as they fell from the walls. Wounded but still able to move, the possessed monsters fanatically continued their assault on the walls, ignoring the damage they had sustained. Some monsters managed to break through while the bows were reloading, but Rommel's timely intervention prevented further penetration. The fierce battle continued with increasing intensity, and Rommel realized that the enemy's numbers could lead to the fall of the castle walls. Rommel turned to Commander Bianca, requesting information about the situation below and the possibility of obtaining additional fighters to strengthen the defense. Bianca, defending the gate, refused to help, realizing that the monsters would inevitably break through the gate, which had been weakened by constant attacks. At the critical moment, Bianca ordered the knights to prepare for a final defense and turned to the goddess Vivian with a plea for strength. The knights' holy swords lost their usual golden glow, demonstrating their patroness's continued inability to help her faithful followers. Suddenly, Rommel and Bianca froze in amazement when they noticed a familiar dragon in the sky, one that had previously participated in the battle with the giants. Seeing the dragon preparing for a fiery attack, Rommel hastily evacuated the people from the wall, fearing friendly fire. The dragon flew past the fortress and unleashed its flames on the gathered monsters, turning their death cries into eternal silence. Rommel watched in bewilderment, unable to understand the reasons for the dragon's unexpected help in the fight against the monsters. The explanation came when the commander noticed Duke Bran himself on the dragon's back, which seemed almost impossible. Aaron greeted the astonished knight with a cheerful smile, enjoying the effect of his unexpected appearance. Without giving Rommel time for a joyful greeting, the hero rushed off to continue the battle, promising a detailed conversation after all the monsters had been destroyed. The hero demonstrated not only the effectiveness of dragonfire, but also the impressive sword skills he had acquired on the Black Continent. After the battle, at an emergency council meeting, an angry Aaron learned of the Holy Kingdom's actions to grant immunity. Particular attention was drawn to official documents releasing the members of Vivian's church from their previous obligations and protecting them from arrest. Rommel confirmed that the Vivian church was free from the need to hide, and the hero inquired about the city's reaction to these changes. The commander reported that opinions were divided. Some had submitted petitions for immunity to avoid persecution by the authorities. The majority of Vivian Church believers rejected the immunity offered, viewing the situation as a test of their true faith. Cheryl responded with laughter, expressing understanding for the position of those who had refused the offered protection. The Duke's sister noted the suspicious nature of the sudden display of generosity from the kingdom, known for its desire for enslavement. Everyone present was aware of the Holy Kingdom's hidden intentions, although the exact nature of their plans remained unclear. Kainos suggested that the protests could be used as a pretext for invading their territory. Draken explained the complexity of the situation. Refusing immunity made believers easy prey, while forcing them to accept it put the territory in a difficult position. Aaron realized with dismay the hopelessness of the situation described by Kainos, feeling intense irritation at his own powerlessness to change anything. A knight who had suddenly arrived reported new arrests of members of Vivian's church who had refused immunity by the Knights of Pars. Those present witnessed a brutal scene. Two men roughly dragged a woman across the ground and then threw her down with force. Trembling with pain and humiliation, the woman listened to the Paladin of Pars explain the punishment for disregarding the mercy of their deity. The Paladin ordered his knights to continue arresting all followers of the Vivian Church who were found resisting. The Duke appeared and ordered the Paladins to cease their actions, demanding an immediate explanation for their inappropriate behavior on his territory. The Paladins' representative calmly reported that they had received orders to arrest all criminals who refused the offered pardon. The Duke reminded the uninvited guests of the need to obtain his permission to carry out arrests on the territory of Bran, where he was the legitimate ruler. The paladin arrogantly quoted the command of the god Parsa not to trust rulers who supported pagan beliefs on their lands. Enraged, Rommel attempted to attack the insolent paladin for insulting the Duke, but Aaron stopped the commander, realizing the danger of provocation. Kainos supported the Duke's restraint, noting the paladin's obvious desire to provoke a conflict in order to obtain a formal pretext for war. The Duke, restraining his anger, inquired about the prisoner's destination and learned of the planned mass execution at Osna Castle. Those present froze in horror at the cruel sentence, and Vivian's followers begged their lord for mercy as he watched helplessly. Cheryl expressed her bewilderment at her brother's inaction, believing that immediate intervention was necessary to protect his own subjects. After the paladins left, Kainos explained to Cheryl that immediate action would be futile, as it would not solve the fundamental problem. The dragons suggested temporarily releasing the paladins and their prisoners, focusing instead on developing an effective plan for their subsequent rescue. Aaron reminded his sister of her story about infiltrating the holy castle with the help of monsters, causing her confusion with his unexpected interest. The hero revealed a plan to use a similar strategy to free the prisoners, asking Kainos to play the role of the monster attacking the castle. The guards of Osna Castle noticed a mysterious object rapidly approaching in the night sky, causing serious concern. The appearance of a dragon in the sky above the castle caused panic among the guards, who began to hastily prepare to defend the fortress. Kainos remembered the Duke's request to limit himself to intimidating the holy knights instead of using the dragon's destructive flame. The mighty dragon's roar shook the castle walls, striking terror into the knights and gradually destroying the stone masonry with powerful sound waves. The dragon left the scene of its terrifying display of power, leaving the castle garrison in a state of complete paralysis from the fear they had experienced. The terrifying roar reached the dungeon, where the guards watching over the followers of the Church of Vivian were paralyzed by unexpected fear. The confused guards tried to reassure each other with the false security of the underground dungeon during the next attack of the monsters. The sudden appearance of little Aaron through teleportation caught the guards off guard, who found themselves under attack by dragonfire. The frightened followers of Vivian huddled against the walls of their cells, trying to stay away from the burning bars of the dungeon. A familiar, soothing voice called on the prisoners to remain calm and not worry about what was happening around them. The hero successfully broke down the prison doors and helped the frightened people escape from their confinement, reaching out a helping hand to each one. Aaron, who had infiltrated the castle under the guise of a fake monster attack, successfully organized the escape of all the captured residents. The prisoners' disappearance was cleverly disguised as a mass escape during the chaos of the attack, leaving no clues behind for the Holy Kingdom. The Archbishop's report on the incident enraged the Pope, who was outraged by yet another insult to God by the insolent Duke. The Holy Father insisted that the Archbishop confirm that there was no evidence of Aaron's involvement in the prisoner's release. The Archbishop confirmed that there was no evidence whatsoever except for reports of a dragon suddenly appearing above the castle. The Holy Father realized the need for urgent action, unwilling to accept the current state of affairs. Convinced of Aaron's guilt despite the lack of evidence, the Pope decided to teach the Duke a serious lesson. The Holy Father decided to appeal to the Emperor to conduct a ceremony to purify the territory. This decision effectively meant a death sentence for all followers of the Church of Vivian living in the Empire. The Emperor demanded that the Holy Father provide a detailed explanation of the planned actions against these people. The Pope explained that the death penalty was the only way to purify the Church of Vivian's misguided followers. The Holy Father proposed a compromise, to execute only a select few as a warning while waiting for the rest to voluntarily convert to the Church of Parasa. The angry Emperor brutally beat the Holy Father, reminding him of his absolute power and the inadmissibility of instructions to destroy his subjects. The ruler ordered the Pope to remember his place and never forget the difference in their positions and his supreme power. After the brutal beating, the frightened Holy Father hurriedly left the Emperor's office, barely able to move. After the Pope's departure, Duke Gran appeared, who had been secretly eavesdropping on the entire conversation outside the office door. The angry Emperor demanded that Gran express his opinion on the Pope's insolent proposal. Gran expressed his bewilderment at the Emperor's sudden change of attitude toward the Holy Father, whom he had recently used against Aaron. The Emperor compared the Holy Father to a hungry dog ready to bite its master, acknowledging the weakness of his small country. Gran expressed concern about the possible consequences of the emperor's rude treatment of the ruler of another country. The emperor dismissed the concerns, stating that there was no reason for alarm when he had everything he desired. The ruler smiled and explained his confidence in his control over both the Holy Kingdom and the duchy. Leaving the palace, the enraged Holy Father cursed the emperor, calling down the wrath of the god Parasa upon his head. The Pope felt the bitterness of betrayal by the emperor, who had asked for help against Aaron and now turned his back on him. The sudden realization of the widespread support for the god Parasa among the powerful lords of the empire gave the Holy Father confidence. The Pope decided to gather his forces to demonstrate the true capabilities of the Holy Kingdom's king to the cunning emperor. A month later, the Duke felt a strong sense of unease in the negotiating room, sensing a hidden threat to his position. Kynos, noticing his master's anxiety, inquired about the reasons for his restless state. The Duke explained his concern with the unusual calm from the Holy Kingdom, which was contrary to their usual aggressive policy. The dragon shared his surprise at the Holy Father's lack of response to his apparent involvement in the followers' release. The Duke shifted the conversation to the fate of the missing members of Vivian's church, demanding information about their current whereabouts. Kanos reported on the value of these people to the army and Commander Rommel's efforts to return them to Bran territory. Cheryl tried to calm her brother, pointing out the favorable developments and suggesting that they focus on finding Cecilia due to financial problems. The Duke acknowledged his concern about Cecilia's disappearance, but noted that there were no leads to organize a search. The financial problems could be solved with gold from the Black Continent, leaving only the question of its timely smelting open. Cheryl reported that the construction of the ships was nearing completion and suggested searching for the recently discovered mother, whose whereabouts were known. The sudden appearance of a frightened Rommel interrupted their conversation when he reported important news about the whereabouts of the parishioners of Vivian's church, causing everyone to prick up their ears and listen to his words. The terrible news that the missing parishioners were in the capital of the Holy Kingdom of Regale plunged everyone into a state of deep anxiety, as their rescue now seemed an almost impossible task. The Holy Father looked at the church members brought by the lords of the empire with undisguised satisfaction, rejoicing at how loyally the imperial rulers had followed the instructions of the Church of Parasa. The Archbishop tried to warn the Pope about the possible wrath of the Emperor, who would surely react to the secret use of his lords, but his words were not understood. The Holy Father's decisive rejection of any doubts about his righteousness led him to strike the Archbishop in the face, accusing him of lacking true faith in the correctness of the chosen path. In a stern voice, the Holy Father reminded his subordinate that his words were a direct expression of God's will and categorically forbade any criticism of his decisions. Having gathered his courage after the reprimand, the Archbishop went out into the square to the waiting knights and gave a clear order to prepare for the ceremony of purification of the infidels. Determined, Aaron and his loyal knights hurried to the Holy Kingdom, directing their horses along the shortest route to the capital. The information received from Rommel that the lords of the Empire had arbitrarily handed over the followers of the Church of Vivian to the Holy Kingdom made Aaron think deeply about what was happening. The reckless actions of the Holy Father, who had decided to go against the will of the Emperor, frightened Aaron with their unpredictability and made him suspect the presence of powerful patrons. A strange premonition gripped the strategist as he moved alongside his master, causing him to increase the speed of the detachment due to his growing concern for the fate of the captives. Aaron urged his warriors forward, eager to reach the place of execution before something irreparable happened to the captured followers of his faith. Kaino's intuition proved correct, as an emperor's servant was already lurking in the forest on the way to the Holy Kingdom, using stealth magic to observe them. Seeing his suspicions confirmed, the imperial servant immediately mounted his horse and rode off to report to the ruler, planning to continue following the Duke afterwards. The final preparations for the ritual were complete. The bound members of the church stood in their places, and the first victim was already at the edge, ready for the terrible fall. The desperate pleas for mercy from the bound men and their willingness to accept the faith of Parasa did not move the heart of the Holy Father, who was completely immersed in his fanatical beliefs. After a long prayer, the Holy Father announced that he had received a divine revelation, according to which the souls of these unfortunate people could be saved by the mercy of the Almighty. The divine message contained a strict condition. The physical bodies of the sinners defiled by false faith must be destroyed to purify their immortal souls. The Holy Father's attempt to invoke the divine sword of salvation proved unsuccessful, confirming the archbishop's words about the futility of appealing to the Almighty at that moment. Enraged, the Pope ordered the priest to immediately throw the first sinner from the walls, but an authoritative, familiar voice demanding that they stop interrupted the execution of the order. The approach of the Duke with his army caused a wave of irritation in the Pope, who contemptuously uttered words about the return of the representatives of the hated Church of Vivian. Despite the Holy Father's order to continue the execution, the alarmed archbishop stopped him, pointing to the approaching Duke Aaron with his sword drawn. The archbishop watched the Duke's approach closely, well aware of the destructive power of his legendary sword and understanding the seriousness of the threat. The absence of Paris's holy hand left them virtually defenseless against the Duke's extraordinary power, which the archbishop immediately reported to his superior. The archbishop's suggestion to leave the place of execution immediately only provoked the Holy Father's displeasure, who reproached his assistant for his lack of faith in their strength. Turning to the approaching Duke, the Holy Father reminded him that this land belonged to God Parasa, and Aaron risked bringing divine damnation upon himself. Rushing forward with his sword raised, Aaron warned the Holy Father of imminent death if he did not immediately release the inhabitants of Bran. The Holy Father responded to Aaron's threat with a smile, warning him that all the captive inhabitants would die immediately if the Duke did not leave the sacred territory. Aaron's unwavering determination made the Pope marvel at the recklessness of the Duke, who was willing to sacrifice the lives of his subjects to achieve his goal. A sudden insight struck the Holy Father, suggesting a way to stop Aaron with one important detail that would seriously frighten the determined Duke. The reminder that the capital was a sacred place of the Empire's state religion should have stopped Aaron, who was threatened with being declared a traitor. The priest understood the duplicity of his position, using the Emperor's name for protection, even though he knew full well that the ruler would never approve of such an execution of innocent people. The Duke shared his plan with Kainos, intending to use the piercing wind to destroy the castle walls and create an opportunity to rescue the prisoners. Aaron's request to Kainos was to organize the rescue of the falling people after the walls were destroyed, using all available means. Kainos explained the limitations of his ability to rescue all the prisoners from such a distance, but suggested enlisting Cheryl to increase the chances of success. The Duke, realizing the wisdom of the proposed plan of action, prepared to deliver a powerful blow with a piercing wind against the walls of the enemy fortress. The tense situation was interrupted by the unexpected voice of the Emperor's chief scout, which caused both sides of the conflict to turn their attention to him. The scout approached the Duke and reported that he had received an important order from the Emperor himself, requiring Aaron's immediate attention. The dissatisfied Duke unrolled the scroll containing the message, in which the Emperor reminded him of the Holy Kingdom's status as a key ally of the Empire and the foundation of the state religion. The Emperor's strict order forbade any feudal lord of the Empire from raising arms against the Holy Kingdom, leaving no room for double interpretations. The Imperial decree provided for severe punishment for treason against the state for anyone who dared to violate this strict prohibition on military action. Rage overwhelmed the Duke, who was unable to understand how the Emperor had foreseen his intentions, while Kainos warned of the inevitable stigma of treason in the event of an attack. Kainos reminded him of the inadequacy of their military force to oppose the Emperor, but Aaron could not accept the idea of the death of the inhabitants of his duchy. Realizing the impossibility of direct confrontation with the Emperor, the Duke began to look for ways to save the inhabitants without violating His Majesty's direct order. Cheryl expressed doubts about the feasibility of such a complex task, and Aaron inwardly agreed with the hopelessness of his situation. Despair led Aaron to consider begging the Holy Father for mercy, even willing to kneel down to save his subjects. Watching Aaron's actions, Cheryl realized that he had no clear plan, but she admired his willingness to do everything possible to save the people. The attention of all those present turned to the ambassador, who addressed the dissatisfied Holy Father, who nevertheless agreed to listen to the Imperial representative. Hearing the Emperor's apology for his previous rudeness, the Holy Father's spirits rose, believing that the ruler had finally realized the importance of his influence on the Empire. Satisfied, the Holy Father graciously accepted the Emperor's apology, and the messenger respectfully promised to convey his favorable response to the ruler. The envoy continued his speech, informing the Holy Father of the Emperor's desire to atone for his past wrongdoing by personally mediating negotiations with Duke Aaron. The Emperor's demand for the release of the Empire's subjects was accompanied by a warning of serious consequences for the Holy Kingdom if harm came to the people. The Holy Father was horrified by what he heard, and the Archbishop hastened to explain how the Emperor's intervention completely deprived Aaron of any ability to act. The Archbishop proposed a rational solution: to return the members of Vivian's church in exchange for the return of the castle captured by the Duke as fair compensation. Recognizing the wisdom of the Archbishop's proposal, the Holy Father publicly announced his agreement to comply with the Emperor's demands regarding the release of the prisoners. However, the unexpected action of one of the Holy Knights, who demonstratively threw the bound prisoner down, violated the agreement reached on the peaceful resolution of the conflict. The horrific sight of a man falling and dying, his body sprawled on the ground in a pool of blood, shook everyone present to the core. The panicked Pope immediately ordered the disobedient knight to be seized, as he had violated his direct order and jeopardized the peaceful resolution of the situation. The death of the prisoner sparked uncontrollable anger in Aaron and Cheryl, who launched a furious attack on the walls, seeking to free the remaining inhabitants of Bran. During Aaron's powerful attack, Kainos quickly reacted and coordinated with Miss Cheryl to save the falling bound people. Quick-thinking Cheryl quickly planted her staff on the ground and created a powerful tidal wave, directing it toward Aaron's destructive spell. Carefully assessing the speed of the water flow, Kainos realized that it was not enough to save the people and reinforced the spell with a gust of wind. The combined efforts of the mages allowed the water flow to reach the fortress wall before the destructive force of Aaron's piercing wind began to take effect. The destruction of the wall was accompanied by the fall of people who were successfully caught in water spheres by the combined forces of the magicians Cheryl and Kainos. Overcome by panic, the Pope rushed away from the collapsing wall, driven by a primal fear of death and a desire to save his life at any cost. Noticing the Archbishop desperately clinging to the edge of the wall, the Holy Father rushed toward him, hoping to use him as a support for his own rescue. The Holy Father's attempt to order the Archbishop to climb up was unsuccessful due to the excessive weight of the church leader, which prevented their joint rescue. Anger overwhelmed the Holy Father, causing him to shout at Abel and demand that he climb up immediately, invoking the name of God to reinforce his order. Justice prevailed when Abel remembered all the instances of disrespectful treatment he had received from the Holy Father. Turning to the Holy Father, Abel flashed a sinister smile and announced that he had received a completely different divine instruction regarding his fate. Obeying the order he had received from above, Abel delivered a powerful kick to the Holy Father's face, causing him to lose his balance and weaken his grip. Free from the Holy Father's weight, the Archbishop easily climbed to the top of the wall and burst into laughter as he watched his former superior fall. Fate had other plans, however, allowing the Holy Father to avoid a fatal fall thanks to a magical spell cast at the last moment. The saving magic came from the Emperor's assistant, who barely had enough strength to hold the heavy body of the falling church leader. Leaving the saved Holy Father on the ground, the Emperor's assistant hurriedly left the scene, realizing that the death of the church leader had been postponed until a more opportune moment. The prolonged use of complex magic had drained Cheryl's strength so much that she was forced to kneel down to recover her energy. Summing up the rescue operation, Kainos noted the successful rescue of all the captives except for the first victim, who had been killed by the Knights of the Holy Kingdom. Despite the successful rescue of the inhabitants, Cheryl was well aware of the inevitability of severe punishment for disobeying a direct Imperial order. The Imperial aid's approach to Aaron was accompanied by a magical message transmitted through a special staff used to communicate with the ruler. Demonstrating the edict to the Duke, the aide used magic to transform the document into a bird for quick delivery of the message to the Emperor. The content of the message concerned the Duke's direct disobedience of the Imperial order, which was a serious violation of the established order. The Emperor's assistant expressed regret at the inevitability of military conflict and predicted their next meeting on the battlefield against each other. Watching the magician disappear into the portal, Kainos noted his impressive magical abilities and potential danger. Cheryl shared information about the mage's status as the leader of the Emperor's personal magical team, noting the mystery of his true potential. Kainos acknowledged the Imperial mage's power, but noted that his abilities were limited by his human nature, which gave them a certain advantage. The current situation of treason was becoming a serious problem, foreshadowing the inevitable start of a war with the Emperor earlier than expected. The letter received by the Emperor confirmed the successful completion of the task by his secret agent within the ranks of the Holy Father, providing the necessary evidence. The emperor immediately convened a meeting of all the dukes to determine Aaron's punishment, using the evidence of his treason. Representatives of the imperial and neutral factions gathered to discuss Aaron's fate, seeking to reach a fair decision in the situation that had arisen. After careful consideration of all the circumstances of the case, the assembled feudal lords unanimously found Aaron guilty of treason. The Holy Kingdom's actions in killing citizens of the empire also did not go unpunished and led to an official declaration of war. Upon receiving an important message from the imperial messenger, Aaron carefully studied its contents and immediately sent the messenger back with a reply. The tense silence of Cheryl and Kanos, who were watching the Duke closely, was broken by his unexpected announcement that he had to leave immediately. Disturbed, Cheryl tried to dissuade her brother from going to the imperial palace, considering it unwise to leave the territory during preparations for war. The opportunity to kneel before the emperor and ask for forgiveness seemed the only reasonable way out of the situation. Kanos rightly pointed out the futility of visiting the emperor, understanding that war was inevitable regardless of Aaron's actions. The Duke acknowledged Kanos's point, but saw an opportunity to use the visit to temporarily delay the advance of the imperial troops. Aaron hoped that his presence in the capital would delay the start of military operations, giving his people time to complete all the necessary preparations. An additional task for Cheryl was Aaron's request to make an important trip during his stay in the imperial capital. Following his plan, Aaron immediately set off for the capital to meet with the emperor, ready to humbly kneel before him. The emperor expressed clear dissatisfaction with his nephew's actions, confirming the feudal lord's decision that he had committed treason and that military action was inevitable. The Duke's response to the emperor's order to rise revealed the true reason for his humble posture before the ruler of the empire. The Duke explained that he was asking for forgiveness not as a vassal of the empire, but as a nephew who still respected his family ties with the emperor. Aaron pointed out the natural desire of other dukes to undermine the authority of the Bran territory through accusations of treason. The feudal lord's actions, aimed at weakening the imperial family's control over the empire, threatened the influence of both the emperor himself and all members of the dynasty. The emperor's skepticism toward the duke's professed concern for the ruler's well-being reflected his deep distrust of his nephew's intentions. The Duke's real concern was not for the emperor personally, but for the preservation of their common royal blood's power over the empire for generations to come. The unusual logic of Duke Aaron's reasoning aroused the emperor's sincere interest, prompting him to ask his nephew to continue his explanation. The Duke warned of the consequences of depriving him of his title, which would open the way to power for other feudal lords who did not belong to the imperial dynasty. The absence of feudal lords with the surname Karen, apart from the emperor and the prince, posed a threat to the future of dynastic rule in the provinces of the empire. The Duke's main concern was the possible loss of the Karen dynasty's control over the imperial state in the long term. After listening carefully to his nephew's arguments, the emperor asked about the Duke's specific wishes regarding the current situation. The Duke's direct request was to suspend the advance of the Central Imperial Army on his territory. The emperor was upset and flatly rejected the idea of pulling back the army, saying it wasn't smart to stop punishing someone for treason. The Duke clarified his request, explaining that he was not demanding the cancellation of military operations, but only asking for a delay in their commencement. A detailed analysis of the military situation showed that there were 100,000 soldiers in the main army, with a total of about 200,000 troops under the Duke's command. The need to preserve part of the forces to stabilize the situation in the regions affected by the epidemic confirmed the Duke's good awareness of the state of affairs. The smiling Duke openly declared his intention to destroy all 100,000 soldiers of the Imperial Army in the upcoming battle. The Duke's plan was to have him officially declared a traitor and send the Central Army to punish the territory of Bran. The implementation of this plan would have simultaneously punished the Duke for treason and weakened the influence of other feudal lords, strengthening the Emperor's power. The further fate of Duke Aaron was of natural interest to the Emperor, causing him to listen carefully to every word his nephew uttered. The Duke outlined his plan to surrender voluntarily after the arrival of the main army, asking to retain control of the northern territory of Bran and his title as a reward for his cooperation. After carefully considering his nephew's proposal, the Emperor confirmed the main army's original plan of action to capture the Holy Kingdom and then advance to the territory of Bran. The Emperor's wish for a successful conclusion to the battle with the feudal lord's troops sounded like a hidden condition for granting Aaron's request. Realizing that there were no further opportunities for negotiation, Aaron humbly accepted the emperor's terms, bowing his head in agreement. The duke was filled with inner satisfaction, as his original plan to delay the battle had been carried out exactly as he had intended. The Holy Father's anger was directed at Archbishop Abel, who had dared to attempt to assassinate the highest church hierarch during the recent events. Furious blows were accompanied by demands for an explanation of the audacious attempt on the life of the highest representative of the divine authority of Parasa. Abel's contemptuous response, calling the Holy Father a greedy pig instead of a representative of God, was accompanied by blood spurting from his broken lips. The beating of the archbishop was interrupted by the appearance of an alarmed knight with an important message requiring the immediate attention of the Holy Father. Completely consumed by rage, the Holy Father paid no attention to those around him until he heard a familiar female voice. The appearance of the disgruntled Cheryl, who called the Holy Father pathetic and suggested that he prepare for war instead of beating his subordinates, changed the situation. A flash of anger prompted the king to remind Cheryl that she was on foreign territory and to order the immediate arrest of the insolent visitor. Enraged by the disrespectful treatment, Cheryl decided to teach a harsh lesson to both the Holy Father himself and his arrogant knights. A powerful flame, reflecting Cheryl's inner rage, flared up behind her, instantly forcing the Holy Knights to cease any attempts at resistance. After calming down following her display of power, Cheryl explained the real reason for her visit. She needed to deliver an important message to the Holy Father. The demand to listen carefully to the proposal for a temporary alliance sounded like an order that brooked no objection from the church authorities. Cheryl explained the commonality of their position as enemies of the Empire, proposing to join forces to jointly confront the looming threat. A careful analysis of the situation showed the Holy Father that the capital would inevitably fall without Aaron's support, forcing him to seriously consider the alliance proposal. Despite the obvious advantages of an alliance, the Holy Father categorically rejected cooperation with Vivian's church, citing religious beliefs. The sudden request to wait, made by the frightened Holy Father, irritated Cheryl with its obvious insincerity and indecisiveness. The proposal to return Blanche Castle was presented as a condition for considering a temporary alliance between the warring religious groups. The unexpected condition seemed strange to Cheryl, but she agreed, understanding the importance of forming an alliance in the current situation. Leaving the castle on a majestic phoenix, Cheryl promised to provide the details of the agreement in writing, officially cementing their alliance. The Holy Father watched the receding figure in confusion, not understanding Duke Aaron's plans, but realizing that he could not refuse the proposed alliance. Former Archbishop Abel laughed, announcing a divine revelation that predicted a curse on the Holy Father for his alliance with the enemies of the true faith. A new outburst of rage from the Holy Father led to the continuation of the Archbishop's beating, interrupted only by the arrival of another urgent report. An alarming report of the mysterious disappearance of the main religious relic caused the Holy Father to temporarily forget about punishing the Archbishop. The investigation into the theft quickly pointed to Isabel as the main culprit, and the Holy Knights immediately set off in pursuit. An inaccurate blow from the Holy Knights accidentally damaged the bag containing the relic, causing the precious object to fall to the ground during the chase. The pursuit of the thief was abandoned after the Holy Knights decided to focus on retrieving the fallen relic. A sudden uprising of nature manifested itself through the awakening of tree roots, creating an insurmountable obstacle in the path of the Holy Knights. The magical intervention of the enraged Isabel, angered by attempts to thwart her plans, led to a difficult situation for the Holy Knights. A cruel punishment befell the Holy Knights, whom Isabel deemed unworthy, ignorant people deserving of destruction. The surviving knights managed to activate the protective shield of the god Parasa with the help of the raised relic, preparing for a decisive confrontation. Isabel's mocking attitude toward the attempts to resist demonstrated her confidence in her own superiority over her enemies. The systematic destruction of the protective barrier and all remaining Holy Knights revealed the true power of Isabel's magical abilities. The successful conclusion of the battle allowed Isabel to focus on collecting the relic and planning her next steps in the search for the remaining sacred items. The unexpected appearance of Cecilia with the relic she had found was accompanied by a direct question about Isabel's identity as a renowned collector of divine artifacts. Careful observation allowed Isabel to recognize Cecilia as a nun endowed with the power of the goddess Vivian, which significantly changed the situation. Isabel's swift attack was met with unexpectedly strong resistance from the nun, who was able to withstand her magical power. A crushing blow forced Isabel to her knees, coughing up blood and trying to comprehend the incredible power of a simple servant of the church. Cecilia's philosophical explanation of the nature of the goddess Vivian's love, capable of transforming into righteous fury, foreshadowed the end of Isabel's evil deeds. Cecilia's determination to demonstrate the true fury of the goddess Vivian sounded like a final sentence for her opponent. The critical moment of the battle was interrupted by the appearance of the bloodthirsty warriors, who demanded that Cecilia stop attacking their mother and the wise men. Cecilia's demonstrative fighting stance and invitation to her enemies to attack showed her readiness to face any number of foes. An important meeting in the main hall brought together the aforementioned dragon, Cheryl and Rommel, but the absence of the Duke caused concern among those present. Cheryl's irritation grew due to her brother's prolonged absence, especially after he had formed an unwanted alliance with the Holy Father, whom she despised. Rommel's concern about Aaron's inexplicably long absence reflected the general anxiety of those gathered about the fate of their leader. Kynos's reassuring words about Aaron's safety under Aaron's protection slightly eased the tension among the assembled advisors. The treasurer's emotional reaction to the current continental crisis and the outbreak of civil war reflected the seriousness of the territory's financial problems. The treasurer's deep distress was caused by excessive military spending and the difficulty of finding funds to finance the upcoming military operations. The long-awaited appearance of the Duke, accompanied by Aaron, brought relief to all those present at the important meeting. The Duke's awkward explanation about working on a solution to the problem was addressed to an unfamiliar treasurer who expressed obvious concern. The Duke's mysterious hint at something more valuable than gold was accompanied by an invitation for a special guest to enter. The appearance of Elena, accompanied by Kurok, puzzled the treasurer, who doubted the woman's ability to solve the territory's financial problems. The treasurer's dismissive attitude provoked an angry reaction from Elena, who demonstrated her true demonic nature. Elena's threatening smile accompanied her provocative suggestion that the treasurer openly express his doubts about her usefulness, looking him straight in the face. After handing the treasurer over to Elena's supervision, Aaron took the chair and officially opened the important council meeting. The Duke's strategic plan included defeating the feudal lord's army of 200,000 soldiers and then surrendering to the main Imperial army. Everyone looked at the Duke in confusion as he explained that these were the terms of his deal with the Emperor. Cheryl was the first to lose her composure. She stood up and began to accuse her brother of madness. She couldn't understand why he had agreed to such a deal. But Aaron knew perfectly well that this was the limit of their current strength and that they would not be able to withstand the army. Rommel also began to get angry and explained that the limits of our strength were just pathetic words and that they were ready to give their lives for justice. This was exactly what Aaron feared. He did not want to lose any of his loyal comrades. When he took on the responsibility of becoming a true lord in this life, he swore that he would not lose anyone along the way. However, surrender did not mean the end of Bran's territory. When the main army left and reinforcements arrived from the Black Continent, only then will they be able to stand up to the Emperor with dignity, having gained new strength. This arrangement finally satisfied everyone, and it seemed that everyone was pleased with how the Duke had outwitted the Emperor. 2 weeks later, the feudal lords had already gathered their army of 100,000 and met to discuss the final preparations. Duke Findal sat in his tent with Count Vlad, discussing their plans for victory. Count Vlad believed that Aaron was just a loser from the north and that they would easily defeat his army. But the Duke only laughed at these self-confident words. Then the Count explained that those who had dared to mock his words were no longer alive, and he was sure that the Duke himself knew this. But the Duke quickly stopped the Count, explaining that he could take out all his anger on Duke Aaron. The Count would not be deterred and demanded that the Duke explain the reasons for his mockery. The woman who entered explained that the Duke wanted to know what the Count would do after Aaron died. This woman was powerful and the only female Duchess of Bran. She explained that if their armies and soldiers were united, the army would be invincible. She wondered who their soldiers would turn their swords against after they had dealt with Duke Aaron. It became clear that their next target could be the Emperor. But the Duke believed that before thinking about killing the Emperor, they needed to decide how to get rid of Aaron in a way that would look good. In the end, an obvious civil war to punish the traitor Aaron caused fear and unrest among the citizens of the Empire. The citizens feared a repeat of the terrible epidemic. However, not everyone was concerned. Some saw this as a good opportunity, especially the former Duke Brana. He realized that as soon as he gathered all the relics of the gods, he would be able to return to his former body and take his revenge. Cecilia's battle with the mercenaries continued with renewed vigor. By this point, she had already dealt with some of the warriors, and only 10 remained. Therefore, not wanting to waste so much time, she darted toward Isabel, but one of the mercenaries quickly blocked her path. Without losing her composure, the girl caught him off guard with a sudden kick, knocking him out of action. A crowd began to attack her, but even together they were powerless against the nun, who had spent her entire life preparing for this moment. But suddenly she saw Isabel casting a spell, who had managed to recover. Moreover, her path was quickly blocked by mercenaries who prevented her from interfering with the witch's magic. While Cecilia was dealing with the mercenaries, she did not manage to get close to Isabel. Isabel used a chaotic grab. This magic completely bound Cecilia's body, who was already surrounded by mercenaries, with Isabel standing in the middle, satisfied with her actions. Realizing there was no way out, Cecilia turned to the goddess for help, and at that moment, a divine light shone, and Isabel ordered the warriors to stop. Approaching the girl, she realized that the relic was hidden inside her. Therefore, she could not be killed. Later, Isabel and Cecilia were riding in a carriage, and Cecilia asked Isabel why she was collecting these relics. No matter how many relics she collected, she would never gain the power of the gods. But it seemed obvious from the woman's face that she wasn't interested. With a sly smile, she explained that she didn't need that power at all. Cecilia didn't understand what was driving her. But when Isabel explained that it was all about Avarak, Cecilia immediately recognized the name of this ancient god. The woman then turned to Cecilia with sincerity and asked for her help in stopping the god of chaos. Cecilia's face froze in deep shock as she mentally weighed all the possible consequences of her decision for the future of the country, unable to give the woman a definite answer. Count Vlad's powerful army had already invaded the territory of Bran, methodically advancing forward and leaving traces of their military presence in the conquered lands. Count Vlad's military prowess had earned him a reputation as an unrivaled warrior who had learned the art of battle from childhood and recognized only the power of weapons as the ultimate argument. History remembered the times when Count Vlad, seduced by promises of power, joined the Imperial faction and led a large-scale rebellion against the legitimate ruler. A deep hatred for Emperor Jiran took root in Count Vlad's heart, who despised the ruler for his tendency to achieve his goals, not through the use of force, but through cunning intrigues. Upon receiving reports from scouts about the enemy's approach, Count Vlad coldly ordered his knights to advance into battle, and his warriors rushed toward the enemy without hesitation. Suddenly, the Count noticed an alarming trend. His soldiers were mysteriously disappearing and dying, which caused him serious concern until it became clear that evil forces were at work. Elena decided to reveal her presence in an unexpected way. She laughed loudly and announced to the arriving soldiers that they were on her property and under her special protection. The commander of the knights stared intently at Count Vlad's face, hoping for instructions on what to do next. But Vlad remained silent, continuing to observe the enemy. In a calm tone, the Count explained to his men that they needed to wait a while, as additional troops were already on their way to the battlefield. The soldiers managed to wound Elena during a surprise attack, but she reacted quickly and immediately left the battlefield using magical teleportation. Before disappearing into the magical portal with her army of skeletons, Elena made a solemn promise to meet her enemies again and settle the score once and for all. The Duke, who had suddenly appeared, asked Count Vlad why he had not acted, since the path was completely clear for the army to advance. The Duke, who ruled over the lands of Aachen, was a vivid embodiment of the cruelty and malice that had been passed down in his family for generations as a family legacy. The former emperor had deliberately removed the Findal family from political life in the empire, fearing their notorious penchant for dark deeds and intrigue. The new ruler, Jaron, unlike his predecessor, decided to use the sinister reputation of the Findal family as a tool in his struggle for the imperial throne. Confronted with the true nature of the Findal family, Emperor Jaron decided to sever all ties with them, and this decision remained unchanged after his ascension. The Findal family decided to take advantage of this opportunity to take revenge on the emperor, planning to overthrow him from the throne as punishment for betraying their interests and trust. The Duke, receiving no response from the Count, reported the successful elimination of his closest enemies by his own forces and proposed continuing the military offensive. The events that took place 3 days ago began with an alarming conversation between the Duke and Kainos about the growing discontent of the local residents and their suspicious behavior. The locals' anxiety was expressed in loud accusations against Aaron of betraying the Empire and spreading rumors about his involvement in starting the current war. Kainos' unexpected laughter caused obvious confusion for the Duke, who could not understand the reason for such merriment in such a serious situation. Kainos apologized for his unusual reaction and explained that he had been amused by a memory of an ancient story that had once been told to him by his tribesmen. Ancient dragon wisdom said that human society never appreciates what it has, constantly striving for the unattainable and forgetting about its real treasures. The bitter irony was that the people who had been saved from destruction by their lord's care now called him a traitor and blamed him for all their misfortunes. In conversation, Aaron sheepishly acknowledged his human nature, but emphasized his disagreement with such views, and the dragon hastened to clarify the peculiarity of his position. The Duke understood the essence of the situation perfectly well, but he was interested in the deeper meaning that Kainos had put into his mysterious words and unexpected reaction. Kainos responded with another laugh and mysteriously hinted at the existence of a way to remedy the situation, without revealing the details of his plan. Alarming rumors spread among Aaron's soldiers that it was their lord's betrayal that had provoked the war, causing the warriors to doubt the righteousness of their struggle. The news of the approach of 100,000 enemy troops sowed panic among the soldiers, who began to consider fleeing, unwilling to sacrifice their lives in vain. The Duke, who was nearby, listened intently to the soldiers' conversations and was filled with indignation at the cowardly thoughts of his subordinates. The unexpected appearance of Elena from the magical portal caused a wave of whispers among the knights, who could not understand the presence of a demon in their ranks. Elena respectfully knelt before Aaron and reported on the enemy's breakthrough through the canyon, informing him of the enemy's rapid advance toward the knights' positions. The knights watched in amazement as the demon knelt before their lord, causing even Aaron himself to be clearly confused. The dragon decisively took the initiative and addressed the assembled soldiers, urging them to listen carefully to his important words. The dragon's thunderous address to Bran's warriors emphasized the greatness of their lord, before whom even powerful demons bowed in respect. Assuming his true dragon form, Kainos reminded those gathered of his high status as an ancient dragon who had chosen to serve their noble lord. The dragon's powerful voice boomed across the field, demanding that every soldier immediately make a choice: stand with their lord or face the consequences. The dragon presented the warriors with a decisive choice: either support their lord, the master of demons and ally of the dragons, or immediately experience the power of his righteous wrath. Impressed by what he saw, the knight was the first to express his willingness to fight for Aaron until his last breath, and his example inspired the other warriors to shout their support. Observing what was happening, the Duke recognized the theatricality of the situation, but he could not help but approve of the effectiveness of such a method of raising morale. Taking the reins of his horse confidently, the Duke ordered his soldiers to follow him into battle, shoulder to shoulder with the mighty dragons and demons. On the battlefield, the commander of the knights, Rommel, demonstrated exceptional skill with his sword, methodically crushing every enemy who stood in his way. Count Vlad watched the events unfold with growing fury, unable to accept the defeat of his carefully prepared army at the hands of the enemy. Rommel continued to fight, oblivious to Count Vlad's fury, and another enemy soldier fell by his sword, managing to utter a final prayer for salvation. Exhaustion from the long battle began to take its toll on Rommel, and he eagerly awaited the arrival of the promised reinforcements to continue the fight. The fallen warrior's prayer was heard, but not by the gods. Count Vlad himself decided to engage in direct combat, taking part in the melee. Recognizing Rommel as the captain of the enemy knights, the Count carefully assessed his fighting stance and decided to offer unexpected terms of truce. The Count's tempting offer included the title of Baron in exchange for betraying Duke Aaron and switching sides to his new master. Rommel's decisive attack served as an eloquent response to the Count's proposal, demonstrating the knight's unwavering loyalty to his current master. Rommel issued a bold challenge to Count Vlad to prove his superiority over Lord Aaron in a fair duel, promising to serve the truly strongest. A demonic light flashed in Count Vlad's eyes, reflecting his burning desire to demonstrate the true power of his dark nature in the upcoming battle. The duel that ensued was incredibly fierce, with both opponents demonstrating equal skill in weaponry and combat techniques. Despite Count Vlad's advantage in the attack, Rommel managed to wait for the right moment to deliver the decisive blow when his opponent made a mistake in his defense. The Count's outstanding skill allowed him to lightning-fast intercept the weapon with his other hand, not only avoiding a fatal blow, but also launching a powerful counterattack. Count Vlad noted with surprise that Rommel had managed to dodge his last attack, demonstrating impressive reflexes and combat skills. Rommel's outward calm concealed his growing panic, as the knight realized that his strength was waning in the face of such a powerful opponent. During the next clash of weapons, the Count made a mocking remark that Rommel, despite all his experience, underestimated the superiority of heavy weapons over swords. Convinced of the superiority of the battle axe over other types of weapons, Count Vlad decided to demonstrate the crushing power of his favorite tool. Standing over the defeated Rommel, Count Vlad offered him one last chance to renounce his former beliefs and swear allegiance to his new master. Despite his serious injuries and physical exhaustion, Rommel stubbornly tried to get to his feet, demonstrating an unyielding will to continue the battle. At that moment, the Count realized Rommel's true nature as a man who rejected the superiority of pure force, and this aroused a deep, insurmountable hatred in him. Realizing the futility of trying to win Rommel over to his side, Count Vlad decided to end his life, considering such a stubborn enemy unworthy of existence. In the last moments before his inevitable death, Rommel's thoughts were filled with the comforting certainty that his wife and child were safe. Unexpected salvation came in the form of a powerful attack by his master's piercing wind, completely changing the outcome of what seemed to be a foregone conclusion. Aaron's loyalty to his knights was evident in his timely intervention, when he resolutely stood up to defend his loyal warrior from mortal danger. The fierce battle between Count Vlad and Duke Aaron raged with renewed vigor. But even in the heat of battle, the Duke did not forget to give orders to retreat. The Count was struck by Aaron's willingness to sacrifice tactical advantage to save a single knight, which he perceived as a display of romantic foolishness on the part of his opponent. Count Vlad's mocking contempt was directed at Aaron's incomprehensible concern for the fate of a simple knight from his army. When the Count called Aaron a noble fool for risking his life to save a simple soldier, the Duke abruptly cut off his arrogant remarks. Aaron's powerful cry rang out across the battlefield, and the dragon that appeared began to incinerate the ranks of soldiers, following Count Vlad with its fiery breath. The appearance of the legendary creature so shocked the Count that he froze in terror, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. The surviving knights panicked and scattered, fleeing from the dragon's flames, which could melt even the strongest armor into a molten mass. The sudden relief at the sight of the approaching Allied troops was replaced by bitter disappointment when it became clear that it was only a cleverly created illusion. A careful examination of their surroundings revealed the cruel truth. All this time, they had been under the influence of a powerful spell that had concealed the enemy's advance. The Count remained indifferent to what was happening around him, completely captivated by the incredible sight of the mighty dragon on the battlefield. A detailed study of the dragon's appearance led the Count to a stunning discovery. The Duke had not one, but two of these legendary creatures at his disposal. The Count was even more shocked when he saw the Duke address the dragon by name, and the dragon obediently followed his instructions, demonstrating their special bond. The weapon fell from the Count's weakened hands when the Duke, placing the blade against his throat, smiled and suggested discussing the situation calmly. The observer reported to his master about the apparent defenselessness of the Duke's castle, where only a small number of guards remained to protect it. A sudden flash of intense fire lit up the battlefield, where the Duke was engaged in fierce combat with his enemy, drawing everyone's attention. Findal expressed his obvious dissatisfaction with the constant troubles and confusion that accompanied the Count's actions on the battlefield. Findal's decisive order to his mercenary demanded that he focus solely on the task at hand, ignoring everything else going on around him. Findal's confidence in the possibility of a bloodless capture of the castle was based on the effective use of a specially prepared, nerve-paralyzing poison. An unexpected fiery attack ruined Findal's carefully thought-out plan, splitting his carriage in two and instantly killing his assistant, who was standing nearby. Panicked, the Duke frantically scanned the surroundings in search of the source of the attack, until he finally noticed the enemy hovering high in the sky. The powerful attack was not carried out by a dragon, but by the young Cheryl, who, sitting atop a majestic phoenix, had tracked down and caught up with the enemy from the air. The Duke's confusion reached its peak when he saw the young girl soaring in the sky, whose appearance completely contradicted his understanding of the situation. The sudden realization of the enemy's overwhelming numerical superiority struck the Duke. 50,000 warriors were facing Aaron's 10,000 soldiers. The main forces of Aaron's army engaged in a fierce battle with Count Vlad's army of 40,000, demonstrating unprecedented bravery and skill. The original plan had been to easily capture the virtually empty castle with the remaining forces, which seemed like a simple and effective solution in the current situation. The Duke was at a loss as to the sudden appearance of a powerful sorceress, a multitude of unknown soldiers, and the mysterious disappearance of his own troops. The shocking discovery stunned the Duke. His entire army had been a cleverly created illusion that he had been unable to recognize until the very last moment. Watching the frightened face of her enemy, Cheryl launched another attack and ordered the Duke in a commanding voice to leave the damaged carriage immediately. Receiving no response to her demand, Cheryl decided to descend herself to personally check on the enemy's condition after the devastating attack. The unexpected power of the explosion, intended only to damage the carriage wheels, surprised even Cheryl herself, nearly resulting in the accidental death of her enemy. The sudden realization of the significant increase in her own magical power made Cheryl reflect on the results of her diligent training. The Duke's movement caught Cheryl's attention, after which he completely climbed out and began desperately calling for his soldiers to come to his aid. Cheryl's lightning-fast reaction allowed her to stop the Duke's panicked cries with a precise blow to the head with her staff, reproaching him for causing unnecessary alarm. Findel's strategic plan to capture the unprotected castle seemed flawless, as long as Aaron's main forces were busy fighting Count Vlad. An unpleasant discovery awaited the invaders. The castle had been completely abandoned by its inhabitants and soldiers, turning into an impregnable enemy fortress. Findel's reasoning seemed flawless, given the obvious imbalance of military forces between the opposing sides in the current conflict. The limitations of human thinking were evident in Findel's inability to think beyond traditional strategic solutions when planning a military operation. The Duke's serious reflections on how to confront an enemy army of 100,000 with only 10,000 soldiers began about 3 weeks ago. The strategic decision required maintaining reinforcements from the Black Continent to counter the Imperial army, despite the complexity of the current situation. Despite Kano's outstanding strategic abilities, even the most favorable outcome of a battle between 10,000 and 100 would inevitably lead to catastrophic losses. The intensive search for a more effective way to wage war occupied all of the Duke's thoughts during this critical period of confrontation. The timely arrival of Kanos, who noticed Aaron's deep concern about the situation, led to an important conversation between the allies. Kanos' unexpected question about ancient prohibitions caught Aaron off guard, as he had never heard of these mysterious restrictions before. The ancient story told by Kainos recounted a time of rivalry between gods and dragons, when jealous deities imposed strict warnings on the dragon race. The divine warning stated that dragons must limit their interference in human affairs, threatening severe punishment for those who violated the established boundaries. Kainos' sincere concern touched Aaron, and he hastened to assure his friend of his willingness to protect him from possible divine retribution. Kainos' serious question about Aaron's actions in the face of weakened divine power made him think about new possibilities and prospects. The strategic advantage lay in the absence of divine retribution for the destruction of enemies in the current war, which opened up new tactical possibilities. Aaron's deep concern was caused by the assumption that the gods had completely disappeared, which could have serious consequences for the world order. Kainos confirmed his observations of the weakening of the divine presence, accompanied by the growing influence of the ancient deity Avarak. The growing power of Avarak, the ancient creator of the dragon race, was becoming increasingly noticeable, altering the balance of power in the world. The strengthening of his own magical power opened up new possibilities for the effective use of this power in the coming battles for justice. Aaron's sudden realization of the possibility of a bloodless victory in the conflict interrupted Kainos' important message, forcing the Duke to hastily depart. Kainos did not have time to share his important observation about the mysterious strengthening of Cheryl's magical abilities, which could have serious consequences. The captured Duke awaited inevitable interrogation in the gloomy room where he had been placed after his successful capture by the enemy. Panic gripped the captive as he tried in vain to call for his defenders and soldiers, but he quickly realized he was completely alone in his confinement. His bound hands caused less distress than the complete disorientation caused by the blindfold, which prevented him from determining his location. The familiar voice of Count Vlad, coming from the darkness, brought a strange relief. It turned out that he was opposite him, in the same position as a bound prisoner. Admitting defeat, the Count told him about his capture by Aaron after the dragon appeared, and asked what his companion thought about where they were being held. Fandel assumed, based on the complete silence, that they were in a prison, but Vlad was more concerned about the unexpected appearance of the dragon on the battlefield. A sudden suspicious noise made both prisoners alert and assume that Duke Aaron was approaching for an important conversation. Expressing his confusion about the strange treatment of his potential interlocutors, the Count waited for an explanation from the approaching Duke. Aaron's calm voice explained that their current situation would remain unchanged until all participants in the upcoming important conversation arrived. The mysterious mention of unknown participants in the meeting caused confusion among the Count, but the Duke promised a quick explanation of the situation. The moment of truth came with a snap of Aaron's fingers, after which the captives' blindfolds were finally removed, allowing them to assess the situation. The first thing the freed prisoners saw was the Duchess sitting majestically on a chair, with an expression of superiority on her face. The men's furious accusations of treason were met with only mocking laughter from the Duchess, demonstrating her superiority over the situation. Uncontrollable anger drove Vlad to a reckless attack with his bare hands, which Rommel was ready to stop, but Aaron stopped his knight. The Count's fury erupted into a demand that the Duchess explain herself, accompanied by a transparent threat that her life depended on the persuasiveness of her answer. The Duchess's calm question about the Count's understanding of the true purpose of their mission caught him off guard, forcing him to think. The Count's conviction that their goal was to destroy the traitor Aaron proved to be mistaken, as confirmed by discussions at the Strategic Council. The real plan was to defeat Aaron and then use the remaining troops to launch a decisive strike against the Emperor's positions. The Duchess's subtle manipulation lay in skillfully directing the Count and the Duke's attention to this particular part of the grand scheme. The noble origins of Duchess Bran, as the eldest daughter of Igilius and sister of the reigning Emperor Duran, determined her special position. The existing laws of succession excluded the Duchess from claiming the throne because of her gender and maternal lineage. Of particular significance were the inheritance rights of the Duchess's son, which opened up new opportunities for dynastic plans. The strategic position of the Duchess's son in the line of succession immediately after Aaron created the prospect of his ascension to the Imperial throne. The Duchess of Baron's maternal ambitions were embodied in a secret alliance with Aaron aimed at depriving Duran of Imperial power. The Duchess's stunning revelation that Aaron had never been their true target completely overturned the understanding of the situation. The Count's confusion was understandable, as it was the Duchess who had originally presented the plan to eliminate Aaron as the main goal of their actions. The Duchess's mysterious statement about Aaron's impending death in battle was intended to calm the agitated conspirators. The shocked men listened intently to the Duke's explanation of the upcoming staging of his death and the planned grand funeral. The grand royal funeral ceremony was supposed to be the perfect trap, forcing the Emperor to attend the event in person. The unexpected realization of Aaron's true plan, to use his own funeral to attack the Emperor, stunned the Count and the Duke. Aaron's attentive gaze turned to his potential allies, awaiting their reaction to the revelation of his true plan of action. Count Vlad's direct question about Duke Aaron's true intentions demanded an honest answer in order to make an important decision. Aaron's calm question presented Vlad with a clear choice between a new era under his leadership and a sad end in prison. The Duke's pragmatic decision to support the conspiracy was accompanied by a request for recognition of their contribution to the future victory over the Emperor. The Duke's practical interest in the details of Aaron's staged death required further clarification of the complex plan. The Duchess's solemn announcement of the start of the grand spectacle in the Holy State sounded like a signal to action. The fierce siege of the sacred state continued as the knights, using ladders, stubbornly stormed the impregnable walls. The Holy Father, overcome with panic, desperately commanded the defenders to throw more and more stones at the heads of the attacking enemies. Despite heavy losses among the attackers, who were being knocked off the walls by a hail of stones, the onslaught did not abate. The Emperor's assistant's careful observation of the battle forced him to reconsider his initial optimistic predictions of an easy victory. The unexpectedly stubborn resistance of the Holy Knights forced the Emperor's aide to consider using his magical abilities. A powerful acid explosion spell instantly destroyed the iron gates of the fortress, opening the way for the Imperial troops to enter the sacred state. The breach in the defensive fortifications allowed the army to pour into the city, while the frightened Holy Father waited desperately for the arrival of Duke Aaron. Aaron's long-awaited arrival with his army was accompanied by clear instructions on the enemy's location and an order to attack immediately. The sudden appearance of the Duke forced the mage to focus his attack directly on him, seeking to quickly eliminate the unexpected threat. The dramatic moment came when, just before the magical attack hit, a dragon appeared and dealt a crushing blow to its supposed ally. The stunning sight caused both the Holy Father and the mage to stare intently at the clouds of dust, trying to discern the fate of the Duke. The dissipating darkness revealed a terrible scene. Where Aaron had just been standing, there was only emptiness, evidence of his death. Complete despair overwhelmed the Holy Father, who collapsed to his knees, unable to imagine the future of the Sacred Kingdom. The disturbing realization that such an outcome was unlikely to have been part of the Emperor's plans caused the magician to ponder the consequences deeply. The shocking news of Duke Aaron's death spread like wildfire across the country, causing shockwaves across the entire continent. The contradictory reaction to the tragic news divided society into those who sincerely mourned and those who secretly rejoiced at what had happened. The news was particularly hard on those close to the Duke, among whom Gale was completely devastated by the news of his death. Holding the official report in his hands, Gale tried to comprehend the reality of what had happened, feeling completely lost about the future. The calm atmosphere of the tea party allowed Cecilia to express her sincere gratitude to the woman for her hospitality. The decisive moment came when Isabel, after taking a sip of hot tea, looked intently at the nun and demanded an answer to her proposal. Cecilia's firm answer was based on her belonging to the Holy Church of Vivian, which ruled out even the thought of such proposals. Understanding the girl's anxiety, Isabel offered a temporary solution with a guarantee that the relic would be returned or restored to Cecilia's body. Cecilia's silent disapproval, expressed by a dissatisfied look, clearly showed her attitude toward Isabel's proposal. The sorceress's decisive statement about Cecilia's sacred duty was reinforced by a prophecy about the resurrection of Avric and the destruction of the gods. The dramatic conclusion of the conversation was accompanied by a frightening display of power emanating from Isabel's body as she spoke of the growing might of Avarac's chaos. A sudden fright caused Cecilia to rush to the woman's aid, but after the strange seizure quickly ended, the nun demanded an explanation of what had happened. Disturbed, Isabel shared her sense of the growing energy of the children of chaos, Voltor and Isis, which was becoming more and more palpable with each passing day. The dramatic moment came when Isabel, holding a knife to Cecilia's throat, demanded an immediate decision, emphasizing the critical nature of the situation. The sudden appearance of an agitated Gale with the shocking news of Aaron's death interrupted the tense moment between the women. Shocked by the news, Isabel refused to believe that Aaron could be dead, unable to comprehend how he could have allowed such an outcome. With a trembling voice, Gale confirmed Aaron's death in recent battles, causing Cecilia to freeze in shock at the shocking news. Growing panic gripped Isabel, who realized that without the dragon's blessing, her son would be defenseless against the imminent invasion of Avarac. Gale's despair as he fell to his knees was intensified by the skepticism of those around him regarding the news that had spread across the continent. Isabel's maternal anxiety manifested itself in persistent questions to her son about the details of Aaron's death and the location of his body. With a trembling voice, Gale reported the information from official reports about the complete destruction of Aaron's body by dragon flames, which left no traces. In a soothing tone, Isabel turned to her son, urging him to listen carefully to an important explanation of the events unfolding. Isabel's logical reasoning was based on the fact that Aaron's actual death would inevitably lead to the immediate capture of his body by Valtor. A perceptive analysis of the situation led Isabel to conclude that the death had probably been staged by the Duke himself to achieve unknown goals. Carefully choosing her words, Isabel explained to the confused man the possible scenarios, linking them to the presence of Avarac's soul. The complex interconnection between Avarac's soul and body required them to be united in one person for the sealing to be successful. Otherwise, there was a risk of uncontrollable resurrection. The deeper meaning of Elizabeth's agreement with her son to return his body was to prevent the destruction of the world and ensure its protection. Isabel's serious tone emphasized the importance of the moment when she turned to Cecilia again, giving her time to make a final decision. A solemn procession led by Cheryl in mourning clothes headed toward the Emperor, accompanied by loyal knights. The ceremonial announcement by the Emperor's aide introduced Cheryl as the official representative of the Bran territory. Observing all the rules of etiquette, Cheryl knelt before the Emperor in a sign of respect for the supreme ruler. Jaren's attentive gaze assessed the girl's condition, remembering her previous illness, and inquired about her current well-being. A graceful curtsy accompanied Cheryl's grateful reply, assuring the Emperor that her condition had improved significantly. The Emperor's solemn reminder of the last representatives of the Karen family was accompanied by a question about what Cheryl might say before parting. Cheryl's respectful address to the Emperor emphasized his dual status as head of the Karen family and uncle of the petitioner. Cheryl's humble request to be allowed to attend her brother's funeral was made with all the formalities of court etiquette. The large-scale preparations for the funeral differed significantly from the modest ceremonies held for counts, barons, and commoners. The special funeral ceremony for members of the highest nobility required adherence to a multitude of complex traditions and rules. Royal funerals had to demonstrate luxury and grandeur commensurate with the wealth and influence of the ruling dynasty. A lengthy preparatory period was considered an integral part of organizing a dignified funeral for a member of the highest nobility. The Emperor's clarifying question about the timing of the ceremony received a clear answer from Cheryl that the funeral would take place in a month at Bran Castle. Cheryl's diplomatic reminder about possible rumors and misunderstandings in the absence of the head of the Karen family emphasized the importance of the Emperor's presence. The Emperor's decision was clearly based on a deep understanding of the importance of observing traditions and ceremonial protocol. The Emperor's indisputable duty to attend the funeral of a member of the Imperial family was one of the fundamental rules of etiquette. The strict rules of court etiquette even applied to the Emperor of the Western Empire, with no exceptions to the established order. The potential danger of an attack on the head of the family during the funeral ceremony was a serious concern. His extensive experience in dealing with assassination attempts and intrigues taught Emperor Jiran to carefully assess the risks of leaving the capital. The unprecedented nature of the situation was underscored by the fact that during his entire reign, the Emperor had never traveled so far from the capital. The Emperor's official agreement to fulfill his duty was met with a grateful bow from Cheryl, expressing her appreciation for the decision. The Emperor's request for understanding regarding the need to keep the time and date of his arrival secret reflected his precautionary measures. Cheryl's diplomatic agreement to the Emperor's conditions ended with his satisfied departure and a promise to meet at the upcoming funeral. Cheryl's detailed report on the results of her negotiations with the Emperor was presented at a meeting in Bran's lands immediately after her return. Kainos' insightful remark confirmed the predictability of the Emperor's cautious behavior in the current situation. Rommel's experienced eye assessed the extremely low probability of a successful assassination attempt, which caused serious concern among those present. The unexpected intervention of Duke Aaron clarified the situation. He had never expected an easy solution to the task at hand. Aaron's strategic thinking took into account the consequences of the Emperor's possible removal, after which power would pass to his son Philip. Aaron's carefully thought-out plan involved repeating the scenario of the previous Emperor's overthrow, forcing Jiran to renounce his claim to the throne. Kainos' keen observation noted a favorable moment when the Emperor's own policies led to a weakening of his power. The Duke's practical interest was evident in his request to Kainos to find out the exact date of arrival of reinforcements from the Black Continent. Kainos' prompt reply contained important information about the arrival of troops in 2 weeks, which fit into the overall plan. Careful calculations showed that there was sufficient time to mobilize troops before the funeral, scheduled for a month later. Kainos' wise warning concerned the limited impact of direct military confrontation on the position of the feudal lords, which Aaron was fully aware of. The strategic importance of the Black Continent's troops lay in their role as a catalyst, prompting the feudal lords to take action. Aaron's provocative question about more effective ways to motivate the feudal lords prompted a discussion of alternative strategies. The bold proposal was to use the promise of complete independence from the Emperor as a powerful incentive for the feudal lords. Cheryl's heated reaction to her brother's radical proposal was tempered by his calm reminder of the reality of the situation. Aaron's confidence was based on his understanding that the forces at his disposal were sufficient to effectively govern the territories. Aaron's practical arguments included pointing to stable income from various sources that ensured a comfortable existence. Kanos's important reminder concerned the inevitability of confrontation with Duchess Bran, whose ambitions extended to the Imperial throne. Aaron's calm confidence in his premeditated solution to the problem with Duchess Bran reassured the other participants in the meeting. The consensus reached allowed Aaron to propose moving on to the next stage of the ambitious plan. Practical preparations for the Duke's lavish funeral became the next important step in the implementation of the carefully thought-out strategy. The tragic news of Duke Aaron's death shocked all the lords of the continent, but it had a particularly strong impact on Duke Renan. Bitter regret overwhelmed the Duke as he mentally asked the former Emperor Klein for forgiveness for his inability to keep his promise. The unexpected appearance of a mysterious assassin with a dagger at his throat was accompanied by an ominous message from the sage about death as payment for broken promises. The successful completion of the bloody mission ended with the mercenaries' return to Duke Aaron with a detailed report of what had been done. The sinister proof of the completed task was presented in the form of the victim's scalp, left on the table as silent evidence. The strategic significance of the scalp lay in the sage's ability to use it to gain access to a closed event without an official invitation. Isabel's unexpected intrusion interrupted her thoughts when she reported that Saint Cecilia had agreed to hand over the relic, only to discover her son's complete indifference. Isabel's motherly heart sank with horror when she finally saw the frightening changes in her son's appearance. Gale's distorted pride manifested itself in his confidence that he was now worthy of appearing in the Duke Aaron's domain, offering his mother to return to her body. Gale's sinister revelation, as he removed his mask, concerned the strict restriction of guests to those close to the Emperor and Duke Aaron. Gale's cynical calculation was to use the identity of the dead Duke Aaron as a pass to the closed event. Realizing the futility of her pleas, Isabel silently turned toward the exit, urging her son to follow her to receive the relic from the wavering saint. Isabel was tormented by agonizing thoughts, unable to understand how her son could so coldly use the image of the man he had killed, whom he had once called his father. A disturbing suspicion crept into Isabel's mind about the possible influence of Avira, who had already taken possession of her son's soul and was distorting his behavior. The mother's desperate hope clashed with her understanding of the need to hurry to recover her son's body and seal Avarak in time. Cecilia's deep prayer to the goddess Vivian was filled with a request to show her the right path to fulfill the divine will. Isabel's return with the news that the preparations were complete coincided with the end of Cecilia's prayer. Isabel's persistent reminder of the lack of time compelled Cecilia to follow her immediately, fully aware of the urgency of the situation. Cecilia's mysterious awakening was caused by a strange voice and an inexplicable glow that filled her prison cell in the middle of the night. A prophetic warning foretold the imminent resurrection of Avarak, the Lord of Chaos, urging Cecilia to hurry to Aaron's aid. Cecilia's confusion was compounded by her inability to understand the connection between the message of chaos and Duke Aaron, as well as the sudden appearance of the goddess Vivian. The dramatic conclusion of the vision was accompanied by the goddess's final warning that there was no time for detailed explanations. The final request of the vanishing goddess was a strong reminder of how important it was to find Aaron. Cecilia's firm decision to fulfill the goddess's will and help Duke Aaron was finally set in her heart. A resolute call to action rang out from Cecilia's lips, aware that there was no time for idle talk. Vivian's mental oath of loyalty to the goddess included a promise to follow the mysterious nighttime call. The Emperor's solemn procession, accompanied by knights, descended into the gloomy dungeons of the Imperial Palace for an important meeting. The furious accusations of the imprisoned Holy Father against the old foolish fox Emperor were accompanied by disbelief in the death of Duke Aaron. The Holy Father's uncontrollable anger was expressed in his demand to hear his testimony about the dragon that had incinerated Aaron and his army. Philip's calm explanation that the Holy Father had been punished with 3 days of starvation for begging angered the Emperor. A powerful slap from his father struck Philip, after which the Emperor immediately left his son's presence. The political reality, as voiced by Jerome, was the growing pressure from powerful lords demanding the prisoner's release. The logical explanation for such intercession lay in the religious obligations of the followers of the Parthian faith. The Emperor's diplomatic proposal elicited only a mocking response from the starving Holy Father. The Holy Father proposed a practical deal, his attention in exchange for immediate food. The emperor's strategic proposal included sparing his life and providing food in exchange for participation in Aaron's funeral. The Holy Father's insistent assurances that he would personally witness Aaron's death were met with skepticism by the emperor. The emperor's unexpected proposal to invade Bran's territory made the Holy Father consider military options. The practical solution of transporting troops through a magical portal greatly simplified the implementation of the military operation. A mutually beneficial agreement between the emperor and the Holy Father was reached after discussing all the details of the plan. Aaron's careful observation of what was happening below the castle revealed the unexpected scale of the mourning event. The Duke was genuinely surprised by the incredible length of the line of mourners who had gathered for the funeral of a member of the Imperial family. Cheryl's swift intervention interrupted her brother's contemplation when she literally dragged him away from the dangerous spot by the window. Her sister's justified concern was that the living corpse would be discovered, causing an inevitable scandal. Quickly realizing his carelessness, Aaron acknowledged his sister's point and offered a sincere apology. Disturbing news of the Emperor's early arrival with a large entourage 3 days later disrupted the original plans. The Emperor's unexpectedly early arrival, which deviated significantly from the planned schedule, caused serious concern. The strategic plan relied on the Duchess of Baron's ability to convince the arriving lords to fight for independence. The Duke's practical interest in the current number of lords who had defected to their side required an immediate response. Cheryl's detailed report included information about the arrival of the entire neutral faction and half of the Imperial faction, with the exception of Duke Rainon. The Duke's attention was drawn to the inexplicable absence of Duke Rainon among the arriving allies. The strange absence of Duke Rainon was particularly disturbing, given his expected immediate reaction to the news of the death. Cheryl's sudden discovery, made through the window, concerned the arrival of the long-awaited Duke of Ocrano. The Duke's calm conversation with the nobles contrasted with the tense atmosphere in his carriage, where Cecilia and Isabel were praying. Cecilia's solemn promise to abide by the agreement was accompanied by a modest request for temporary freedom of movement. Isabel's firm refusal was based on the need to first find Duke Aaron, who was believed to be hiding in the castle. Cecilia's confident reminder of her knowledge of the area and the possibility of escape met with an unexpected reaction from her interlocutor. Isabel's sly smile accompanied her suggestion to try to escape, risking awakening Valtor and reviving Avik. Isabel's furious curse against the goddess Vivian expressed her incomprehension of the decision to place the sacred relic in the body of a young girl. The young girl clearly understood the danger of the situation with the ancient relic, because one wrong move when removing it could lead to certain death long before the magical power could be used. Heavy thoughts did not leave Isabel's mind as she pondered the difficult choice between Cecilia's life and the possibility of using the powerful relic to achieve her important goals. Isabel was so overcome with anger that she began to pound on the walls of the carriage, while Cecilia, watching her, thought deeply about the complex character of this extraordinary woman. Isabel's intentions became clearer and clearer. She was trying with all her might to prevent Avarak's resurrection, but even more mysterious was the decision of the goddess Vivian to protect Duke Aaron instead of Isabel herself. After an important meeting with Duke Rainon, Aaron decided to organize a grand banquet for the assembled lords and sent a special invitation to Duchess Baron to secure her support. The Duke explained their next steps to Cheryl in detail. First, they would try to convince Duchess Baron to bring the lords over to their side that evening, and if that failed, they would try again tomorrow. Having received clear instructions, Cheryl headed for the exit, but Aaron stopped her with one last request: to find and invite Kainos for an important conversation about current affairs and plans. Left alone with his thoughts, Aaron pondered the imminent arrival of the Emperor with his numerous retinue and the inevitable appearance of a reconnaissance unit before the main forces. Aaron's serious concerns were that without proper caution, the Emperor could discover the disguised soldiers stationed throughout the controlled territory. After a long wait, Kainos appeared, and Aaron's first question was about the current location of the military units from the Black Continent and the Duchess of Baron's troops. Quickly reporting on the situation, Kainos informed Aaron that the initial plan to deploy soldiers throughout the castle had been carried out, paying particular attention to the routes of the arriving lords. Watching the Duke's reaction closely, Kainos could not understand the reason for his unusual concern about the deployment of military forces around the castle. The Duke shared the unexpected news of the Emperor's arrival in 3 days and expressed serious concerns that careless placement of soldiers could lead to the failure of the entire operation. Kynos was well aware of the consequences of the failure of their carefully thought-out plan to peacefully remove the emperor from power through a combination of military force and political pressure. The emperor's return to his well-fortified palace could give him significant advantages and greatly complicate the execution of their strategic plan. The Duke made the important decision to leave only the minimum necessary personnel in the castle and to quietly move the main part of the troops to a safe hiding place in the northern fortress. Paying attention to detail, Kynos asked Aaron if he had received any information about the Emperor's entourage's movements along the main road to the castle. Carefully analyzing the situation, Aaron noted the oddity that the Emperor had only specified the size of the retinue and the date of arrival, without requesting the usual escort in such cases. After carefully considering the situation, the Duke expressed serious concern about possible deception, because if the Imperial retinue was not traveling along the main road, its appearance in large numbers seemed mysterious. Kynos shared his theory about the possible use of a magical portal that would allow the Emperor to quickly move a significant part of the Central Army directly to the castle. The realization of the reality of such a threat made Aaron seriously consider the need for an urgent review of all plans for the castle's defense and security. The Emperor, strolling through his majestic castle, recalled a terrifying nightmare in which a mysterious dark spirit demanded that Aaron be killed, promising an end to the tormenting visions. Lost in his memories, the ruler tried to count the number of peaceful nights that had passed since the frightening nightmares had last appeared in his dreams. The persistent visions gave rise to a strong conviction in the Emperor's mind that, contrary to all available evidence, Aaron had somehow managed to save his life. The unexpected appearance of Philip kneeling before him interrupted the Emperor's thoughts, and he immediately ordered his son to attend Aaron's funeral as captain of the Imperial Knights. Showing paternal concern, the Emperor sincerely apologized to his son for the overly harsh lesson with the slap, acknowledging that he had chosen too harsh a method to teach an important lesson. Philip, trying to understand his father's intentions, directly asked him to explain the true meaning of the lesson and the significance of all the actions taken. The wise ruler revealed to his son the main principle of successful rule: the importance of avoiding making enemies who could significantly limit the future emperor's freedom of action. Concluding the important conversation with his heir, the emperor emphasized the need to remember this lesson and said nothing more, giving his son the opportunity to reflect on what had been said. The tense conversation was interrupted by an urgent message that the magical portal was ready, after which the emperor rose from his seat and motioned for Philip to follow him. Memories took Philip back 10 years, to a special day when his mood had reached unprecedented heights thanks to an important achievement. The source of young Philip's joy was his first victory over his cousin Aaron, who was destined to become the next emperor of their great empire. Despite the significance of this achievement, the ambitious nature of the young Philip demanded more, driving him to strive for new achievements and victories. Returning from an exhausting training session, Philip's attention was drawn to Isabel running away, and curiosity compelled him to follow the mysterious woman unnoticed. Reaching a secluded hut, the mysterious woman knelt down and began to cry out passionately to the powerful Avaric, the supreme god of chaos, begging him to respond. A bright flash of a magical portal announced the arrival of Avaric, who immediately demanded an explanation for such persistent appeals to his divine essence. A little boy, frozen in terror at the sight of the powerful deity who had appeared at Isabel's call, became an unwitting witness to this frightening event. A distraught Isabel told the god about the serious danger hanging over the emperor and how the overthrow of the ruler could destroy her children, who carried divine seeds. Avaric, dissatisfied, reminded the woman of their important agreement, according to which she had pledged to do his will in exchange for the lives of her children. The powerful god demonstrated his strength by unleashing a wave of unbearable pain upon Isabel, which forced her to lie prostrate on the ground in submission. The harsh voice of the deity reminded the woman of her sacred duty to protect the children until the seeds sown within them sprouted, unleashing the forces of great chaos. Outwardly submissive, Isabel accepted the will of the deity, but deep down she was determined to protect her children and prevent the dangerous seeds of divine chaos from awakening. After Isabel left, Philip, impressed by what he had seen, knelt down and asked the great lord of the gods to appear before him. Suddenly, dark threads enveloped little Philip, and a mysterious voice demanded that he introduce himself. The frightened boy called himself the son of the powerful Duke Geron. The mysterious being, holding young Philip firmly, revealed his great destiny. In the future, he was destined to take the imperial throne. The powerful Avarak demanded loyal service from the future emperor and immediately endowed the boy with a part of his divine power, which instantly transformed his essence. The significance of this day for Philip could not be overstated. It was then that he learned of his great destiny and gained incredible power. Returning to the present, the emperor reflected on the upcoming journey, which would be his first trip outside the empire since his ascension to the throne. The ruler's anxiety was heightened by the frequent nightmares that had begun to haunt him with frightening regularity in recent times. The disturbing visions had such a profound effect on the emperor that he seriously considered canceling the important trip, despite all the possible consequences. The emperor was reassured when he looked at his son and realized that all his fears were just the product of nightmares. Imperial dignity demanded his personal presence at the duke's funeral, for as head of the family and ruler, he had to stand proudly beside his heir. Maintaining outward respect, Philip thanked his father for his wise guidance. Although he knew deep down that he no longer needed such life lessons. Deep down, Philip understood that he had perhaps never truly needed his father's guidance, relying instead on his own strength and destiny. Philip's confidence in his imperial future was not based on his father's advice, but on the power granted to him by higher powers many years ago. The only task that now occupied Philip's mind was to find the quickest and most effective way to claim the coveted imperial throne. The shining magical sword in Philip's hands was a reminder of his power, but the young heir decided to avoid direct bloodshed in achieving his goal. Following Lord Averyck's instructions, Philip intended only to watch the last moments of his father's life without interfering in the course of events. Meanwhile, numerous guests gathered with Cheryl for a solemn ceremony to bid farewell and commemorate Duke Aaron. Those present shared news about the aftermath of the recent disaster, telling each other about the serious damage and the difficulties of recovery. A desperate lord shared the sad story of how the inhabitants of his lands had scattered in search of food, leading to the complete devastation of the territory and serious problems with maintaining order. The nobleman wanted to share more details about the aftermath of the disaster, but noticing the presence of Duchess Bran, decided to speak in a cautious whisper. In a low voice, he told of a serious uprising in the imperial family's territory, which had significantly worsened the overall situation, and admitted that he partly understood the reasons for the lack of military assistance. His interlocutor's indignation stemmed from a simple question. If the imperial family could not protect distant territories in times of danger, what was the point of its existence? His interlocutor fully shared these thoughts and even began to regret his long-standing decision to join the imperial faction, considering it a serious mistake. The attentive Duke Bran silently observed the lively conversation of the dissatisfied lords, but deliberately refrained from commenting at this tense moment. The perceptive Duchess Bran noticed the growing discontent among the assembled lords, but carefully weighed the necessity of fanning this dangerous flame. Having made her decision, the Duchess tapped her spoon on a crystal glass with an elegant movement, instantly attracting the attention of everyone present and silencing them. Rising from her seat, the noble lady sincerely thanked each guest for taking the time to honor her brother's memory, despite the difficult circumstances. Continuing her speech, the Duchess revealed the true reason for the gathering. In addition to expressing her gratitude, she was going to make a special proposal to everyone present. The unexpected intervention of Duke Renan, who rose from his seat with a mysterious smile, added a new twist to the conversation with his obvious interest in the young Duchess's proposal. Duke Gran watched Renault's strange behavior closely, as if he had lost his mind from old age and was inexplicably amused after the loss of his nephew Aaron. Maintaining her composure, Cheryl continued her speech, explaining to those gathered that the proposal did not come from her personally, and invited the mysterious guest into the hall. The appearance of Duchess Bran caused a real commotion among those gathered. Some froze in amazement. Others could not hide their surprise at the unexpected visit. Duke Gran immediately became serious and demanded an explanation from Duchess Bran, reminding her of the recent rumors of her death in battle against Aaron. A calm smile appeared on the Duchess's face as she assured Duke Gran that in the event of her death, she would make sure he was the first to know. Watching the scene unfold, Renan laughed in anticipation of a serious conversation and an important proposal from the unexpectedly appeared Duchess. Hiding behind Renan's disguise, he understood that any proposal from the Duchess would help him in his search for a refuge where the true Aaron's body was hidden. Taking center stage between the tables, The Duchess announced her simple but interesting proposal to all those dissatisfied with the current emperor's rule. The Duchess's bold proposal was to use their remaining military forces to finally overthrow the current emperor. The Duchess's shocking statement plunged the assembled crowd into deep silence. They only exchanged meaningful glances, pondering the proposal they had heard. The first to break the silence was the indignant Duke Gran, who accused the Duchess of madness and treason, refusing to believe that what was happening was real. Insulted by the accusations, the Duchess resolutely rejected the charge of treason, reminding everyone that it was the emperor who had broken his obligations, putting the very existence of the empire in danger. The Duchess's impassioned speech revealed the true state of affairs. Even until recently, the emperor had been concerned solely with preserving his own power, ignoring the suffering of the lords. Turning to Duke Gran, the angry woman reminded him of the important promises made by Emperor Geron in exchange for support in overthrowing the previous ruler. Looking into the face of Duke Gran, who was numb with anger, the determined woman reminded him of the unfulfilled promise to weaken the emperor's power. The first important condition of the agreement gave the lords the right to resolve territorial disputes among themselves without the emperor's interference. The second unfulfilled promise concerned the fair distribution of all the wealth obtained as a result of the military campaign against the Western continent. The third key promise was that future emperors would be chosen by a vote among representatives of the nobility. Concluding her damning speech, the Duchess demanded that at least one promise from the emperor's list of commitments be fulfilled. Renan fell silent, carefully considering the Duchess's words, finding the proposal to overthrow the emperor very tempting and promising. The concerned lords expressed doubts about the success of the uprising, reminding everyone of the large size and high level of training of the Central Imperial Army. Confident in her words, the Duchess reminded those gathered that they had sufficient troops at their disposal to oppose the Central Army. The agitated lords, acknowledging the possibility of the emperor's successful overthrow, expressed serious concerns about the procedure for selecting a new ruler. With a calm gesture, the Duchess pointed to the lords present, explaining that they would be the ones to decide the future of the empire. An important condition for the selection of the new ruler was that he must belong to the imperial family, which should have greatly simplified the decision-making process. Attentive listeners immediately noted the limited choice. The only possible candidates were Prince Philip and the Duchess of Baron's son, Test. With a calm nod, the Duchess confirmed the situation, reminding everyone of the existing law prohibiting women from ascending to the imperial throne. The observant Cheryl understood the logic of the situation. No one would support Prince Philip's candidacy after his father's overthrow, which made the Duchess's son the only real contender. None of those present even suspected the true intentions of Cheryl and Aaron, which were aimed at the complete destruction of the existing empire. Cheryl's unexpected speech caught the attention of those gathered when she suggested considering an alternative view of the situation. Elaborating on her idea, Cheryl emphasized that the brave Duchess Baron, the emperor's niece, deserved the right to claim the throne alongside Philip and Test. The logical continuation of this idea was to grant the right to the throne to all members of the imperial family without exception. The sudden realization of the possibility of her own ascension to the throne struck Cheryl, although she was well aware of the minimal chances of such a development. The vote ended with a convincing result of 31 votes to 9, confirming the decision to inevitably overthrow Emperor Geron. 4 candidates were officially approved as contenders for the imperial throne: Prince Philip, Tess, Duchess Baron, and Cheryl. The final stage of their plan remained the most difficult: the practical implementation of the removal of the reigning emperor from the throne. Leaving the polling station, Gale, who was in Renan's body, was deep in thought about the coup that had just happened. Gale's real goal was still to regain the lost throne after finding Aaron's body, but the first step had to be the final death of the real Duke. In the evening, a distraught Isabel entered the room of the pensive Renan and reported that even experienced mercenaries had been unable to find Aaron's well-hidden body. Gale's rage at the failure of the search erupted into a brutal attack on one of the mercenaries, whom he stabbed in cold blood and left to bleed to death. Shocked, Isabel tried to reason with her son, but Gale remained indifferent to the suffering of the wounded mercenary. Rethinking the situation, Gale suggested changing their strategy. Instead of searching for Aaron, they would use Cecilia as bait to lure the Duke to them. Horrified by her son's cruelty and his terrible plans, Isabel was forced to agree to the proposed strategy. The palace knights guarding the gates felt an inexplicable unease from the ominous atmosphere that enveloped the area, suspecting the presence of a ghost. A sudden mysterious noise caused the tense knights to become alert and prepare for possible danger. One guard shared the rumors about the ghost of Duke Aaron, who had allegedly been seen walking around the castle like a living person. A second knight tried to stop the eerie conversation, especially given the pitch-black darkness surrounding them. The sudden appearance of mysterious silhouettes right in front of the guards caused them to freeze in terror. Instantly grabbing their weapons, the knights were surprised to recognize one of the silhouettes as the unconscious Cecilia and rushed toward her motionless body. While the knights lifted her lifeless body, Cecilia's consciousness wandered in the depths of her own thoughts, where a mysterious, unfamiliar voice persistently called her name. Initially mistaking the voice for a divine message, Cecilia gradually realized that it was the caring Bianca calling her, fussing over the bed of the Holy Virgin. Nearby stood a distraught Isabel, agonizing over the fate of her child and the urgent need to find Aaron's body. Carefully observing the tense expression on Isabel's face after their recent conversation, Cecilia came to the disheartening conclusion that events were taking an unfavorable turn. A sudden realization dawned on the girl. By staying close to Duke Aaron, as instructed by the goddess Vivian, she could foil the conspirators' treacherous plans. Gale's unexpected appearance interrupted the girl's thoughts, and Isabel's stern warning about the unacceptability of betrayal sounded like a clear threat. The sinister Gale reminded her of the danger and folly of attempting to awaken Avarak, especially for someone who sincerely believed in the goddess's protection. Gale's threatening words about the fate of the entire world depending on the girl's decisions sounded like a final warning before inevitable punishment. Gale's cruel blow plunged the girl into darkness, but the last words echoing in her mind were a sinister promise of constant surveillance. Unaware of what had happened, Bianca excitedly tried to tell the awakened girl the important news about the recent battle and the death of Duke Aaron. The sudden appearance of an alarmed Cheryl in the room was accompanied by a close examination of Cecilia's condition. Suddenly stopping at the sight of the stranger, Cheryl received an explanation from Cecilia, who introduced the woman as her traveling companion on a recent journey. Staring intently at the shrouded woman, Cheryl couldn't shake the feeling that she had seen her somewhere before, but she put those thoughts aside for later. Disturbed, Cheryl immediately turned to Cecilia with urgent questions about her whereabouts and her knowledge of the complete depletion of the holy water supply. Embarrassed, Cecilia admitted that her divine powers had weakened and that she needed to go in search of the goddess to restore her strength. Sincerely remorseful for dashing their hopes, the girl explained that she would be unable to create holy water until she regained contact with the goddess Vivian. Cecilia resolutely changed the subject to the question that was troubling her, the fate of Duke Aaron, but Cheryl, casting a cautious glance at the stranger, suggested discussing it in private. The gloomy figure of Isabel quietly followed the departing women, trying to understand the changes in Cheryl's character since their last meeting. Alert, Isabel clearly sensed a significant increase in the energy emanating from Cheryl, which now seemed powerful enough to engulf those around her. Isabel's inner urge to reveal her identity to protect her daughter was stopped by the door slamming shut in front of her, blocking her path. Attentive Kainos, who had been watching the scene unfold, calmly assessed the situation with Isabel and withdrew to carefully plan his next moves. Behind the closed doors of the room, Cheryl finally confirmed Cecilia's suspicions, sharing the joyful news that Duke Aaron was indeed still alive. Overwhelmed with joy, the nun immediately expressed her ardent desire to see the living Duke, hoping for a quick meeting. Cheryl was forced to dampen her companion's enthusiasm, explaining that such a meeting was impossible until the funeral ceremony was officially over. Cecilia, not losing hope, asked Cheryl to at least pass on an important message to the Duke, trying to find a way to communicate. Looking closely at the nun's face, Cheryl noticed that she suddenly fell silent, remembering Gale's threatening face, and refused to pass on the message. The alarming message from Rommel, who burst into the room about the danger, interrupted Cheryl's further questions. The girl's first thought was that the Imperial troops had arrived, but Rommel's unusual agitation indicated a more serious cause for alarm. An alarmed Rommel reported that Gale had arrived accompanied by an impressive group of Imperial mages, which significantly complicated the situation. Upon receiving this information, Aaron acknowledged the validity of Kano's assumptions regarding the Emperor's strategy and his future actions. Aaron had serious doubts about the Emperor's audacity in deciding to open such a large portal on foreign territory, even under the pretext of his nephew's funeral. The solemn address of the head of the Imperial mages to Lord Bran and the local residents attracted the attention of all those gathered. The magician's loud announcement contained information about the imminent arrival of the Emperor and a demand to show due respect to the supreme ruler. Satisfied with the sight of the people bowing in anticipation, the magician realized that the decisive moment for the next stage of the ceremony had arrived. After ordering the magicians to raise their ceremonial staffs to create a portal, the leader demanded that those present prepare for the Emperor's arrival. The Emperor's majestic appearance through the portal, accompanied by Prince Philip, was greeted with satisfied glances from Cheryl and Aaron. Carefully assessing the situation, Cheryl noted that the Emperor's entourage was significantly smaller than expected. The unexpected continuation of the magical spectacle revealed the true scale of the arrival. A huge Imperial army poured through the fully open portal. Making a quick count, the girl counted about 500 warriors, wondering why such a large escort was necessary to make an impression. Ignoring the disapproving glances of those present, the Emperor explained that there was not enough space and ordered the rest of the troops to be stationed outside the castle. Watching the magicians depart, Cheryl was shocked and tried to comprehend the incredible number of soldiers who had arrived with the Emperor. Approaching Cheryl, the Emperor politely addressed her as Duchess Brenna and asked for a special favor, expressing his hope for her assistance. After receiving Cheryl's consent, the Emperor voiced his request for help in organizing a large military camp near the castle to accommodate the troops. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, Cheryl asked how many troops there were so she could organize the camp more efficiently. The Emperor's staggering response that the army numbered 100,000 men made a devastating impression on the stunned girl. Cheryl's anxious thoughts focused on the possibility of military action beginning right during the funeral ceremony, given the huge number of troops that had arrived. Satisfied with the girl's confusion, the Emperor mentally noted the greater malleability of the new Lord Bran compared to his predecessor Aaron. Outwardly calm, but inwardly furious, Cheryl firmly resolved to personally see to the swift end of the Emperor's self-assured reign. As he was leaving, Philip suddenly detected a strange energy emanating from Cheryl, unmistakably identifying it as belonging to the force of Avira. Lost in memories of the past, Gale watched the Emperor closely, anticipating the imminent arrival of the moment of long-awaited revenge. Alarmed, Isabel keenly sensed the growing energies of Avira and Isis, realizing that time was running out for action. The urgent need to find Aaron's body as soon as possible to save her son and the entire world forced Isabel to act decisively and quickly. Stopping Cecilia decisively, Isabel insisted on the need for immediate action to find Aaron's whereabouts. Cecilia's calm response that it was impossible to find Aaron before the funeral was over, and that they had to wait patiently, did not satisfy the agitated woman. Desperately clutching the girl's shoulders, the agitated Isabel began to shake Cecilia, trying to convey the critical nature of the situation after the funeral. Isabel's alarming warning concerned not only the strengthening of Avirk's energy, but also the forces of Valtor and Isis, which threatened an unimaginable catastrophe if they awoke simultaneously. The woman's insistent words emphasized the need for immediate action, given the scale of the threat, which exceeded even the capabilities of the goddess herself. After listening attentively to Isabel's agitated speech, Cecilia turned around and suggested that the woman follow her for further action. Aaron, who was watching the scene, was interrupted by the appearance of Kainos, who reported the arrival of all the expected guests. The Duke's ironic remark that everyone had come except his dead enemies, unless they had been resurrected, added a touch of dark humor. Reflections on resurrection brought back memories for Aaron of his own experience of appearing in a new body and solving numerous complex problems. Aaron's curiosity was piqued by a question about the lifespan of dragons and the possibility of getting answers to his burning questions. Kainos' incredible revelation that he was over 1,000 years old, even though he had not kept an exact count, made a deep impression on Aaron. The wise dragon explained the relativity of time for his species, emphasizing that true value for them lies in existence itself, not its duration. Intrigued, Aaron asked if the dragon had ever met anyone in his 1,000 years whose essence had changed or who had managed to return to life. Kainos' negative answer confirmed the uniqueness of the situation. In all his long life, he had not only never seen anything like it, but had never even heard of such cases. Aaron's cautious question about the dragon's reaction to the information that he was standing before a man who had returned from the dead sounded particularly intriguing. After carefully studying his interlocutor, Kainos asked an unexpected question about the reasons for his appearance before Eren in human form. Eren's assumption that dragons' love of pleasure and entertainment was the reason for his visit elicited an understanding smile from Kainos, who confirmed that this answer was partially correct. The dragon admitted that he had initially been attracted by Eren's divine blessing, but his decision to stay was indeed related to his search for entertainment. Kainos' next question about the reasons for the dragon's passionate pursuit of pleasure made Eren think more deeply about the nature of these powerful creatures. Irritated by the dragon's smug demeanor and lack of direct answers, Eren demanded that he immediately reveal the information he knew without further questions. Kainos' serious response linked the dragon's behavior to the fundamental foundations of this world's existence and its original structure. The dragon's explanation began with a description of the unique abilities of their race, a 1,000-year lifespan, and unlimited use of magical powers. The superiority of dragons over all other creatures was emphasized by their invincibility, which could only be challenged by divine beings. The fundamental problem of dragons lay in their agonizing search for the meaning of existence, which Kainos accurately defined as the agony of existence. The fundamental question of the reasons for existence in the world was particularly acute for dragons, given their immortal and invincible nature. The tragic story of a dragon who set out in search of the meaning of existence and disappeared became a turning point in the history of their race. Kainos' personal tragedy was revealed in the admission that the vanished dragon was his father, whose dead body was discovered sometime later. The shocking fact that the strongest living creature committed suicide after agonizing suffering was a shocking revelation for the entire dragon race. The tragic departure of the powerful dragon was an attempt to resolve a fundamental question about the existence of their race, causing deep turmoil among his fellow dragons. The search for meaning in life led most dragons down a different path than death. They turned to the pursuit of pleasure and new experiences. A sudden revelation came to Eren when he finally understood the true reason behind Kainos' decision to live a human life among humans. Kainos' rich life experience included existence in various forms: elf, orc, and human. And it was human life that proved to be the most interesting. Human existence provided the dragon with the widest range of emotional experiences, from deep understanding of feelings to rage and satisfaction. Emotions accessible only to mortal beings, who are aware of the inevitability of their end and live with this understanding, were of particular value. Despite the rich experience of hundreds of lives lived among different races and the countless emotions he had experienced, the search continued. Although Kainos never found the ultimate answer to the reason for his existence, his long life led to important realizations and discoveries. The most important realization was the unique ability of dragons to define their essence independently of their physical form, relying solely on their soul. Intrigued, Eren asked for clarification on the concept of pure dragon mind, suggesting a connection between personality and soul. Reflecting on the nature of personality, Eren noted Kainos' ability to retain his dragon essence even when transforming into other creatures. Eren was puzzled by the apparent disconnect between the story of the dragons and his own situation and the question he had asked. Kainos' patient explanation linked the story of the dragons to Eren's question about returning to life and changing one's personality. The wise dragons shared two possible interpretations of his story: as confirmation of Eren's unchanging personality, or as an acknowledgement of his similarity to Kainos' father. Eren's sincere interest in how others, particularly Kainos, saw him led to an unexpectedly candid conversation. Smiling, the dragon described Eren as an extremely greedy person who enjoyed manipulating others and was willing to do anything for personal gain. An important addition was Kainos' understanding of the true motives behind Eren's every action, ensuring the safety of the inhabitants of his lands. This deep understanding of Eren's essence allowed the dragon to assert that, regardless of the circumstances of his resurrection, his soul remained that of a man who sacrificed himself for others. 1,000 years of experience allowed Kainos to recognize Eren's uniqueness. He had never before met a person so selflessly devoted to caring for strangers. The dragon's final advice urged Eren to continue following his true nature, preserving his unique ability to understand other people. The conversation came to a business-like conclusion with Kainos' decision to check on the funeral arrangements. Left alone after the dragon's departure, Eren was lost in thought about the whereabouts of Gale and his true body as an advisor. Nightmares unknown to Eren constantly tormented his present body, which housed the Duke's soul, causing him to wake up repeatedly. The painful awakenings from the nightmares were accompanied by fervent prayers for the return of the body to its rightful owner. The practical decision to temporarily continue masquerading as Duke Rainon was combined with their urgent need to find his own body. Watching the still open portal, Gale noticed the continued appearance of new warriors from the Imperial army. A solemn memorial banquet gathered all the lords around a richly laid table to honor the memory of the Duke. Gran's attentive gaze noted the unusual silence of the Emperor and the other lords, which gave the impression of a premeditated situation. The Emperor's unexpected address to Duchess Bran concerned rumors of her death in battle with Aaron and demanded an explanation for her presence. The Duchess's calm response that the rumors were false aroused the Emperor's distrust, as he had been expecting an official report on the outcome of the military operations. There was subtle irony in Baron's reply, pointing to the obvious outcome of the war, confirmed by the Emperor's own presence at the funeral. The Duchess's bold behavior greatly annoyed the prince, and his reaction in turn provoked Baron's anger. Philip's harsh reminder of the need for direct answers to the Emperor's questions sounded like a clear warning. The prince's indignation reached its peak when the question of the Duchess's understanding of her place in the hierarchy of power was raised. The growing tension between the disputants forced the Emperor to intervene to prevent an open conflict. The Emperor's stern reminder that both belonged to the Karen family and that a quarrel at the funeral of the Lord of these lands was inappropriate cooled the ardor of the disputants. Philip, now calmer, nevertheless promised to conduct a thorough investigation after the funeral into the Duchess's failure to fulfill her duties as leader of the Imperial Rebellion. The Duchess's forced bow was accompanied by a formal acknowledgement of the prince's order, concealing her true thoughts. The Duchess's inner smile reflected her confidence that the Emperor would not live to see the end of the funeral ceremony. The Emperor's unexpected apology to the assembled lords was accompanied by an announcement that they must leave the meeting immediately. The tense glances of the assembled lords followed the Emperor and his entourage as they slowly left the banquet hall after the unexpected end of the meal. Alarmed, Philip hurried to discuss the Duchess of Baron's strange behavior with his father, expressing his suspicions about events that were being planned for the funeral. The Emperor's confident calm, reinforced by his mention of precautions taken in advance, was intended to reassure his agitated son. The unexpected appearance of the King of the Holy Kingdom at the castle gates caused an immediate reaction from the guards, who pointed their weapons at the stranger. The demonstratively peaceful gesture of raised hands was accompanied by the stranger's calm explanation of his priestly status. The outraged knights sharply rejected the presence of the foreign priest, reminding him of the local inhabitants' devotion to the goddess Vivian. The sudden attack by Parasa's knights caught Bran's defenders off guard, instantly neutralizing the guards' resistance. The priest's triumphant smile was accompanied by a cruel sentence for Vivian's followers, who dared to drive away Parasa's servants. The priest's decisive order to attack was intended to show Vivian's followers the true path through the force of arms. The demonstrative removal of his clerical robes, revealing his military uniform, preceded the start of the punitive campaign against the infidels. The sudden appearance of an agitated maid in Cheryl's chambers brought alarming news of an unexpected invasion by enemy forces. The mistress's urgent awakening was accompanied by an alarming report that enemy troops had penetrated the castle fortifications. Cheryl woke up instantly and began to ascertain the most important details of the situation, the number of enemies and the location of Rommel and his main forces. The maid's alarming report revealed the seriousness of the situation. Captain Rommel was missing, the garrison was outnumbered, and the enemy forces were superior. Realizing the critical nature of the situation, Cheryl was tormented by doubts about the right decision to protect the castle. Quickly getting dressed, Cheryl gave clear instructions to the maid to stay in the room and find a safe hiding place until the danger had passed. The practical decision to leave the room through the window was accompanied by an additional order to the maid to lock the doors securely from the inside. Calling her faithful Phoenix, Cheryl rushed to the fortress walls in search of Captain Rommel, realizing the critical importance of his support. A sudden thought about the need to warn Aaron made the girl pause for a moment to consider changing her original plan. A decisive impulse led the distraught girl to the town bell tower to alert the residents of the impending danger. A powerful blow from a water ball to the bell sent an alarm ringing throughout Brana, warning of the danger. Rushing toward the knights, Cheryl relayed the information about the enemy's invasion into the inner castle and ordered them to prepare for defense. The girl's next target was the castle gates, where Captain Rommel, who was now needed, was believed to be. A quick search of her brother's room revealed that he was not there, and judging by the state of the room, Aaron had left some time ago. A note from Cecilia explained the reason for Aaron's disappearance. He had learned that Cheryl had revealed the secret of his existence. The long-awaited meeting between Aaron and Cecilia finally took place at the agreed location after a long wait. The unexpected presence of an unfamiliar woman behind Cecilia caused obvious confusion on the surprised Duke's face. Cecilia's attempt to begin a lengthy explanation of the situation was cut short mid-sentence. Isabel's decisive intervention stopped the girl's explanations, emphasizing the inappropriateness of long conversations at that moment. The woman's direct question about her identity, addressed to Aaron, created a tense atmosphere of anticipation. Aaron's confusion about the stranger's identity was met with a calm remark from Isabel about his duty to know her as the Duke. Isabel's understanding gaze accompanied her explanation to the departing young man about her motherhood in relation to the real Aaron. The shocking revelation caused the man to turn abruptly, contradicting his knowledge of Aaron's real mother's death. Clear entries in the Duke's diary indicated that his mother had died long before Aaron arrived in Bran's territory. The instinctive drawing of his sword was accompanied by a demand for an explanation of the true identity of the woman posing as the deceased. Isabel's unruffled calm in the face of the sword pointed at her only intensified Aaron's growing anger. Isabel's unexpected revelation about Aaron and Cheryl's role as vessels for the god of chaos, Avira, rang out amid the tense silence. The woman's explanation revealed the problem of the instability of the sealed power, caused by the inexplicable transfer of her son's soul. Aaron, wary, tried to understand Isabel's further intentions regarding the situation. Isabel's emotional outburst was accompanied by a warning about the catastrophic consequences of Valtor's possible resurrection. The grim prophecy of the return of the Lord of Chaos foretold the complete destruction of all existence, including the lesser gods. Isabel's attempt to divert attention from the question of her identity emphasized the global scale of the impending threat of chaos. The only way to stabilize Valtor's seal was to unite Aaron's current body with his original soul. Isabel's intense gaze at the hero emphasized the importance of the proposed solution in preventing chaos. Aaron's practical interest focused on the technical aspects of the process of merging the body with the Duke's soul. Isabel's detailed explanation revealed the necessity of using sacred relics of minor gods and holy relics. The final element of the collected artifacts was to be Cecilia, the bearer of the power of the goddess Vivian. The realization that world destruction could be prevented by returning to the original body made the Duke think. Concern for the Emperor's fate after his return to his original body troubled the doubts of the hero. The uncertainty of the future of Bran's territory added complexity to the final decision. Painful reflections on protecting his loved ones complicated the hero's choice of the right path. Aaron's final decision to lay down his weapons was accompanied by the question of when to begin the sealing ritual. Aaron's last important question concerned guarantees for the preservation of peace and the protection of his lands after the body's return. Isabel's evasive answer about meeting her son did not provide any direct guarantees that the Duke's request would be fulfilled. Aaron's final agreement was met with a surprised look from Cecilia and an invitation from Isabel to follow them. Aaron's sudden stop was caused by his concern for Cecilia's fate after using Vivian's relic. The harsh truth about the girl's inevitable death after losing the sacred relic was spoken by Isabel. Memories of his conversation with Kainos about the essence of personality led Aaron to an important decision to remain true to himself. A decisive attack on Isabel ended with the tearing off of her disguise, revealing her true face. Aaron's furious final gesture was accompanied by Isabel's categorical order to disappear from his life forever. Shocked, Isabel couldn't accept Aaron's refusal to use the only way to save the world, because his decision meant that all lands would soon be engulfed in chaos. Aaron's unwavering determination to defend his lands was evident in his indifference to the threat of the end of the world. His only important task was to protect every inhabitant. The Duke's categorical statement about the only possible course of events left no room for compromise, either universal salvation or universal destruction. Enraged, Isabel, considering Aaron's decision insane, uttered a grim prophecy of impending regret and hastily left the meeting place. Cecilia's sincere embrace and her vow to follow Aaron to the end, even in the face of the destruction of the world, were a manifestation of her absolute devotion. Gently embracing the girl, the Duke solemnly promised to protect her from all adversity and never allow the predicted end of the world to come to pass. The sudden appearance of an agitated Kainos with an alarming message about an enemy attack interrupted the touching moment between the lovers. Aaron's lightning-fast reaction to the news of the breach of the inner fortress was accompanied by the alarming realization that the outer line of defense of the castle had been destroyed. The absence of an alarm signal during such a serious breach of the defenses aroused Aaron's suspicions that there might be a traitor among the defenders. His hasty dash to Kainos for information on the enemy's location was met by the sight of a fighting dragon fending off the enemy's magical attacks. Kainos' insistent request to stop asking useless questions and immediately join the battle rang out amid the din of the ongoing battle for the castle. Aaron's lightning-fast decision to cover his face with a torn piece of cloth was accompanied by Cecilia's caring suggestion that they hide in a safe place away from the battle. A deafening sound of unknown origin caused Aaron and Kainos to freeze in terror, trying to determine the source of the threatening roar. Kainos' encouraging promise to buy time for a retreat until reinforcements arrived was accompanied by a careful assessment of the combat situation. Desperate cries for help coming from all sides awakened painful memories of past battles and lost lives in Aaron's mind. Realizing that escape was impossible, Aaron made the firm decision to stay and fight shoulder to shoulder with his loyal dragon against the superior forces of the enemy. Kainos' warning about the possibility of the dead Duke being exposed by the Emperor emphasized the need to keep his existence a secret. Aaron's unwavering confidence in his ability to remain incognito was based on his boundless trust in the magical abilities of his loyal dragon. Aaron's rapid transformation into a powerful orc was accompanied by Kainos' warning that the magical transformation would only last 15 minutes. The ruthless warriors of the sacred state continued their brutal killings of peaceful civilians, demanding to know the whereabouts of Duke Aaron. As soon as people admitted that they knew nothing about it, they were killed, and the next ones were tortured, ordered to speak. Women protecting their children cried, explaining that they knew nothing, but the knights did not listen to them, and realizing that they were useless, sentenced them to death. At that moment, an orc joined the battle, knocking one of the holy knights aside and promising to kill them all for what they had done. But Aaron had to be careful with his words. Even though his voice now sounded exactly like the orcs, his cognitive abilities remained human, so he had to be more careful. Realizing this, Aaron, like an orc, began to beat his chest and swear that he would kill them all, then took out his club. He remembered Kainos' warning that a spell had been cast on the Dragon Slayer to change his appearance, so Aaron would return to his original form if he attacked. It was essential to understand this in order to avoid being caught. In the end, Aaron did everything he could to avoid being hit, then shouted loudly, scaring away the other holy knights who began to flee in terror. At one point, the fleeing knights noticed that the Holy Virgin was blocking their path and decided to kill her to clear the way. Frightened, Aaron immediately rushed toward her, realizing that the defenseless nun would not be able to defend herself. But he was completely wrong, as Cecilia possessed far greater strength than he had expected. She grabbed Aaron and ran away with him, realizing that they didn't have much time. Aaron also understood that he had to hurry to save the rest of the villagers. When they reached the next point, the fugitives discovered a dramatic scene. Cheryl was completely surrounded by enemy knights and unable to use her magical abilities. The king's condescending smile at the sight of the approaching orc and the nun from Vivian's church showed his complete confidence in the superiority of his forces. The Holy Knights' instant reaction to the appearance of new enemies was a fierce attack with all their might on the unexpected intruders. The timely intervention of Prince Philip, who wielded his sword with virtuosity and destroyed the Holy Knights, radically changed the balance of power on the battlefield. The prince's casual explanation for his intervention, that the noise of the battle had disturbed his sleep, hid his true motives for participating in the conflict. The Holy Father's desperate attempt to justify himself with the Emperor's order was interrupted by the swift movement of the enraged Prince Philip. Philip's deadly threat, accompanied by a suffocating grip, forced the Holy Father to fall silent under the weight of the prince's piercing gaze. Freed from her surroundings, Cheryl regained her breath and concentration and began preparing a powerful spell against her remaining enemy. Cheryl's righteous anger was caused by the audacity of the uninvited guest, who dared not only to disrupt her brother's funeral, but also to stage a bloody massacre on Brown's lands. Cheryl's perceptive assumption that such an attack could not have been organized alone was silently confirmed by Prince Philip's nod. Cheryl's persistent interrogation with the help of a fiery staff was suddenly interrupted by Philip, who threw the Holy Father against the wall just before he was about to confess. Philip's calm explanation that he wanted to protect his cousin from becoming a murderer sounded like an unexpected dissonance in the tense atmosphere of confrontation. Cheryl's indignation at Philip's inappropriate mercy toward the invaders was accompanied by her categorical disagreement with his concern for her moral character. The decisive gesture of the staff directed at Philip was accompanied by a demand for additional arguments in favor of sparing the criminal's life. Philip's calm reminder of his status as captain of the Imperial Guard and the sanctity of the palace emphasized his exclusive right to execute those who threatened the emperor. The prince's confident statement that he would deal with the criminal himself was accompanied by an offer to address any complaints directly to the emperor. The critical moment of exposure came when the masked orc's hands suddenly took on a human form right in front of Philip as he passed by. Philip's enigmatic smile at the sight of proof that Aaron was alive reflected his secret plans to elevate the Duke to the imperial throne. Cheryl's excited rush to Cecilia with questions about her brother's whereabouts was interrupted by the unexpected confession of the awkwardly coughing orc. Cheryl's initial distrust of the transformed orc's words quickly gave way to joyful recognition of her brother's true identity. Through the joint efforts of Cheryl, Cecilia, Kanos, and Aaron, the enemy invaders who had infiltrated the castle were successfully eliminated. Captain Rommel's effective actions neutralized the external enemies and captured prisoners for subsequent interrogation and investigation. A solemn meeting of the lords, held a few days after the attack was repelled, was devoted to discussing the events that had taken place. Alarming rumors about the emperor's involvement in the attack and his intention to suppress the resistance caused serious concern among the assembled lords. The emperor's obvious suspicion of a conspiracy and a possible attempt on his life required an immediate review of the resistance plans. The unprecedented decision to attack the territory on the eve of the funeral was seen as evidence of the emperor's knowledge of the planned assassination. Rommel's solemn appearance with the captured Holy Knights was accompanied by Cheryl's dramatic entrance before the assembled lords. Cheryl's sincere apologies to the guests gathered at the funeral demonstrated her diplomatic skill in the situation. The official statement about the Holy Father's leading role in organizing the attack was carefully worded to maintain political balance. Cheryl's decisive speech as the sole ruler of Bran contained a transparent hint at the existence of more influential conspirators. The meticulous organization of security for the inner castle included external patrols by His Majesty's Central Army and internal protection by soldiers from Bran's territory. Cheryl's stern warning included a promise of severe punishment for all those involved in organizing the attack on Bran's territory during her brother's funeral. Those offended by Cheryl's suspicions expressed their dissatisfaction with her certainty that a conspiracy existed and demanded a personal meeting with the Pope to clarify the situation. Philip's dramatic appearance with the Holy Father was accompanied by a demonstrative throw of the prisoner to the floor and an announcement that the long-awaited meeting would take place. Philip's authoritative gesture of placing his foot on the defeated Holy Father was accompanied by a demand to reveal the names of all accomplices in the attack. The interrogation of the Holy Father was interrupted by an unexpected noise, indicating the arrival of the Emperor himself in the room for the investigation. The Emperor's majestic appearance in the room caused noticeable anxiety in the Holy Father, who began to look nervously at the ruler who had entered. Cheryl's decisive demand, addressed to the Holy Father, who had been freed from his blindfold, was a public admission that he had received orders from the Emperor himself. A sly smile accompanied the Emperor's question, expressing doubt about the validity of the accusations against him. Aaron's inner struggle within Rhaenon's body was accompanied by insistent voices in his head, urging him to give in to his anger and attack the Emperor. The attentive Count noticed Rhaenon's unusual state and was told that a lack of air was the cause of his temporary indisposition. Rhaenon's inner conflict intensified with the realization of the enemy's proximity and the inexplicable force holding him back from immediately attacking the Emperor. A tense dialogue between the Emperor and the Holy Father began with a question about the reasons for the church leaders' strange request to make certain statements. The Emperor's authoritative order to the Holy Father to speak louder emphasized the ruler's desire to make every word accessible to all those present. The Holy Father's difficult choice was determined by his understanding that accusations against the Emperor would lead to the loss of the promised compensation for lost property. The Holy Father's inner decision leaned toward admitting his own guilt and explaining his actions as divine will in order to keep his promises. The dramatic scene of the Holy Father's repentance, crawling on his knees toward Cheryl, ended with an unexpected accusation against the Emperor of coercion to commit criminal acts. The Emperor's swift reaction was a deadly sword blow that ended the life of the Holy Father, who continued to speak. Shocked, Cheryl watched the dying king and demanded that the Emperor explain his cruel act against the church leader. The Emperor's calm explanation emphasized the inadmissibility of unfounded accusations against the ruler of a great empire without substantial evidence. The Emperor's demonstrative turn was accompanied by a rhetorical question about the naivety of those present who believed the words of an unreasonable man. Gale's clouded mind, controlled by Avaric's orders, led to an unexpected attack on the Emperor, who was seriously wounded with a sword. The satisfied smile of Philip, who was watching, reflected his understanding of the true meaning of what was happening, as planned by Lord Avaric. The Emperor's steadfastness was evident in his ability to draw his weapon and strike back at Gale, despite his serious injury and bleeding. The shocking discovery of the attacker's true identity came after the man fell and his mask was removed, revealing a completely unfamiliar face. Jaren's last attempt to obtain information about the attacker's identity was unsuccessful due to the unknown man's death. Gale's body falling to the ground triggered the release of Avaric's energy, which rapidly spread throughout the castle's interior. Isabel's sudden change of plans as she was about to leave Brown's territory was caused by the realization of the uncontrollable release of the power of the god of chaos. Everyone's attention was drawn to the appearance of a giant pentagram-shaped portal that materialized directly above the heads of the astonished lords. The universal fear contrasted with Philip's satisfaction, as he realized that the long-awaited prophecy of Avaric's arrival in their world was finally coming true. The terrifying appearance of a giant foot from the portal, which instantly crushed the Emperor, was followed by the materialization of the rest of the creature's body. Kainos' sudden realization of the nature of what was happening linked the creature's appearance to the rebirth of the child, leaving the question of what would happen next open. The unusual behavior of the newly appeared Valtor, which differed sharply from his previous manifestations, testified to the extreme instability of his current state. Mass panic among the lords caused a disorderly flight of those present, seeking to escape possible death at the hands of the monster that had appeared. The tragic consequences of the unstable monster's appearance were evident in the numerous casualties among those who were unable to escape. Aaron's strategic decision to rescue the remaining soldiers came after observing Cheryl and Kainos' readiness to engage in combat. Aaron's decisive actions began with removing his masking helmet and ordering Rommel to immediately retreat from the danger zone. Aaron's loud call to Erana was met with an instant response, demonstrating the dragon's readiness to carry out urgent orders. The rapid rescue was made possible by Aaron's quick reaction, who managed to grab Rommel and fly away on a small dragon. The successful teleportation upward led to a reunion with Cheryl and Kainos, who were waiting in the sky, trying to make sense of the nature of the creature that had appeared. Kainos' important explanation about Valto's identity as Avaric's child coincided with noticeable changes in Cheryl's condition. Kainos' careful observation of Cheryl led to the discovery of the presence of Valto's sister's power within her, manifested through a particle of Avaric's energy. Kainos' alarmed question about Cheryl's familiarity with the name Avaric was met with a negative response, accompanied by assurances of complete ignorance. Cheryl's sudden concern about Aaron's whereabouts interrupted her thoughts about the mysterious connection with the unknown deity. Relief came with the discovery of Aaron and Rommel, safely rescued on the back of the loyal Erana. Aaron's persistent questions about the nature of the unknown monster were directed at Kainos after they had come as close as possible in the air. Confirmation of Isabel's words was accompanied by the realization that Valtor had appeared prematurely, breaking the expected schedule. Cheryl was surprised by her brother's knowledge of the events unfolding, especially considering her own recent introduction to the situation. Aaron's pragmatic remark shifted the focus from questions of awareness to the pressing problem of confronting the destructive monster. Aaron's serious question to Kainos concerned possible ways to stop the rampaging monster threatening his lands. Kainos' candid response acknowledged the impossibility of confronting a creature that differed from the familiar version of Valtor. Kainos' reference to Aaron's memories of the creature's first summoning from the magic circle contained an important clue to understanding the situation. An analysis of the memories confirmed the incompleteness of Valtor's resurrection, manifested by obvious signs of excruciating pain upon his appearance. The distinctive features of Valtor's behavior, characterized by chaotic movements instead of the purposeful use of chaos energy, pointed to his incomplete resurrection. Aaron's confusion was caused by Kanos' statement that it was impossible to get rid of Valto even in his unstable state and incomplete resurrection. The terrifying sight of Valto devouring the souls of the inhabitants of Brown's territory demonstrated his growing power, which was enhanced by the life energy of humans. The rapid development of Valto's abilities was evident in the increase in the range of his power, allowing him to extract souls from a considerable distance. Kainos' alarming assessment of the situation was accompanied by an urgent call for the group to evacuate immediately to a safer location. The large-scale destruction of the territory being abandoned was characterized by the complete disintegration of matter and the disappearance of all signs of life. The critical situation was complicated by the increase in Valter's power and the suffering of Cheryl, whose special power made her particularly vulnerable to the changes taking place. An important explanation from the dragon clarified the situation with Valtor, who, in his form, sought to destroy as much life as possible in order to gain power and continue growing. Aaron realized the need for immediate action when he saw Valtor's destructive activities threatening to escalate into an even greater catastrophe. A joint attack on Valtor began with the participation of Kainos, who used all available forces to support Aaron's offensive. Aaron's deep thoughts focused on finding a way to stop Valtor, who was ready to use any means necessary to achieve his goal. Kainos' confidence that there was a way to defeat Valtor was tempered by his understanding of the monster's extraordinary power, which made him almost invulnerable. A sudden memory of Isabel's abilities prompted Kainos to send Cheryl to search for their mother, who might be able to help in the current situation. Cheryl's skeptical reaction to the news of her mother's presence was accompanied by doubts about her ability to stand up to the monster that threatened everyone. A brief explanation of yesterday's conversation with Isabel about Averick and Valtor was sufficient grounds for immediate compliance with the order. Cheryl's decisive action, overcoming her pain, coincided with Aaron's realization that he needed to seek help from the loyal Rommel. The task of saving the residents, entrusted to Kainos and Rommel, prompted the loyal servant to ask about his master's plans during the rescue operation. Aaron's reassuring smile was accompanied by a promise to do everything possible to contain the threat until Cheryl returned with help. Understanding the correctness of the decision prompted Kainos to support the plan and immediately teleport with Rommel to carry it out. Left alone with Irana, Aaron focused on the main task of keeping the monster within a certain area to minimize damage. Aaron's determination was evident in his preparation of his blade for battle and his affectionate farewell to Irana before facing the enemy head-on. Philip's observation of Valtor's destructive actions was accompanied by doubts about Averick's promise to grant him the Imperial title. Averick's unexpected appeal to Philip contained an explanation of Valtor's instability and the need to resurrect Isis to remedy the situation. Valto's shocking order to kill his cousin in order to resurrect Isis caused the frightened prince to distrust the mission entrusted to him. Aaron's carefully planned attack, despite the force behind it, did not harm Valtor and provoked a powerful counterattack. Irana's exceptional abilities allowed her to successfully evade pursuit for some time, but it gradually became more difficult. Aaron's reassuring promise to quickly deal with the pursuers was intended to maintain the morale of the alarmed Irana. The unexpected result of directing the sword's energy against the dark force caused it to grow stronger instead of destroying the enemy as intended. Aaron's heroic decision to jump off Irana and use the surrounding energy allowed him to split the oncoming attack in two. The unexpected discovery of the blade's ability to absorb dark energy gave rise to the idea of trying to absorb Valtor's energy to weaken him. The Duke's parallel struggle with the dark energy attacking the citizens prevented the absorption of the lifeblood of the innocent. The successful accumulation of enough energy allowed Aaron and Irana to rise into the air again to continue the battle. Irana's careful observation revealed a noticeable decrease in Valtor's size after absorbing a significant portion of his energy. A perceptive guess about Valtor's suffering from not being able to absorb souls explained his decrease in size. Irana's reasonable suggestion to destroy the souls trapped in the blade was supported by the Duke, who was willing to try any means to counter the threat. Aaron's decisive actions to destroy the collected souls began with raising the blade and activating the process of burning them. The gradual destruction of the collected souls was accompanied by a proportional reduction in Valtor's size to that of an ordinary giant. Confident in his own strength, Aaron descended to the ground for a decisive battle with his diminished opponent. An active search for her mother led Cheryl to an unexpected encounter with Cecilia, whose familiar voice caught the girl's attention. The dramatic moment of Isabel's rescue by Cecilia ended happily, despite the complexity of the situation. Isabel's sudden awakening was accompanied by Cheryl's desperate warning of the mortal danger posed by the approaching Philip. The critical moment of the battle came after Aaron's failed attack, when Valter grabbed him, demanding that he return the stolen energy to complete his resurrection. Irana's timely intervention, clutching Volto's arm with her claws, prevented Aaron's certain death at the last moment. Irana's heroic attempt to use dragon breath against the monster ended in failure, leading to a powerful counterattack from the enemy. Irana's selfless defense of her master from Valter's new attack resulted in serious injuries to the loyal dragon. Aaron's desperate prayers for Cheryl and Isabel's safe return grew louder as the relentless monster drew nearer. The tragic denouement came despite Cecilia's attempts to stop Philip, who managed to inflict a fatal wound on Cheryl. The dramatic moment when Cheryl lost consciousness, bleeding profusely, was accompanied by Isabel's desperate cries, sensing the beginning of her daughter's transformation. Philip's aggressive attack was accompanied by imperious demands not to interfere with the will of his master Avarak. Cecilia's unequal battle against Philip, endowed with the power of the god of chaos, changed with the appearance of Isabel, enraged by what had happened. Isabel's maternal anger, directed at Philip for daring to hurt her daughter, manifested itself in a powerful magical attack, which the enemy barely managed to defend himself against. Philip's furious reaction to the insulting reminder of his origins was interrupted by a swift attack from Cecilia and Isabel, who had joined forces. A dangerous turn of events occurred unnoticed by the fighting Isabel when a dark force began to envelop Cheryl, who had risen into the air. Philip's determination to carry out Avarak's order and become emperor, even at the cost of murder, was expressed in a new attack on the girl. The unexpected manifestation of Cheryl's increased power allowed her to easily capture Philip with a single movement of her hand. The majestic appearance of the resurrected goddess Isis was accompanied by an authoritative demand to explain the stranger's presence in the sacred place. The goddess's growing anger, expressed by her hand turning into flames, forced the frightened Philip to introduce himself as a prince of the empire. Isis's suspicion that Philip had helped her return to life was confirmed by his mention of Lord Avarak's orders. Isis's suspicious attitude toward her father's unknown order was expressed in her demand for the complete truth from the frightened prince. Philip's desperate oaths that he was telling the truth about the promised imperial title did not impress Isis, who rejected him before flying to her brother. Isabel's deep despair at losing both her children was expressed in her complete loss of vitality and desire to continue living. Cecilia's support, pointing out the preservation of Cheryl's true form and the possibility of her return, helped Isabel keep hope alive. Cecilia's important memory of the last divine relic kept in her body opened up the possibility of saving the situation. A faint hope for the return of Isabel's children emerged thanks to the existence of a powerful relic of the gods. Isis's swift movement in Cheryl's body to the battlefield where Aaron was fighting Valtor ended with the successful halting of the conflict. Isis's authoritative appeal to her brother demanded that they summon their father for an important conversation about the reasons for their transformation. The solemn moment of Avarak's appearance was accompanied by his question to his son about the reasons for the summons. The shocking discovery that Avarak had completely ignored his daughter's presence left Isis deeply shaken.